Chapter 1 The System Has Fled. In the Shanwu continent, within the depths of the Roya Mausoleum of Great Han Dynasty, Yichen awoke from a slumber, rubbing his eyes with Elukafyoi. He had traversed worlds and awakened das System within him. After completing 2 system missions, he had obtained the Hongmen sanctifying decision and the eternal Robe of Divinity. However, during the third mission, the system informed him of an impending upgrade, stating that Yichen would fall into a slumber due to awaken to even greater functionality. Trusting the system, Yichen instructed it to transport him to a secluded location. System emergent revealing our new capability stone, Yichen exclaimed with excitement. Yet, there was no response within him. System? System. System, damn it. After several attempts, Yichen's facet turned Pelea's realization that the system was gone, it had vanished. Atomic matters worse, Yichen discovered with astonishment that his cultivation level remained at the condensation stage. Wasn't the eternal Robe of Divinity supposed to constantly absorb spiritual candidate in his cultivation? He had been deceived. Yichen enraged, harrowed, but the empty tomb chamber echoed with silence. Yichen's breath caught in his throat and said that something was amiss. Rising from the stone pedestal, heaven sheered outwards. Before the system upgrade, Yichen had arranged for a retinor Taggart Thesplation gifted him a martial arts manual from his sect for cultivation. Their had been overjoyed and entered into a blood pact, promising that neither Honoris descendants would harm Yichen, yet, no there was no signifim. What's happening? We rather rest many corpsura, not far ahead, Yichen saw numerous skeletons scattered along the tone passage. The color of Tibonis Augusta thought many had belonged to individual so at least yuaning soul cultivation realm. Moreover, when did this place become so vast? Meanwhile, in the Yangshin Halath Great Han Palace, a graceful figure was reviewing imperial memorials. Suddenly, her expression changed, and with a flash, she peered in the Madeira above a palace. Dressed in a golden phoenix robe eater with an phoenix crown, she held a iron sword that seemed to materialize out of thin air. Her ethereal demeanor, illuminated by the moonlight, resembled a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. She was the Empress of Great Han, Yue Qingying. What's happening, Empress? A shadowy figure in black robe emerged beside her. I just sensed a dopekirora, Yue Qingying replied Kali. But it did not detect anything unusual. Empress. Perhaps worry over sensitive to your concerns about the recent events at Jiufeng Mountain? Perhaps, Yue Qingying sighed softly. Since the pacing of the previous emperor, surrounding force had become increasingly bold, and even the vassals of Great Han Dynasty had grown restless, showing signs of rebellion. Thepiopleth Great Zhou Dynasty have arrived in the imperial city, haven't the, national teacher, Yue Qingying turned Tosk. Yes, Empress, he have arranged for them to enter the palace tomorrow, but the national teacher hesitated. Speak. Their representatives of Great Zhou Dynasty still insist that, for an alliance, there must be a marital union. They dream, no man enthys is worthy of them. Yue Qingying's Naradan turned back into Yangshin Hall. The national teacher Sayadan followed closely behind. After they left, several figures emerged from a corner of the void. Fielder Lai-Eater gazed in the direction Yue Qingying had departed, marveling, the impressive Great Han is indeed formidable, we almost got discovered. Even if she's powerful, she's only at the initial Yuan Ying stage. If she were truly formidable, she wouldn't need Tosikide from more Great Zhou Dynasty, sneered at a dismissive voice. It Bellinged Toli Shao, the Prince of Great Zhou. Indeed, once obtained Hetriosaurus from the Roya Mausoleum and the Prince successfully attains the Yuan Yingriam, we will have anything to fear. And as for the Empress who looks down and ill make her kneel before him like he dog, Li Xiao said with a sinister smile. Alright, Prince, delay can lead to complications. Let's proceed to the Great Han Royal Mausoleum as soon as possible, Fielderly Man suggested. Li Xiao nodded, understanding the urgency, the group shrouded by the cover of night, made their way to the Royal Mausoleum. In the entire eastern region, every Oneknath Great Han Royal Mausoleum housed precious treasures. Every emperor of Great Han, before their passing, would journey to the mausoleum to obey to Red Theer. There was a rumor that the mausoleum contained a supreme being, and past emperors were buried as sacrifices. But the true Marad been disproven. The current situation of Great Han was perilous, to the point of seeking outside help. If there were truly a supreme being within, they would have emerged long ago. Led by Themidal Yuan Yingriel Melder, the group quickly arrived at the entrance of the Royal Mausoleum. Although Yue Qingying had stationed several Jin Dan realm guards at the mausoleum, they were in a match for Fielder. The Zizit Fielder stated, gazing at the forbidden formation before him, he knew thys was the entrance to the Royal Mausoleum. National teacher, open it, Li Xiao exclaimed with joy, not expecting the mission to progress so smoothly. Just a mere forbidden formation. Please wait a moment, Prince Fielder said, releasing his Yuaning soul from his stanchion, rushing towards the formation. Inside the mausoleum, Yichen's suspicions grew ventured deeper, the place was no 100 times larger than it was before he fell asleep. Moreover, from the condition of the tomes, this place likely existed for no less than 1,000 years. Yichen was utterly confused. Fortunately, despite size, the mausoleum was not complicated, and Yichen eventually found Thixit. Just then, the entire mausoleum trembled, and a light barrier appeared before Yichen's eyes, slowly dissipating. Soon, the light barrier vanished, and under the moonlight, Yichen stared in astonishment at the group that had emerged before him. When saw Yuan Yingsul in front of Fielder, his face turned pale. Yuaning. Li Xiao and his companions were equally surprised to find a living person within the mausoleum with a sneer. Li Xiao ordered, national teacher, kill him. Fielder wasam wathasitan. Dueto Yichen's eternal Robe of Divinity, he cold and sense Yichen's cultivation level. But with Li Xiao's order given, he no longer hesitate and approached Yichen. Seeing Thuan Grielm cultivator advancing towards him, Yichen's faciter ned pale and frozen place. However, as soon as Thildra approached Tichen, Heffelte terrifying Garalakan him, sending shivers down his spine. Im going to die, im really going to die. Fielders faciter ned pale, and the urid summoned die Zuan Yangsel. Buta suicide merged, Thessolio taute piercing scream, its body cracking as it fled back in Tathadanchen. Fielder spat out a mouth fuel off blood and flew backwards, his right arm the theta attacked Tichen exploding in the process. National teacher, what? Lizaya was stunned. Don't say anything, run, Fielder gritted his teeth, and with a flash of blood delight, had disappeared with Lizaya and Theothers. Yichen stood there, utterly confused, unaware of what had just transpired. Suddenly Yichen remembered Theskalaten since the and wonder if Semioftem still had residual consciousness. He turned and respectfully bowed towards the tomb chamber. Thank you, for your assistance. He have nothing to offer in return, but'll help to dupe your graves. Yichen temporarily abandoned the day of leaving, unsure of the current situation. He decided to Atahilolon aruntly willing, there Nura hadn't struck Tedagardum, returned, then he couldn't quite reboot what had happened. He had clearly told you willing to stay with him, so hi wash him of it here? Chapter 2:3000 years here. National Master, what shall we do? Li Xiao exclaimed anxiously, gazing at the feeble old man. The elder was, apart from his father, the strongest figure in the great Zhou dynasty, yet he had been so easily subdued. Quick, inform His Majesty, the National Master gasped, struggling for breath. Yes. Notify father, let him seek vengeance for you. A glint of malice flickered in Li Xiao's eyes as he retrieved a communication jade pendant from his bosom. Observing Li Xiao's demeanor, the National Master attempted to speak, but the severity of his injuries caused him to roll his eyes and faint. Son, what is the matter? A commanding voice soon resonated from the jade pendant. Father, save me. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Xiao shouted in desperation. What has transpired? Where is the National Master? Li Hun's tone suddenly turned icy. The National Master has been grievously injured. I am currently in the Great Yen Imperial City and dare not leave. Good, how audacious of you Qing Ying to play such tricks on me. Just wait, I shall come immediately. With a cold expression, Li Hun vanished into thin air from the Great Zhou dynasty. Li Xiao, filled with elation, eagerly awaited his father's arrival. The following day, in the Great Yen Palace, within the Zichen Hall, Yu Qingying sat majestically on the throne, quietly listening to the reports from the officials below. The army of Prince Ning has lost all trace. Numerous cultivators have gathered at Jiufeng Mountain on the border. 2 of the 5 great families of the Great Yen have already evacuated. As she absorbed this information, Yu Qingying's expression gradually soured. The Great Yen was now on the brink of turmoil. Their only hope lay with the Great Zhou dynasty. Report, Your Majesty, individuals from the Great Zhou dynasty are here. Suddenly, a nervous eunuch stumbled in, delivering the news. Please, Yu Qingying uttered indifferently. No need, this emperor fears the Empress may have set a trap, so I shall come forth to converse. A haunting voice echoed. All the ministers' expressions changed dramatically. This voice was unmistakably that of the Emperor of Great Zhou, Li Hun. Yu Qingying's expression shifted slightly. Why had Li Hun come? However, recognizing her current reliance on others, she refrained from maintaining her dignity and swiftly appeared above the Zichen Hall. Unaware of the Emperor's arrival, I have failed to welcome you properly, Yu Qingying addressed Li Hun. Upon seeing her, Li Hun couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of such a woman, yet, he quickly composed himself, waving his sleeve, and the gravely injured elder appeared before him. You, Great Yen, seek assistance from my Great Zhou. I kindly sent the National Master to negotiate, yet you dare to harm him. What is the meaning of this? Seeing the old man in critical condition, Yu Qingying's expression changed. What was Li Hun implying? She had never encountered this person before. You have never seen him, then tell me, within the borders of Great Yen, who possesses such capabilities? Li Hun questioned. This is an essence infant cultivator. In all of Great Yen, aside from the Empress, who else possesses such cultivation and skill? The incident occurred within the borders of Great Yen. I naturally bear responsibility. Please grant me time, and I shall provide the Emperor with a satisfactory explanation after my investigation. Investigation? No need for an investigation, son. Was it not the people of Great Yen who struck? Li Hun scoffed, summoning Li Xiao with Li Hun's support. Li Xiao felt emboldened. Father, yes, it was indeed a guard from the Great Yen Imperial Tomb. The Imperial Tomb? You dared to go to the Great Yen Imperial Tomb. Yu Qingying's eyes suddenly turned frigid, a murderous intent suffusing the AI. Li Xiao immediately felt a shiver run down his spine, an inexplicable fear rising within him. What of it? Is it forbidden for us to visit the Great Yen Imperial Tomb, the source of the eastern region? Li Hun waved his hand, deflecting Yu Qingying's imposing aura, smiling lightly. Thousands of years ago, the eastern region was a barren land, lacking in spiritual energy, and no one wished to come. However, the founder of the Great Yen dynasty rose from this desolate place, and since then, the eastern region has flourished. Ultimately, the source of spiritual energy in the eastern region is believed to be the Great Yen Imperial Tomb. Your words are somewhat unreasonable, Emperor. Yu Qingying replied coldly. What? Does Great Yen wish to go to war with me? If you do not hand over that person today, I shall personally pay a visit. Li Hun chuckled lightly, his tone placid. Yu Qingying's expression darkened, fury causing her to tremble as she glared at Li Hun. It seems you do not intend to lead us there, so I shall go myself. With that, Li Han chuckled coldly and headed straight for the imperial tomb. Yu Qingying hastily pursued after him. Your Majesty, along the way, the National Master gradually regained consciousness and looked at Li Han, mustering a breath to speak. Rest assured, National Master, this Emperor shall certainly seek justice for you today. Li Han assured, glancing at the elder with encouragement. Your Majesty, no, absolutely not, the National Master urgently interjected. He then recounted the events of the previous night to Li Han. With each detail Li Han heard, his expression grew graver. He turned to Li Xiao. Is what the National Master said true? Yes, father, but I believe that fellow's cultivation is rather mediocre. He is certainly not your match. Li Xiao scoffed, dismissing the threat, as Yi Chen appeared quite young. Foolish child. Li Han's figure abruptly halted as he delivered a resounding slap to Li Xiao's face. Father, what are you doing? Li Xiao exclaimed in disbelief, clutching his face. At that moment, Li Han's gaze fell upon the nearby imperial tomb, his expression darkening. He feared he had already been detected and that there was no turning back. Yu Qingying soon caught up, her expression grim as she regarded Li Han, her phoenix cry sword tightly gripped, her voice cold, Emperorly, if you insist on this course, do not blame me. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Li Han gently descend, cautiously approaching the imperial tomb, respectfully declaring, Li Han of the Great Zhou dynasty, accompanied by my rebellious son Li Xiao, has come to offer my apologies to the esteemed elder. Yu Qingying was taken aback, staring at Li Han in confusion. The next moment, a slender figure emerged from the tomb, holding a broom. It was Yi Chen. Why Yi Chen looked at Li Han from a distance, puzzled. Here was a man garbed in dragon robes, likely the ruler of a dynasty, yet why were they? Do you have business? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen finally spoke. Li Han regarded the remarkably youthful Yi Chen with suspicion. He glanced at the National Master, who nodded solemnly, taking a deep breath. Li Han raised his hand and slapped Li Xiao on the head. Rebellious son. Quickly kneel before the elder. Li Xiao wore a reluctant expression but ultimately complied and knelt. Ah, it is you. Upon seeing Li Xiao, Yi Chen realized this was the same person who had trespassed into the tomb the previous day. Rebellious son, ignorant of the consequences, interrupting the elder's meditation. I implore the esteemed elder to show mercy and spare this rebellious child, Li Han said respectfully. At that moment, Yu Qingying hovered in the air, regarding Yi Chen with suspicion. Who was this individual? Esteemed elder? Are you referring to me? Do they believe I was the one who acted last night? Forget it, a misunderstanding is merely that. I shall frighten them for now, and when Xiaoling returns, I will clarify what transpired. I have been in meditation for over 3,000 years. You think an apology suffices for disturbing my enlightenment? Yi Chen replied languidly. Li Han trembled in fear, yet, Yu Qingying's expression shifted dramatically. 3,000 years, 1,000 years ago, her ancestor had arrived here. Could he possibly be related to her ancestor? Chapter 3. You dare to deceive His Majesty. Li Han's complexion turned ashen. From Yi Chen's words, it was evident that this matter would not be easily brushed aside. Gritting his teeth, he declared, in order to express my sincere apologies, I am willing to fully support the Deyan imperial family. I shall return and wage war against Jiufeng Mountain. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingying felt an overwhelming joy within her heart. Currently, Deyan faced both internal strife and external threats, with Jiufeng Mountain being the most significant adversary. The strength of Jiufeng Mountain was formidable, rivaling that of the Zhou dynasty. If a war were to erupt between the two, it would likely take nearly a century for either side to recover. Li Han was indeed making a considerable sacrifice, yet, Yi Chen wore a puzzled expression. Deyan imperial family? What kind of power was that? What relevance did it hold for me? Noticing Yi Chen's silence, Li Han gritted his teeth once more and stated, additionally, I am willing to present a Yuaning fruit as a gift to the Empress of Deyan. After saying this, Li Han cast a pleading glance at Yu Qingying, who hovered above. The eastern region had been historically barren, although spiritual energy had surged in recent millennia. Treasures like the Yuaning fruit typically required thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years to mature. Thus, spiritual materials in the eastern region were exceedingly scarce, with even spiritual stone veins being significantly fewer than in other areas. Sensing Li Han's gaze, Yu Qingying found it amusing yet understood the desperation that could drive one to such lengths. She descended from the sky and addressed Yi Chen. Yu Qingying pays her respects to the esteemed elder. I was unaware that you were in seclusion at the Deyan imperial tomb in previous years. I have not had the pleasure of meeting you, please forgive my ignorance. Upon seeing the suddenly materialized Yu Qingying, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. How could such unparalleled beauty exist in this world? However, he quickly felt a jolt of fear. Another Yuaning, little Lingzi, where did you bring this from? Yet, Yi Chen maintained a facade of composure, waving his hand and saying, ignorance is no crime. It is fine, you may take your leave, do not disturb me further. Upon hearing this, Li Han felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, tears nearly streaming down his face as he expressed his gratitude profusely. He swore a soul oath to immediately declare war against Jiufeng Mountain upon his return, before hastily departing with his men. And you, why do you linger? Yi Chen asked, seeing that Yu Qingying had not left, his head aching at the thought of being discovered. Qingying wishes to invite the elder to the royal palace, Yu Qingying replied. Yi Chen was about to refuse but, feeling the intensity of Yu Qingying's gaze and her commanding presence, he found himself unable to voice his objection. Ultimately, he could only nod in reluctant agreement and proceeded to walk towards the Deyan royal palace. Yu Qingying was astonished but refrained from commenting, instead following him at a measured pace. Sensing the continuous flow of spiritual energy emanating from Yi Chen, she noted that there were no fluctuations in spiritual energy during his breaths, as if he were an ordinary person just beginning his cultivation journey. Yu Qingying couldn't help but marvel. Could it be that the elder has reached a state of returning to simplicity? Spiritual energy accompanies him, yet the internal spiritual power can be wielded freely. Is it necessary to sever the connection between the Yuaning and the spiritual energy of the outside world? Taking a deep breath, Yu Qingying began to attempt gathering her internal spiritual power into her Yuaning, effectively isolating it from the connection with the world's spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to her, the spiritual power began to circulate within her body, forming a complete cycle. The barrier of the early Yuaning stage quietly dissipated, allowing her to advance to the mid-Yuaning stage. With a thud, a muffled sound resonated from within Yu Qingying, and a whirlwind of dust and debris erupted around her. Yi Chen, walking ahead, was startled, fearing that Yu Qingying had discerned something and was about to attack him. However, he turned to see chaos ensuing behind him. Forget it, I do not know the way to the palace, you leave me there. Yi Chen halted, casting a peculiar glance at the Yu Qingying who followed behind. Yu Qingying paused, sensing Yi Chen's enigmatic gaze and seemingly understanding something. She replied, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance." Yi Chen? Soon, under Yu Qingying's guidance, the two arrived at the Dian royal palace. At this moment, the palace was heavily guarded, with many individuals gazing skyward, seemingly awaiting someone's return. "We welcome your majesty." The moment Yu Qingying's figure appeared, a chorus of respectful voices echoed throughout the palace. Yi Chen inwardly clicked his tongue. Indeed, the title of Empress was well-deserved. What a spectacle, TSK TSK TSK. Does the esteemed elder harbor any discontent? Yu Qingying, sensing Yi Chen's reaction, inquired. Damn, I made a sound. Cough, it is nothing, I am merely unaccustomed to such grand occasions. Yi Chen scratched his nose, fabricating an excuse. Indeed, the elder is a reclusive master, it is Qingying who has erred, Yu Qingying responded, disregarding the ministers and leading Yi Chen to the inner chambers. This chamber shall be bestowed upon the esteemed elder. There will be no disturbances, Yu Qingying declared, pushing open the door to the chamber and inviting Yi Chen inside. As soon as Yi Chen stepped through the threshold, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and upon surveying his surroundings, his expression turned peculiar. Is there something amiss? Noticing Yi Chen's odd demeanor, Yu Qingying began to scan the room, and her face flushed crimson. The bed was in disarray, and a few undergarments were carelessly draped near the bathing area. Observing this scene, Yu Qingying hurried to the bed, gathering the intimate garments and concealing them behind her. This was Yu Qingying's chamber. Since Yi Chen mentioned a dislike for overly noisy environments, she had brought him here. Aside from a few trusted confidants, none were permitted to approach this space. Seeing Yu Qingying's face flushed like a bashful maiden, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Who would have thought that the formidable Empress of Dian possessed such a side? Esteemed elder, enough, there is no need for such formalities. You may call me Yi Chen. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, pondering that it was likely he was the first person in history to be addressed as esteemed elder by one in the Yuaning stage. Then I shall call you sir. Yi sir, please rest here momentarily. Qingying will attend to matters in the court, Yu Qingying said, before hastily departing, her earlobes red as if they might bleed. Once Yu Qingying left, Yi Chen let out a long breath, his previously tense body finally relaxing. Were it not for the everlasting garb concealing his aura, he might have perished countless times already. Gazing at the steaming bath, Yi Chen confirmed that no one was around before shedding the everlasting garb and sinking into the water. An immediate wave of comfort washed over him. Does Yi sir have any commands? A soft voice suddenly inquired. Without a second thought, Yi Chen replied, I would like a foot massage. What does foot massage entail? I hope you may clarify, sir. You are new here and do not know what a foot massage is. Do you dare to challenge me? Yi Chen turned around to see a girl clad in blue standing beside him, her autumn-like eyes fixed intently upon him. He had been so absorbed in the pleasure of the bath that he hadn't noticed her entrance. Who are you? Yi Chen hastily asked. Replying to sir, I am Qing'er, sent by Her Majesty to attend to you, the girl replied, looking at Yi Chen. I see, then please fetch my clothes, Yi Chen sighed in relief, gesturing towards the everlasting garb. Certainly, Qing'er smiled and turned to comply. Just as Yi Chen intended to rise, a flash of light appeared as Qing'er brandished a sword, her expression shifting from warmth to cold indifference. How dare you, a mere Qi refinement cultivator dares to deceive Her Majesty? Chapter 4 is so inexpensive? Well, what's the point? Why resort to violence when we can converse amicably? Yi Chen forced a smile, feeling awkward. Go to hell. Qing'er disregarded Yi Chen and swung her sword towards him. Why life is forfeit? Yi Chen lamented inwardly, yet he failed to notice a purple mark emerging on his skin. Stop, Qing'er, what are you doing? Suddenly, a stern voice rang out. The sword halted just before making contact with Yi Chen, and Qing'er turned to see Yu Qingying, her face filled with astonishment. Qing'er had only recently attained the golden core stage, and her perception was not particularly keen. However, Yu Qingying sensed the suffocating pressure and the fleeting purple mark on Yi Chen's body. Seeing Qing'er cease her attack, Yi Chen hurriedly donned the eternal robe to conceal his Qi cultivation level. Just as Yi Chen intended to explain himself, Qing'er interrupted. Your Majesty, this person is nothing but a fraud. He is merely at the Qi refinement stage. Silence, Yu Qingying admonished Qing'er, then turned to Yi Chen and said, Mr. Yi, Qing'er has grown up alongside me and can be rather impulsive. I hope you can forgive her. Your Majesty, Qinger still wanted to say something, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Yi Qingying. It's nothing, really. She's just a young girl. I can understand. Why Yi Chen quickly responded upon seeing Yi Chen's lack of resentment. Yi Qingying sighed in relief. Qinger, henceforth you must treat Emperor.Ye with respect, attend to him diligently. No need, no need, I am accustomed to being alone. Once Yi Chen finished speaking, he offered Qinger a warm smile. Understanding her mistake, Qinger declared that she would properly attend to Mr. Yi from now on. Upon seeing Yi Chen's smile, Qinger's demeanor shifted abruptly, as she looked at him with a pitiful gaze, yet, her hand remained poised on the sword's hilt. Emperor.Ye, just let it be. Feeling the threat in Qinger's gaze, Yi Chen could only nod helplessly. If this madwoman were to strike him, who would he turn to for justice? Seeing Yi Chen acquiesce, Yi Qingying breathed a sigh of relief. The reason she assigned Qinger to Yi Chen was to hope that he could offer her guidance. She never anticipated that Qinger would suddenly attack him. Had it been a few seconds longer, Qinger might have met her demise. After exchanging a few more words, Yi Qingying departed for the heart-nurturing palace to handle the memorials. Since your Majesty trusts you, I shall spare your life for the time being, but should I discover you plotting against the Emperor? After Yi Qingying left, Qinger fixed a cold gaze upon Yi Chen and warned him, rest assured, I would never do such a thing. Yi Chen assured repeatedly. Observing Yi Chen's demeanor, Qinger felt even more disdainful, pondering how the Emperor had fallen under his spell. She was determined to find an opportunity to reveal his true nature to the Emperor. Yi Chen sighed and contemplated making a discreet escape. Stop. What are you planning to do? Well, I just wanted to take a stroll. Fine, I will accompany you. Do not think you can run away. I have an urgent matter. You can't possibly follow me. Nonsense. I've seen far worse. You are not going anywhere. As dusk descended, Yi Qingying sat in the heart-nurturing palace, reviewing memorials, her frown deepening with each page. After Li Han returned, he would declare war on Jiufeng Mountain. While external threats could be momentarily alleviated, the pressing concern lay within. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, and the figure of the National Master of Dian appeared in the heart-nurturing palace. National Master, have you made any progress? Without lifting her head, Yi Qingying inquired. Your Majesty's suspicions were indeed correct. The Prime Minister is in collusion with Prince Ning. The prince's subordinates disguised themselves as participants in the Merchant Alliance meeting and infiltrated the Prime Minister's residence. It seems they are merely awaiting the upheaval at Jiufeng Mountain to incite rebellion. These treacherous scoundrels, I have been too lenient with them of late. Yi Qingying scoffed, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Your Majesty, what do you propose we do? Let us observe the situation. The matter with Jiufeng Mountain has been resolved. Should they rear their heads again, I shall slay them. Yi Qingying closed the memorial and snorted. By the way, National Master, there is an unparalleled master in the royal tomb, whom I have summoned back to the palace. Perhaps you could seek his assistance. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, but my issues are not something just anyone can resolve. The National Master smiled bitterly, slowly lifting his head to reveal half of a breathtaking visage, rivaling even Yi Qingying. Unfortunately, the other half of his face was marred by grotesque scars. Upon closer inspection, dark energy swirled within the wounds, tearing at the flesh. Witnessing the despair in the National Master's eyes, Yi Qingying could only sigh softly. Perhaps next time, I shall inquire of Mr. Yi. The following day, Yi Chen, sporting dark circles under his eyes, found himself face to face with Qinger, who equally bore panda-like eyes. Yi Chen feared that Qinger might strike him while he slept. Conversely, Qinger was apprehensive that Yi Chen would venture out and engage in mischief while she dozed. Thus, the two exchanged glances, locked in a silent standoff throughout the night. It was not until the sound of a bell rang out that they snapped back to reality, gazing at the sun rising outside. Today seems to be the Merchant Alliance meeting, Qinger murmured, her small face alight with anticipation. Merchant Alliance meeting? It's none of your concern. Why are you prying? Come here. Qinger impatiently gestured for Yi Chen to follow. Yi Chen could only chuckle ruefully and comply. Under Qinger's guidance, the two exited the royal palace. Although dawn had just broken, the Dian imperial city was already bustling with activity. A sea of people could be described without exaggeration. Every face radiated joy, a clear indication of their high happiness quotient. Qinger, now brimming with excitement, tugged Yi Chen into the crowd, reveling in the festivities. Along the way, Yi Chen soon grasped the significance of the Merchant Alliance meeting. It was akin to a commodity exchange fair from his past life, established by Yi Qingying to stimulate economic circulation within the Dian Empire. On this day, internal merchant associations, as well as external powers, would converge upon the imperial city for trade. During the Merchant Alliance meeting, taxes would not be collected. Before long, Qinger led Yi Chen to a place called the Tianqing Society. She brandished a waste token, waved it, and ushered Yi Chen inside. Look at you, merely at the Qi refinement stage. Today, I shall show you the world. Qinger brought Yi Chen to a secluded corner and seated herself. Is this a bidding event? Yi Chen surveyed the surroundings and spoke. Indeed, the Tianqing Society holds an auction every 5 days, but today is different from usual. The items up for bid are intended for cultivators, and transactions are only conducted using spirit stones. Qinger nodded, her gaze fixated on the stage. Unbeknownst to her, she had released Yi Chen's hand without realizing it. Observing Qinger so engrossed, Yi Chen contemplated making a discreet exit, but reconsidered. Should Qinger notice and call out, he would be doomed. A voice rang out from the stage. Low-grade Shin level cultivation technique, Azure Blue decision, starting bid, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen was taken aback. Low-grade Shin level, 2,000, so cheap, and yet, no one had placed a bid. He recalled that when he first traversed into this realm, the owner of this body, despite being merely an outer sect disciple, could claim 10 mid-grade spirit stones a month. Not to mention, he could also acquire spirit stones through tasks such as cleaning the sect. Now, the mid-grade spirit stones in Yi Chen's storage ring likely numbered in the thousands, which would convert to over 1 million low-grade spirit stones. However, while the price was enticing, it held no value for Yi Chen, as he was currently cultivating the Hongmeng transformation technique. Qinger also seemed disinterested, appearing to await something. After several items had been auctioned, Qinger's body tensed as a bloodstained stone appeared on the stage. The unknown type of bloodstone began with a starting bid of 1,000 spirit stones. Chapter 5, Is this all? As the voice fell, many cultivators scoffed. In the eastern region, spirit stone mines are scarce, and the value of spirit stones here far surpasses that of other territories. To venture into other regions, one must traverse the Demon Sea, a perilous expanse where even an out-of-body stage cultivator might not ensure safe passage. To exchange 1,000 spirit stones for an unknown bloodstone? One would have to be utterly deranged, even if this bloodstone might harbor some ancient bloodline, who would dare to gamble on such a minuscule probability. Even Yi Chen shook his head. Such a fortuitous opportunity was rarer than winning a lottery from a penguin's antics. I bid 1,000. During Yi Chen's contemplation, Qinger raised her paddle. After speaking, she stood up, exuding the aura of a golden core cultivator as she surveyed the assembly with an air of determination. 100, a soft voice emerged, and a delicate-looking man rose to mock Qinger with a smirk. Wang Yu. Qinger glared at him through gritted teeth. Wang Yu was the eldest scion of the Wang family, one of the last three great clans of the Great Yan dynasty. In terms of wealth, he was not inferior to the imperial family itself. What, Miss Qinger cannot afford the bid? Wang Yu said with a nonchalant smile. The Wang family had always supported the prime minister's faction, which had been at odds with the Great Yan imperial family, and Qinger served as the personal maid of the Empress, leading to a long-standing enmity between them. 200. Qinger bit her lip and spoke. The 200 low-grade spirit stones represented her entire fortune. As the Empress's personal maid, she possessed considerable talent and had received a fair number of spirit stones from the royal family. However, after years of cultivation expenses, she had managed to save only this much. 2,000. Wang Yu replied indifferently. His bid elicited gasps from the crowd. 2,000 spirit stones could have purchased the earlier profound-level cultivation technique, yet this young lord was merely using it to provoke. Truly, the Wang family lived up to its reputation. Qinger's face turned pale with rage, yet she could only grit her teeth and sit down, as her resources paled in comparison to his. Ha, the Empress's personal maid, and this is all? If you lack spirit stones, don't come to the auction and embarrass yourself. Wang Yu mocked upon seeing her seated. Qinger seated, wishing she could strike him down with a single sword, but this was the Tianqing Association, and she could not act recklessly. Instead, she grasped Yi Chen's hand. Let us leave. Leave, where to? This guy is insufferable. Even Yi Chen felt the urge to confront him. I bid 3,000. Yi Chen abruptly released Qinger's hand and declared. Who do you think you are? This is the Tianqing Association. If you cannot pay, even this maid cannot save you. Wang Yu sneered. None of your business, either raise your bid or scram. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. Though Wang Yu was the scion of a noble family, his cultivation was only at the mid-foundation stage. With Qinger by his side, he had no reason to fear this arrogant fool. Qinger was a bona fide golden core cultivator. Seeing this scene brought Qinger a sense of relief. She said nothing, knowing that she could always pawn the Qingfeng sword later. She would return it once her sister came back from the border. 4,000. 8,000. 8,500. 10,000, 10,000 spirit stones. As the words left his lips, the entire venue erupted in a commotion. Since the inception of the Tianqing auction, the highest recorded transaction had been merely 9,500 spirit stones, and now it had been shattered. 10,000 spirit stones for a bloodstone? Have you lost your mind? Who is this person? Could he be from one of the other two great clans? I don't recognize him. He doesn't seem to belong to the other two clans. Could it be that a new family has emerged in the Great Yan? Wang Yu's face trembled with rage. Even as a noble scion, 10,000 spirit stones was no trivial sum. It would be bearable if it were for a cultivation technique, but for a mere bloodstone, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions upon returning home. 10,000 spirit stones for a bloodstone, you truly are extravagant. Wang Yu's expression turned frigid, his tone laced with malice. Ha, a noble scion, and this is all? If you lack spirit stones, don't come here to disgrace yourself. Yi Chen retorted with a sarcastic tone. Qinger could not help but smile and give Yi Chen a thumbs up. It was quite satisfying. However, she soon recalled something and retracted her gesture. This guy is nothing but a fraud. In the end, she would likely have to cover the shortfall. What a charade! Yi Chen felt a chill rising within him as he caught a glimpse of Qinger's eyes filled with murderous intent. He wondered what he had done to provoke this lady. Ha, I am not foolish enough to spend 10,000 on a worthless stone. You all win. Wang Yu sneered. Laughter erupted throughout the auction hall. Indeed, to possess 10,000 spirit stones was impressive, but spending such an amount on a mere stone would be sheer folly. What a foolish rich man! The people of the Tianqing Association must be overjoyed at this moment. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Qinger's expression darkened. It was all this guy's fault for acting so pretentiously. Soon, the Tianqing Association staff approached Yi Chen with the bloodstone in hand, and guards gathered around him. Normally, the transaction would take place backstage after the auction concluded, but it was evident that the Tianqing Association did not wish for this fool to escape. Seeing this scene, Qinger turned pale. In this situation, pawning the Qingfeng sword would undoubtedly be even more humiliating. Wang Yu's gaze shifted in their direction, a smile plastered across his face, as he highly doubted Qinger could produce 10,000 spirit stones. Feeling the eyes of the crowd upon him and glancing at the embarrassed Qinger, Yi Chen smiled faintly, flipped his palm, and 10 medium-grade spirit stones appeared in his grasp, which he tossed to the Tianqing staff. They quickly accepted the stones, handling them with utmost care. He truly has them, the crowd collectively gasped. Moreover, it was not 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, but 10 medium-grade ones. This signified that the young man likely had access to a mine capable of producing medium-grade spirit stones. While it was evident he possessed wealth, he was also truly a naive rich man. Yi Chen ignored the murmurs around him, taking the spirit stones and handing them to Qinger. Only then did Qinger snap out of her daze, hurriedly accepting the bloodstone. For a moment, it felt as if the bloodstone burned in her hands. After all, this was equivalent to 10,000 spirit stones. Are you out of your mind? Spending 10,000 spirit stones on a bloodstone? Hey, are you being reasonable? This is something you wanted me to buy. Yi Chen replied, exasperated. I don't care, anyway, this stone is yours. You're the one who wanted to be the fool, not the royal family. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. This girl truly had the Empress's interests at heart. However, he soon smiled faintly, reassuring her, don't worry, you won. Lose out this bloodstone is likely extraordinary. In Yi Chen's eyes, a glimmer of purple light flickered, and within his vision, a phoenix silhouette danced upon the surface of the bloodstone. Chapter 6, Is the act of deception this ruthless? TCH, what do you know about it, you mere cultivator? Qinger glanced at Yi Chen and swiftly stowed away the bloodstone. Why don't you just take a look for yourself? As she observed Qinger's actions, Yi Chen spoke up. The method to activate the bloodstone is rather straightforward. One merely needs to place a drop of blood upon it, causing the outer shell to shed and reveal its core. At that moment, whatever secrets are concealed within the bloodstone will be laid bare. This is prepared for His Majesty. I hope it proves useful, she continued, but abruptly halted mid-sentence, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Chen. Oh, that explains it, Yi Chen thought, though he was eager to ascertain whether he had merely imagined things. However, since Qinger had said as much, he refrained from pressing further. After all, the bloodstone resembles a spiritual treasure, and its latent bloodline power recognizes only the blood of the one who activates it. Now that we have obtained what we sought, let us depart, Yi Chen yawned. Qinger nodded, eager to return to the palace and present the bloodstone to Yu Qingying, hence she had no desire to linger. Wang Yu coldly observed the retreating figures of the two, nodding to the steward beside him. The steward understood immediately and followed suit, only to notice that several individuals had discreetly trailed behind him. Heh, it seems I need not intervene, the steward scoffed. With a mere flick of his wrist, 10 mid-grade spiritual stones appeared, sufficient to make many disregard the risks of offending the Deyin royal family. At worst, they could abscond far away from the Deyin dynasty after securing their gains. We're being followed. Just after departing from the Tianqing Association, Qinger's eyes turned icy as she spoke. Ha! How many? Are they formidable? You must protect me. Yi Chen exclaimed, a jolt of anxiety coursing through him as he scanned his surroundings. Fear not, just a few late-stage Foundation establishment weaklings. I can dispatch them all single-handedly. Follow me. Qinger sneered, leading Yi Chen toward a less populated area. Are you certain? This is no jest, Yi Chen cautioned, his apprehension growing as the crowd thinned. Come forth, hiding in the shadows, Qinger commanded, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Instantly, a series of piercing winds echoed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 figures emerged before them, each emanating a potent aura. These were unmistakably 5 late-stage Foundation establishment experts. 5 of them, do you feel confident? Yi Chen suppressed the urge to flee, tugging at Qinger's sleeve. Qinger scoffed, her Qingfeng sword materializing in her hand. Without further ado, she charged forward, her aura of early-stage golden core cultivation unmistakable. The 5 men, realizing they were outmatched, hastily retreated. Yet, Qinger would not allow them to escape so easily. She pursued them relentlessly. After a considerable distance, the 5 exchanged glances and nodded, quickly forming hand seals. 5 dark red beams of light manifested from the air, ensnaring Qinger within. Blood Slaughter Formation. You are from the Blood Slaughter Gang. Qinger's expression darkened as she beheld the crimson barrier surrounding her. The Blood Slaughter Gang was notoriously infamous within the Deyin dynasty, led by 6 individuals, their leader a mid-stage golden core powerhouse. If they were indeed the culprits, trouble was imminent. Wait, why are there only 5 of you? Where is your leader? Qinger's countenance shifted abruptly. The 5 men exchanged sinister smiles, choosing not to respond. This is bad. Yi Chen. Qinger suddenly realized something, striking the barrier with her sword. Yi Chen watched as Qinger chased after the figures until they vanished from his sight. He chuckled to himself, contemplating a hasty retreat. Remaining within the Deyin royal palace was perilous. Given the bustling activity due to the Merchant Alliance, it would be no simple task to locate him. However, as he turned, he was met by a shadowy, aged visage, accompanied by a sinister chuckle. Whoa! You startled me. Yi Chen stumbled back a few steps, relieved to find no spiritual energy emanating from the old man. He intended to ignore the old man and leave Dai in the alleyway. The steward of the Wang residence took a deep breath as he observed Yi Chen and the old man. While Yi Chen was a stranger to him, he recognized the old man as Blood Butcher, the leader of the Blood Slaughter Gang, a mid-stage golden core cultivator. In earlier years, this steward had dealt with him extensively for the sake of the Wang family's business. He had initially hoped to glean some advantage from the old man's hidden treasures, but it appeared that opportunity had vanished. With a cold smile, Blood Butcher observed Yi Chen's impatient demeanor, swiftly appearing behind him to strike at his neck, his spiritual energy swirling without any intention of holding back. He was not one to take lightly. Rather than risk a prolonged engagement, seizing Yi Chen's spatial ring was his most straightforward objective. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated, accompanied by a pained cry echoing throughout the alley. The steward froze, looking up in shock, trembling as cold sweat broke out over his body. Before him, Yi Chen stood in astonishment, while Blood Butcher was missing an arm, blood gushing from the grievous wound, an alarming sight. What just happened? That is Blood Butcher. Yi Chen thought, incredulous. Goodness, is the world of cultivation truly this ruthless? He felt utterly helpless. Moments earlier, he had merely sensed a brush against his neck, and now this chaos unfolded. You, Blood Butcher gazed at Yi Chen in terror, a wave of excruciating pain surging through him as he staggered back, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. In that fleeting moment of contact, he had glimpsed the violet glow flashing across Yi Chen's body and instinctively moderated his strength. Otherwise, losing merely an arm would have been the least of his worries. Hey, old man, come here and bear witness, I did not lay a hand on him. Do not attempt to frame me. Yi Chen raised his head, locking eyes with the steward of the Wang residence. Instantly, the steward froze, realizing he could no longer sense Yi Chen's aura. Either he possessed a treasure akin to Blood Butcher's that concealed his energy, or his strength far surpassed his own. Given Blood Butcher's current state, it was undoubtedly the latter. Did I seriously intend to lay a trap for someone at the nascent soul stage? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Yi Chen's expression darkened. He sensed the powerful spiritual energy radiating from the steward early-stage golden core. Are you two in cahoots? The weak one lures me in while the strong one observes from the shadows. How cunning. No wonder you've acted so ruthlessly. Restoring a mere mortal's arm should be child's play for a golden core cultivator. You have some audacity. A furious voice suddenly rang out, and Qing'er descended from above, her Qingfeng sword stained with blood, her aura in disarray. Upon seeing Qing'er, Yi Chen nearly wept with joy. Her arrival was impeccably timed. Were it not for the fear of being struck by her sword, he might have rushed to kiss her. He then shot a fierce glare at Wan Fu. His protector had arrived. Wan Fu pays respects to Miss Qing'er. Upon sensing Yi Chen's gaze, Wan Fu gritted his teeth and knelt low to the ground. While he felt he could contend with a Qing'er wielding the Qingfeng sword, how could he possibly face one who had silently incapacitated Blood Butcher? Qing'er, save me, these two old rascals are no good. They are in league with each other. Without waiting for Wan Fu to explain, Yi Chen cried out. Oh, it seems the Wang family has connections with the Blood Slaughter Gang. Qing'er's eyes narrowed, her tone laced with intrigue. Wan Fu felt a wave of dread wash over him. This was a colossal accusation. Chapter 7I. Truly a waste. The Blood Slaughter Gang is far from being a benevolent entity. They are notorious throughout the Eastern Domain, and their targets extend beyond merely the people of the Great Yan Dynasty. Should others perceive a collusion between the Wang family and the Blood Slaughter Gang, it would not only incite the wrath of the Great Yan Dynasty but could also render them adversaries to the entire Eastern Domain. Although the Wang family is a prominent clan within the Great Yan Dynasty, in the broader Eastern Domain, they are merely a second-rate power. They lack the capability to confront the myriad enemies that the Blood Slaughter Gang has amassed over the years. Wan Fu, feeling anxious, hastily attempted to explain. What do you mean by that? Do you dare to claim that you are not in league with them? Yi Chen scoffed, his confidence unwavering, having encountered such extortion tactics numerous times. Feeling the weight of Yi Chen's gaze, Wan Fu instantly fell silent, the explanation he had on the tip of his tongue swallowed back down. He dared not oppose Yi Chen, for Yi Chen was capable of dispatching the Blood Butcher in an instant. His own cultivation level was insufficient to withstand even a single strike. Very well, I shall report this matter to His Majesty without embellishment. Qing'er remarked with a cold laugh, seizing the unconscious Blood Butcher and turning to leave with Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen was puzzled as to why such a trivial matter needed to be reported to the Empress, he refrained from inquiring further. Wan Fu, watching their retreating figures, understood that the die had been cast and could only return to report with a bitter smile. The two swiftly arrived at the Imperial Palace, where Qing'er casually handed the Blood Butcher over to a personal guard for confinement before returning to Yi Chen's quarters. Upon entering the chamber, Yi Chen grinned broadly, intending to ingratiate himself. However, as he approached Qing'er, he noticed her pallid complexion, her entire body trembling. What is wrong with you? Yi Chen inquired urgently, but in the next moment, Qing'er collapsed into his arms, her breath faltering, resembling a mere mortal, even the Qingfeng sword slipping from her grasp. Yi Chen hurriedly laid her upon the bed, his expression complex. Undoubtedly, this was the perfect opportunity to extricate himself from Qing'er in the Great Yan Palace, yet, he was acutely aware that her current state was likely a consequence of her using a forbidden technique to eliminate those 5 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators to protect him. To take advantage of her weakness and flee would be utterly despicable. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen resolved to remain by her side. He removed the eternal garment and draped it over her, seating himself nearby. Unsure how to assist Qing'er, he recognized that spiritual energy was essential for cultivators. The eternal garment's ability to autonomously absorb spiritual energy would certainly benefit Qing'er more than it would harm her. Indeed, after donning the eternal garment, Qing'er's complexion improved significantly. With a sigh of relief, Yi Chen settled into a meditative posture. Ultimately, it came down to his own strength. Focusing inward, he discovered a purple light within his dantian and began to circulate it according to the instructions of the Hongmeng transformation technique. According to the memories of the body's original owner, cultivators place great importance on their spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are classified into various tiers, which can be seen as the affinity for spiritual energy. The highest quality spiritual roots can integrate up to 90% of the absorbed spiritual energy into their being, transforming it into their own spiritual power. Conversely, the lowest quality roots may assimilate only 10% or even less, referred to as mixed spiritual roots. There are also mutated spiritual roots capable of altering spiritual energy into different forms, such as fire or lightning energy, which are considered to be higher-level powers. The original owner of this body was someone with connections, who was accepted into the hidden god sect without undergoing a spiritual root assessment, with his chi cultivation forcibly instilled. Since crossing over, Yi Chen had not dedicated himself to proper training and was unaware of his spiritual root quality. Now, with the system having vanished, he could only rely on hard work. However, after several weeks, he noticed no growth in the purple light and had not absorbed even a trace of spiritual power. Could it be that I am truly a waste? Yi Chen opened his eyes with a bitter smile, feeling as though the spiritual energy was repelling him, avoiding him entirely. No wonder the eternal garment offered him no progress in cultivation. After all, I have traversed realms once. I cannot truly become a person incapable of cultivation. No, I must try again. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chen entered meditation once more. Meanwhile, within the Wang residence, Wanfu was kneeling in the hall before a stern-looking middle-aged man, Wang Tong, the current head of the Wang family. Are you saying that the young man beside that maidservant is a suspected nascent soul cultivator? Wang Tang regarded Wanfu with a cold smile. Indeed, master, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Blood Butcher inexplicably lost an arm. Wanfu trembled at the memory of that bizarre scene. You fool, this is clearly a performance staged by that maid. How could you not see through it? Wang Tong berated. A young man as a nascent soul? Think about it, how could that be possible? Even if he had been cultivating since birth, could he reach nascent soul? It was undoubtedly the maid's doing, or someone else's, to intimidate you and link our Wang family to the blood slaughter gang. And you were genuinely frightened. You, of all people, should possess better discernment. Wang Tang's face was filled with ire. Wanfu's expression shifted as he contemplated the situation. After Qing'er's arrival, Yi Chen's demeanor hardly resembled that of a great cultivator, merely a pretty face. I am guilty. I am guilty. Wanfu exclaimed in shame, repeatedly admitting his fault. You have grown more cautious in your old age, failing to perceive such matters. Go and accept your punishment. Wang Tang waved his hand dismissively. Despite Wanfu being a golden core cultivator and a formidable asset, Wang Tang could not afford to treat him too harshly. After Wanfu departed, Wang Tang's expression grew grave. Today's events indicated that Yu Qingying intended to target the Wang family. Summon the Prime Minister to discuss urgent matters. Unbeknownst to them, a night had passed, and Yi Chen, awakening with a wry smile, realized he was indeed a waste. He glanced at Qing'er, who lay sprawled on the bed, her form exposed to the light, yet, Yi Chen had no desire to admire the view and turned his gaze to the window. As the morning sun rose, he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him, slowly closing his eyes to bask in the sunlight. At this moment, Yu Qingying and the National Master exited the Yangxin Hall, slightly fatigued after a night of deliberation regarding the forthcoming cabinet meeting. National Master, what do you think about this matter? As she spoke, Yu Qingying felt the surrounding spiritual energy begin to stir violently. The National Master sensed something amiss as well, his expression shifting dramatically. The two exchanged a glance before taking to the air. They beheld a pale purple aura gathering in the sky, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to scatter in all directions upon contact with the purple mist, creating chaos. Your Majesty, the direction of that purple aura seems to be heading towards your chambers, the National Master stated gravely. Chapter 8 The Unheard Purple Spiritual Energy. It appears that the Elder has been cultivating, Moon Qingying remarked. This purple spiritual energy is truly unprecedented. At this moment, even before reaching the palace, both felt an overwhelming sense of dread descend upon them. It was unfathomable to imagine the situation within the palace at that moment. Elder, is it the one mentioned by His Majesty, the one in the royal tomb? The National Master inquired, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, National Master, I believe the Elder will have a solution, Moon Qingying reiterated. The National Master paused briefly, then nodded, saying, once this matter is resolved, I will make my way there. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned and departed. After a moment of contemplation, Moon Qingying descended from the air and proceeded toward the palace. Inside the palace, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to a newborn nestled in its mother's embrace. However, this sensation faded rather quickly. After a while, Yi Chen opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He couldn't shake the feeling that something within him had changed. Suddenly, a soft murmur broke the silence as Qing'er slowly sat up from the bed. Rubbing her eyes, she approached Yi Chen, casually loosening her belt as she walked. What are you doing? Yi Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively clutched his chest and retreated. Qing'er paused, her gaze fixed on Yi Chen, a look of disbelief crossing her face. Who dares intrude upon my quarters? She exclaimed, drawing her sword and charging at him. Lady, are you even reasonable? This is my room. Yi Chen shouted in alarm as he fled. At this, Qing'er halted, glancing around as if recalling something. Her face flushed red, and she hurriedly fastened her belt. In her semi-conscious state, she had mistakenly thought she was in her own room and instinctively sought relief upon waking. Seeing Qing'er cease her advance, Yi Chen seized the opportunity to don his eternal garment, casting a reproachful glance in her direction. Had he not escaped swiftly, he would surely have been unable to evade her strike. What are you staring at? Who told you not to escort me back to my room? Qing'er retorted, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Yi Chen opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by the entrance of Moon Qingying, followed closely by a number of personal guards rushing toward them, causing his complexion to pale. It's over. Have I been exposed? Your Majesty, we sensed fluctuations in the spiritual energy and came to investigate, the foremost guard reported, kneeling before them. Upon realizing they were not there to apprehend him, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. However, fluctuations in spiritual energy, how was he unaware of this? It's nothing, you may withdraw. Moon Qingying waved her hand dismissively, then turned to Qinger, exclaiming in delight, Qinger, you have broken through. Qinger was momentarily stunned, then her expression transformed into one of uncontainable joy. She had indeed reached the mid-stage of the golden core. Yi Chen, however, wore a helpless expression, lamenting silently that someone could achieve a breakthrough without his awareness. What a waste, no wonder there were fluctuations in spiritual energy. Thank you, sir, for your guidance towards Qinger, Moon Qingying said earnestly, bowing slightly to Yi Chen in gratitude. Yi Chen was taken aback, wondering how this was his doing. Your Majesty, what does this have to do with him? It was my fierce battle yesterday that led to my breakthrough. Qinger interjected, her face clouded with discontent. Yesterday's fierce battle? Moon Qingying's expression turned peculiar. Qinger then recounted the events following her departure from the Tianqing Association, and upon learning that Xue Tu had been captured and was now imprisoned, Moon Qingying inhaled deeply and bowed once more to Yi Chen. She knew full well Qinger's capabilities and recognized that she could not possibly have bested Xue Tu alone. Yi Chen must have intervened. Your Majesty, it was my achievement, why are you thanking him? Qinger protested, looking quite aggrieved. Yi Chen hastily waved his hands, insisting that he had no connection to the events of the previous day, and he was completely unaware of who Xue Tu was. He assumed the troublesome duo had already made their way to the palace, having likely caused disturbances for many. However, upon reflection, it made sense, a golden core level troublemaker would indeed attract royal attention. Qinger, do not speak nonsense. Moon Qingying scolded her gently. She felt a surge of emotion, realizing that bringing Qinger to Yi Chen had indeed been a fortuitous decision. In just a day, she had made a breakthrough. Feeling the weight of Qinger's resentful gaze upon him, Yi Chen could only offer a sheepish grin after a prolonged silence, before diverting the conversation. By the way, you haven't presented the bloodstone to His Majesty yet. Only then did Qinger snap back to reality, hurriedly retrieving the bloodstone and presenting it to Moon Qingying. Your Majesty, this is the bloodstone we purchased at the Tianqing Association yesterday. You must give it a try. Moon Qingying took the bloodstone, her expression shifting to one of intrigue. I heard that someone spent 10,000 spirit stones on a bloodstone yesterday. It was you too, wasn't it? No wonder they had caught Xue Tu's attention. What nonsense! Those spirit stones were meant for your cultivation. Moon Qingying chided, though her eyes betrayed her gratitude, having seldom encountered sincerity among those around her since her ascension to the throne. Qinger's face flushed as she glanced at Yi Chen, about to explain, but he interjected, Qinger has been utterly sincere in her intentions, you should certainly give it a try. He shot her a glance, silently conveying that the credit was all hers, and she ought to treat him well in the future. Moon Qingying affectionately ruffled Qinger's hair. From the moment of her birth, a trace of the ancient phoenix's bloodline had resided within her, bestowing her with unparalleled talent, yet also subjecting her to relentless torment. Every so often, the phoenix bloodline would stir, inducing a pain that was beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals, and at times, it would even seize control of her consciousness. During such episodes, the most effective remedy was to suppress it with another bloodline, yet it was no simple feat to subdue the ancient phoenix bloodline, it merely alleviated the suffering. After contemplating for a moment, Moon Qingying tucked the bloodstone away, for her visit today was for another purpose. Sir, tomorrow the Great Yan Dynasty will hold a grand ceremony to honor the heavens. Qingying has come to invite you to attend, she said earnestly. Yi Chen, taken aback, dared not refuse and could only nod in agreement. However, Qinger's expression shifted uneasily. Your Majesty, are you truly going to hold the grand ceremony? The ceremony to honor the heavens was a tradition of the Great Yan Dynasty. It was held whenever there were wars or when many lives were at stake. The last ceremony had occurred a century ago during the conflict between the Great Yan Dynasty and Mount Jiufeng, resulting in the deaths of over 100,000 people. Indeed, it is time to deal with those individuals. Qinger, you should also prepare diligently, Moon Qingying replied with a gentle smile, bowing to Yi Chen before turning to leave. Yi Chen regarded Qinger, whose expression was a whirlwind of emotions, perplexed as to why the royal ceremony was such a significant affair. News of the grand ceremony swiftly spread to all the states and major feudal lords, thanks to the national master's proclamations. This also included the current prime minister, Lin Zhentian. At this moment, Lin Zhentian held the ceremonial documents in his hand and let out a cold laugh, conjuring a surge of spiritual energy that shattered the papers into fragments. Summon the Ning Wang and the Wang family. The grand ceremony will commence tomorrow. Moon Qingying, you are still too naive to contend with me. Chapter 9. Unable to conceal from the elders, a night passed quietly. Qinger rose early and dragged Yi Chen to the ascending heaven platform. Yi Chen, on the other hand, sat drowsily beside her, yawning incessantly. Before long, shadows began to gather on the platform, as numerous individuals arrived, some having traveled overnight from foreign lands. After all, the Great Yan Dynasty had abruptly announced a celestial sacrifice, and they were eager to discern whom it might concern to make necessary adjustments. In the next moment, the previously tranquil crowd erupted into a cacophony, and Yi Chen turned his gaze to the source of the commotion, only to see a strikingly graceful woman advancing through the throng. Clad in resplendent crimson battle armor and carrying a long spear on her back, her expression was serene, yet an overwhelming aura of lethal intent radiated from her. Sister! Qinger suddenly exclaimed, handing her broom to Yi Chen. I'll be right back. Tidy up this place. Yi Chen's lips twitched in dismay, yet he dared not protest and immediately began sweeping, watching helplessly as Qing'er rushed into the embrace of the woman. From the murmurs around him, Yi Chen learned that this woman was none other than the war god of the Great Yan dynasty, General Yan Hongshuang, a cultivator at the late Golden Core stage, reportedly only a step away from the nascent Soul Realm. She typically remained in the western region of Great Yan, entangled with the figures of Jiufeng Mountain, never departing from her post. Yi Chen had intended to steal another glance, but he soon felt the weight of Yan Hongshuang's gaze upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. He couldn't ascertain whether Qing'er had revealed his identity to her, so he lowered his head, focusing on his sweeping. This area of the ascending heaven platform was the second tier, designated for esteemed guests participating in the celestial sacrifice, and it was rather small. Before long, Yi Chen completed his task and sought refuge in an unoccupied corner, anxious to avoid drawing attention. Is that the exalted individual summoned from the royal mausoleum, as His Majesty mentioned? Yan Hongshuang inquired, casting a glance at Yi Chen as he finished his sweeping and departed. Among the attendees, all exhibited varying degrees of spiritual energy fluctuations, yet Yi Chen remained an enigma to her, shrouded in mystery regarding his cultivation level. Qing'er paused, her expression conflicted, and after a moment's hesitation, she nodded, refraining from disclosing Yi Chen's true identity. His aura was restrained, and he exhibited no trace of spiritual energy in his breath, even stooping to perform menial tasks such as sweeping. Indeed, as His Majesty had indicated, this individual had truly cultivated to a state of returning to simplicity. Yan Hongshuang mused, also feeling pleased for Yu Qingying. With such a trump card, there was no need to fear the feudal lords. Ha, it has been a long time, General Finny, your brilliance remains undiminished. Suddenly, a hearty laugh resonated through the air. Yan Hongshuang turned to see the current Prime Minister, Lin Zhentian, approaching, and she offered a polite smile in response to his flattering remarks. The two exchanged pleasantries before taking their respective seats. Time passed swiftly, and the ascending heaven platform soon became teeming with individuals. With the sound of a bell tolling, a radiant light swept through the air, revealing the figure of Yu Qingying as she gracefully descended. Clad in a phoenix robe adorned with gold and wearing a celestial crown, she captivated the audience, leaving them momentarily entranced. The Empress of the Great Yan, renowned for her beauty throughout the eastern domain. Truly, her reputation was not exaggerated. As Yu Qingying landed, her gaze swept over the platform, noting that 18 seats remained conspicuously vacant, causing her brow to furrow slightly. The celestial sacrifice ceremony, and yet not a single one of the 18 feudal lords had arrived. Observing Yu Qingying's expression, Lin Zhentian chuckled softly, adopting a look of amusement. The celestial sacrifice ceremony merely incited slaughter, contravening the harmony of heaven. Each time this ceremony was held, apart from the royal family, the 18 feudal lords were expected to attend, sharing in the burden of slaughter and its consequences. Despite the fact that consequences were an ethereal concept, the traditions of the Great Yan royal family had always mandated such attendance. It was said that this rule was established by the first emperor, intended to prevent a particular individual from bearing undue responsibility, even if such responsibilities were intangible. As for the identity of this individual, it had long been lost to history. Bring forth the bell, the celestial sacrifice ceremony commences. Yu Qingying declared, her voice resonating coldly throughout the assembly as she waved her sleeve. Wait. Lin Zhentian suddenly stepped forward, grinning at Yu Qingying. Your Majesty, since the feudal lords have yet to arrive, conducting the ceremony under such circumstances may not adhere to protocol. With his words, the court officials quickly echoed his sentiments. How absurd. If the feudal lords choose not to attend, does that mean they disregard the rules? Must your Majesty delay proceedings for their sake? Yan Hongshuang stood, her voice laced with disdain, the bloodthirsty aura she exuded unmistakable. Instantly, the echoes of agreement diminished considerably. General Fingy, your words are misguided. The traditions of the Great Yan royal family must not be trifled with. Do you wish for your Majesty to bear the label of unfilial? Lin Zhentian replied with a calm smile, unperturbed by Yan Hongshuang's presence. Oh? Then according to the Prime Minister, how shall we proceed with the celestial sacrifice? Yu Qingying maintained her icy demeanor, revealing no sign of agitation. From an elder's perspective, since the lords are absent, we ought to invite an individual of equal stature to share in the consequences, Lin Zhentian said with a chuckle. Whom does the Prime Minister refer to? From my viewpoint, the Wang family would suffice. As one of the prominent clans of the Great Yan, their capabilities are not inferior to any feudal lord. Ha, my Wang family is always willing to serve the Great Yan with utmost loyalty, Wang Tung proclaimed, stepping forward with an expression of unwavering fidelity. To impose the consequences solely upon the Wang family would be rather unjust, would it not? Yu Qingying regarded Wang Tang with a faint smile. Indeed, to reflect the grandeur of the Great Yan royal family, I humbly request your Majesty to bestow upon Wang Tang the title of Duke Tang, along with a fief, as a gesture of gratitude for the Wang family's loyalty, Lin Zhentian proposed earnestly, projecting an image of devotion to the nation and its people. However, anyone with a modicum of intelligence recognized that this was a ploy to elevate Yu Qingying's position beyond the royal family and the 18 lords. No one within the Great Yan could rival the Wang family in stature, effectively closing off Yu Qingying's options for alternatives. Yet, should one begin to confer noble titles to outsiders, a flood of complications would inevitably ensue, as countless factions would seek to attain the status of feudal lords. At that point, the Great Yan would gradually fragment. Yan Hongshuang's expression darkened considerably. The most prudent course of action was to temporarily cancel the celestial sacrifice, yet, such a move would further undermine royal authority, a far from desirable outcome. Thank you for your kind intentions, Prime Minister, but there is no need. I have a far more suitable candidate in mind, Yu Qingying replied with a subtly meaningful smile. Oh, might I inquire as to whom your majesty refers? If they lack the strength of the Wang family, it would be prudent not to mention them, for if even the Wang family is deemed insufficient, who else could possibly suffice? Lin Zhentian laughed heartily, dismissing Yu Qingying's assertion as mere bravado. Yu Qingying remained unfazed, her gaze settling on Yi Chen, who was crouched in a corner. Upon realizing that Yu Qingying was looking in his direction, along with the attention of the entire assembly, Yi Chen felt a jolt of panic. Surely, she wasn't calling for me, was she? Oh, this is absurd. If I step forward now and face scrutiny, wouldn't that spell my doom? What right did a mere chi refinement practitioner have to stand alongside the aristocracy? Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Yi Chen felt a surge of anxiety and, in an attempt to mask his trepidation, could only manage a smile as he gazed skyward, attempting to project the demeanor of an otherworldly sage. Observing Yi Chen's demeanor, Yu Qingying paused momentarily, subsequently reflecting inwardly, an elder is indeed an elder, one cannot conceal anything from him. Chapter 10. A desire for sparring with the senior in midair, the concealed figure of Li Hun noticed Yi Chen gazing at him with a smile, causing a sudden tremor to course through his body. The technique he employed to mask his presence was such that even a practitioner in the out-of-body stage would struggle to perceive him if he restrained his aura, yet, to his astonishment, Yi Chen had managed to detect him. From that moment forth, Li Hun harbored no lingering doubts about Yi Chen's capabilities. Pray, your majesty, do enlighten us about this individual, Lin Zhentian remarked with a disdainful sneer. He dismissed the notion that Yu Qingying had resorted to a desperate measure, deeming Yi Chen an unfamiliar face whom she likely sought to associate with an identity of some sort. Indeed. Your majesty, I, Wang Tong, must forewarn you that my Wang family is a distinguished lineage. Should any random individual be permitted to take our place, do not blame me for departing from the great Yan. Wang Tang stepped forward to voice his stance. The withdrawal of a prominent family from a dynasty would undoubtedly signify a considerable loss. I wonder, in the eyes of the Wang family patriarch, does Li Hun count as one of those random individuals? A boisterous laughter erupted as Li Hun, clad in a dragon robe, materialized from the air, his gaze filled with mockery directed at Lin Zhentian and Wang Tang. The Emperor of the Great Zhou. Li Hun, what brings him here? The onlookers from other factions were equally perplexed by this turn of events. The Great Yan and the Great Zhou shared a border, their rapport neither particularly amicable nor hostile. Moreover, Li Hun was a formidable figure in the mid-stage of the nascent soul, a level above Yu Qingying, and the overall national strength of the Great Zhou surpassed that of the current Great Yan. Now, the Emperor of the Great Zhou had personally come to support Yu Qingying, a development laden with implications. It was said that the Prince of the Great Zhou, Li Xiao, was infatuated with the Empress of the Great Yan. Might this suggest that the Empress had consented to a marriage alliance? Surely not. Would a formidable Empress stoop to such arrangements? Then perhaps you might elucidate the reason for the Great Zhou Emperor's presence here. Murmurs circulated, reaching Lin Zhentian's ears. A cold smile crept upon his face. It appears an alliance has indeed been agreed upon. Women will be women, resorting to such methods. Should he seize power, Yu Qingying could still function as a puppet empress, but a marriage alliance with the Great Zhou would eventually lead to her utter obliteration. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd, catching Yi Chen off guard, particularly when he recognized it as the nascent soul powerhouse he had encountered before at the Imperial Tomb. Yi Chen instinctively turned his head away. After all, they were not at the tomb anymore, and he found himself devoid of any confidence. According to the memories of this body's original owner, merely gazing upon these formidable beings could be seen as an affront. Li Hun observed Yi Chen's reaction and promptly dismissed the idea of approaching him to pay his respects. The senior wishes to avoid attention. Compared to his own desire to flaunt his meager cultivation and establish a faction, the senior's composure was leagues beyond his. What say you, Chancellor? Can we proceed with the heavenly sacrifice now? Yu Qingying inquired, smiling at Lin Zhentian. Your Majesty, please conduct the heavenly sacrifice, Lin Zhentian replied with a cold smirk. With Li Hun's backing, he dared not voice further objections. A mere finger from Li Hun could easily obliterate him. The subsequent heavenly sacrifice progressed smoothly, and before long, it reached its conclusion. Just as the crowd prepared to disperse, Li Hun's voice rang out, halting them all, his resonant tone infused with spiritual power that reached every ear. I, Li Hun, Emperor of the Great Zhou, hereby declare war against the Nine Peaks Mountain. Upon the utterance of these words, a stunned silence enveloped the crowd, solidifying their suspicions regarding the proposed alliance between the Great Zhou and the Great Yan. After all, what justification would the Great Zhou have to expend such effort in aiding the Great Yan, especially considering that Nine Peaks Mountain was by no means inferior to the Great Zhou? However, none dared to voice their thoughts aloud, for such folly could be lethal. Lin Zhentian's mouth twitched as he departed, his expression dark. Once the crowd had dispersed, Yu Qingying led Yi Chen and Li Hun to the Yangqing Palace. Forgive me for not having the chance to pay my respects earlier due to the throngs of people. Upon entering the palace, Li Hun hastily bowed in greeting. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, wishing to speak but hesitating, fearful of revealing too much. Noticing Yi Chen's silence, Li Hun's heart sank, interpreting it as displeasure, and quickly added, I have been preoccupied with state affairs, causing a delay in fulfilling my previous promise. I beseech the senior's understanding. With that, Li Hun produced a shriveled fruit from his belongings, presenting it to Yi Chen with a pained expression. Upon seeing the desiccated fruit, Yu Qingying's heart raced. The fruit contained a terrifying essence of the nascent soul. It could only be the nascent soul fruit. Yi Chen glanced down, recognizing the shriveled fruit, which appeared on the verge of decay. It contained some spiritual energy, but not much comparable to a medium-grade spirit stone. His mouth twitched as he accepted it, examining it for a moment before saying, "Never mind." He knew better than to say too much, lest he lose control of his tone. Li Hun let out a breath of relief, hastily expressing his gratitude before making his exit in a flurry. Yu Qingying looked longingly at the nascent soul fruit in Yi Chen's hand, contemplating asking for it, but she feared provoking him, leaving her in a state of indecision. At that moment, Yan Hongshuang entered with Qing'er. Yi Chen cast a glance at Qing'er before tossing the fruit her way. "Qing'er, this is for you." Though it contained spiritual energy, his inferior spiritual root would not allow him to absorb it, so he figured it would be better to do a favor. Yu Qingying exclaimed with delight, "Qing'er, quickly thank the gentleman, this is a nascent soul fruit, it can aid in your nascent soul formation." At those words, Qing'er was taken aback, as was Yan Hongshuang, and even Yi Chen himself. In that instant, Yi Chen felt the world spin, and a piercing pain gripped his heart. "This is a nascent soul fruit, I just gave away a nascent soul fruit?" Instantly, Yi Chen wanted to retrieve it, but the next moment, he saw Yan Hongshuang bow deeply to him. "Sir, your immense kindness towards my younger sister shall be etched in my memory forever." "Is this truly a nascent soul fruit?" Qing'er asked, her disbelief evident, as she perceived it merely as a somewhat spiritual rotten fruit. "Indeed, it is. You are currently in the mid-stage of the golden core and have yet to gather the nascent soul energy within you, which is why you cannot sense its essence," Yan Hongshuang explained. The nascent soul energy is essential for a practitioner to form their nascent soul. Typically, once one reaches the late stage of the golden core, the spiritual energy within the golden core gradually transforms into nascent soul energy. When the golden core can no longer sustain the nascent soul energy, it shatters, leading to the formation of the nascent soul. Now, Yan Hongshuang was just a step away from forming her nascent soul, hence she was able to perceive the nascent soul energy within. Thank you for the precious gift, sir," Qing'er smiled as she bowed. At that moment, Yi Chen's heart felt like it was bleeding out. He wanted to ask for it back but feared Qing'er might retaliate against him, so he could only muster a smile that was more painful than tears. "It's nothing. This fruit is of no use to me, take it." As he observed the elated Qing'er, Yan Hongshuang pondered for a moment before speaking, "I have an ungracious request, and I hope the gentleman will grant it." "Speak," Yi Chen replied, his interest waning. "I wish to spar with the esteemed senior," she declared. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen found himself momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 11 of the Empress's imagination. Not only Yi Chen, but at this moment, both Yu Qingying and Qing'er were also momentarily stunned. However, Yu Qingying quickly regained her composure. Yan Hongshuang had been in the late stage of the golden core for quite some time, yet she had been unable to condense her nascent soul. It was likely that she wished to apply pressure on herself through Yi Chen, hoping that the weight of the challenge would compel her to take that crucial step. Yet, Qing'er had a different perspective. She was well aware that Yi Chen was merely at the early stage of qi refinement. There was no need for such measures. Yi Chen suppressed his trembling body and forced a smile, casting a pleading glance at Qing'er. Upon sensing Yi Chen's gaze, Qing'er couldn't help but chuckle. She looked at the nascent soul fruit in her hand and decided to assist Yi Chen in this predicament. "Sister, the master's cultivation is profound, to the extent that even his majesty holds him in high esteem. If you insist on this course of action, it may appear as though you are bullying him due to your superiority." Yi Chen hurriedly nodded in agreement with an amiable smile. However, Yan Hongshuang was genuinely eager to engage in a spar with the master. Her eyes sparkled with martial fervor as her hand instinctively reached for the red tassel spear on her back, resembling a battle-hungry warrior. Given her constant presence on the battlefield, drenched in blood amidst the corpses, the murderous aura she exuded at that moment even drew the attention of Yu Qingying, who was in the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Witnessing the scene, Qing'er could only cast a look of resignation toward Yi Chen. She understood her sister all too well. Startled by the overwhelming killing intent, Yi Chen stumbled back a couple of steps, accidentally knocking over the tea on the table. With a forced chuckle, he said, "Our paths are fundamentally different, and with such a heavy killing intent emanating from you, it would be best to let it go if things were to escalate unexpectedly." Having said that, he disregarded Yan Hongshuang's fixation and hurriedly made his way outside. Under Yan Hongshuang's intense gaze, Yi Chen felt a shiver run down his spine, his legs weakening as he awkwardly exited, with Qing'er promptly following suit. Observing this situation, Yan Hongshuang let out a gentle sigh, the battle spirit in her eyes dissipating. Meanwhile, Yu Qingying contemplated Yi Chen's retreating figure, then glanced at the spilled tea, and after a moment's thought, she smiled slightly. "So that is it." Yan Hongshuang, however, looked at Yu Qingying with skepticism. "What do you mean?" "Red Swan, the master has already provided you with guidance. Observe this." Yu Qingying pointed to the overturned tea. "It is merely a cup of spilled tea, what is there to see? The master's actions are always imbued with profound significance, much like when he guided me to break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Once the tea is spilled, the leaves and water have melded together, no longer adhering to the previous order of water above and tea below. What could that possibly represent? Foolish child, have you not noticed that the master's steps as he departed were somewhat peculiar and unsteady? That serves as a hint that you have strayed from the correct path, whether it be the golden core or the nascent soul. They are akin to this tea, while they may seem to be separate entities, in truth, they are one and the same," Yu Qingying elucidated with a smile. In that instant, Yan Hongshuang's eyes widened, a sense of clarity washing over her. "Indeed, I have been overly fixated on shattering the golden core and condensing the nascent soul, entirely forgetting that they are intrinsically linked. Throughout this time, I have been exerting spiritual energy to force the golden core to break, neglecting to nurture it with spiritual energy instead. In a moment of revelation, Yan Hongshuang felt she had grasped a sliver of profundity and immediately sat down to cultivate. Observing this, Yu Qingying smiled faintly, quietly marveling at the situation. A senior is indeed a senior. While the realms may be the same, the bottlenecks each individual encounters differ greatly. For instance, my own transition from the golden core to the nascent soul was seamless. I can scarcely comprehend the difficulties Yan Hongshuang faces, yet, Yi Chen discerned the root of her predicament with just a few glances. That is the mark of a true master. Her admiration for Yi Chen deepened. The master's only flaw is his reluctance to speak plainly, preferring instead to allow others to derive their own understanding. He guided me in the past, and now, he has done the same for Hongshuang, but perhaps this is for the best. Insights gained through personal experience are the most genuine. With a few reflective thoughts, Yu Qingying sealed the heart-nurturing palace, ensuring that no one would disrupt Yan Hongshuang's cultivation. In the Prime Minister's residence, Lin Zhentian and Wang Tang both wore exceedingly grim expressions as they surveyed the countless shattered porcelain pieces strewn across the floor. The surrounding servants trembled in fear. Ever since entering the Prime Minister's estate, the Prime Minister had always maintained a calm demeanor, unlike today when he was in such a furious rage. Now that the ceremony to worship the heavens has concluded, we are undoubtedly in peril. Lin Zhentian spoke, gesturing for the servants to withdraw. The servants, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly retreated. It is all that Li Han's fault. Wang Tung seethed through clenched teeth, watching the position of the feudal lord slip away from his grasp. Yu Qingying has likely agreed to a marriage alliance, and Li Han is certainly inclined to assist. He too wishes to absorb the great Yan Empire, Lin Zhentian remarked. What shall we do next? Are we to simply wait for Yu Qingying to come knocking at our door? Wang Tang expressed his concern. To come knocking, it is not that simple. The feudal lords stand united with us. She must consider whether she possesses the capability to act against us. However, we cannot just sit idly by, for the longer we wait, the more perilous our situation becomes. Once the matter of Jiufeng Mountain is resolved with the assistance of the Great Zhou Empire, and Yu Qingying's direct lineage returns, it may be too late. What does the head of the Wang family propose? Rather than waiting for disaster to strike, we should take the initiative. As long as we are willing to pay the price, even those in the nascent soul stage are not beyond our reach. Wang Tang declared coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhentian's gaze hardened, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table as he pondered the proposition. After a lengthy silence, he inhaled deeply and stated, Today, you have never set foot in my residence. This matter is one I have never heard of. Do you understand? Understood. Wang Tang nodded vigorously, realizing that Lin Zhentian had acquiesced, yet this matter was of no concern to him. With no other options, Wang Tang felt a sense of urgency. After all, from Wan Fu, he had learned that the Wang family had been forced into a connection with the blood slaughter gang. Should Yu Qingying decide to expose this matter, the Wang family would find themselves in an irretrievable predicament. With that, Wang Tang turned and left, returning to his estate. He entered the backyard and opened a wooden hut. Inside the hut stood a statue of a canine creature. Years ago, when the Wang family was not the esteemed entity it is today, they were merely a low-tier force within the great Yan Empire. However, during an outing, the then head of the Wang family fortuitously saved a beast. It was later revealed that this beast was a fearsome demon king of the nascent soul's late stage. With the aid of this demon king, the Wang family's leader made rapid advancements, transforming the family into a first-rate power within a few decades, elevating them to one of the prominent clans. The demon king even left behind a token, promising that should the Wang family descendants seek assistance, it would act once. Afterward, all ties with the Wang family were severed, and now, as the Wang family faced the brink of annihilation, Wang Tang had no choice but to act. Yu Qingying must perish. Taking a deep breath, Wang Tang forced a drop of his blood onto the wooden statue. Wang Tang, descendant of the Wang family, seeks assistance from the Howling Sky Demon King. I implore the Demon King to reveal itself. Chapter 12. If you call again, I'll beat you. As the words fell, the wooden carving began to tremble violently, a fissure appearing between its eyes. Following this, a terrifying demonic aura surged forth, enveloping the entire residence, filling the air with wails of despair. Moreover, the demonic energy seemed to show signs of spreading. However, it quickly began to retract, concentrating around its eyes, as a pair of blood-red orbs fixed their gaze intensely upon Wang Tang. Wang Tang felt a chilling dread wash over him, causing his body to tremble violently as he knelt on the ground, his face as pale as a sheet. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. This oppressive force was comparable to that of a transcendent practitioner. Heir of the Wang family, Wang Tang, pays his respects to the Howling Sky Demon King. What does the Wang family seek? A hoarse voice emanated from within the wooden sculpture. Wang Tang cautiously replied, I beseech the Demon King to slay the great Yan Empress, Yu Qingying. He spoke with trepidation, fearing the Demon King might refuse. After all, Yu Qingying was an empress of the realm, and her casual assassination could incite the ire of human practitioners. However, once this matter is concluded, the Wang family shall have no further dealings with you. As his voice faded, Wang Tang heard a shattering sound. Before the wooden carving, a pitch-black spatial rift materialized, and in the next instant, a claw slowly emerged. Within the dark void, a pair of blood-red eyes bore down upon Wang Tang, causing his heart to race. Tearing through space, a capability of a transcendent practitioner. In the inner palace, Yi Chen had just pushed open the door, confirming that no one was around before stealthily slipping out thanks to the Yuaning fruit. Qinger had lowered her guard against him and focused on her cultivation. Moreover, Yan Hongchuan's inexplicable request for a spar further solidified Yi Chen's determination to escape. The palace was simply too perilous, one could be challenged at any moment and meet their demise. In any case, the best strategy among the 36 is to flee. Meanwhile, within the Yangxin Palace, Yan Hongchuan's eyes slowly opened. She had transcended the Golden Core realm and broken into the Yuaning stage. Feeling the immense spiritual power within her, she took a deep breath, her face alight with joy, her heart brimming with gratitude towards Yi Chen. Glancing around, Yan Hongchuan stood up, ready to seek out Yu Qingying to share this good news. But suddenly, she sensed a terrifying aura locking onto her, and she immediately drew her red spear, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" "He, within the Yangxin Palace, in the Yuaning stage, you must be Yu Qingying." A chilling laughter echoed, followed by a rending of space as a pitch-black demon dog slowly emerged. Upon seeing the demon dog before her, Yan Hongchuan couldn't help but gasp. Its size was no different from that of ordinary beasts, yet the horrific pressure it emanated made her feel as though she were but a lone boat adrift on a vast ocean. The power was suffocating. However, having fought her way through the battlefield, Yan Hongchuan gritted her teeth and thrust her red spear towards the demon dog. A torrent of terrifying spiritual energy surged forth. A full-powered strike from the Yuaning stage was no ordinary feat, yet, that fearsome spiritual energy dissipated into countless motes of light as it neared the demon dog. "What a rich blood aura! Your Yuaning is a considerable supplement, I shall accept it." The howling sky demon king cackled, for it was a being that thrived on slaughter. It killing intent was akin to rare treasures. Yan Hongchuan's pupils constricted as she prepared to retreat, but it was too late. The howling sky demon king had appeared beside her, swiftly knocking her unconscious with a single paw. After reaching the Yuaning stage and stepping into the transcendent realm, one must choose their own path to ascend to a higher level. The howling sky had chosen the path of slaughter, a Yuaning practitioner steeped in killing intent, capable of continuously gathering such energy. Thus, it had no intention of slaying her outright but rather aimed to take her back for cultivation. Looking down at Yan Hongchuan lying on the ground, the howling sky chuckled and planned to roam the palace a bit longer. With one such practitioner, there might be another. Having not ventured out for many years, it was only fitting to make the most of this rare opportunity. At this moment, Yi Chen had reached the exterior of the Yangxin Palace. The vast palace grounds were unfamiliar to him. Previously guided by Qinger, he now found himself lost. Upon spotting the three large characters of Yangxin Palace, his expression changed, and he turned to flee. If Yu Qingying discovered him, there would be no escape. However, just a few steps later, he heard the sound of a door creaking open behind him. Yi Chen froze in place, cautiously turning his head, only to find a large black dog scrutinizing him from head to toe. Relieved, Yi Chen exhaled, his racing heart calming as he disregarded the appearance of the large black dog in the palace grounds and turned to leave the howling sky. However, continued to examine Yi Chen, realizing it could not see through the cultivation of this human practitioner. It decided not to ponder further and would take him back for a thorough investigation. In the next instant, it lunged at Yi Chen. Suddenly, a flash of purple light surged forth, sending the howling sky flying, a tremor originating from deep within its soul causing it to shudder as if struck with a heavy blow. The entire dog was sent tumbling backward, letting out a mournful cry. "Hey, you cursed dog, stop barking." Hearing the commotion, Yi Chen turned around to see the large black dog on the ground, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events, and hurried over to cover its mouth. "Stupid dog." Upon hearing such an insulting remark, the howling sky felt a surge of anger rise within it. Ignoring the source of the previous purple light, it opened its mouth to bite, driven by instinct, but before it could react, Yi Chen delivered a resounding slap. The howling sky felt the world go dark again as it was sent flying once more. With a stagger, the howling sky rose, gazing at Yi Chen from a distance, filled with astonishment. What was this guy? Compared to human practitioners, demon creatures cultivated spiritual energy at a slower pace and found it more challenging to comprehend. Yet, they had their advantages, one being their physical prowess. It was no exaggeration to say that the howling sky could match an ordinary Yuaning practitioner purely with its physical strength. Yet, that advantage seemed to dissolve entirely in Yi Chen's presence. Recalling the previous flash of purple light, the howling sky trembled violently, finally realizing it had kicked a steel plate. The dog barks echoed once more as Yan Hongchuan struggled to rise, staggering towards the door, only to see Yi Chen approaching the demon dog. Before she could utter a warning, she was stunned to see the demon dog wagging its tail, affectionately rubbing against Yi Chen's leg. "Stupid dog. At least you know your place, call again, and I'll smack you." Yi Chen muttered. The howling sky nodded vigorously, fearing another slap would render it the first demon king to be felled by a mere air flick, a disgraceful fate indeed. Seeing the large black dog nod, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to make his escape once more, but then he heard a voice behind him. "Yi Chen, is this demon dog yours?" Yi Chen froze, turning to find Yan Hongchuan staring intently at him, fully aware that his plan to flee had been thwarted. He shot a fierce glare at the howling sky, about to speak, when a phoenix cry rang out from above the great Yin Palace. A fiery red phoenix silhouette coalesced, waves of scorching heat cascading forth. Chapter 13. An abundance of charm. This terrifying spectacle was not confined to the imperial palace. The entire imperial city was witness to the magnificent silhouette of the phoenix soaring amidst the raging flames. Wang Tang observed this scene with a slight smirk, interpreting it as a manifestation of Xiao Tian's intrusion into the palace to confront Yu Qingying, compelling her to exert even the slightest trace of her bloodline power. As one of the prominent families of the Great Yin dynasty, and Yu Qingying's adversary, Wang Tang was already well acquainted with her lineage, particularly her possession of the ancient celestial phoenix bloodline. At this moment, Lin Zhentian stood suspended in midair, gazing towards the palace. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "Summon the captain of the imperial city guards, Lin Xiao, inform him that an anomaly has occurred within the palace and instruct him to remain vigilant." Lin Xiao, a foster son of Lin Jintian, was well versed in martial arts, having already advanced to the Golden Core stage. Following Yan Hongshuang's appointment to guard the Western Front, he had entrusted Lin Xiao with the position of guard captain and now, witnessing the celestial phenomenon above the palace, it was indeed the opportune moment for Lin Xiao to ascertain the truth. Within the palace, Yi Chen marveled at the extraordinary sight above, having never encountered such a scene before. It was truly the phoenix. Xiao Tian gazed longingly at the celestial phoenix's silhouette, sensing, if he could harness that energy, he would be able to purify his own bloodline and significantly enhance his strength. A mere quarter of an hour prior, he would have eagerly lunged forward to devour it, but now, standing beside Yi Chen, he hesitated. Yan Hongshuang's expression grew grim as she quietly calculated, this was not good. Today marked the day of the Emperor's bloodline turmoil. Yi Chen was taken aback. Bloodline turmoil? Upon noticing Yi Chen's confusion, Yan Hongshuang promptly explained. Upon hearing about Yu Qingying's condition, Yi Chen clicked his tongue in realization. No wonder there were so few personal guards present tonight, and even the patrolling guards had diminished significantly. Outside the Grand Yangxin Hall, not a single personal guard could be seen, all presumably attending to Yu Qingying. Tonight truly presented an opportunity for stealthy maneuvers, all because of this wretched dog. With this thought, Yi Chen shot a fierce glare at Xiao Tian, wishing he could render the creature useless. Xiao Tian trembled, bowing its head in silence. Hongshuang, please, I implore you to assist the Emperor. Suddenly, Yan Hongshuang knelt before Yi Chen, her eyes brimming with concern, her delicate form trembling slightly as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Having grown up alongside Yu Qingying, she was all too familiar with the excruciating pain she endured every 3 months, yearning to help but knowing her limitations. Seeing Yan Hongshuang in such distress, Yi Chen felt compelled to suppress his desire to decline her plea. Very well, I shall accompany you to take a look. However, if I am unable to assist, do not hold it against me. Upon hearing Yi Chen's agreement, Yan Hongshuang's face lit up with joy as she prepared to lead the way. Yi Chen felt a burden of unspoken troubles. As a mere chi refinement practitioner, what could he truly do, other than offer some words of comfort? As the two departed, Xiao Tian lingered for a moment before ultimately deciding to follow. It was uncertain whether Yi Chen's lack of invitation was a test of its loyalty. If it fled on its own, perhaps Yi Chen would turn against it. Under Yan Hongshuang's guidance, Yi Chen and Xiao Tian ventured deeper into the palace, where the presence of personal guards increased, evidently reassigned to this area. As they approached the center of the flames, Yi Chen appeared unfazed, while Yan Hongshuang's complexion grew increasingly pallid, beads of sweat forming and cascading down her brow. After a few more steps, she faltered and collapsed to the ground. Yi Chen, startled and eager to assist her, was met with Yan Hongshuang's words, the celestial phoenix fire continues to burn the spiritual energy within, and I can go no further. I beseech you to aid the Emperor. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen comprehended the gravity of the celestial phoenix fire, an extraordinary force specifically designed to incinerate spiritual energy, an immensely powerful technique. However, as a novice in chi refinement, he had merely been washed by spiritual energy once, his body housed no spiritual power whatsoever, thus, this flame would have no effect on him. With this realization, Yi Chen felt a sense of assurance and nodded, then I shall proceed within to investigate. Xiao Tian followed closely behind, as a demon king at the out-of-body stage, its resilience against the flames far surpassed that of Yan Hongshuang. As they delved deeper, Xiao Tian began to struggle, unable to withstand the oppressive bloodline pressure emanating from the celestial phoenix fire. In stark contrast, Yi Chen maintained a serene demeanor, walking with an air of calmness. One would expect that having reached the epicenter of such intense flames, even a highly skilled practitioner would face some adversity, yet Yi Chen appeared unaffected, his breath steady. Xiao Tian mused that Yi Chen must have reached a level of cultivation akin to returning to one's original state. With this thought, Xiao Tian's expression grew peculiar, perhaps it could benefit from Yi Chen's strength. Unaware of Xiao Tian's contemplation, Yi Chen approached the colossal fireball, only to discover that it resembled a gigantic egg towering nearly 100 feet high. Although he knew the flames posed no threat to him, the sight still instilled a sense of trepidation. Perhaps it would be wiser to turn back. Just as Yi Chen grappled with his indecision, a pained moan emerged from within the giant egg. This resonated with Yi Chen, reminding him of Yu Qingying's kindness towards him. She had even relinquished her quarters for his comfort. Resolute, he steeled himself and entered the egg. Inside the egg, to Yi Chen's surprise, there was no fire whatsoever, as though it were isolated from the external world. Yu Qingying sat cross-legged in the center, adorned in a golden phoenix robe, her complexion pale and her lips stained with blood from biting them in anguish. Clearly, she was enduring immense suffering, yet she stifled her cries, fearful of alerting those outside to her plight. While it was no simple task for cultivators to approach this area, there was always the risk of an ill-intentioned individual casting an untrained mortal inside. In her current state, she was utterly defenseless. Observing that Yu Qingying was unharmed, Yi Chen's anxiety dissipated, and he settled beside her. Being a perceptive individual, he understood the current threat and resolved to remain vigilant, ensuring Yu Qingying was not secretly attacked. Though powerless against cultivators, he was not to be underestimated in the presence of mortals, given his imposing height of nearly 6 feet. As time passed, Yu Qingying's complexion grew increasingly dire, blood mist emanating from her body, with the moment it materialized transforming into sparks of fire that fused with the surrounding giant egg. This evoked a memory within Yi Chen, rebirth through fire. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Yu Qingying was alive and well. The idea of rebirth was absurd. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yu Qingying emitted a pained shriek and suddenly opened her eyes wide, fixing her gaze on Yi Chen. The intensity of her stare sent chills down his spine, for he sensed an unsettling allure within her gaze. Yu Qingying then offered a faint smile, her pallid cheeks gradually regained color as flames surged around her, transforming into genuine fire that incinerated her golden phoenix robe to ashes, revealing a body as pristine as white jade beneath. She then gracefully rose, her delicate figure unmistakable, gliding towards Yi-Chen with the utmost charm. Chapter 14 This is your initiative. As he gazed at the slowly approaching Yi-Chen suddenly felt a dryness in his throat, and 2 streams of blood trickled from his nose. Being a novice in both past and present lives, he had never encountered such a scene. In a moment of impulsiveness, he was about to step forward, but as he recalled Yi-Cheng's identity, a chill ran down his spine, and that fleeting fervor was instantly extinguished. After all, she was the Empress. Are you all right? I shall take my leave. Yi-Chen hastily rose, offering a dry chuckle as he prepared to depart. However, he heard a melodious laughter from behind. What is this? Do I not look good now? Do I not look good now? Hearing that term, Yi-Chen trembled all over and turned to face Yi-Cheng. Who are you? I am Yi-Cheng. Does the gentleman not wish to accompany me to the lofty peaks of Mount Wushan? As she spoke, Yi-Cheng's fair arms entwined around Yi-Chen's neck. Yi-Chen could distinctly feel the undulations of Yi-Cheng's form, an unusual sensation blossoming in his chest, and he could even sense their shared breaths. Before Yi-Chen could utter a word, Yi-Cheng leaned in and kissed him. In that instant, Yi-Chen's mind went blank, and his hands unconsciously found their way to her waist. Your Majesty, this is quite forward of you. Meanwhile, standing at the periphery, Xiao Tian stared dumbfounded at the colossal egg before him. Moments ago, it sensed a peculiar fluctuation, reminiscent of a divine soul's power, that was the hallmark strength of a spirit-severing realm expert. Suddenly, Xiao Tian seemed to recall something, its crimson eyes narrowing. With the power of the phoenix, reborn through fire? What an audacious move! Who could it be? What manner of creatures are concealed within the Great Flame Emperor's palace? How did I end up in such a perilous situation? Within the massive egg, Yi-Chen was lost in the soft sensation of lips, utterly unaware that he was ensnared in an illusion. Yi-Cheng, however, slowly withdrew from Yi-Chen's embrace, her enchanting demeanor vanishing, replaced by a frosty expression. Behind her, 9 enormous white tails emerged. Yi-Cheng looked up at the phoenix shadow in the air. The phoenix shadow emitted a mournful cry, as if it possessed awareness, yet, Yi-Cheng was unfazed, her gaze fixated firmly on Yi-Chen. She was not of the Phoenix clan. To harness the Phoenix bloodline for rebirth through fire, she needed to find a vessel, and that vessel was Yi-Cheng herself. However, to completely eradicate the power of the Phoenix bloodline and attain her full legacy, a blood exchange was necessary. In the past, whenever she manipulated the bloodline stirrings, it was to await the arrival of someone. As for this person's cultivation or spiritual roots, those were of no consequence. What mattered was that the individual's blood was sufficiently vigorous. In her eyes, Yi-Chen's body contained an extraordinarily terrifying power. To seize his bloodline and render him incapable of resistance through divine soul manipulation was the most prudent approach, and when is a man's blood at its most vigorous? Precisely at this moment. Observing Yi-Chen's breathing grow increasingly rapid, Yi-Cheng's lips curled into a smile as she stepped closer, extending her finger to touch his dantian. As their bodies made contact, a surge of purple light enveloped Yi-Chen, intricate runes manifesting across his form. Yi-Cheng let out a shriek as she was sent flying, her eyes filled with terror, a mouthful of blood spilling forth as she collapsed to the ground. In the next instant, the flames subsided, and the phoenix in the air vanished as if everything had never transpired. Xiao Tian stared at Yi-Chen, who stood rooted to the spot, dumbfounded. It had witnessed the dazzling purple light. At the moment of its emergence, the surrounding divine soul power had vanished entirely. This brother just defeated a spirit-severing realm's remnant soul? At that moment, Xiao Tian's gaze grew resolute. Driven to the eastern region, it had been compelled into action, yet now fate had bestowed upon it such a fortuitous opportunity. As the divine soul power dissipated, Yi-Chen gradually regained his senses, glancing at the towering tent, his face flushing crimson. A light cough broke the silence as Yi-Cheng struggled to rise, her arm shielding her modesty, her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation, biting her lip as she gazed at Yi-Chen with a dazed expression. Though her consciousness had been overtaken, it did not mean she was oblivious to the events that had transpired. Yi-Chen had possessed the capacity to eliminate that remnant soul from the very beginning, yet he had refrained, allowing himself to approach and engage in those actions. All she wished for at this moment was to find a crevice to hide within. Sensing Yi-Cheng's gaze upon him, Yi-Chen cleared his throat and hurriedly retrieved a garment from his storage ring to drape over her. Just now, it was Cheng's impertinence. You need not take it to heart, sir. Yi-Cheng took a deep breath, her voice returning to its customary chill. Seeing her in such a state, Yi-Chen opened his mouth, yet ultimately found no words to express, resigning himself to the notion that it had all been a fleeting dream. After all, she was the Empress. Shall we take our leave? Hong Shuang and the others must be growing anxious. Yi-Chen spoke. Please, sir, turn around, Cheng needs to don her attire. Having just witnessed Yi-Cheng's flushed cheeks, Yi-Chen turned away, kicking Xiao Tian in the process. What are you staring at, you mutt? Turn around. Xiao Tian, bewildered, but having resolved to cling to Yi-Chen's leg, obediently turned away. On the outside, Yan Hongshuang wore a grave expression, for this time had stretched far too long. Such durations had never occurred before. Furthermore, a scream had echoed from within, and now that the flames had receded, she hurriedly attempted to rush inside. Captain Lin Xiao, I come to serve the Emperor. A booming voice resonated as Lin Xiao and a contingent of guards burst in. The palace guards had already been affected by the phoenix flames, and now, to varying degrees, they bore injuries, rendering them incapable of halting the advancing guards. Stop! Without the Emperor's edict, how dare you trespass into the palace? Yan Hongshuang stepped forward, her voice cold and commanding. Upon seeing Yan Hongxuan, Lin Zhao's expression shifted slightly, but as he sensed her waning aura, the wariness in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a mocking smile. I implore General Feng Yi to step aside. I must attend to the Emperor. Impudence, I give you but an incense stick's time to vacate the palace. Humph, since General Feng Yi refuses to yield, do not blame me for being uncourteous. Charge! Lin Xiao snorted, waving his hand, and the guards surged forward in unison. Lin Xiao, do you seek death? A chilling voice rang out, causing all present to change countenance. Yu Qingying emerged, her face frosty as she cast a piercing gaze at Lin Xiao and the guards. Lin Xiao's heart sank in fear, and he hastily dismounted, kneeling on the ground. Your servant saw an anomaly within the palace and, in a moment of urgency, entered to serve the Emperor. I beseech your majesty for punishment. Serve the Emperor, according to the laws of the Great Flame Nation, palace guards are forbidden from entering the palace, have you forgotten? Yu Qingying huffed coldly. Seize Lin Xiao and throw him into the imperial prison. Without my permission, none shall see him. Without granting Lin Xiao any opportunity for defense, she waved her hand, signaling the palace guards to apprehend him. Afterward, Yu Qingying's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed direct. Yi Chen gazed at the delicate Yu Qingying in his arms, noticing her blink at him, and in that instant, understanding dawned upon him, they were merely acting, the Emperor's machinations were ever at play. While fear gripped Yi Chen, a wave of sorrow surged within him. How young she was to be coerced in such a manner, die in the world of his past life. Girls of her age were just beginning to embrace their innocence and exuberance. Drawing a deep breath, Yi Chen addressed the approaching Yan Hongxuan, saying, Fear not, I shall take her back to tend to her wounds. Then I shall entrust her to you, sir. Yan Hongxuan bowed respectfully to Yi Chen before swiftly turning to manage the group of royal guards. With that, Yi Chen lifted Yu Qingying and turned to depart, sensing her tremors and the flush of her cheeks, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. Observing the pair, Xiao Tian grinned and hurried to follow. Before long, Yi Chen arrived at the palace, cradling Yu Qingying. Let me go. Upon entering, Yu Qingying's voice, as faint as a whisper, echoed, and she struggled to free herself from Yi Chen's embrace. Yi Chen's attire was somewhat oversized for her, and as soon as she touched the ground, she hurriedly adjusted her clothing to cover herself. Do you still have a position for me in the court? Yi Chen scratched his nose, taking I must contribute in some way. Yi Chen chuckled lightly. On the way here, he had contemplated that his humble cultivation level might not allow him to assist Yu Qingying significantly, yet he believed he could offer guidance in political matters. After all, in the novels he had read in his previous life, protagonists often thrived in ancient settings by leveraging modern knowledge of this realm, though not ancient, should not be vastly different. Yu Qingying regarded Yi Chen intently, aware that his insistence on compensation was merely a fade. A twinge of discomfort arose within her at his eagerness to atone, but she quickly dismissed the feeling, forcing a smile. Then I shall express my gratitude, sir. In a few days, I will find a suitable position for you. Yi Chen nodded. It would not be feasible in the immediate term, given that Yu Qingying had only just feigned unconsciousness and could not be expected to resume court duties so swiftly. Now, please elaborate on the current situation of the Deyan dynasty. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingying detailed the present state of the Deyan dynasty. The greatest predicament had temporarily resolved with the assistance of the Dezhou dynasty, alleviating the troubles of Jiufeng Mountain. However, other issues loomed large since the passing of the previous emperor. External pressures from the 18 feudal lords had intensified. Internally, Chancellor Lin Zhentian held sway over the court, his influence pervasive across various departments. The audacity of Lin Xiao to invade the palace today was a testament to the chancellor's considerable power. After absorbing Yu Qingying's account, Yi Chen felt overwhelmed. The realities differed starkly from his expectations. Concepts of irrigation, livelihood, and invention were utterly irrelevant here. This was a realm of celestial warriors where the practices of ancient Blue Star could not apply. Among the 18 feudal lords, the Ning Wang's power was unmatched, with a third of his forces comprised of cultivators, while Hongxuan commanded only a fifth, rendering them inadequate as rivals. Yu Qingying sighed softly. In the face of opposing armies, strategies and tactics are undoubtedly vital, yet in a world of celestial warriors, the individual combat prowess of soldiers holds paramount importance. A cultivator at the Qi refinement stage can best 10 robust mortals effortlessly. Is it truly so difficult to elevate soldiers to the Qi refinement stage? Wouldn't it suffice to infuse them with spiritual energy? Yi Chen inquired, his own experience in reaching the Qi refinement phase echoing in his mind. You do not grasp the challenges faced by those of lower cultivation, Yu Qingying replied, her disappointment palpable. Hearing this, Yi Chen's face flushed. Generally speaking, aiding a soldier to attain the Qi refinement stage was not a daunting task, it merely required a nascent soul cultivator to impart spiritual energy. However, a nascent soul cultivator could only assist one individual per day, and one could hardly expect them to willingly devote a day to such an endeavor. Given the scale of an army numbering in the hundreds of thousands, the time required would be astronomical. Better to enhance one's own strength. After Yu Qingying's explanation, Yi Chen comprehended. Indeed, it was as she stated. I recall there exists a type of Qi refinement herb that facilitates the process for mortals with spiritual roots. In his memories, such a herb did exist, though it was only effective for those possessing spiritual roots. For one like him, deemed a failure, it would be of no use. You may have spent too long in seclusion within the royal tomb, perhaps unaware of the eastern region's plight. The east has always been impoverished, while Qi refinement herbs are not particularly rare, the locations where they can be harvested have long been depleted, and regrowth requires over a decade. Otherwise, Jiufeng Mountain would not have acted so urgently against our Dian. Yi Chen was rendered speechless. From the previous auction at the Tianqing meeting, he had gleaned the eastern region's poverty, yet he had not anticipated it to be this dire. Qi refinement herbs were as commonplace as weeds within the Shenin sect. The sect's lawns were overgrown with them. Although these herbs held little value for cultivation, they could attract the essence of heaven and earth, prompting many sects, including Shenin, to cover their grounds with them. However, due to their rapid growth, the sect required dedicated disciples to manage the weeding. Yi Chen had once fulfilled such a role. I can assist you in enhancing the army's strength. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Chen spoke up. Your kindness is appreciated, but I would not wish to impede your cultivation, sir. Yu Qingying promptly declined, interpreting Yi Chen's offer as a desire to elevate the army's overall prowess through spiritual energy infusion. Such an approach would undoubtedly squander his training time. You misunderstand. Yi Chen smiled, touched by her concern. This woman still thought of him. He then waved his hand over his spatial ring. An amount of qi refinement herbs materialized within the palace chamber. As an esteemed servant, Yi Chen had embraced the noble tradition of seeking ease. All the harvested qi refinement herbs had been collected by him for a day when he could dispose of them in bulk. Yet, before he had a chance to do so, the system had intervened, abruptly transporting him to this place. Thus, the spatial ring brimmed with countless qi refinement herbs. Is this all qi refinement herbs? Yu Qingying was left in a state of shock, her expression one of disbelief. The Dian dynasty possessed dedicated fields for cultivating qi refinement herbs, yet that effort paled in comparison to the mountain of herbs before her. There are roughly 20-some thousand here. Feel free to make use of them. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, suddenly feeling like a wealthy heir. Yu Qingying was rendered speechless, her excitement rendering her somewhat incoherent. These 20-some thousand qi refinement herbs could forge a Are you referring to spiritual treasures? Chapter 16. Does your majesty not realize this is the Demon King? The eastern region is barren, where even qi refining herbs are considered rare treasures, let alone the materials required to forge spiritual artifacts. The Qingfeng sword in Qing Er's hand and the Hongshuang's red tassel spear, strictly speaking, have not yet reached the level of spiritual artifacts. However, they are exceedingly precious and can significantly enhance a cultivator's combat prowess. Throughout the Great Yan dynasty, only the Fengying sword in Yu Qingying's possession can reach the level of a low-grade spiritual artifact. This is already a treasured heirloom of the royal family. Upon reflecting on this, the fervor in Yu Qingying's eyes faded. It is often said that a clever woman cannot cook without rice. Even if Yi Chen were a master artifact forger, the Great Yan dynasty could not provide the materials necessary to craft a spiritual artifact. Such items cannot truly be called spiritual artifacts. All I require is steel, lead, and gunpowder. Yi Chen absent-mindedly touched his nose, intending to create firearms. Cultivators in the qi refining stage possess physical attributes far superior to ordinary mortals, yet they are still far from being impervious to blades and bullets. Before the opponent reaches the foundation establishment stage, the damage inflicted by firearms remains quite considerable. What are these items? Yu Qingying inquired with a puzzled expression. She was familiar with steel, but what were lead and gunpowder? Yi Chen patiently described the appearance of these materials. Very well, I shall instruct my subordinates to procure them upon my return, Yu Qingying replied, noting the characteristics of the items and nodding in agreement. By the way, could you assist me in locating someone? Having said that, Yi Chen approached the writing desk, intending to sketch a portrait of Xiao Lingzi. However, halfway through, he suddenly realized that Xiao Lingzi had always been loyal to him. Her silent departure might indicate some underlying issue. Moreover, relocating to the Great Yan Imperial tomb must have a reason behind it. Sigh, never mind, I shall ponder this later. With that thought, Yi Chen waved his hand and put away the brush. Yu Qingying cast a cursory glance at the unfinished portrait and felt a sense of familiarity, but could not recall where she had seen it before. Very well, please take the qi refining herbs with you, and have the items I requested delivered promptly, Yi Chen declared. Yu Qingying nodded, then waved her delicate hand, causing a large portion of the qi refining herbs to vanish in an instant. My spatial ring is rather limited, I may need to make several trips. I hope you can be understanding, sir. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern, though inwardly he felt a nagging unease. Reflecting on it now, he had initially entered the Shenin sect as a mere servant-disciple through connections, yet he had been assigned a servant, and the spatial ring was no ordinary size. It all felt somewhat off soon. The news of Yu Qingying's severe injuries and unconscious state spread throughout the entire imperial city. When Lin Jintian learned of this news, he was overjoyed, completely devoid of any sorrow for his lost adopted son. Instead, he summoned Wang Tang to discuss major matters. However, Wang Tang's expression was grim. He too had received the news of Yu Qingying's critical condition, yet he was only astonished that Yu Qingying had not perished. The Shaotian Demon King had struck. There was no chance Yu Qingying could have survived. The only explanation is that she possesses a trump card, one potent enough to contend with the Shaotian Demon King. Wang family head, heaven favors us. You are already aware of Yu Qingying's grievous injuries, I presume, and Yin Hongshuang is also in poor condition. This is our best opportunity. Lin Jintian's face was beaming with delight, as if the Great Yan dynasty were already within his grasp. Wang Tang, however, could not share in the joy for him. The news of Yu Qingying's injuries was the worst possible outcome. Wang family head, what troubles you? Lin Jintian asked, noticing Wang Tang's demeanor, unaware of the Shaotian Demon King's involvement. It is nothing, merely a slight discomfort. Wang Tang forced a smile, unwilling to divulge the details to Lin Jintian. The two were merely using each other. Lin Jintian sought to dominate the Great Yan court, while Wang Tang desired a fief to access its resources. When do you believe it is appropriate for us to take action? Lin Jintian asked, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Wang Tang. I believe the sooner, the better, to avoid the long night filled with dreams, Wang Tang replied. Indeed, great minds think alike then. May I inquire how much assistance the Wang family can provide? The sudden emergence of poison barriers within the Wang family rendered it unable to produce any formidable experts at this moment. Wang Tang sighed. That is true, however, it is not a poison barrier but rather the demonic energy emitted by Xiaotian that has infiltrated the body, he said, unafraid of Lin Jintian investigating, for this was the truth. Oh, very well, I shall devise a plan on my own, Lin Jintian replied with a faint smile, subsequently sending Wang Tang away. Watching Wang Tang's departing figure, Lin Jintian's eyes flickered. He sensed that Wang Tang was concealing something from him, and the matter of forcing a palace coup would likely require more careful deliberation. In the following days, an unsettling calm enveloped the surroundings. Yu Qingying remained in seclusion, and her absence from court for over 10 days only heightened Lin Jintian's excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Tang grew increasingly anxious, as the Xiaotian Demon King had yet to return, solidifying his belief that it had perished. For these past 10 days, the Xiaotian Demon King had been by Yi Chen's side, observing his endeavors in researching the weapon known as firearms. At times, it would even scurry off to fetch items without Yi Chen's summons, embodying the role of an eager servant. However, in the absence of Yi Chen's explicit consent, it dared not reveal its spiritual power or utter a word. Bang! A muffled sound echoed from the inner palace as Yi Chen gazed at the 98K in his hands, a grin spreading across his face. After several days of effort, his first firearm had been successfully crafted. In contrast to pure industry, crafting such items on the Xianwu continent was extraordinarily simple. Almost as soon as he mentioned it to Yu Qingying, various components would be meticulously prepared and delivered the very next day, crafted with utmost precision. Utilizing spiritual energy to forge this mundane iron yielded remarkable efficiency. Dehei, summon the Empress and let her witness my long gun. Yi Chen chuckled upon hearing this. The Xiaotian Demon King hurried off to find Yu Qingying, feeling no aversion to being referred to as Dehei. Instead, it experienced a sense of approval. At that moment, Yu Qingying and Yan Hongshuang were engaged in discussions within the heart-nurturing hall. Your Majesty, I have already instructed my subordinates to utilize the batch of chi-refining herbs you provided. Over 200,000 herbs have yielded nearly 100,000 chi-refining stage soldiers, Yan Hongshuang exclaimed, her face radiating joy. That was nearly 100,000. In her army, the proportion of cultivators had already surpassed 60%, a truly formidable feat. Yu Qingying nodded in satisfaction, about to speak when the Xiaotian Demon King pushed the door open and walked in, calling out to her. Upon seeing the Xiaotian, Yan Hongshuang's expression shifted, and she took a few steps back, the overwhelming pressure it had exerted upon her that night still vivid in her memory. Yet Yu Qingying approached without concern, affectionately stroking the head of this clever beast. Your Majesty, be cautious, Yan Hongshuang cautioned, for although this was a dog, it was a demon, a great demon. Cautious of what? Dehei, Yu Qingying asked, perplexed. Is Your Majesty unaware that this is a demon king comparable to a cultivator in the out-of-body stage? As the words fell, Yu Qingying's hand, which had been stroking the fur, froze mid-air. Chapter 17:98K Yu Qingying felt a sudden chill surge through her, causing her to stagger back several steps. Had she truly been treating a demon king rivaling the out-of-body stage as a mere pet dog during this time? Is that true? She asked, inhaling deeply as she turned to Yan Hongshuang. Yan Hongshuang promptly recounted the incident from that day when she had been beaten by Xiaotian in the Yangxin Palace. Xiaotian tilted its head and shot a glare at Yan Hongshuang, thinking to itself, this girl certainly has a loose tongue. It was singularly focused on cultivating a good relationship with Yu Qingying, having sensed that Yi Chen's feelings for her were extraordinary. After all, how could a formidable being spend its days not cultivating, but rather assisting others in crafting something akin to a gun, which could easily be dismissed as mere scrap metal? What was the point of such diligent effort? Upon hearing Yan Hongshuang's words, Yu Qingying let out a breath of relief. It's fine, no need to fear. I believe the master is aware of your recent breakthrough and has sent it to help stabilize your cultivation. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Is that so? Yan Hongshuang's expression was one of confusion. At this, Xiaotian hurriedly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, indeed, you, little girl, truly fail to appreciate my intentions. Now that Yu Qingying was in the know, Xiaotian felt no need to feign silence, and it boldly spoke up. Yan Hongshuang harbored lingering doubts, recalling the murderous intent she had sensed that day. Moreover, hadn't Xiaotian repeatedly sought out Yu Qingying? Enough of this, the master has instructed me to bring you to see the firearms. With that, Xiaotian departed. Yu Qingying raised an eyebrow, taking Yan Hongshuang by the hand as they made their way to the sleeping quarters. Yan Hongshuang dismissed her doubts. She had heard the emperor mention that the master could forge weapons capable of injuring soldiers at the chi refining stage, and as a general of the Fengyi army, her curiosity was piqued. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of the sleeping quarters. That moment, Yi Chen was busy setting up a dummy in the open space before the sleeping quarters. Upon noticing their arrival, he instructed them to wait for a moment. He placed a dummy 100 steps away and clad it in armor made of steel. Then, he approached them, wielding a fire stick. Is this what the master referred to as a firearm? Yu Qingying asked, her brow furrowed as she regarded the burning stick. This object had no blade, nor did it possess arrows within its elongated barrel. Could such a thing truly injure a soldier at the chi refining stage from 100 steps away? Indeed, this is the simplest form of firearm. You may call it the 98K. Watch closely. With that, Yi Chen loaded the weapon, chambering around in one fluid motion, before aiming at the dummy and pulling the trigger. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and the armor on the dummy erupted in sparks, toppling to the ground. Yu Qingying and Yan Hongshuang exchanged glances and hurried forward to inspect the damage, discovering a hole had been pierced through the armor, showcasing a lethality far surpassing that of a bow and arrow. The master is indeed a genius, able to create such items. Yu Qingying could not help but exclaim in admiration. However, this dummy is merely an inanimate object. For cultivators, even those at the qi refining stage, their senses and evasive abilities are quite formidable. On the battlefield, it may not prove as effective. Yin Hongshuang sighed lightly. Yu Qingying's gaze sharpened. Indeed, as Yin Hongshuang had stated, cultivators at the qi refining stage could easily evade such attacks from 100 steps away. This was one of the primary reasons why cultivator soldiers were so formidable. You are overthinking it. In a one-on-one situation, this may lack lethality for soldiers at the qi refining stage. However, consider the battlefield, where personnel are densely packed, especially during a charge. The chaos of the environment only exacerbates the situation. Without ample space to evade, how can the ordinary soldiers mixed in escape? Moreover, in actual combat, there won't be just one firearm. Yi Chen chuckled. Yin Hongshuang's eyes brightened at once. Indeed, if hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of these 98 Burmese shots were to fire simultaneously, the qi refining cultivators who have yet to coalesce their spiritual energy would find it impossible to evade. I wonder how difficult it is to manufacture this 98K. Yu Qingying inquired as she rose. It is not difficult. Since the first one has been made, simply follow the blueprint. With the assistance of spiritual energy, the crafting process becomes quite straightforward. With that, Yi Chen produced the blueprint from his pocket and handed it to Yu Qingying. She accepted it as if it were a treasure, carefully storing it in her spatial ring. Such an artifact would significantly bolster the Fengyi army, where cultivators already comprised over 60% of the ranks. By the way, it's best to manufacture the parts separately and then have a trustworthy person assemble them to prevent leaks, Yi Chen advised. Yu Qingying nodded. She was fully aware of the implications. In her hands, this was a divine weapon, yet in the hands of the Ning Wang and his ilk, it would be no different. Indeed, not only within the palace but even among the ranks of the Fengyi army, there are quite a few spies, Yin Hongshuang remarked, her expression darkening. During this recent shipment of qi refining herbs, nearly 100 pieces of information leaked out overnight. Had I not acted swiftly, the situation within the Fengyi army would have been irretrievably exposed. Recently, they have been making significant moves as well. The individuals I dispatched all possessed formidable cultivation, yet they have lost contact. At present, we remain entirely unaware of Ning Wang's maneuvers and can only proceed cautiously, Yu Qingying said, her brow furrowed in concern. The individuals she had sent were all elite cultivators, including several at the foundation establishment stage. Such cultivators would be valued anywhere, yet for the past several days, all communication with them had ceased. You might consider alternative methods to monitor those lords, rather than relying on cultivators, Yi Chen suggested with a light smile. What does the master mean? Compared to cultivators, ordinary individuals are far more suitable as spies. They attract less attention, are widespread, and most importantly, are easier to manage. For ordinary folk. All they seek is a means to survive, while they may not penetrate the inner circles, who among the elite does not have a few ordinary people around them. Take the servants within the palace, for example. Unlike cultivators, once they embark on the path of cultivation, they desire to advance and thus require abundant resources. The closer they get to the core circle, the more resources they receive, making them increasingly prone to betrayal. Yi Chen smiled, already formulating ideas in his mind to emulate the Hangwu Emperor and establish a force akin to the Jinyui. Although in his past life, the Jinyui had become a cancer by the late Ming dynasty, it could not be denied that in its early establishment, it had accomplished numerous tasks for the Hangwu Emperor. The ministers trembled at the mere mention of the Jinyui. In the current tumultuous state of the Dian, rife with corruption, it was indeed necessary to impose stringent measures. Yu Qingying, upon hearing this, felt a jolt in her heart. As the Empress of Dian and a cultivator herself, she understood that the strength of the nation lay in its powerful cultivators. Thus, she had instinctively regarded ordinary people as having limited utility. However, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, her perspective shifted dramatically. One must understand that water can both carry a boat and capsize it. The people are that water. Powerful cultivators can only serve as the sails and beams of the boat, guiding its direction and ensuring it does not capsize. Chapter 18. The Prince of Ning, Moonless Shadow. It is hardly surprising that the inhabitants of the celestial martial world do not harbor such notions. A formidable cultivator can indeed rival thousands upon thousands of troops. Take Yu Qingying as an example. Should she unleash her full might and personally step onto the battlefield, single-handedly withstanding an army of over 100,000 would pose no challenge at all. As long as she can sustain her spiritual energy, the number of troops she could repel would be astronomical. Yet, the populace forms the very foundation of all this. Who can assure that among 100,000 ordinary individuals, a prodigious talent will not arise? Dynasties differ fundamentally from sects. Sects selectively recruit those with innate gifts to preserve their lineage. In contrast, dynasties require a vast citizenry to foster a sense of belonging, willing to defend the royal family. Sects seek quality over quantity, while dynasties do the opposite. When the numbers swell, concerns regarding quality diminish considerably. Even the mightiest of nascent soul cultivators cannot withstand the relentless bombardment of thousands of golden core cultivators, can they? Moreover, nurturing a nascent soul cultivator is significantly more arduous than cultivating those at the golden core stage. Qingying has learned much. Yu Qingying inhaled deeply, performing a gesture of respect towards Yi Chen. Is such formality truly necessary between us? Yi Chen asked, assisting Yu Qingying to her feet, his tone tinged with peculiarity. Recalling the events of that day, Yu Qingying's cheeks flushed crimson, and she refrained from responding. Yan Hongshuang, perceiving the strange atmosphere, inquired how Yi Chen should proceed. Yi Chen then recounted the actions taken by the Imperial Guard. Upon hearing this, the two women were utterly astonished, expressing their admiration. In the vast chambers, only Yi Chen remained, accompanied by a single dog seated upon a chair. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Truth be told, his earlier remarks were merely a temporary measure, applicable solely within the confines of the Great Yin dynasty. It is possible to consolidate royal authority without exhausting too many vital resources, for neither the feudal lords, the chancellor, nor Yu Qingying wish to deplete national strength excessively. After all, that is the foundation of their state. However, externally, the narrative shifts drastically. Alas, if only my cultivation were somewhat higher, this would not be so troublesome. Yi Chen sighed, his expression one of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's lips twitched, nearly shattering his composure. Your cultivation is insufficient? What then shall I call my own? Have I trained for all these years only to become a dog? Suddenly, Xiao Tian barked in frustration, laying down indignantly, vexed by the realization of his canine identity. Yi Chen, startled, glanced at Dai. You don't have rabies, do you? This is utterly absurd. Come, play with me for a while. With that, he tossed a ball across the room. Go fetch. Xiao Tian, despite his reluctance, complied with Yi Chen's gaze. Back and forth they went, and soon enough, Xiao Tian found himself enjoying the game, unrestrainedly frolicking with Yi Chen outside the chambers. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister's residence was under strict lockdown. The guards at the entrance had been replaced by several cultivators in the early stages of foundation establishment. It could be said that not even a mosquito could slip through. Inside the Grand Hall, Lin Jintian occupied a secondary seat, while a middle-aged man clad in golden armor sat prominently at the head. Judging by the fluctuations of his cultivation, he had already condensed his nascent soul. This was none other than the Prince of Ning, Moonless Shadow, the foremost among the 18 lords of the Great Yin dynasty. Has Yu Qingying not made an appearance during this time? Moonless Shadow leisurely sipped his tea, speaking in a calm tone. Indeed, Your Highness, since the last incident of bloodline agitation, Yu Qingying has remained hidden within the Palace of Nurturing Life, only making brief appearances before swiftly retreating, with governance of the court temporarily managed by Yan Hongshuang. At this point, a glint of malice flickered in Lin Jintian's eyes. A governance should rightly be his domain, based on both experience and status. How could it fall to Yan Hongshuang? Do you believe this presents a favorable opportunity? Moonless Shadow regarded Lin Jintian with a smile that held no warmth. Yes, Your Highness, Yu Qingying has suffered grave injuries, and the royal family of the Great Yin dynasty has lost a pillar of strength at the nascent soul stage. This is our prime opportunity. Lin Jintian nodded affirmatively. A foolish, Moonless Shadow scoffed coldly. Yu Qingying is merely waiting for you. If Yan Hongshuang were absent from court, I might have believed her injured. But now, all her actions are too calculated, too contrived. If Yu Qingying is indeed orchestrating this, we could miss an extraordinary opportunity. Lin Jintian gritted his teeth, fully aware that it could be a ruse, yet the temptation was too great. What if it is genuine? Whether true or false, someone will undoubtedly test the waters. I have already disclosed the matter of the Tianhuan bloodline to the Xin Beast sect. They should arrive shortly. Moonless Shadow replied with a faint smile, draining the last of his tea. If Jiufeng Mountain proves inadequate, why not add the Xin Beast sect to the mix, my dear niece? Upon hearing the mention of Jiufeng Mountain, Lin Jintian trembled, suddenly realizing that he had underestimated the Prince of Ning before him. Yet now, he found himself unable to extricate himself from the situation. By the way, what news of the Wang family? Moonless Shadow inquired of Lin Jintian. The Wang family has recently kept a low profile. According to my investigations, they seem to be contemplating leaving the Great Yin dynasty. Lin Jintian responded gravely, convey this to Wang Tung. If they wish to depart, they must leave their assets behind. Tell them this is my decree. Do you understand? Moonless Shadow gazed intently at Lin Jintian, an aura of power emanating from him, revealing that he had attained the later stage of the nascent soul. Lin Jintian's face turned pale. He never anticipated that the Prince of Ning had silently advanced to this stage. Unreservedly speaking, the prince alone could contend against the entire royal family of the Great Yin. The thought of the Xin Beast sect sent a shiver down Lin Jintian's spine. The Prince of Ning was planning to strike at the guardian beast of the Great Yin royal family. I understand, Your Majesty. I shall promptly notify Wang Tang, Lin Jintian replied, offering a respectful bow. Seeing Lin Jintian's compliance, Moonless Shadow burst into raucous laughter. Meanwhile, within the Palace of Nurturing Life, after entrusting the establishment of the Imperial Guard to Yan Hongshuang, Yu Qingying reclined upon her throne, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she pondered some thoughts. Before long, a gentle breeze wafted through, prompting Yu Qingying to sit upright, her gaze fixed upon the shadow at the center of the palace. National Master, what are the results? As Your Majesty anticipated, aside from the Martial King and the Yin King, the remaining 15 lords have all surrendered their military tokens to the Prince of Ning, the National Master replied gravely. I knew it. The tranquility surrounding this heavenly sacrifice ceremony is too unsettling. The Prince of Ning is stalling for time, awaiting an opportunity. Yu Qingying inhaled deeply. She understood her uncle all too well. Under normal circumstances, had she hosted the heavenly sacrifice ceremony, he would never have remained so composed, not even showing his face. Thus, upon the ceremony's conclusion, she dispatched the National Master to investigate, and the outcome was as she had surmised. Your Majesty, the next time the Prince of Ning acts, it is likely to be in the decisive battle. What shall we do? The National Master's face was marred by worry. The prince is stalling for time. During my recent seclusion, I too have been attempting to intimidate him. I can only hope that Qing'er can act swiftly. Yu Qingying rose slowly, making her way toward the door, her gaze deep and focused in the direction of the royal tombs. If Qing'er can awaken the fire beast, should the prince dare to approach, let him come and never return. Chapter 19 The Beasts of the Mysterious Sect. The fire beast is a supernatural creature tamed by the first emperor of the Great Flame dynasty, possessing a trace of the bloodline of the fire Qilin within its being. Although it cannot compare to the celestial phoenix bloodline that resides in the body of Yu Qingying, it is nonetheless exceedingly formidable. However, since 2 millennia ago, due to the limitations of its lifespan, the fire beast has often succumbed to slumber to prolong its existence. While this method can indeed extend its life, it comes with evident drawbacks. Prolonged dormancy leads to stagnation in its cultivation, which is the first issue. The second consequence is memory loss, rendering it incapable of distinguishing between friend and foe. To prevent such a situation, the fire beast of that era forged a blood contract with the head of the Yin family. As long as the Yin family remains loyal to the Great Flame Imperial family for generations, the fire beast can be commanded by its descendants. In this generation, the one capable of commanding the fire beast is none other than Yin Qing'er. At present, my greatest concern lies with the schemes of Prince Ning. Therefore, National Master, I must trouble you to investigate thoroughly what Prince Ning is waiting for, Yu Qingying remarked, gazing at the National Master. Rest assured, I shall exert my utmost efforts, the National Master nodded, transforming into a wisp of black smoke before vanishing. As she gazed at the rising sun, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within Yu Qingying's heart, as if an unforeseen event were about to unfold. Yet, witnessing the purple spiritual energy gather once more, that flicker of anxiety dissipated. With him around, what do I have to fear? At this moment, outside Yi Chen's chamber, Xiao Tian dashed out with a howl, his body charred black, half of his fur singed, his face awash with terror as he beheld Yi Chen still lying in bed. He had played too recklessly the previous day and ended up dozing off beside Yi Chen. Shortly thereafter, Yi Chen awakened, feeling utterly refreshed. Upon noticing the disheveled state of Dehei, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "What in the world happened, Dehei? Why do you look like a mangy dog?" Xiao Tian's mouth twitched uncontrollably, convinced that this was undoubtedly Yi Chen's way of teaching him a lesson for sleeping beside him without regard for status. Otherwise, after more than 10 days of gathering purple energy every morning, why would today be any different? Just yesterday, they were having a delightful time playing catch, and now he was being forsaken. Forget it, since it's still early, I'll go to the Imperial City and buy you some medicine, Yi Chen said after scrutinizing Xiao Tian's eye. In Yi Chen's mind, this was Yu Qingying's pet. If she saw her beloved dog in such a state after staying here for over 10 days, what if she flew into a rage? After all, in the previous world, many people valued their pets even more than their own children. It was highly likely that Yu Qingying was one of those individuals, considering that Dehei had been roaming around the palace freely, indicating its elevated status. Xiao Tian grinned, glancing at his current appearance, instinctively reluctant to go, but now he dared not defy Yi Chen and could only trot along obediently. During this time, Yi Chen had become quite familiar with the layout of the palace and did not get lost as he made his way. The guards they encountered along the way greeted Yi Chen with utmost respect. Ever since that night when Yu Qingying's bloodline stirred, these guards recognized him. With the sun rising, the gates of the Imperial City slowly opened, revealing throngs of people eager to enter. Among them, 4 individuals stood out prominently, clad in matching attire that suggested they hailed from a powerful faction. What was most peculiar was that 3 of them had a supernatural beast beneath them, exuding terrifying auras, the weakest among them being at the late Golden Core stage. Senior brother, the matters of the Great Flame Imperial City are indeed numerous. If you ask me, we should have charged in last night. Pengda scoffed. Indeed, senior brother, how could we, disciples of the mysterious beast sect, ever endure such humiliation? Zheng Yu echoed, his face contorted with discomfort. They were disciples of the mysterious beast sect, accustomed to being treated as esteemed guests wherever they went, yet here in the Great Flame Imperial City, they had received nothing but cold shoulders. Mind your words, upon entering the Great Flame Dynasty, one must abide by its rules. Wouldn't you agree? Junior sister Bing Xian, Yuan Yi replied, casting a glance at the last member of their party, Bing Xian, suggesting a subtle intention for her to take the lead. Bing Xian, with her charming countenance and an aura of innocence, resembled the quintessential girl next door, a small blue bird perched on her shoulder adding to her grace. Enough talk, it is futile. Let us proceed inside. Bing Xian waved her hand dismissively, seemingly uninterested in Yuan Yi's remarks. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Yi's expression darkened. Senior brother, this granddaughter of the Grand Elder is exceedingly arrogant. No matter what, you are still the direct disciple of the sect leader. Indeed, who is she trying to impress? Everyone knows senior brother is the candidate for the next sect leader. Enough, let us enter the city. Yuan Yi interrupted them, his expression grim, yet a glimmer of malice and greed flickered in his eyes. At this moment, within the city, Yi Chen was leading Xiao Tian into a tea house. Having ventured out too early, many apothecaries had yet to open their doors, so Yi Chen decided to explore the tea house of this celestial martial world. Though it was still early, the tea house was already bustling with patrons, and the unusual sight of a boy with a dog, especially one that now resembled a mangy mutt, caused quite a stir among the attendees. Many were fearful that this dog might carry some illness, understandable given that they were all mere mortals wary of contagion, subjected to the disdainful gazes of so many. Xiao Tian bared his teeth in irritation. When had the mighty king of beasts ever been so looked down upon? Stop showing your teeth, you do indeed look rather unappealing right now. Come, follow me to the corner. Yi Chen patted Xiao Tian's head and headed towards a secluded spot in the tea house. In the corner sat 4 individuals who, upon seeing Yi Chen approach, wore expressions of disdain, ready to berate him, only to be halted by a woman among them. Bing Qian fixed her gaze intently on Xiao Tian. Having grown up alongside supernatural beasts and being the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the mysterious beast sect, she sensed that this dog was extraordinary, but the source of its uniqueness eluded her comprehension. Yuan Yi and the others lacked her keen insight, glaring at Yi Chen with hostility in their eyes. Yi Chen, a mere mortal devoid of spiritual energy, accompanied by a scruffy dog, was unworthy of sitting among them. At that moment, Wang Tong entered from outside. Last night, Prince Ning had instructed that members of the Wang family attend to the disciples of the mysterious beast sect. Faced with the formidable Prince Ning, who was at the late nascent soul stage, Wang Tong, having lost the card of the Xiao Tian Beast King, dared not resist. He immediately stationed people at the city gates, and as soon as the four from the mysterious beast sect entered the city, he rushed over without delay. The intentions of Prince Ning had become abundantly clear. Aligning with him would undoubtedly lead to a grim fate for the Wang family. Wang Tang was determined to cling to the formidable leg that was the mysterious beast sect. Upon entering, Wang Tang sensed four distinct auras and quickly approached them. Wang family S. Wang Tung, greetings to the four of you. Wang Tang bowed politely to the group. It is the head of the Wang family, please, take a seat, Yuan Yi replied with a smile, aware that their visit to the Great Flame Dynasty was not without preparation. Naturally, they were well informed about the Wang family, one of the two remaining noble families of the Great Flame Dynasty. Seeing their cordiality, Wang Tang felt a surge of joy and hastily looked for a place to sit. Spotting a young figure, he patted the shoulder of Yi Chen, saying, "You, move aside." Yi Chen was left speechless, but recognizing Wang Tang's status, he opted to remain silent. Hey, let us go." Wang Tang followed Yi Chen's gaze and was met with the sight of a scruffy dog staring back at him. Instantly, he felt a shiver run down his spine, his legs turned to jelly, and he stumbled to the ground in a most undignified manner. Chapter 20 of the encounter with the mangy dog. Xiao Tian, the king of the demonic beasts, was utterly petrified, collapsing to the ground, his voice trembling. "Master Wang, what is the matter?" Yuan Yi inquired, noticing Wang Tang's disarray, his brow furrowed, and his gaze shifting to the mangy dog at Yi Chen's feet, his expression darkening. How could the esteemed head of the Wang family be so frightened by a mere mangy dog? "You wretched creature, apologize at once, you've terrified him." Yi Chen scolded, delivering a kick to Xiao Tian. After all, this was the head of the Wang family. If he were to become enraged and decide to capture and slaughter it, who would come to his defense? Having received a kick, Xiao Tian, feeling quite helpless, trudged toward Wang Tang. Witnessing the scene, Wang Tang felt as if the sky were collapsing. This was the out-of-body period. Xiao Tian, this young man had the audacity to strike. What on earth was happening? Who was this youth? Wait. No need for that, I have offended you. Wang Tang hastily rose, forcing down his fear as he spoke respectfully. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian shot Wang Tang a knowing glance, then turned to lie down at Yi Chen's feet. "Master Wang, what does this mean?" Yuan Yi's expression darkened. Wang Tang had merely been polite to them, yet he was so deferential towards this young man. Yi Chen found this curious, but after reflection, he realized that since Xiao Tian could roam freely within the royal palace, it was natural that Wang Tang, despite his power, could not compare to the royal family, and thus he felt a sense of relief. Wang Tang's expression shifted as the figure of Wan Fu appeared outside, rushing in with gifts. These were tokens for the members of the Beast Spirit sect. In his haste, Wang Tang had sent Wan Fu to fetch them. "Master, I've brought the Beast Spirit pill," Wan Fu shouted while running. At the mention of the Beast Spirit pill, the faces of Yuan Yi and his companions brightened considerably. The Beast Spirit pill was a precious third-grade pill specifically designed for demonic beasts. In the East region, where even ordinary spiritual materials were highly treasured, gathering the materials for a single third-grade pill was no small feat even within the Beast Spirit sect. Such pills were awarded during— Wasn't this one of the duel from that day? What's the matter, Wan Fu, do you know this young man? Wang Tang frowned, aware of Xiao Tian but unfamiliar with Yi Chen. Wan Fu then recounted the events of that day. Wang Tang's expression changed drastically as he recalled that incident, where he had scolded Wan Fu, believing he had been duped, but now it seemed that everything Wan Fu had said might indeed be true. Wait a moment. This young man is with Yan Xinger, which means he is from the royal family. Suddenly, everything clicked in Wang Tang's mind that night. When Xiao Tian entered the royal palace, it must have been this young man who had subdued him, and so thoroughly at that. This was no mere Yuanying, he was someone capable of subduing an out-of-body period demon king. How deep was the concealment of Yu Qingying? A chill ran down Wang Tang's spine as he realized that all his efforts over the years had been in vain. Moreover, that day, Li Hun had appeared to support Yu Qingying. This young man had also been present. In other words, all the talk of marriage alliances was nonsense. Cough, it's nothing. I shall take my leave now, Yi Chen said, feeling a sense of urgency. First, it was the head of the Wang family, and now even that man from the encounter had arrived. With Qinger absent, he needed to make a swift exit. With that, Yi Chen turned to leave, and Xiao Tian shot a meaningful glance at Wang Tung before hastily following. Hold on. You think you can just walk away? I need to settle the score from that day. Wan Fu spoke coldly, feeling humiliated after being reprimanded by Wang Tung. Finally catching the young man, he was determined to make his grievances known. Yi Chen's expression darkened, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. Meanwhile, Wang Tung, witnessing this scene, was so frightened that he acted impulsively, delivering a kick to Wan Fu, who was caught completely off guard and coughed up blood. What gives you the right to speak here? To be the head of the Wang family, Wang Tang was no fool. He understood the warning in Xiao Tian's glance. Both Wan Fu and the members of the Beast Spirit sect looked on in shock at Wang Tang's boldness. What on earth was happening? Yi Chen glanced at Xiao Tian, bemused. Did this mangy dog wield such influence? Xiao Tian, however, felt a chill run down his spine at Yi Chen's gaze. He had only recalled a bit of the Wang family's past, prompting his warning to Wang Tang, and now he realized he had been noticed. Master? Wan Fu stumbled to his feet, utterly baffled. Get out of the way. You can't even see the big picture. Wang Tang said, smiling broadly as he handed a box to Yi Chen. This young man, I was in a hurry and only brought a beast spirit pill. If you don't mind, please accept it. Behind him, the members of the Beast Spirit sect wore expressions akin to storm clouds, clearly on the verge of erupting with rage. Ice Qian observed Yi Chen with a perplexed look. The Beast Spirit pill? Yichen scoffed. It was clearly meant for beasts. He had little knowledge of pills, as the previous owner had no interest in them, and thus he was entirely ignorant of the beast spirit pill. However, since it was obvious that the offering was intended for the dog, he refrained from refusing. He casually took it and threw it to Xiao Tian, without hesitation. Xiao Tian opened his mouth wide and swallowed it. As an out-of-body period demon king, the pill had minimal effect on him, but it was still beneficial. Seeing Yi Chen's actions, Wang Tang felt increasingly convinced of Yi Chen's extraordinary nature. This was a beast spirit pill worth 100,000 spiritual stones, and Yi Chen had tossed it aside without a glance. After consuming the beast spirit pill, Xiao Tian's fur instantly grew back, transforming him once more into his majestic form. Ice Qian and Yuan Yi were both taken aback. The beast spirit pill was a third-grade pill. Even demonic beasts below the Yuan-ing stage would fall into a deep slumber to absorb its medicinal properties, and a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. Yet this large black dog seemed utterly unfazed, wagging its tail as if nothing had happened. What was the true origin of this large black dog, and who was Yi Chen, who could command such loyalty from it? Well then, since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave, Yi Chen said, waving his hand as he turned to depart, aware that this was not a place to linger. Wang Tong hurriedly saw him off with respect, while Yuan Yi and his companions sat in silence, their faces darkened. Before long, Pang Di made an excuse to leave the tea house, swiftly summoning a blood-fong tiger with a clap of his hand, urging it to chase after Yi Chen. The beast spirit pill, such a divine item, and a mangy dog dares to consume it. Ah-hoo, once you devour that mangy dog, your strength might just break through to the Yuan-ing stage, then, I wouldn't have to hide any longer. Chapter 21 Extracting the bloodline. Upon hearing this, the blood-fong tiger, having already attained a semblance of humanity due to its advancement to the late stage of the golden core, nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Yi Chen hurriedly made his way toward the imperial palace, regretting his decision to venture out alone amidst such significant turmoil. He vowed never to embark on such a solitary journey again. Xiao Tian trailed closely behind, not daring to breathe too loudly. After walking for some time and finally seeing the palace within reach, Yi Chen's anxious heart gradually relaxed, and his pace slowed accordingly. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chen crouched down and forced a gentle smile at Xiao Tian. However, Xiao Tian felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively stepped back, perceiving Yi Chen's smile as disturbingly sinister. Observing Xiao Tian's retreat, Yi Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was he truly that intimidating? Frustrated by his own misfortune, he abandoned the idea of mending their relationship. After all, it was merely a dog, incapable of lodging any complaints against him. He then stood up, lingeringly gazing at the bustling imperial city before him, and let out a soft sigh. In this realm of celestial martial arts, danger lurked at every corner. Who knew when he would dare to venture out alone again? With that thought, he turned and proceeded toward the palace. Xiao Tian paused, then turned around to glance in the direction Yi Chen had been looking, yet saw nothing. He then calmed his mind, releasing his spiritual energy to sense the surroundings, only to discover a blood-fong tiger carrying a member of the Xian beast sect hastening toward them. Just how formidable was this creature's cultivation? Observing Yi Chen's silhouette, Xiao Tian couldn't help but reflect. When Yi Chen had detected the Xian beast sect member earlier, this exiting aperture stage demon king had not sensed a thing. If one were to claim that Yi Chen had seen it with the naked eye, Xiao Tian would never believe it. Who could see such distances unaided? Recalling Yi Chen's enigmatic smile, Xiao Tian suddenly realized that Yi Chen was blaming him. Had it not been for his earlier hint to Wang Tang, Yi Chen would have subdued the enemy long ago, and they wouldn't be in this predicament of being followed now. With this thought, Xiao Tian felt a mix of emotions. Indeed, accompanying Yi Chen was akin to walking with a tigery. Anger surged within him, all directed at that ignorant brat. Drawing a deep breath, Xiao Tian transformed into a blur, darting into a narrow alley. He understood well that the approaching individual was likely after the beast spirit pill he had consumed. As expected, it wasn't long before the blood-fong tiger, following the scent, arrived. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, Pangda's face broke into a cold smile, remarking that this dog had indeed become somewhat sentient. It seemed he was not far from achieving the status of a demon, knowing to seek out a burial ground. Go ahead, little tiger, it's all yours. With that, Pang Di dismounted from the tiger's back, and the blood-fong tiger revealed a menacing grin as it slowly approached Xiao Tian, unhurriedly. Seeing the duo's demeanor, Xiao Tian smirked slightly and proclaimed, I am a benevolent demon king, yet I cannot abide disrespect. His languid voice echoed through the alley, causing both Pang Di and the blood-fong tiger to freeze momentarily and articulate, being a nascent soul demon. The two exchanged glances before turning to flee, but it was too late. With a swift motion, Xiao Tian unleashed an imperceptible wave of energy, solidifying the surrounding space as if it had frozen. Both Pang Di and the blood-fong tiger were firmly ensnared in place, controlling space, and exiting aperture stage demon. Pang Di suddenly recalled that Wang Tang had only lost his composure upon seeing this dog. You cannot kill me. My father is, but before he could finish, Xiao Tian's body began to swell, his eyes glowing a blood-red hue, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surging forth. He was, after all, a creature forged through slaughter, having tempered his instincts while in Yi Chen's presence, yet he remained the fearsome Xiao Tian when faced with others. Such terrifying bloodlust caused Pang Di to lose control of his faculties, yet a dark aura erupted from his chest, a force powerful enough to rend apart the space Xiao Tian had temporarily sealed. Demonic energy. Xiao Tian's gaze sharpened. He never anticipated that Pang Di was connected to the demonic clan. Father, save me! Pang Di screamed. Having completed his deed, Xiao Tian raised a paw, the space unfurling as his form returned to that of an ordinary-sized dog, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. The demonic energy had resurfaced, chaos would soon erupt in the eastern domain. With this thought, a moment of apprehension crossed Xiao Tian's gaze, but he quickly dismissed it. What concern was it of his? He trotted back to the imperial palace. Upon returning to the palace, he nudged open the chamber door with his head, and Yi Chen's voice echoed, "Have you resolved it?" Xiao Tian was taken aback, then nodded in affirmation. Yi Chen glanced at Xiao Tian. Upon returning to the chamber, he had noticed Xiao Tian's absence, but after a while, he concluded that Xiao Tian had merely stepped out for a moment. However, upon seeing the bulging belly of Xiao Tian, a troubling thought struck him. "You didn't eat that, did you?" Xiao Tian, perplexed, assumed Yi Chen was referring to the demonic energy and nodded again. Yi Chen was left speechless. After all, you were the beloved pet of the Empress. Surely, you shouldn't resort to such base behavior. Meanwhile, in a tea house, the three members of the Shen Beast sect sat in place, waiting for an extended period, yet Pang De had yet to return. Growing impatient, they decided to search for him. Unfortunately, it was as if Pang De had vanished without a trace. They scoured the entire imperial city but found no sign of him. Enough of him. This fellow has a tendency to inexplicably disappear for days whenever he leaves the sect. Yuan Yi waved his hand dismissively, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Indeed, we must prioritize our main objective. Let us proceed to the imperial palace, Bing Qian remarked nonchalantly. Sister is right, our business takes precedence, Yuan Yi concurred, and the three set off toward the Great Yin imperial palace. Before long, they stood before Yu Qingying in the Yangxin Hall. Might I inquire as to the purpose of the esteemed disciples from the Shen Beast sect visiting the Great Yin? Yu Qingying posed the question without adopting the haughty demeanor typical of an empress. The Shen Beast sect was a top-tier sect in the eastern domain, renowned for its beast-taming prowess. Although its disciples were few, their collective combat strength surpassed even that of the Nine Peaks Mountain. However, due to the considerable distance separating the Great Yin dynasty and the Shen Beast sect, the two had no significant interactions, leading Yu Qingying to wonder why they had come. We have heard whispers that the Great Yin Empress possesses a trace of ancient phoenix blood. We seek to ascertain the truth of this matter, Bing Qian stated, her beautiful eyes appraising Yu Qingying from head to toe. Yu Qingying's gaze sharpened as she quickly comprehended the implications. This was likely the backup plan of Prince Ning. Her expression turned frosty. And if it is true, what of it? If it is not, then so be it. However, if it is, I implore the Empress to grant me the convenience of extracting the trace of phoenix blood. The Shen Beast sect shall offer substantial rewards in return. Bing Qian boldly declared without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 22 The appearance of Prince Ning. Upon finishing her words, Bing Qian turned her head to glance at the Qingluan bird perched on her shoulder. This precious creature had been painstakingly captured by her grandmother, the Grand Elder of the Shen Beast sect, and had grown up alongside Bing Qian, their bond profound and intuitive. Although the Qingluan bird is a rare and extraordinary beast, its innate bloodline possesses an exceptional talent, said to be second only to the legendary divine beasts of dragons and phoenixes. However, the predicament lies in the fact that this Qingluan bird was retrieved while still in its egg by Bing Qian's grandmother, resulting in its congenital deficiencies and sluggish growth. It would require the essence of high-ranking avian beasts to refine its body, potentially enabling it to reach new heights. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingying's countenance darkened, a chill emanating from her, unmistakably powerful. The pressure emanating from her mid-Yuaning cultivation caused the faces of Bing Qian and her companions to change, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Yi found himself secretly elated. His naive junior sister had spoken without restraint and had now angered the Empress of the Great Yan. It would be best if the Empress took action to suppress her, thereby saving him some effort. Everyone knew that the current Shen Beast sect was rife with discord between the sect master and the Grand Elder. If he could instigate a conflict between the Grand Elder and the Great Yin dynasty, it would surely be a tremendous achievement. With this thought in mind, Yuan Yi quickly signaled to Zheng Yu beside him to stoke the flames further. Receiving the cue, Zheng Yu stepped forward, braving the pressure. Empress, it's merely a matter of bloodline power. If you know what is good for you, hand it over quickly. Our junior sister is the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Shen Beast sect. Should you refuse, do not blame us for lacking mercy. Upon hearing this, Bing Qian's brows furrowed slightly, while Yuan Yi nodded in satisfaction. The words were well articulated. Zheng Yu truly excelled as a sycophant. Hearing this, Yu Qingying let out a cold laugh and replied, very well, I shall see how you intend to show me no mercy. Guards, apprehend them. As her voice fell, Yan Hongxuan led dozens of personal guards, swiftly surrounding the three of them. Observing the situation, Bing Qian wished to interject, but saw Yuan Yi and Zheng Yu simultaneously strike their beast-controlling bags, summoning two beasts into the Yangxin Palace. One was a late golden core wild bull, and the other was a fire-tailed python on the verge of entering the early Yuaning stage. Yuan Yi remained unfazed. Before he left the sect master had bestowed upon him life-preserving measures, and a mere mid-Yuaning Yu Qingying could not subdue him. However, Bing Qian was not in the same fortunate position. Ha, who would have thought that upon my arrival today, I would witness such a grand spectacle. My little niece, you truly astonish your uncle. A hearty laugh rang out as a man clad in battle armor strode into the Yangxin Palace with a beaming smile. Who else but Prince Ning? Yu Qingying paused for a moment at Prince Ning's appearance. When she realized that the individuals from the Shen Beast sect had been lured by him, she concluded that Prince Ning must already be within the imperial city. However, she was astonished to discover that Prince Ning had actually made his way into the palace and had concealed himself outside the Yangxin Palace, all without her noticing. Yan Hongxuan's eyes brimmed with vigilance. She currently controlled all the palace guards. With the storm brewing, she had deployed hidden sentries both inside and outside the palace, yet even so, they had failed to detect Prince Ning's presence. Ah, what brings my uncle to the imperial city today? Yu Qingying asked with a faint smile, neither servile nor arrogant. I heard that an old acquaintance has arrived at the palace, so I thought I would come and take a look. Indeed, these few unruly children have offended my niece, Prince Ning replied with a hearty laugh. Bing Qian and her companions exchanged glances, puzzled. Old acquaintance, do they know him? Oh, does my uncle mean to say? I wish to seek a favor from my niece. That young woman, I shall not concern myself with her, but these two youngsters must accompany me. What say you, niece? Prince Ning stated, emphasizing the word must. With a wave of his hand, the pressure that had emanated from Yu Qingying vanished without a trace. This effortless display made Yu Qingying's brow furrow. Her uncle had evidently reached an unexpectedly profound level of cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qingying nodded in response to Prince Ning's astonishment. Since my uncle has said so, I shall agree. You may take these two with you. Prince Ning was taken aback, clearly surprised by the turn of events, yet, having achieved his objective and with imperial authority once again diminished, he no longer lingered on it, laughing heartily as he led the two away. Bing Qian's expression darkened instantly. Within the vast Yangxin palace, she was left alone. Just as she hesitated whether to crush the jade talisman given to her by her grandmother, Yu Qingying gestured for everyone to withdraw. Yan Hongchuan was momentarily taken aback but said nothing, leading the guards away from the Yangxin palace. What does the Empress mean by this? Bing Qian asked, bewildered. Though you are inexperienced in worldly affairs, I cannot believe you have not discerned that these individuals seek to eliminate you through my hands, Yu Qingying replied with a gentle smile, casting a glance at Bing Qian. Yuan Yi and his companions had underestimated the capabilities of the great Yan Empress. Ah, what does the Empress imply? Bing Qian was not foolish, she could certainly see through the implications. How about we collaborate? How do we collaborate? I shall spare your life, but when the time comes, I will need you to restrain the members of the Xian Beast sect. Does the Empress truly believe I can restrain the entire Xian Beast sect? After all, your identity is rather unique, is it not? Very well. I agree to collaborate with you, but I too have a condition. I require the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline within you. Bing Qian remained fixated on that bloodline. I have stated that I will spare your life. This is the condition I offer you, Yu Qingying replied in a tone that brooked no argument. Oh, it seems the Empress believes she has me at her mercy? Bing Qian's tone turned frigid as she tightly gripped the jade talisman given to her by her grandmother. The atmosphere instantly grew tense as the two locked eyes in silence. However, soon, Bing Qian began to tremble, cold sweat trickling down her body. A pampered princess, she possessed a certain air of superiority, yet that was all. In comparison to the imperial aura that enveloped Yu Qingying, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to crush the talisman, when a voice suddenly called from outside. Empress, the master requests your presence in the inner palace. They both turned to see a large black dog ambling in from outside. Yu Qingying regarded it with indifference, but Bing Qian trembled all over. A talking beast, moreover, why did this dog appear so familiar? What are you doing here? Are you seeking death? Upon spotting Bing Qian, Xiao Tian's gaze turned icy, a terrifying aura erupting from him. The Qinghuan bird immediately took to the air, enveloped in azure flames, charging towards Xiao Tian. An unkempt bird dares to act against me. Xiao Tian scoffed. As the words fell, the Qinghuan bird faltered mid-flight, and the next moment let out a mournful cry, instantly sent flying and crashing against a stone pillar of the palace, which broke in two. The Qinghuan bird lay on the ground, flailing, yet unable to rise again. Spatial lockdown, an out-of-body demon king. Chapter 23. Roast. Bing Qian's face was as pale as a ghost, for the eastern region was desolate, and cultivators at the out-of-body stage were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, appearing and disappearing like phantoms. Even her grandmother and the sect master of the Xian Beast sect were merely at the late stage of the nascent soul. Nevertheless, the Xian Beast sect could still hold its head high in the eastern region, establishing itself as a first-rate power. However, the disparity between the late nascent soul and the out-of-body cultivators was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Facing Xiao Tian, she had not even the chance to crush her jade talisman. Even if she did manage to shatter it, what good would it do if her grandmother arrived? Wouldn't that merely lead to her demise? Yu Qingying cast a glance at Xiao Tian, a smile gracing her lips. This foolish dog had arrived long ago and was now stepping forward to support her. Immediately, Yu Qingying aptly remarked, "Hey, this is a guest, you must not be rude." Xiao Tian shot a sidelong glance at Yu Qingying, recognizing her intelligence surpassed that of Wang Tang, and promptly withdrew his oppressive aura, casting a cold gaze at Bing Qian. Apologies, did I frighten you? Yu Qingying smiled faintly, her eyes fixed on Bing Qian. Taking a deep breath, Bing Qian nodded and replied, "It's nothing, I accept your proposal." With that, she stepped forward to pick up the fallen Qinghuan bird and intended to leave. Wait, aren't you going to take your bloodline? Yu Qingying intercepted Bing Qian. The Empress thought I was easy to bully. Bing Qian's temper flared. Though there was an out-of-body demon king present, it was no reason to mock her. You misunderstand, I know a great figure who might be able to assist you, Yu Qingying replied with a smile. As an empress, she was well aware of the importance of both grace and authority. Mere intimidation would not win true submission. Really? Bing Qian looked at Yu Qingying with suspicion, then glanced at the Qinghuan bird in her arms. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to follow along. Meanwhile, Prince Ning escorted the two away from the palace and headed straight for the Prime Minister's residence. Presently, Lin Zhentian stood beside Prince Ning, assuming the role of a steward. Which of you is Pangda? Prince Ning inquired as he took his seat, surveying the two. After exchanging glances, Yuani and Zhang Yu suddenly realized that this formidable nascent soul cultivator was acquainted with their junior brother. Pang Di. Yuani immediately stepped forward, saying, "Esteemed senior, I am Yuani, and this is my junior brother Zhang Yu." As for Pang De, he went missing early this morning. I see. Prince Ning nodded, scrutinizing the two and the demon beasts behind them. In that case, let us eliminate them all. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of Yuan Yi and Zhang Yu changed dramatically. Just as they were about to react, a wave of dark energy emanated from Prince Ning, extinguishing their lives before they could comprehend the situation. Lin Jintian stood nearby, trembling in fear. Gather a few capable hands and use the method I taught you to devour these four. Additionally, spread the word that the Xian Beast sect has been executed for disrespecting the Empress. With that, Prince Ning waved his hand and retreated into the inner hall. Lin Jintian hastily knelt to bid him farewell. The methods of the current Prince Ning were exceedingly sinister. Under the guidance of Xiao Tian, Yu Qingying and Bing Qian arrived at Yi Chen's quarters. At this moment, Yi Chen was gleefully observing his surroundings. Since he could not venture outside, he thought to entertain himself with a telescope. It was certainly preferable to languishing in the palace all day. Upon seeing Yu Qingying's arrival, he promptly extended the telescope toward her. She accepted it, and after a brief observation, her face lit up with delight. This device was of no use to her personally, but for the military, it was a rare and invaluable tool. Coupled with the refining herbs and firearms Yi Chen had previously provided, Yan Hongshuang's Fingy army would now be capable of withstanding the coalition of the 16 feudal lords. Amid her joy, Yu Qingying felt increasingly touched. Yi Chen had sacrificed his precious cultivation time to create these items for her. In her heart, she regarded Yi Chen as a fervent cultivator, someone who could meditate alone in the imperial tomb for 3,000 years. Oblivious to Yu Qingying's thoughts, Yi Chen simply handed her the blueprints and then turned to the dazed Bing Qian, asking, "What brings her here?" Bing Qian stared blankly at Yi Chen. Was this young man truly the great figure the Empress spoke of? What a joke! He appeared younger than herself. A feeling of being mocked surged within her, her cheeks flushing with indignation. Yet in the next moment, Bing Qian was dumbfounded to see the terrifying out-of-body demon king nuzzling affectionately at Yi Chen's feet, its tail wagging so vigorously that it left after images, resembling an eager sycophant. Just as Yu Qingying was about to speak of Bing Qian's predicament, she noticed Yi Chen stepping forward to embrace the Qingyuan bird held in Bing Qian's arms. What a beautiful parrot! Yi Chen exclaimed, admiring it. Bing Qian instinctively wanted to intervene but was halted by Yu Qingying's gesture, signaling her to observe closely. Yi Chen examined the parrot in his hands, turning it over to inspect it from all angles. Noticing its limp demeanor, he placed it in his palm, hoping to encourage it to stand. Wishing to experience the joy of walking a bird, however, no matter how he positioned it, the parrot remained lethargic. Witnessing this scene, Bing Qian felt her heart ache. The Qingyuan bird was gravely injured. How could he treat it so carelessly? If not for Yu Qingying and Xiao Tian's presence, she would have likely rushed forward to deliver a few blows to Yi Chen. This bird is in no condition. It can't even stand. Teaching it to speak would require tremendous effort. Perhaps I should just roast it. Yi Chen chuckled, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. Upon hearing this, Bing Qian could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward to snatch the bird away, glaring furiously at Yi Chen. He felt a chill run down his spine under her intense gaze and awkwardly chuckled. With Yu Qingying present, he felt oddly exposed, especially since this woman was also a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. He then laughed and slipped into the quarters. Yu Qingying, puzzled and eager to inquire about a solution, was halted by Xiao Tian's outstretched paw, indicating for them to follow him. Soon, they arrived at the Yangxin Hall. Hey, what is the matter? I have yet to ask the senior for a solution. Yu Qingying expressed her curiosity. Bing Qian, meanwhile, wore an expression of anger, feeling that there was no semblance of a solution at all. Master has already indicated. You simply have not grasped it. Xiao Tian sighed. As a demon beast, it naturally possessed a deeper understanding of its kind than Yu Qingying. What did he say? Yu Qingying inquired, bewildered. Has this Qingyuan bird always been held in your embrace since its birth? Or has it been perched on your shoulder like earlier? Xiao Tian questioned Bing Qian. Bing Qian nodded in confusion. She cherished the Qingyuan bird dearly. That is precisely the issue. Like humans, demon beasts cultivate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but your Qingyuan bird has never touched the ground since birth, resulting in an insufficient affinity with the spiritual energy, causing its foundation to be unstable, which is why it has been unable to condense its nascent soul, Xiao Tian explained. Yu Qingying recalled Yi Chen's earlier words and suddenly felt a wave of enlightenment. The senior was indeed as enigmatic as ever in his speech. What should we do then? Bing Qian asked urgently. Did not Master just say, roast it? Chapter 24 The Devourer of Heaven. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, not only did Bing Qian's expression twitch, but even the corners of Yu Qingying's mouth twitched slightly. The Qingyuan bird cultivates the fire element's spiritual power, and as a descendant of the immortal phoenix, it possesses extraordinary flame talents. If one could find a powerful flame for it to cultivate within, it could gradually compensate for its inherent deficiencies. Xiao Tian spoke. Only then did the two women comprehend the implications. However, Bing Qian soon forced a bitter smile. How easy would it be to find a flame more potent than that of the Qingyuan bird? Yet, it was not impossible. It could be far away in the heavens or right before their eyes. Xiao Tian grinned widely, turning his gaze towards Yu Qingying. Yu Qingying raised an eyebrow. Is the senior paving the way for me? If one were to speak of flames stronger than that of the Qingyuan bird, the Tianhuang fire, which is ignited during the activation of her bloodline, is indeed comparable to the immortal fire. Reshaping the roots of a Qingyuan bird would be a simple task. Upon hearing Xiaotian's words, Bing Qian immediately realized the situation and looked at Yu Qingying with a pleading gaze. Yes, this empress possesses the Tianhuang bloodline. Bing Qian implored, Your Majesty, I beseech your assistance. The consumption of Tianhuang fire is immense, and the current Great Yin dynasty is rather unstable. If I were to sustain injuries, Yu Qingying began, her words trailing off. Xiaotian, observing this scene, couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the empress's skill in bargaining. As long as the empress can assist me with the Qingyuan bird's matter, the entire Xian beast sect will undoubtedly lend their full support to the Great Yin royal family. Bing Qian declared without hesitation. The Qingyuan bird was not merely her demon beast, her grandmother had mentioned that its growth was crucial to the survival of the entire Xian beast sect. A sly smile appeared on Yu Qingying's face, and she nodded reluctantly. Very well, but not for the time being. I am still recuperating from my injuries and currently feel somewhat powerless. Upon hearing this, Bing Qian's heart swelled with gratitude. The empress had unhesitatingly revealed her injury to her. This was trust. For now, you shall remain in the palace. Although the empress cannot utilize the Tianhuang fire temporarily, your mere presence, being of the Tianhuang bloodline, will benefit the Qingyuan bird. Xiaotian interjected at the opportune moment, and Yu Qingying began to extend her invitation. Bing Qian accepted without a moment's hesitation and sent a message back to inform her grandmother. Without any delay, the Grand Elder of the Xian Beast sect agreed and prepared to dispatch a powerful expert to the Great Yin Imperial City to assist the royal family. Witnessing this scene, Yu Qingying couldn't help but chuckle with satisfaction. Ah, my uncle, I must thank you for this splendid gift. With matters perfectly resolved, Xiaotian had no intention of lingering further and returned to quietly guard the entrance of Yi Chen's chamber. As night fell gradually, Xiaotian unknowingly drifted into slumber. Before long, a wave of dark energy emanated from within Xiaotian, swirling in the air before coalescing into a shadowy figure that emitted a chilling grin. It began to survey its surroundings, and suddenly, as if sensing something, it made its way towards the chamber. Upon seeing Yi Chen lying soundly asleep on the bed, the shadow froze in place. What a surging aura of blood. If I could possess this person's body, my resurrection would be imminent. With that, the shadow drifted towards Yi Chen, its head gradually morphing into a grotesque face, inching closer. Yi Chen, sensing an icy presence in his dreams, slowly opened his eyes to find a ghastly visage mere inches from him. Instantly, he sprang from his bed, every hair on his body standing on end. A ghost? In the next moment, driven by instinct, he swung his hand in a reflexive slap. The shadow sneered disdainfully, such tactics are ineffective against me. A crisp sound echoed as the shadow's grin froze in place, feeling a tremendous force strike it, causing it to be uncontrollably flung away, its form dissipating significantly. What the hell? What is happening? You can hit me. The shadow stared blankly at the enraged Yi Chen. Yi Chen ignored it and, with a cold expression, proceeded to deliver a series of blows. In truth, the only thing Yi Chen feared in this world was one thing: ghosts. He could not comprehend why anyone would fear ghosts. If a ghost were to kill you, you would simply transform into a ghost and take revenge. If it spared you, then what was there to fear? Though this was a celestial martial world, Yi Chen sensed no spiritual energy emanating from this ghostly figure, indicating it was not a ghost cultivator. What was there to fear? Outside the room, Xiaotian was awakened by the commotion within, only to witness Yi Chen pummeling the shadow mercilessly. The brutality displayed made Xiaotian instinctively tighten its legs around its tail. It was too savage, however. Xiaotian quickly regained its composure. Whatever this entity was, it could withstand Yi Chen's ferocious assault. Thus, it released its spiritual energy and began to sense the situation. To its shock, as it sensed the shadow, Xiaotian's fur stood on end. This was no mere person, it was a manifestation of demonic energy. Stop, don't hit me, was I not just getting a little too close? The shadow protested, baring its teeth. This was one of its demonic seeds. If destroyed, it would take several hundred years to reconstitute. I do as I please. Yi Chen grinned, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had been on high alert for an extended period, and this was the first time he could vent his frustrations so freely. You may not know who I am, but I am the Devourer of Heaven. Before it could finish its declaration, Yi Chen responded with another barrage of strikes. The Devourer of Heaven? Why not call yourself the Devourer of Heaven's Jar, or the Brutal Emperor? How dare you defame my goddess? I'll beat you to death. I did not defame your goddess, that was your own assertion. The shadow's body began to crack as it attempted to defend itself. It sought to retaliate, but every time it unleashed its demonic energy, Yi Chen would manifest a purple glow on his skin, which dissolved the demonic energy instantaneously, rendering it utterly powerless. Yi Chen paid no heed to its protests and delivered a punch straight through its forehead. A shattering sound echoed, and at the center of the shadow, a pitch-black seed burst apart. With a final, unwilling roar, the shadow dissipated into the void. Xiaotian watched in stunned disbelief. To be honest, the moment it heard the title Devourer of Heaven, it had considered fleeing. Such a formidable figure. Even in its prime, a mere out-of-body realm demon king would have had no chance to escape if confronted by the Devourer of Heaven. Yet, what had just transpired? It had witnessed the Devourer of Heaven's demonic seed being crushed by Yi Chen's physical strength. Moreover, just moments ago, Xiaotian had felt no fluctuations of spiritual energy. What realm was this fellow truly in? And meanwhile, within the Prime Minister's residence, Prince Ning's expression shifted dramatically as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 25. The strange creature. Blood slowly traced the outline of a human face upon the ground. Witnessing this unsettling sight, King Ning was taken aback, hastily kneeling down, disregarding the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, to pay homage to the esteemed envoy. The sacred lineage had been destroyed, and the seventh envoy was now en route to your location to investigate the cause. A faint voice resonated, and in an instant, the blood-drawn visage vanished, leaving only a pool of crimson fluid behind. It was only then that King Ning rose, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, taking several deep breaths to steady his racing heart, and allowing a slight smile to grace his lips. The seventh envoy, my dear niece, how unfortunate you truly are. What are you staring at? Is it not said that black dogs ward off evil? How could you fail to guard the door? Yi Chen cast a disapproving glance at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian clicked his tongue, admitting that he had not noticed. Even if he had, he would not dare confront the demonic seed of the Devourer Demon Lord. Even if he did act, he was no match for such a formidable being. After all, that was the Devourer Demon Lord, a great demon that had once brought devastation to the Central Territory. It is essential to understand that, akin to many cultivators with mutated spiritual roots, demonic energy is significantly more potent than ordinary spiritual energy. Within the same realm, practitioners simply cannot compete with demonic cultivators. Moreover, demonic energy possesses a strong corrosive quality. Once it taints spiritual energy, it continuously assimilates. To illustrate, if demonic energy injures a cultivator, that injury would never heal, remaining with them for a lifetime. Unless one possesses a power surpassing that of the demonic energy or has a cultivation level greater than that of the demon who inflicted the wound, healing is impossible. Noticing Xiao Tian's lack of reaction, Yi Chen pursed his lips. Although he was unafraid of ghosts, who would not be frightened upon waking in the middle of the night to see a distorted face beside them, startled by such an apparition, Yi Chen found himself wide awake, glancing at the moon hanging high in the sky. After a moment of contemplation, he left his quarters and made his way toward the royal mausoleum, with Xiao Tian hastening to follow. Since he had nothing better to do, he thought it wise to check if little Lingzi had returned. The Great Yin Royal Mausoleum is situated behind the Great Yin Imperial Palace. However, this is merely a general direction. The last time he visited the palace, half the journey had been traversed with the aid of Yu Qingying's flight. Thus, Yi Chen could only navigate toward the mausoleum based on his vague recollections. Along the way, he encountered numerous palace guards. The guards greeted Yi Chen with polite smiles, as Yin Hongshuang had already shown them his portrait. Given this remarkable individual's presence in the inner palace, they did not impede his passage. Yi Chen, feeling somewhat guilty, exchanged greetings with them. After some time, Yi Chen noticed a significant increase in the number of guards before him. The mountain before him bore some resemblance to the one housing the royal mausoleum, yet there were subtle differences. However, with guards stationed, he surmised he must be correct. Without further thought, he proceeded toward a cave halfway up the mountainside. The guards, seeing his actions, contemplated stopping him but recalled Yin Hongshuang's orders and dared not intervene, instead sending someone hastily to report. Upon entering the cave, Yi Chen sensed something amiss. The entrance bore no resemblance to the royal mausoleum and seemed to be significantly warmer than the outside air. Xiao Tian sniffed around, suddenly adopting a posture of alertness, his fur bristling, crimson slowly creeping into his eyes, clearly prepared for battle. Yet, despite the oddity, Yi Chen pressed deeper, reasoning that given the recent upheaval at the mausoleum, it was only fitting for Yu Qingying, as a member of the Great Yin royal family, to make some repairs. One could not allow their ancestors' resting place to be sullied. Meanwhile, Yu Qingying stood within the nurturing heart palace, flanked by the national master and Yin Hongshuang. The three were deliberating strategies to deal with King Ning. Initially believing that their combined efforts would easily contain him, Yu Qingying felt the pressure from King Ning's recent display of power. She understood that King Ning had likely reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. If the emperor's words held true, and King Ning indeed possessed such strength, even if they managed to subdue him, the cost would be considerable, not to mention the possibility of King Ning having other contingencies. The national master pondered for a moment before speaking. Currently, with Qing'er still absent, the royal family's strength is insufficient to confront King Ning. Perhaps we should seek assistance from the master? Yin Hongshuang suggested tentatively. Setting aside Yi Chen's involvement, even the great black dog by Yi Chen's side could easily handle King Ning, and that was a formidable creature of the out-of-body stage. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingying paused, then shook her head slightly. That would not be wise. If the master wishes to intervene, he will do so on his own accord. We should refrain from excessive interference. But there is no but. I have stated that we must not disturb the master. He has already aided us sufficiently. Yu Qingying declared coldly, her imperial aura unmistakable. The external assistance is ultimately just that, external. If there are matters that we, the Great Yin dynasty, can resolve internally, we should not rely on others. The national master turned to Yin Hongshuang, speaking earnestly. Yin Hongshuang nodded in agreement, apologizing to Yu Qingying. Yu Qingying was inherently strong-willed, otherwise, with her beauty, would she struggle to find allies in the eastern region? Furthermore, since the rise of the Great Yin dynasty, it has stood firm to this day. Surely it boasts a few ancient allies, yet, all those ancient beings, upon receiving Yu Qingying's plea for assistance, only proposed marriage alliances or even suggested that she become their furnace for alchemy. It's no trouble. This is not your fault. I simply do not wish to owe the master too much, otherwise, I shall truly have nothing left to repay him. Yu Qingying sighed, recalling the night she had stood before Yi Chen in her bare form, taking the initiative. In this world, the only person I do not wish to owe is him. I hope Qing'er returns soon. Yin Hongshuang sighed, and together with the national master, they departed the nurturing heart palace. After lingering for a moment, Yu Qingying turned toward the inner sanctum of the palace, where numerous portraits hung, depicting the emperors of the Great Yin dynasty throughout history. She approached the foremost portrait, standing silently before it. Ancestor, Qingying is so weary. Having said that, she lit several incense sticks, then frowned slightly, staring intently at the first emperor of the Great Yin dynasty, feeling an uncanny familiarity with his visage, reminiscent of Yi Chen's earlier portrait. Your Majesty! Your Majesty, this is terrible. Yu Qingying's contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a shout, prompting her to cease her thoughts and exit the inner chamber, addressing the guards before her with a stern expression. What is the matter? Lord Yi has entered the fire cave. We dared not obstruct him, so we have come to seek your command. One guard knelt before her, speaking hastily. At this, Yu Qingying's brows furrowed, and she promptly departed the nurturing heart palace, heading toward the fire cave. Simultaneously, Yi Chen stood in stunned silence within the cave, confronted by a monstrous entity towering over 100 feet. With each breath, visible embers of flame continuously emanated from it. A strange creature. Chapter 26. The Master within the cavern. The entire mountain had been hollowed out, and before Yi Chen stood the enormous creature. Its body was entirely enveloped in fiery red scales, adorned with two majestic antlers atop its head. Its eyes were tightly shut, and its breathing was rhythmic, clearly indicating it was in a deep slumber. Xiao Tian's fur bristled with agitation as it circled anxiously around Yi Chen, poised to charge at a moment's command, eager to engage in battle. It discerned the presence of a bloodline of the fire Qilin within this beast. Consuming it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon. Furthermore, the fire Qilin was currently asleep, presenting a rare opportunity. However, Yi Chen was paralyzed with fear, realizing he had likely ventured into a perilous domain. He immediately contemplated retreating, yet, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar figure clad in azure, Qinger. At that moment, Qinger sat within an enigmatic array, her eyes shut tight, clearly in great distress. Xiao Tian also noticed Qinger and, upon recognizing the formation, nodded in sudden understanding. As a beast of the wild, it was intimately familiar with such patterns, which signified a bloodline contract. This contract would endure until one party perished completely. Unlike master-servant or equal contracts, this was a covenant of shared life, meaning that when the fire Qilin awakened, it would draw upon this young girl's life force, not its own. Yi Chen gazed at Qinger, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Though his cultivation was modest, he was still a practitioner, fully aware that there were circumstances in which a cultivator must not be disturbed. He was uncertain whether Qinger was in such a state. A chilling sensation crept up his spine as he distinctly felt a gaze rise behind him, fixating upon his back, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. In this searing cavern, he felt an unexpected chill. Xiao Tian let out a fierce growl, its body taut and ready for combat, awaiting a command. Yi Chen stiffly turned around, only to find that the once sleeping fire Qilin had inexplicably awakened, its fierce gaze locked onto him, filled with wrath. In the next instant, a roar erupted from its throat, unleashing a torrent of scorching air that swept through the cavern. The cultivators stationed outside the fire Qilin's lair all spat blood, their garments igniting, while the surrounding trees withered and turned to ash in an instant. From her aerial vantage point, Yu Qingying's pupils contracted sharply. With a flick of her sleeve, she extinguished the flames engulfing her guards and summoned spiritual energy to rescue them. As a royal heir, Yu Qingying possessed profound knowledge regarding the fire Qilin. Every time it awakened, its memories were most chaotic and its temperament most violent. During such moments, the fire Qilin would indiscriminately attack all individuals outside of its bloodline contract. This was one of the primary reasons she forbade anyone from approaching the fire Qilin's lair. Alas, she had arrived too late. The fire Qilin was already awake. She hoped fervently that her master would not strike it down with lethal force. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was awkwardly greeting the fire Qilin with a forced smile, before hoisting Qinger onto his back and making a hasty retreat. Xiao Tian yearned to take a bite out of the beast but ultimately restrained itself, following closely behind Yi Chen. Glancing back warily of the fire Qilin, however, would not let them escape so easily. It struck with a massive paw, causing the cavern walls to collapse and sealing the entrance tightly. Yi Chen felt a chill of despair as the only exit was now blocked, leaving him no means of escape. Xiao Tian, grinning widely, observed the enraged fire Qilin, thinking to itself that this creature was courting disaster by attempting to obstruct such a formidable opponent. Master, don't hesitate, act, let me partake in this feast. If I could obtain even a trace of that fire Qilin's bloodline, I might just catch up to those old fogies in my clan. Yi Chen turned around and set Qinger down, staring at the fire Qilin that loomed before him, its size dwarfing him in comparison, causing his legs to tremble with fear. The fire Qilin, indifferent to Yi Chen's fear, began to gather flames in its mouth, preparing to unleash a fiery breath upon him. Yet, in the next moment, the fire Qilin suddenly howled in agony as if struck by some unspeakable force. The flames dissipated, and blood began to pour from its body, even as flames erupted forth, searing its own flesh. The cavern was filled with its pain wails, and soon it was on the verge of collapse. Yi Chen stood in stunned silence, while Xiao Tian was equally perplexed, unable to comprehend the bizarre turn of events. What was this creature doing, burning itself? As the fire Qilin was grievously injured, the temperature in the cave began to drop. The sound of footsteps echoed through the cavern, followed by the shattering of rubble, as Yu Qingying, clad in a gilded phoenix robe, emerged into the cave. Upon entering, she beheld the fire Qilin lying weakened on the ground and cast a reproachful glance at the impassive Yi Chen. Sir, this fire Qilin is the guardian beast of our great Yen. How could you have injured it so severely? Yi Chen opened his mouth, at a loss for words, unable to explain that it had inexplicably harmed itself. Alas, it seems this fire Qilin is a bit disoriented. I cannot wholly blame you, sir, Yu Qingying sighed, shaking her head. Disoriented? Could it be that this fire Qilin has lost its wits? No wonder. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave, fearing that the creature might once again lose control. He could only hope that after this self-immolation, the fire Qilin would remember its lesson. As the fire Qilin gazed at Yi Chen's retreating figure, its murky eyes gradually cleared, memories flooding back to its mind. It recalled its birth, the death of its mother at the hands of enemies, and how a human cultivator had saved it. In gratitude, it had forged a master-servant contract with that human, vowing eternal loyalty. They had spent many years together in the wilderness. One day, it had asked the human why he remained in the mountains instead of venturing forth, and the human had led it to a cave where a person lay sleeping. "This person is my master," the human had said. "I vowed to never betray him, and now that you have become my beast companion, my oath applies to you as well. Remember to guard your master well." In the cave, the receding figure gradually merged with the image of the person sleeping upon the stone platform from back then. After a long pause, the fire Qilin uttered the two words, "Master," its voice barely a whisper, inaudible even to Yu Qingyin. Xiao Tian, who had been fervently licking the blood nearby, trembled upon hearing this, following the fire Qilin's gaze to see only Yi Chen's departing silhouette. It suddenly recalled the fire Qilin's earlier strange behavior. This was a bloodline backlash. In shock, as it surveyed the blood pit it had licked nearly clean, Xiao Tian's expression turned bitter. "Damn it, I've been played." Chapter 27, that old six, that fellow is certainly doing this on purpose. Xiao Tian, on the verge of tears, slapped himself several times, cursing his own loose tongue. Why did he have to drink this blood? The fire lay grievously injured, its blood seeping profusely. Although it was not pure essence blood, it nonetheless contained a trace of bloodline power. Alas, what to do now? Yu Qingyin gazed at the fallen fire, her expression darkening. This was the trump card of her Dian imperial family. What to do indeed, little girl, I must ask you, what is your relationship with the master that allows him to put me in such a predicament? Glancing at the self-pitying Yu Qingyin, Xiao Tian spoke irritably. "I do not understand what you mean," Yu Qingyin replied, taken aback, completely oblivious to Xiao Tian's insinuations. Is it possible that this little girl has formed a bloodline contract with the fire? Xiao Tian gritted its teeth, pointing at Qing'er, who was now showing signs of rapid aging, with her hair turning white and her skin losing its initial luster. Seeing this scene, Yu Qingyin was taken aback, rushing forward to cradle Qing'er in her arms, exclaiming, "What happened to Qing'er? How could she end up like this?" Xiao Tian's lips twitched, it could sense something within itself waning. "Step aside." Xiao Tian moved forward, pushing Yu Qingyin aside, then looked deeply at Qing'er before continuing. "When we first entered, this girl was attempting to awaken the fire. She succeeded, but before the connection was completed, the master interrupted." At this point, Xiao Tian recalled how Yi Chen had previously carried Qing'er away, only now realizing it was all part of a scheme. This led to her being backlashed by the bloodline contract, and combined with the fire's grievous injuries, the life link between them would simultaneously sever. This cannot be. Qing'er must not die. "I will seek the master's assistance." Yu Qingyin frantically rose, clutching Qing'er and rushing towards the exit. "What are you rushing for? The master has already left behind a solution," Xiao Tian bitterly remarked, that solution being itself. Due to absorbing the fire's blood, it now contained a trace of the beast's power. This power could allow it to wield a portion of the fire's strength, but conversely, it would also be affected by the bloodline contract. Initially, Xiao Tian paid little mind, for the life contract between Qing'er and the fire was not substantial enough to influence it. However, if the fire possessed another type of contract, it would be an entirely different matter. With the enhancement of both contracts, the binding force would significantly increase, and even a mere drop of the fire's blood would impose constraints. Suddenly, before Yu Qingyin's astonished gaze, Xiao Tian's body began to swell, soon reaching a size comparable to the fire, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent and dense demonic energy surging forth. Yu Qingying had no doubt, she could not contend with the current Xiao Tian. She would be fortunate to withstand 3 moves. Xiao Tian's crimson eyes fixed upon the fire, letting out a helpless sigh. Compared to the drop in realm, the damage to its power, and the shortening of its lifespan, the latter was not so bad, as demonic beasts possessed robust vitality. With that thought, Xiao Tian let out a long howl, a trickle of blood seeping from its brow, which ultimately transformed into a fist-sized mass of black blood before Yu Qingying's eyes. In an instant, Xiao Tian's aura diminished, its body abruptly shrinking as it lay on the ground, gasping for breath, expending its last ounce of strength to strike that mass of black essence upon the fire. Upon contact with the black essence, the wounds on the fire began to heal, and Qing'er's body trembled slightly, the white at her roots fading. Subsequently, the fire's form began to shrink gradually, soon resembling an ordinary small dog. Yu Qingying was momentarily taken aback, just as she opened her mouth to inquire about the situation, but Xiao Tian was already struggling to rise and dragging itself towards the exit. Witnessing this, Yu Qingying did not impede, instead cradling Qing'er in the fire, hastily following behind. Outside the cave, a gentle drizzle had begun to fall. Xiao Tian glanced in the direction of the palace, a self-deprecating smile creeping onto its face as it shook its head, preparing to leave the place. Perhaps, in Yi Chen's eyes, it was merely a tool. A wave of bitterness surged within. One cannot simply be a sycophant. It would be better to return and nurse its wounds. Just a few steps out, Yi Chen's voice suddenly rang out. "Where are you going? Humans are not mere plants, who can be devoid of feelings. For this dog that has remained by his side at all times, Yi Chen would be lying if he claimed to feel no emotion." Despite being an ordinary pet dog, it had not flinched even when faced with the imposing fire, displaying a determination to fight, which deeply touched Yi Chen. Xiao Tian was taken aback, then stubbornly turned its head away, ignoring Yi Chen as it walked away slowly. Seeing this, Yi Chen hurriedly stepped forward to block its path, gazing at Xiao Tian's weary appearance, a wave of guilt washing over him as he spoke. "I'm sorry." The cave was fraught with peril, and it had vowed to follow him to the death, yet he had left without taking it along. Xiao Tian was momentarily stunned, observing the tremor in Yi Chen's eyes, realizing it was not feigned, and was at a loss for words. Great beings are typically exalted, and for Xiao Tian, even when late-stage Yuanian cultivators sought it, merely receiving a glance from them felt like an unparalleled grace, let alone an apology. Seeing Xiao Tian remain stationary, Yi Chen could not afford to hesitate any longer. He immediately shed his eternal robe and draped it over Xiao Tian, lifting it in his arms and striding towards the palace. In an instant, Xiao Tian felt a continuous influx of spiritual energy pouring in from all directions, effortlessly invading its body without requiring any effort on its part to absorb it. The purity of this spiritual energy was beyond that of even the finest gathering formations. What kind of garment is this? Xiao Tian was astonished, gazing at the eternal robe draped over it, filled with trepidation. No wonder this fellow does not need to cultivate. Why would he need to when wearing such clothing daily? In its astonishment, as it sensed Yi Chen, merely at the qi refining stage, a surge of invective erupted within Xiao Tian. That old six, how dare he conceal his aura, pretending to be merely at the qi refining initial stage. Then, it recalled the trap Yi Chen had set for it in the cave. That rascal has an endless array of cunning schemes. This king must be more cautious in the future. But despite the grievances, Xiao Tian nestled into Yi Chen's embrace and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Yu Qingying arrived at the cave entrance, watching Yi Chen carry Xiao Tian away, a faint smile gracing her lips. As the Empress and a young woman, she was naturally more perceptive than Yi Chen. Inside the cave, she had sensed Xiao Tian's discontent, and now, witnessing the reconciliation between the man and the dog, a heavy weight lifted from her heart. However, next time, she must find an opportunity to inquire about this method of concealing one's aura from the master. It would certainly be advantageous for future endeavors. Chapter 28, To Live or Die. Cradling Xiao Tian, Yi Chen returned to his chamber, gazing out at the incessant rain. He initially intended to let the creature rest indoors. However, to his surprise, Xiao Tian displayed great reluctance at the prospect of entering the house, wriggling free from Yi Chen's embrace and stubbornly lying at the door, refusing to budge. Witnessing this scene brought tears to Yi Chen's eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good dog, such a discerning companion is truly a rarity." Not wanting to press the matter further, he simply entered the room and collapsed into a deep slumber. The next day, at the break of dawn, Yi Chen awoke groggily to find a familiar face gazing intently at him. It was Qinger. "What are you staring at? Get up, it's already late," she exclaimed with irritation. Standing nearby, Yan Hongshuan looked on, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This girl showed no restraint towards Yi Chen, regardless of her demeanor with others. Instantly, Yi Chen was wide awake. This fierce girl had returned. Xiao Tian, watching from outside, was left dumbfounded. It seemed he had grasped the pulse of Yi Chen's affections for the opposite sex. Both Yu Qingying and Qinger were strikingly beautiful. He lamented his own fate of being male, for even if he were to transform, he would remain a man. "What is it? Is there something you need?" Yi Chen asked, scratching his nose and glancing towards Yan Hongshuang, feeling slightly apprehensive in the presence of Qinger. "His Majesty wishes to see you," Yan Hongshuang replied with a gentle smile. Yi Chen nodded, quickly tidying himself before following the two women to the Yangxing Palace. Along the way, Qinger chattered incessantly, though her tone lacked any semblance of respect. Why Yi Chen could only force a smile, fearful that this fiery lady might suddenly lash out at him. Soon, they arrived at the Yangxing Palace, where Yi Chen spotted the weary-looking Yu Qingying, accompanied by the oddly expressions of Bing Qian. Before them sat a small beast, appearing adorably innocent, reminiscent of the fire unicorn from the previous day, albeit much smaller and devoid of scales. "Sir, you've arrived," Yu Qingying sighed with relief upon seeing Yi Chen, as if she had found her anchor. The night before, she had returned to the palace with Qinger and the diminished fire unicorn. Not long after awakening, Qinger regained her senses, but the fire unicorn proved to be a source of frustration for Yu Qingying. Possessing a high level of cultivation, even surpassing Yu Qingying by a minor realm, its temperament mirrored that of a mischievous child, frolicking about with no trace of the composure expected from a being that had lived for millennia. Eventually, she had to summon Bing Qian, who used her beast-taming skills to subdue it, granting them a moment of peace. Xiao Tian trailed behind, gazing intently at the juvenile fire unicorn. After a while, he couldn't help but smirk, pondering the creature's extraordinary fortune. The fire unicorn had indeed undergone a reversal of fate, as it bore within it a unique bloodline from Xiao Tian. After absorbing Xiao Tian's essence, the clash of their bloodlines resulted in its return to a youthful state. However, this condition would not last long, and its memories would gradually resurface. As Yi Chen approached the small creature, he was about to speak when the fire unicorn suddenly opened its eyes wide, exhaled flames, and broke free from Bing Qian's grasp, leaping about the Yangxing Palace in wild abandon. Yu Qingying, Yan Hongshuang, and Bing Qian all sprang into action, attempting to capture the little rascal. Yet, the fire unicorn behaved like an elusive eel, evading their every effort, its antics eliciting boisterous laughter as it soared through the air. Qinger, anxious, tried to communicate with the fire unicorn through her thoughts, urging it to behave, but the creature, now akin to a petulant child, only grew more defiant with her every word. Before long, the entire Yangxing Palace was turned upside down by its antics. Realizing that the fire unicorn was about to wreak havoc in the rear hall, an area sacred to the revered past emperors, Yu Qingying urgently appealed to Yi Chen for assistance. "Sir, please help us catch it." Yi Chen scratched his nose, internally lamenting, "How can I possibly capture it when you all are unable?" Nevertheless, he put on a brave front, positioning himself at the entrance to the rear hall and declaring, "What nonsense is this? Come down." Miraculously, the fire unicorn seemed to heed his command, hovering momentarily in mid-air, its large eyes assessing Yi Chen before it gently descended, nuzzling against his feet in a display of affection. The four women were taken aback, especially Qinger, who nearly rushed forward in response to Yi Chen's authoritative shout. Xiao Tian, observing the scene, smirked knowingly. He recognized that the bond of contract was at play with the fire unicorn. Yi Chen, somewhat perplexed, attributed the creature's behavior to his own charm, thinking, indeed, handsome men receive preferential treatment wherever they go. Just as De He had enjoyed, so too did this little beast. "Your cultivation is unfathomable, sir." Yu Qingying mused, marveling at Yi Chen's ability to command the fire unicorn, which was otherwise unruly. Yet, recalling Dehei's formidable prowess, she quickly reconciled her astonishment. After all, if a demon king of the out-of-body stage could be treated as a pet, then this fire unicorn was hardly a challenge. Thanks to your intervention, sir, Yu Qingying sighed with relief, watching as Qinger scooped up the fire unicorn, offering a gentle smile. Although she was uncertain of the events that had transpired with the creature, its cultivation remained intact, and it continued to embody the spirit of the Great Yan's guardian beast. Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what to say. However, in the next moment, the fire unicorn wriggled free from Qinger's grasp and eagerly approached Xiaotian, scrutinizing him intently. Xiaotian's expression turned wary, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. "Mommy," the fire unicorn suddenly squeaked in a high-pitched voice. Everyone present, including Xiaotian, froze in shock. After a long pause. Yu Qingying nodded thoughtfully, recalling Xiaotian's actions from the previous day. It was evident that the fire unicorn, bearing his bloodline, might be regarding him as its mother due to their kinship. Xiaotian's fur bristled in alarm as he quickly retreated, but the fire unicorn was relentless, burrowing beneath Xiaotian's belly. A strange sensation washed over him, and he hastily evaded, glaring at the fire unicorn with a dark expression. "That is certainly not where you should be feeding." Yet, the fire unicorn paid no heed, pursuing him once more. Xiaotian, feeling utterly exasperated, thought to himself that if this fire unicorn were not Yi Chen's pet, he would have smacked it flat by now. Within the Yangxing Palace, the sight of Xiaotian being chased around by the fire unicorn brought laughter to all, creating a moment of delightful harmony. Even Bing Qian couldn't suppress her laughter, well aware of the absurdity of the situation. "Your Majesty!" Suddenly, a voice rang out, and a shadow of a personal guard appeared at the entrance. The group quickly stifled their laughter, and Yu Qingying assumed her royal seat, stating coolly, "What is it?" "Your Majesty, the Xian Beast sect has issued a declaration, stating their intention to pursue an unyielding vendetta against the Great Yan imperial family." With that proclamation, all eyes, except for Yi Chen's, turned towards Bing Qian. Chapter 29. Your Majesty, Yi Chen is merely a qi refining practitioner. Bing Qian's expression was one of disbelief. She had previously made arrangements with her grandmother, so why was the Xian Beast sect suddenly making such a declaration? Without delay, Bing Qian hastily retrieved a communication jade talisman from her bosom. After a considerable pause, her expression abruptly shifted as she turned to Yu Qingying and exclaimed, "This is bad. I can't contact my grandmother." Yu Qingying's expression changed slightly, knowing that Bing Qian was in the Great Yan Imperial Palace and would not deceive her. It became evident that the Xian Beast sect was declaring war on the Great Yan royal family, indicating there was turmoil within the sect. She promptly inquired, "Bing Qian, has something happened in your Xian Beast sect?" Upon hearing this, Bing Qian pondered for a moment, her face paling. What could be wrong? Yu Qingying furrowed her brows and asked. Given the current situation, Bing Qian could no longer afford to hesitate and began recounting the secrets of the Xian Beast sect. Since its establishment, the Xian Beast sect had been led by a master of extraordinary talent, who had tamed numerous demonic beasts, more than a dozen, in fact. Among them was a fearsome creature known as the Ice Demon Dragon. Due to its formidable power, even the then master could only forge an equal contract with it, promising the dragon that, should it assist in the founding of the Xian Beast sect and subsequently release itself from the contract, it would be granted freedom and provided with the blood essence of rare demonic beasts annually to aid in its cultivation. Initially, all seemed harmonious, yet unbeknownst to them, the dragon had learned a forbidden technique from an unknown source. Within a century of the Xian Beast sect's inception, it had harnessed the blood essence to break through to the out-of-body stage. It then became a relentless killer, causing devastation within 100 miles of the sect, and its power only grew stronger. The Xian Beast sect, despite exhausting all its resources, could not suppress it. Ultimately, the master sacrificed his own blood and that of his beloved demonic pets to inscribe a sealing formation, which finally subdued the beast. From that point onward, every 10 years, the Xian Beast sect was required to input 99 drops of rare demonic beast blood to reinforce the seal. The Elder Hall of the Xian Beast sect was primarily responsible for overseeing the seal. Recently, the sect had procured 98 drops of blood, leaving only 1 drop remaining, specifically, the blood of Bing Qian's Qing Luan bird. However, given the bird's fragile nature, extracting its blood would inevitably lead to its demise. This was why they rushed to the Great Yan dynasty upon hearing of the Tianhuan bloodline. Your Majesty, if the Ice Demon Dragon breaks free from its seal, the consequences would be catastrophic. It had already reached the out-of-body stage when sealed, and now, nearly 1,000 years later, its power must be even more formidable. The entire eastern region will face a calamity. Bing Qian gazed at Yu Qingying, her voice filled with urgency. Her meaning was clear. She sought Yu Qingying's assistance, whether it was Xiaotian or the young fire beast. Both were exceedingly powerful demonic beasts and could provide significant support. Yu Qingying pondered for a moment. The Xian Beast sect was situated between the Great Yan dynasty and various other factions. Thus, while it might influence the situation, the immediate impact on the Great Yan dynasty would not be felt right away. If they were to divert forces now, what would happen to Prince Ning? Caught in a dilemma, Yu Qingying ultimately turned to the side, seeking Yi Chen's opinion. Yi Chen noticed the gazes of everyone upon him, and his brow furrowed. What? They can't possibly want me to go, right? I'm just a useless waste. Your Majesty, perhaps it's best not to send Yi Chen. It is far too perilous, Qinger interjected, having come to her senses and clearing her throat. If the master does not wish to go, Qingying naturally will not insist, Yu Qingying replied, contemplating Yi Chen's abilities. Given the terrifying prowess of the Ice Demon Dragon as described by Bing Qian, she truly had no confidence that even Yi Chen, with his profound cultivation, could subdue it. Just as Yi Chen was about to back out, Bing Qian unexpectedly dropped to her knees before him, pleading, "Master, I implore you to save my grandmother. If you can successfully rescue her, I will serve you as a maid." Yi Chen sighed, feeling helpless. Understanding the master's concerns, Bing Qian reassured him that if he went and found himself unable to assist, he could simply turn back. Regardless of the outcome, she would present him with the Earth Heart Essence milk. With a determined bite of her lip, she declared, "The Earth Heart Essence milk." The mere mention of those 5 words left everyone present in shock, including Yi Chen. He had heard of this supreme treasure during his time working at the Divine Hidden Sect. It was capable of cleansing marrow and enhancing one's innate talent. It was no exaggeration to say that even an ordinary person could transform into an extraordinary genius after consuming such a divine item. Not to mention the impoverished eastern region, even the Divine Hidden Sect had no such treasure. Yi Chen's heart was a tumult of emotions. To establish a foothold in the eastern region, mere protection from Yi Qingying was insufficient. His own strength was of utmost importance, yet, his body was a waste, incapable of absorbing spiritual energy. The Earth Heart Essence milk was his best opportunity. Moreover, Bing Qian had promised it regardless of the outcome. Though he knew it was morally questionable, one must look after oneself first. Irresolutely, he nodded and said, "Very well, I agree to help you." Upon hearing this, Xingera's expression changed dramatically, and she hurriedly seized Yi Chen's arm, whispering urgently, "Are you out of your mind?" Yi Chen remained silent, instead gesturing for Bing Qian, who looked pleasantly surprised, to lead the way as he departed with Xiao Tian. "This guy. I won't care about you anymore." Xing'er stamped her foot in frustration. "What's wrong, Xing'er?" Seeing her reaction, Yu Qingying inquired. "Your Majesty, Yi Chen is merely a qi refining practitioner in the early stages. He has been deceiving you all along." Xing'er ultimately decided to speak the truth. Even if it displeased Yu Qingying, she believed she could still save her life. However, if Yi Chen were to venture to the Shin Beast sect, he would truly have no chance of survival. Upon hearing Xing'er's words, Yu Qingying chuckled softly, reached out to pat Xing'er on the head, and said, "Silly girl." Last night, Yu Qingying had sensed Yi Chen's cultivation level, but it was clear he was deliberately concealing his aura. After all, how could someone capable of manipulating purple spiritual energy, subduing an out-of-body demonic king, and severely wounding a fire beast merely be a qi refining practitioner? "Your Majesty was already aware?" Xing'er looked at Yu Qingying in astonishment. No wonder the Empress hadn't intervened. Could it be she intended to use this as an opportunity? Indeed, if she acted herself, it would announce to the world that the illustrious Empress of the Great Yen had been deceived. Yu Qingying did not respond but merely smiled faintly, then began discussing the security arrangements of the imperial city with Yin Hongshuang. With Yi Chen temporarily leaving the Great Yen dynasty, they needed to remain vigilant regarding Prince Ning's movements. Meanwhile, Xing'er watched the fire beast, which was incessantly calling for its mother, and fell into deep contemplation. After a while, as if making a decision, she bit her lip. Once they left the palace, Bing Qian turned to Yi Chen and said, "As a junior with limited cultivation, I beseech you to assist me in flying." Yi Chen stood there momentarily astonished. Chapter 30 of this cunning character must be harboring ill intentions. The fact that the Shin Beast sect still possesses the energy to declare war against the Great Yen imperial family indicates that matters have not yet escalated to a critical state. "I must conserve my strength for now. You should lead the way." Yi Chen stated, maintaining his composure. Bing Qian hesitated momentarily, but seeing Yi Chen's insistence, she had no choice but to summon the Qinghuan bird. Upon its arrival, the bird trembled upon seeing Xiao Tian, and after a moment of reassurance from Bing Qian, it transformed back to its original size of over 10 zhang, carrying the 3 of them towards the Shin Beast sect. Xiao Tian lay upon the Qinghuan's back, deep in thought. It had heard of the ice demon serpent before and had even stealthily observed it, nearly paying the price for its curiosity. Even with the seal in place, its nascent soul cultivation level was insufficient to gauge the threat. In Xiao Tian's estimation, the ice demon serpent likely possessed at least late-stage nascent soul power. Had it not been for Yi Chen's presence, it would never have considered accompanying him. Having listened to Xiao Tian's words, Bing Qian had cultivated a better understanding of the Qinghuan bird, and its speed had significantly increased compared to before. What was initially presumed to be a 2-day journey turned out to be completed just as the sun set, bringing them to the outskirts of the Shin Beast sect's territory. As they put away the fatigued Qinghuan, Bing Qian addressed Yi Chen, saying, "Please wait here, I shall report to the sect master." "Forget it, seeking out your sect master now would be akin to sending a lamb into a tiger's den." Yi Chen chuckled as he held her back. Along the way, Bing Qian informed Yi Chen of the majority of the Shin Beast sect's circumstances. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian gazed towards the distant peaks, its brow furrowed as tendrils of black mist emanated from the back mountain. From this distance, it could not ascertain whether it was demonic energy. Regardless, the situation seemed dire. After a moment of contemplation, Bing Qian acknowledged Yi Chen's words and proceeded to lead him towards the forbidden area of the back mountain. Along the path, they encountered few patrolling members of the Shin Beast sect, and the once vibrant sect now appeared lifeless, with the occasional figure bearing solemn expressions. The only place still resonating with laughter seemed to be the residence of the sect master. Inside the sect master's residence, there were 4 individuals. The foremost figure donned a green crown and luxurious robes. If Bing Qian were present, she would undoubtedly recognize him as Zhao Qitian, the sect master of the Shin Beast sect. However, this esteemed late-stage nascent soul powerhouse, renowned throughout the eastern region, was currently wearing a fawning expression as he gazed at the woman before him. The woman, clad in a form-fitting deep purple gown that accentuated her flawless figure, sported a long whip at her waist and a black mark between her brows. Presently, she wore a smile as she regarded Zhao Qitian, inquiring, "So, Zhao sect master, it seems you have yet to manage the situation effectively?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qitian and the two elderly men behind him trembled, hastily explaining, "Your Grace, the second holy envoy, the seal has been broken, and we find ourselves powerless. However, please rest assured that those ancient wretches have not gathered the 99 drops of essence blood under our obstruction, so the seal will not hold for long. The demon serpent's escape is merely a matter of time. At present, we are merely aligning with the intentions of the Prince of Peace and declaring war against the Great Yin dynasty. Most attention should now be directed towards them, allowing you to proceed with your endeavors without concern." As Zhao Qitian beheld the enchanting woman before him, beads of cold sweat began to accumulate. Despite her seemingly jovial demeanor, he understood all too well that her mood could shift in an instant, and their lives hung by a thread. "Ah, in that case, I must express my gratitude to Zhao Sec Master. Perhaps you and I could retreat to the back hall for a more intimate discussion?" The alluring figure, known as Meiji, approached Zhao Qitian, lifting his chin with a playful gesture. Upon exchanging glances with Meiji, Zhao Qitian felt his heart race, but memories of the disciples who had entered her quarters only to vanish without a trace extinguished any rising desire. I dare not. Pfft, how dull." Meiji scoffed, stretching languidly, her exquisite silhouette causing the three men to blush and quickly avert their gazes. Noticing their reaction, Meiji let out a light laugh, eager to continue, but her expression suddenly shifted. "Oh, what a delightful surprise." With that, her figure vanished in an instant. Yi Chen and Xiao Tian, under Bing Qian's guidance, circumvented the main area of the Shen Beast sect and headed straight for the back mountain. As they progressed, the spiritual energy in the atmosphere grew increasingly scarce, and Xiao Tian's expression darkened. It had now confirmed that the pervasive energy in the back mountain was indeed demonic. Otherwise, the spiritual energy could not be so thin, as it had been assimilated by the demonic energy. "Ah, my dear guests, is it not rather rude to intrude upon the forbidden grounds of the Shen Beast sect without so much as a greeting?" A sultry voice suddenly echoed. Xiao Tian trembled, looking up to see a seductive figure emerging from the thicket. Smiling at them, Xiao Tian's fur bristled, instinctively taking a step back. A great demon. It was unfathomable that such a being could be present here. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Meiji before him. He sensed no trace of spiritual power within her, and turning to Bing Qian, he inquired, "Is she one of yours from the Shen Beast sect?" Bing Qian shook her head. "I do not know. The Shen Beast sect is vast, and I cannot possibly recognize everyone. However, since she is here, she must be associated." Like Yi Chen, Bing Qian had never encountered a demon clan member before, instinctively sensing for spiritual energy and thus mistaking her for an ordinary person. "Junior sister, this place is a forbidden area. You should not wander about. It's best to stay close to us to avoid any mishaps," Bing Qian suggested after a moment's thought. Xiao Tian observed Yi Chen, noting his lack of objection, and chose not to comment further, instead keeping a wary eye on Meiji. Meiji appeared momentarily taken aback, then a smile broke across her face, her playful spirit ignited. "Very well, I shall rely on you then," she replied, swaying her hips as she approached them, casting a warning glance at Xiao Tian before attempting to lean against Yi Chen. Yet, Yi Chen disregarded her entirely, treating her as if she were invisible, continuing forward. Beauty has always been a double-edged sword. Even if this woman is merely mortal, she must have her fair share of suitors. We are not in the Great Yin dynasty now. Should one of her admirers discover us, the consequences could be dire. Intriguing, Meiji licked her lips, her curiosity piqued. She could not discern Yi Chen's cultivation level, but as the second holy envoy of the Swallowing Heaven Demon Lord, she doubted there was a cultivator in the eastern region whose prowess could elude her scrutiny. She assumed Yi Chen harbored some secret. With that, Meiji turned to Xiao Tian and whispered, "Do not dampen my spirits, I may choose not to kill you." Xiao Tian smirked coldly, uncertain as to who would meet their demise in the end. It did not believe that Yi Chen had failed to recognize her true identity. This cunning character was undoubtedly plotting something sinister. Chapter 31. This fellow has fallen asleep. A few individuals pressed onward, with the enchanting maiden showing no signs of hindrance, instead engaging in casual conversation with Yi Chen. Yet, Yi Chen appeared rather disinterested, frequently furrowing his brow as he gazed at the mountain peak shrouded in swirling black mist. As they traversed further, the black mist thickened considerably, nearly obscuring the moonlight overhead. Strangely, this ominous mist seemed to pose no threat, as Yi Chen felt no discomfort. In contrast, Bing Qian's complexion grew increasingly pallid, and Xiao Tian's steps became more unsteady, his entire being radiating a blood-red aura of murderous intent, fiercely resisting the invasion of demonic energy. "Mr. Yi, I can no longer proceed." Bing Qian trembled, sensing that she had reached her limits. Her grandmother had once advised her that if she felt unable to withstand the black mist, she must not take another step forward. Otherwise, she would die with her eyes wide open. Though Bing Qian was eager to save others, she could not disregard her grandmother's counsel. In her grandmother's eyes, rules surpassed all else. "Very well, then you shall wait here," Yi Chen responded, his suspicions confirmed by Bing Qian's demeanor. This black mist was likely akin to Tian Huang fire, effective only against spiritual energy. As a mere qi refining cultivator, he was unaffected. Perhaps, if things continued this way, he might indeed be able to rescue her grandmother. "Everything is entrusted to you, sir," Bing Qian said, her heart steadying as she gazed at Yi Chen's unperturbed countenance. She then sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling her spiritual power to resist the black mist. Yi Chen nodded slightly and continued onward, while the enchanting maiden, surprised, followed closely behind, her smile undiminished. "Young sir, your physique is truly extraordinary," the enchanting maiden remarked, licking her lips as she observed Yi Chen. As they delved deeper, she noticed that whenever the demonic energy approached Yi Chen, it was dispelled by a mysterious force, failing to affect him in the slightest. This was a sight she had never witnessed before. Are you not the same? Yi Chen glanced at the enchanting maiden, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Hee, you simply haven't noticed, but my body is freezing. If you don't believe me, feel free yourself, she said, unabashedly reaching for Yi Chen's arm. He swiftly withdrew his hand, casting her a glance before continuing forward. The enchanting maiden stared in astonishment at Yi Chen's retreating figure. It was the first time someone had rejected her. Unlike Zhao Qitian and the others, she sensed that Yi Chen genuinely held no interest in her. Asa succubus, she was exceedingly confident in her appearance, having ensnared countless admirers beneath her charm. Observing the enchanting maiden's predicament, Zhao Tian scoffed, put away that facade, the master has no interest in you. Humph, I can assure you that your master is a novice who has never tasted the pleasures of life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rejected so decisively, the enchanting maiden replied with a confident smile, licking her lips as she hurried to catch up. A novice, just wait until you fall victim to this cunning character. Then we shall see if you still find it amusing. Zhao Tian surveyed the surroundings, noting that the demonic energy had coalesced to a terrifying degree, with the flora around them beginning to become demonized. In such an environment, Zhao Tian possessed no combat power. Once he used his spiritual energy, there would be no doubt he would be assimilated. Found it! Yi Chen halted his steps, directing his gaze toward a short distance ahead, where a dozen elderly figures sat cross-legged among the trees, their faces darkened, expressions twisted in extreme agony. Before these elders lay a massive array, featuring 99 grooves, of which 98 were filled with an unknown black liquid. It appeared to be the 98 types of beast blood that Bing Qian had mentioned, but now they seemed to have lost their efficacy. The enchanting maiden fixed her gaze intently on the array, her expression shifting dramatically. After a moment, her brow furrowed as if she had recalled something, and she attempted to withdraw. However, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed through the forest at that moment. GGG, you have finally entered. Upon hearing this voice, the enchanting maiden's expression changed drastically. She formed a seal with her hands, her figure becoming ethereal, yet ultimately she remained grounded. Do not struggle. This is my territory, you shall not escape. The laughter was followed by a surge of overwhelming black mist, which coalesced into a serpentine shadow, looming over the enchanting maiden, its dull yellow eyes filled with mockery and greed. Zhao Tian trembled, glancing at Yi Chen, only to see him with his eyes closed, feigning sleep. Returning back to the pallid-faced enchanting maiden, Zhao Tian realized the truth. This fellow had undoubtedly seen through everything. With this thought, Zhao Tian closed his eyes once more, feigning death. Meanwhile, Yi Chen trembled uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat, silently reciting, "You cannot see me, you cannot see me." It was illogical that these 98 elders remained unscathed while he faced peril the moment he entered. The only difference was that the elders had remained still, while he had acted. The enchanting maiden's expression turned cold as she drew the long whip from her waist, without hesitation unleashing it to ensnare the serpentine shadow. However, the moment it coiled around, the shadow vanished, reappearing elsewhere. Realizing her attack had missed, the enchanting maiden soared into the sky, standing at an elevation of 100 zhang. With her hands forming seals, the demonic energy within her surged forth, ultimately manifesting above her head as a colossal seal. Abhij magic seal, suppress. A massive imprint, nearly 1,000 zhang in size, materialized in the air, crashing down towards the serpentine shadow. This thunderous commotion naturally reverberated throughout the entire Xian beast sect, even drawing the attention of Bing Qian, who was resisting the demonic energy, as she raised her head to see a figure in the sky conjuring a gigantic seal descending upon the peak. In the next instant, a gargantuan serpentine shadow erupted from the mountain, swallowing the seal whole. Bing Qian gazed at the indistinct figure, her heart filled with shock. She had only heard from Yu Qingying and others about Yi Chen's prowess, but witnessing it firsthand, she realized how terrifying his abilities truly were. No wonder he could subdue a beast king at the out-of-body stage. She assumed that the figure in the sky was Yi Chen. Having missed her strike, the enchanting maiden's expression darkened further as she fixed her gaze on the serpentine shadow. Do not waste your energy. A century ago, I abandoned my corporeal form and assimilated with this demonic energy. To kill me, you must first assimilate this mountain of demonic energy. My true self now requires only a vessel capable of containing the demonic energy to be reborn. Do you not fear that the demon lord will personally slay you? The enchanting maiden's expression turned icy, her murderous intent surging. GGG, he has no chance. Once I obtain your demonic vessel, I will use the demonic seed within me to sense his location and devour him. In this entire spirit realm, who could possibly stand against me? Dream on. The enchanting maiden's pretty face turned cold as she pressed forward once again. The battle between one person and one serpent raged on in the sky. The serpentine shadows surrounding demonic energy coalesced, sealing off their battlefield and preventing any sound or aura from escaping, lest it attract those ancient beings who remained hidden. Seeing the silence, Zhao Tian cautiously opened his eyes and beheld the enormous black sphere in the sky. He smacked his lips and approached Yi Chen. As he drew near, Zhao Tian's face darkened. This fellow was actually snoring. He had evidently fallen asleep. Chapter 32 The Tremors of the Eastern Domain. Should one be so carefree? Zhao Tian, feeling helpless, ultimately found solace in the thought that, in the face of absolute power, there was little reason for excessive worry. Of this, indeed, underscored Yi Chen's unwavering confidence. Little did he realize that Yi Chen merely inherited the passivity of a beleaguered worker from a past life, lying still and falling asleep within mere moments. Zhao Tian soon approached the vast array, eyeing the 98 drops of precious blood with a greedy lick of his lips. These were the exquisite blood of rare demonic beasts. However, he refrained from indulging immediately, aware that this blood had been tainted by demonic energy and should not be consumed recklessly. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound pierced the air. Xiao Tian looked up to see a massive black sphere in the sky had developed a fissure, from which a figure emerged, none other than the enchanting Ji. Yet, at this moment, she appeared disheveled, her deep violet gown was torn in several places, wounds marred her body, her complexion was pallid, and the whip she wielded had been shattered. Her breath was weak, clearly indicating severe injuries. Haha, do not resist, allow me to claim your demonic form. A chilling laughter echoed as demonic energy surged anew from the arrayed eye. In mere moments, it transformed into a colossal shadow of a dragon, the surrounding dark mist gradually dissipating until it coalesced into a singular point. It had summoned all its power, charging directly towards Ji. Ji gritted her teeth, bloodlines erupting around her, manifesting as a demonic shadow with wings sprouting from her back, delivering a powerful punch toward the dragon. Yet, this merely served as a fleeting obstruction. Do you truly believe I am still in the out-of-body stage? Such trivial tactics are futile against me. Here is a secret: the founder of the Xin Beast sect was already under my control before sealing me. Those 99 drops of precious blood are merely offerings for my cultivation. I have long since split my spirit. As the words fell, a wave of soul energy radiated forth, causing Ji to feel her entire being stiffen, rendering her immobile. Soon, she sensed a pulling force, as if her very essence was beginning to detach from her corporeal form. Never could she have anticipated that all of this was the dragon's scheme, utilizing the founder's hand to deliver demonic beast blood, gathering the essence of countless beasts to break free from the confines of spirit division. Subsequently, it aimed to seize control using the unique soul power of a spirit-divided being. What was once believed to ensure dominance in the eastern domain now seemed a distant dream, as she realized her own frailty. Sensing the fluctuations of soul energy, Xiao Tian lamented. Once I devour the demon lord and claim the treasures of the eastern domain, I shall not forget your enchanting race. The dragon roared with laughter. It is over. Despair flickered in Ji's eyes. In her quest to restore the glory of her kin, she had followed the devouring demon lord to the eastern domain, seeking the coveted treasure, only to find herself trapped alongside the sealed demon lord. After finally escaping the sealless crack, she now faced the threat of possession. Xiao Tian turned to Yi Chen, anxiety gnawing at him, that he wondered when Yi Chen would take action. If the dragon succeeded in possession, the ensuing chaos would be catastrophic. At that very moment, the sun began to rise, a faint purplish aura began to gather in the heavens, slowly drifting towards the back mountain of the Xin Beast sect. An inexplicable familiarity flooded Xiao Tian's heart, causing his scalp to tingle as he hurriedly distanced himself, casting a glance at Yi Chen. In midair, the ice dragon felt an overwhelming chill, an indescribable terror washing over it, compelling it to abandon its possession attempt, fearfully surveying its surroundings. This was instinctual, a primal fear of death that rendered it incapable of proceeding further. As the soul returned to its rightful place, Ji felt her body weaken and fell to the ground, summoning her last vestiges of strength to gaze upward. To her astonishment, the sky had gathered an expanse of purple light, appearing less pronounced under the sun's rays, yet, the mere sight of this purple light sent tremors through her soul, as if a single beam could obliterate her existence. Such terrifying power, she had never felt even from the devouring demon lord himself. The dragoness yellowed eyes were fixated on this suffocating force. Now, having reached the spirit division stage, it comprehended the dreaded invoked, feeling an impulse to worship it. As the purple light continued to converge, the dragon steeled itself, condensing its demonic energy to strike. However, a bizarre occurrence unfolded. The once formidable demonic energy disintegrated upon contact with the purple light. It was simply not of the same realm. The dragoness' heart sank in horror, as torrents of demonic energy erupted from its form. The purple light had now enveloped the entire mountaintop, rendering escape impossible. Its only recourse was to fight to the death. At that moment, it disregarded the potential attention it might attract from ancient beings. The colossal demonic energy coalesced above the peak, forming a monstrous shadow nearly 1,000 feet tall, with a terrifying pressure radiating outward, felt throughout the eastern domain. Figures began to appear in the skies across the region. Each was a stooped elder, their gazes directed towards the Xin Beast sect. Many hastened towards this location, for such overwhelming demonic energy could not be overlooked. Though they had originally come seeking treasures, faced with such a formidable demonic presence, they had no choice but to unite. Those capable of sensing such malevolent energy were at least at the out-of-body stage. All present were left breathless at the sight of the towering dragon shadow, their hearts gripped with dread by the emanating soul power. Spirit division, a true spirit division demon. Exchanging glances, all present recognized the fear reflected in each other's eyes. Faced with such a demonic entity, they felt utterly devoid of any desire to resist. With a roar, the dragon unleashed a thunderous cry, unleashing a deluge of demonic energy that shrouded half the sky. The onlooking elders were sent flying, spitting blood, shaken to their cores. This was sheer terror. Was this the essence of a great demon? Yet, in the next instant, all were left agog. The massive dragon had vanished without a trace. Now, the dragon lay prostrate on the ground, reduced to the size of an arm, while the purple light showed no sign of diminishing, instead continuing its descent. Witnessing this, the dragon howled in rage, knowing it was futile. Yet, as the purple light descended, it did not strike at the dragon, but rather converged upon Yi Chen, gradually sinking into his being. The dragon's eyes glimmered with a fierce light as it glanced at Ji, who regarded it with cold disdain, before gritting its teeth and charging towards Yi Chen. Chapter 33 of the monstrous being, witness my sword point. The demonic serpent was acutely aware that the commotion had drawn the attention of the formidable beings from the eastern region. To occupy the body of the enchanting maiden now would be tantamount to courting death. As for the ancient relics of the Xian Beast sect, their impending demise rendered them no less dangerous. Even if they succeeded in seizing control, what would it matter? Only Yi Chen, who lay prostrate, remained. Upon seeing this, the enchanting maiden's expression shifted dramatically. She summoned her strength and aimed a palm strike at the figure of the demonic serpent, only to be intercepted mid-motion by Xiao Tian. What are you doing? It seeks to seize your master. Fear not, it is merely a death wish, Xiao Tian yawned, gesturing for the enchanting maiden to remain calm. At that moment, the purple aura that once enveloped the heavens and earth had dissipated, allowing the demonic serpent to glide unimpeded into Yi Chen's brow. The enchanting maiden's complexion turned ashen, and Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that things have taken a turn for the worse? This fellow truly managed to enter. It has dispelled its demonic energy, leaving only a fragment of its soul power. The enchanting maiden gritted her teeth. Oh, it appears to be quite clever, Xiao Tian mused, smacking his lips. Why are you not the least bit anxious? That is your master. The enchanting maiden stared incredulously at Xiao Tian, bewildered by his apparent nonchalance. If that fellow had entered with demonic energy, I might have had some concerns. However, as you mentioned, with only soul power, there is nothing to fret over. Old Six is likely waiting for us. Xiao Tian replied lazily. The powerful beings hovering in the air beheld this scene, their expressions shifting as many pondered before ultimately departing. Soon, only 2 or 3 remained. Despite the earlier spectacle being shocking, who would believe that a demonic serpent in the spirit severing stage possessed any hidden treasures? They had come to the eastern region seeking treasures, having never broken through to the spirit severing stage themselves. Now, with their lifespans dwindling, they were determined to take a gamble. With that, the 3 exchanged glances and rushed toward the back mountain of the Xian Beast sect. Faced with a being capable of silently obliterating a spirit-severing stage demonic serpent, they knew they must temporarily unite forces. On the peak, the enchanting maiden gazed at Yi Chen, who still lay on the ground, her heart conflicted as she weighed her options. Xiao Tian cast her a sidelong glance and remarked, "Aren't you leaving? Those old fellows are coming." As his words fell, 3 aged figures materialized, casting a cursory glance at the enchanting maiden before shifting their attention to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, the Demon King, who would have thought it would be you? Taishan Old Man, Yuan Song, and Knife Emperor, you 3 have certainly assembled quite the company, Xiao Tian replied, rising and flashing a grin at the trio. As they were all adept beings in the exit realm, they had interacted frequently. However, the enmity between humans and demons rendered their relationships anything but amicable. Heh, you're not too slow yourself. How about you hand over the treasure, Xiao Tian? Knife Emperor said with a smile that was not quite a smile. At that moment, Taishan Old Man and Yuan Song stepped forward in unison, an aura of pressure sweeping forth. Under ordinary circumstances, they would not expend their energy dealing with Xiao Tian, for doing so would be akin to squandering their remaining lifetimes, but the situation had changed. The younglings from the Xian Beast sect lacked the capability to seize the treasure, and the injured demon was certainly no match for Xiao Tian. If there were treasures to be found, they were undoubtedly in Xiao Tian's possession. Do you truly believe there is treasure to be found? Xiao Tian scoffed, unimpressed by the self-righteousness of the group. The lifespan of demonic beasts is long, and ours is nearing its end. Would you kindly step aside, Xiao Tian? Taishan Old Man said, his demeanor weary yet insistent. Though his words were soft, the implication was clear. With their lifetimes dwindling, they would not hold back. The enchanting maiden felt a surge of anxiety but understood that she could not act rashly, otherwise, she would inevitably become a target. Just as she contemplated a way to escape this dire predicament, her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure slowly rising. It was Yi Chen. Yi Chen's movement naturally drew the attention of the 3, who then realized that there was an entity present whose cultivation they could not discern. Yet, upon assessing his age, they dismissed him, considering him merely an untrained mortal. At that moment, Yi Chen found himself ensnared in a dream. In this dream, he was working at the Divine Concealment sect when suddenly the world shifted, and a dragon surged into the sect, barreling towards him. Startled, Yi Chen fled in a panic, but the dragon appeared intent on chasing him down. After running for quite a while, exhaustion set in, and the dragon opened its massive maw to devour him. At that critical juncture, a brilliant purple light erupted from his body, sending the dragon sprawling backwards. Its colossal form seemed to waver, as if on the verge of vanishing. Wait, am I not at the back mountain of the Xian Beast sect? How did I end up at the Divine Concealment sect? Yi Chen muttered as he observed the flickering purple light enveloping him. After a moment of realization, he slapped his forehead. This must be a dream. With that, Yi Chen lifted his head, wearing a mischievous grin as he gazed at the dragon. In my dream, do you really think you can bully me? Noticing the wicked smile on Yi Chen's face, the demonic serpent felt an immediate sense of foreboding and turned to flee, but it was already too late. Yi Chen slowly raised his arm, his fingers converging into a sword point, and with a cold voice, he declared, "Monstrous being, witness my sword point." As the words left his lips, he thrust his finger forward, and purple light coalesced, transforming into a sword shadow that cleaved downward towards the demonic serpent. In the blink of an eye, the demonic serpent let out an unwilling roar before dissipating into specks of light. In the outside world, Xiao Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground. Faced with the combined assault of the Taishan Old Man and the other 2, he could barely withstand a single strike. The 3 possessed higher realms than he did, and had they not wished to extract information about the treasure from Xiao Tian, that blow alone would have surely claimed his life. Hand it over. Knife Emperor said, gripping the crimson-hued blade tightly and regarding Xiao Tian with cold eyes. Bah! I told you, there is no treasure. Xiao Tian retorted with a snort, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The enchanting maiden's brows furrowed as she stood beside Xiao Tian, gripping the severed length of her whip. The two of them were akin to grasshoppers on the same string. If Xiao Tian were to perish, she would be next. Ah, so you are colluding with the demon. It seems your life is forfeit. Tai Xian old man sneered. In the eastern region, apart from their human cultivators, there were also numerous powerful beings among the demon race. If they were to kill Xiao Tian without cause, it could provoke the ire of other demon kings, creating a troublesome predicament. However, if Xiao Tian was indeed in league with the demon, that would be an entirely different matter. Regardless of whether they were demons or cultivators, the hatred for demons was universal. Xiao Tian glanced at the enchanting maiden beside him, his expression darkening as he turned towards Yi Chen, who had risen not far away. Old Six, if you do not make your move soon, I will surely perish. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Yi Chen slowly raise his hand, his fingers beginning to converge. Chapter 34 of the Earthly Immortal. Xiao Tian's expression brightened. At last, this old sixth had taken action. Just as the three elders of Tai Xian were preparing to strike again, an unexpected wave of trepidation washed over them. The heavens and earth quaked, and a terrifying, resonant hum emanated from Yi Chen's fingertips. Instantly, a burst of purple light erupted around him. In that moment, Yi Chen appeared as the sovereign of heaven and earth. The dreadful purple light surged towards the sky, causing the numerous powerful beings who had intended to depart to turn back in unison, their faces awash with uncontrollable dread. If they had felt fear in the face of the horrifying shadow of the demonic dragon before, witnessing this ascendant purple glow now filled them only with terror. In the next instant, they fled in panic, lacking even the courage to glance back. The few individuals situated in the back mountains of the Xian beast sect were even more profoundly affected. At this moment, everyone found themselves pressed down to the ground by the overwhelming oppressive force. Xiao Tian and Mei Ji struggled to breathe, unable to rise to their feet, let alone lift their heads. The three elders of Tai Xian fared somewhat better, merely kneeling on the ground, yet their faces were pale, the earth beneath them cracking as they coughed up blood, gazing at Yi Chen in horror. The most inconspicuous person in their midst turned out to be the most terrifying existence. Unaware that a senior was present, we have been presumptuous, we beseech your forgiveness. Tai Xian gritted his teeth, striving to steady his trembling voice. Yuan Song and the Blade Emperor quickly joined in pleading for mercy. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's gaze remained fixed, utterly ignoring them, which plunged the three into utter despair. I am Yuan from the Central Domain. I implore you, esteemed senior, to spare my life for the sake of the Yuan family. We shall offer substantial rewards. Yuan Song declared through gritted teeth. His words elicited gasps of surprise from those present. No one had anticipated that Yuan Song had such connections. The Yuan family of the Central Domain was a colossal entity. Within it, powerful beings were numerous, with even the out-of-body stage being unremarkable, and there were rumors of an earthly immortal within the family. It was astonishing that the Yuan family had set their sights on the rumored Eastern Domain treasure. Upon hearing the name of the Yuan family, Xiao Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Having originated from the Central Domain, he possessed far greater knowledge of the Yuan family than the others. Xiao Tian struggled to rise, attempting to caution Yi Chen against harming this individual, yet, despite his efforts, his body remained immobile. Seeing Yi Chen remain unmoved, Yuan Song gritted his teeth and shattered a jade talisman, instantly summoning a golden sword silhouette that enveloped him in a protective aura. The elder Tai Xian and the Blade Emperor's pupils constricted in unison. This fluctuation, capable of infusing sword intent into a jade talisman, was undoubtedly the work of an earthly immortal. The Yuan family indeed possessed an earthly immortal. However, this was not the time for astonishment. Survival was of utmost importance. In the next moment, the elder Tai Xian and the Blade Emperor revealed their trump cards, expelling a mouthful of essence blood, their already aged visages waning even further. Yet, they could no longer afford to concern themselves with such matters. Three beams of light emerged simultaneously, momentarily countering the overwhelming pressure, allowing the trio to stand. However, aside from Yuan Song, who could move slightly, the other two remained unable to budge. At that very instant, Yi Chen's finger glided gently through the void. The next moment, the terrifying pressure vanished in an instant, and the soaring purple light dissipated into nothingness. Xiao Tian and Mei Ji gasped for breath, rising as if they had survived a calamity, then turned in shock to behold the scene before them. Mei Ji trembled all over, astonished that she had dared to jest with such a being. Such commotion was beyond even the capabilities of the swallowing heaven demon lord, and even if the leaders of the demonic tribes were present, could they achieve such feats? Xiao Tian swallowed hard. Despite having anticipated the situation, it far exceeded his expectations. Before them, the once standing figures of the elder Tai Xian and his companions were now reduced to mere fragments, with even the jade talisman that had summoned the earthly immortal now in tatters. The talisman, purportedly infused with the power of the earthly immortal, could not withstand Yi Chen's single gesture. Gazing around, all was level ground, the distant peaks had been flattened, and the clouds in the sky had split in two. This could only signify one thing: Yi Chen had also ascended to the realm of earthly immortal. Above the out-of-body stage lies the separation stage, and above that is the fusion stage, culminating in the realm of earthly immortal. Such cultivators transcended mere classification as practitioners. They were on the verge of attaining immortality. At this moment, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his features. This dream had been extraordinarily fulfilling. As a cultivator, one ought to command the heavens and the earth, pointing with a sword at the guardians. Daylight has arrived. Upon awakening, Yi Chen glanced about, sighing in relief. Just as he thought, by feigning death, the terrifying phantom had overlooked him, and now that dawn had come, the ominous black mist had dispersed. Grandmother! A startled exclamation pierced the air as Bing Qian emerged from the dense forest. She had witnessed the terrifying purple light, but having spent some time within the royal palace, she recognized that the purple energy was Yi Chen's unique signature, which emboldened her to investigate. Indeed, the matter had settled, the eerie black mist that had enveloped the entire back mountain had vanished. Rushing to the fallen Xianing, she lifted her up. Observing the delight on Bing Qian's face, Yi Chen scratched his nose. Although he was uncertain of the current circumstances, it seemed he had completed his task. What delighted Yi Chen even more was that the Hongmeng transformation saint technique had unknowingly reached the third layer. However, he still had not grasped how to cultivate this technique, yet any breakthrough was a positive development. Regrettably, his cultivation remained at the qi refining stage, yet this was of little concern. He had accomplished his task, and once Bing Qian brought the hard essence milk, he would be able to reshape his foundation, paving the way for a brilliant future. At Bing Qian's call, Xianing slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Bing Qian, she instinctively pulled her behind her. "What are you doing here? Did I not tell you that you must not enter the forbidden grounds of the back mountain?" "It's all right, grandmother. Mr.Ye has resolved everything," Bing Qian exclaimed, embracing Xianing and bursting into tears. Only then did Xianing survey her surroundings. The dense black mist had receded, and the presence of the ice demon dragon had vanished. Just as Bing Qian had said, everything had indeed been resolved. With a sigh of relief, Xianing inquired, "Which one is Senior Yi?" Bing Qian halted her tears, introducing Yi Chen to Xianing. Xianing scrutinized Yi Chen from head to toe and quickly bowed in gratitude, but Yi Chen merely chuckled awkwardly and made his way down the mountain. He dared not say much. Xianing appeared bewildered, turning to Bing Qian and asking, "Xianer, have I offended the senior in some way?" "It's nothing, the master is just like that, don't worry about it. Just prepare the promised reward." Xiao Tian grinned. Upon hearing this, Bing Qian's face turned ashen. Chapter 35 Seeking forgiveness from the Xian beast sect. "What is the matter, Xianer?" Xianing inquired, observing the sudden change in the expression of Bing Qian. Xiao Tian's demeanor also shifted to one of gravity as he contemplated a troubling possibility, his canine visage darkening instantly under Xiao Tian's intense gaze. Bing Qian shuddered and trembled as she recounted the circumstances to Xianing. Upon hearing her account, Xian Ying's countenance transformed dramatically, and he exclaimed with a fierce tone, "The Earth Heart Divine Milk, my heavens, Xianer, how could you deceive your elder in such a manner? When did our Xian beast sect come into possession of such a divine artifact?" "I only lied out of desperation to save my grandmother." Bing Qian lowered her head, remorseful. Xianing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, turning instead to Xiao Tian with a beseeching gaze. "Lord Xiao Tian, considering the intricate relationship between the Xian beast sect and the demon beasts, it is imperative that we cultivate good relations with those demon kings in the eastern domain to prevent excessive captures of young demon beasts that may incite their discontent. Do not ask me. Seek your own fortune." With that, Xiao Tian scoffed and turned to leave. Meiji glanced at the others, and after a moment's hesitation, exhaled deeply and resolutely followed in Xiao Tian's wake. Although Xiao Tian sensed her presence, he refrained from speaking, as Yi Chen had yet to voice his thoughts. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, who was now nearing the foot of the mountain, he awaited the Earth Heart Divine Milk. However, scarcely had he taken a few steps when a familiar voice resonated from the distance. "Little fire, hurry up, we are almost there." Shortly thereafter, a colossal fire unicorn beast burst through the thicket, revealing two riders, one of whom was Qinger, while the other, to Yi Chen's astonishment, was Yu Qingying. "What brings her here?" The two women froze upon spotting Yi Chen. Yu Qingying blushed at his incredulous gaze and turned her head away. Qinger, in a frenzy, urged the fire unicorn forward, exclaiming, "Yi Chen, I have come to rescue you." Yi Chen found himself both amused and touched. Despite her brashness, Qinger truly cared for him, yet, he was even more surprised by Yu Qingying's arrival. Given the current turmoil in the Great Yin dynasty, was she genuinely concerned for his well-being? "Yi Chen, are you unharmed? Did you see that purple light earlier? It terrified me." Qinger dismounted the fire unicorn and scrutinized Yi Chen from head to toe, visibly relieved when she confirmed he was unscathed. Yu Qingying, standing nearby, had also witnessed the terrifying purple light. Although she suspected it was Yi Chen's doing, she felt a twinge of anxiety as that light had been too formidable. Watching Qinger chatter animatedly around Yi Chen, Yu Qingying felt an inexplicable pang of envy. "What brings you here, your majesty?" After dismissing Qinger, Yi Chen approached Yu Qingying with a question. Yu Qingying's eyes flickered before she replied, "The Shen Beast sect is an ally of the Great Yin dynasty. When trouble arises, I cannot stand idly by." "Very well," Yi Chen sighed, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Just as he was about to say more, the fire unicorn suddenly let out a loud cry and charged up the mountain, causing the three to look on in bewilderment. They soon spotted Xiao Tian, with the fire unicorn barreling towards him while calling out, "Mama!" Xiao Tian instantly panicked, its legs clenching its tail as it turned to flee, terrified the fire unicorn might venture into forbidden territory. The sight prompted hearty laughter from the trio, though Yu Qingying and Qinger soon found their mirth diminished when they noticed an alluring woman, exuding charm, approaching with her sights set on Yi Chen. Instantly, Yu Qingying and Qinger exchanged glances, their expressions turning hostile. Meiji, severely injured and with her demonic energy depleted from battling the demon serpent, was struggling to recover in this realm outside the demon domain, unless she absorbed another's strength. Yet, it was evident she had no time for such measures. Without a formidable presence above the out-of-body stage, her true nature as a demon could not be discerned by ordinary individuals. Yi Chen, feeling a surge of unease, could not comprehend the intentions of the two women, and Meiji, too, halted instinctively, wanting to follow Yi Chen but hesitating due to uncertainty regarding the relationship between him and the two women. She dared not act recklessly, fearing the repercussions of provoking a hornet's nest. Your Majesty, you have arrived as well, Bing Qian interjected, stepping forward to greet Yi Chen. Upon spotting Yu Qingying, she hurriedly approached her. Indeed, Yu Qingying nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yi Chen, my grandmother requests your presence at the Xian Beast Sect's treasure pavilion, Bing Qian said, somewhat bashfully. The treasure pavilion. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This could mean the Earth Heart Divine Milk was within reach. He promptly made his way toward the direction Bing Qian indicated, yet, the more elated Yi Chen became, the paler Bing Qian's complexion grew. Noticing Bing Qian's distress, Yu Qingying inquired without hesitation. Bing Qian did not conceal the truth and revealed that the Earth Heart Divine Milk was, in fact, non-existent within the Xian Beast Sect. Your Majesty, if Yi Chen becomes enraged, I beseech you to speak a few kind words on my behalf. Alas, I shall do my utmost, Yu Qingying replied with a sigh, aware that this was no trivial matter. The consequences of deceiving Yi Chen were unfathomable, even to her. Before long, the group arrived at the treasure pavilion, where Xianing awaited them with the others. As for Zhao Qitian and his cohorts, they had vanished without a trace after the appearance of the awe-inspiring purple light. Their collusion with the demons meant that even 10 lives would not suffice for them to escape death. Thus, the current state of the Xian Beast Sect lay entirely in Xianying's hands. Your Excellency, you have arrived. Xianing welcomed Yi Chen with a sycophantic demeanor, his weathered face adorned with flattery. Where is the Earth Heart Divine Milk? Yi Chen cut straight to the chase, for it was a matter of utmost significance regarding his ability to alter his fate. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Xianying's face drained of color as he and the others knelt before Yi Chen. What is the matter? Yi Chen inquired. There is no Earth Heart Divine Milk within the Xian Beast Sect. Bing Qian has deceived you, and we are truly sorry, Xianing stammered, trembling as he spoke. Why Yi Chen's expression darkened instantly, not solely from the deception but from the shattering of his hopes for a miraculous change in destiny. Witnessing Yi Chen's grim demeanor, the others bowed their heads in unison, too fearful to utter a sound, lest he unleash his wrath upon them. As recompense, everything within the treasure pavilion is yours to take, Your Excellency. I implore you to spare the lives of our entire sect. Xianing bowed repeatedly, his tone laden with desperation. Chapter 36 The Sword That Severed the Heavens. Mr. Yi, perhaps we could retrieve some items from the treasure pavilion as compensation? Yu Qingying cautiously proposed. The Xian Beast Sect is now firmly under the control of Xianing, and their alliance with the Great Yan dynasty is a foregone conclusion. For the Great Yan, this is an immense boon, for the Xian Beast Sect is no trifling matter. Very well, then lead me inside to take a look. Yi Chen exhaled deeply, waving his hand. With the heart of the Earth essence gone, it would be prudent to see if there were any other items that could serve as a substitute. After all, even though he considered himself a failure, a slight transformation would suffice. He did not necessarily need to become a genius. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Xianing and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, and they cast grateful glances at Yu Qingying. The alluring Meiji could hardly contain her surprise. She never expected Yi Chen to heed Yu Qingying's words so readily. Generally, at Yi Chen's level as a land immortal, one would regard human life as inconsequential and be deeply concerned with their reputation. Being deceived would not be easily overlooked. Bing Qian's taut heart also relaxed as she cast an envious glance at Yu Qingying, feeling the weight of so many gazes upon her. Yu Qingying's pretty face flushed slightly, yet she maintained a facade of composure as she followed closely behind Yi Chen into the treasure pavilion. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, even Yu Qingying could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. The Xian Beast Sect's treasure pavilion was on an entirely different level compared to the collections of the Great Yan royal family. In comparison, the treasures of the Great Yan royal family resembled those of an ordinary nouveau riche. However, most items were artifacts used by demonic beasts. Qing'er eagerly sifted through them, determined not to miss this golden opportunity. The members of the Xian Beast Sect showed no signs of resentment. Instead, they cheerfully began to explain the items to Qing'er. Xiao Tian was equally unreserved. Being a demonic beast himself, he devoured pills with abandon. Yi Chen, however, felt somewhat disheartened. Although the pavilion housed numerous treasures, they were merely relative to the desolate lands of the eastern region. He had yet to find any spiritual materials that could enhance his aptitude. After meandering through the pavilion a couple of times, Yi Chen decided to leave. Just as he was about to depart, his peripheral vision caught sight of a stone sword, prompting him to curiously approach and examine it closely. Noticing Yi Chen's interest, Xianing quickly stepped forward and inquired, "Elder, are you interested in this sword?" "Interest might be too strong a word. I am merely curious as to why such a stone sword resides in your treasure pavilion, especially since it is covered in dust," Yi Chen replied. "Unbeknownst to you, this sword was obtained by our sect's founding ancestor in a hidden realm. It took our ancestor 3 years to bring it here, convinced that it was a priceless treasure. Regrettably, for many years, no disciple capable of earning its recognition has emerged in the Xian Beast sect, so it has remained here," Xianing explained. "Oh? Is that so?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and reached for the stone sword. Just as Xianing was about to intervene, Yi Chen had already seized the sword and swung it a few times, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. This sword had remained untouched for countless years. Even the brilliant founding ancestor had been unable to lift it, having to forcibly transport it over 3 years to the Xian Beast sect. Yet now, Yi Chen had effortlessly picked it up. "Just average," Yi Chen remarked, pursing his lips, intending to return it. He had initially thought there was something extraordinary about this stone sword, but it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary rock. "Perhaps it is because I do not possess its recognition?" "Wait, mister. Yi, it seems Yu Qingying has spotted something," Meiji exclaimed, pointing towards a notch in the sword's blade. Following her gaze, Yi Chen noticed that a piece of stone skin had fallen away, revealing a slice of azure edge beneath. Yu Qingying nearly pointed, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her fingertip. Upon regaining her senses, she discovered a gash had appeared, blood flowing profusely. Startled, she quickly retreated several steps. Not good. Retreat. Meiji suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to flee. The others quickly followed suit, abandoning the treasure pavilion without a second thought. In the next moment, a beam of sword light shot skyward from within the pavilion, and countless sword lights howled, reducing the massive treasure pavilion to fragments in mere breaths. Xian Ying's eyes twitched at the sight. Yi Chen and the others were unaware that the treasure pavilion itself was a formidable artifact, impervious to damage. Past attempts by several golden core cultivators and their demonic pets to assault it had proven futile. Yet now, a single sword chi had obliterated it, showcasing the terrifying nature of this sword. As a master of the sword, Yu Qingying's expression was one of sheer shock. She understood the weapon's capabilities better than anyone present. This sword's power was undoubtedly beyond mere appearances. At the center of the sword chi, Yi Chen gazed in awe at the long sword in his hand, from which the stone skin continued to shed. Soon, all the stone skin fell away, revealing a silver long sword, its blade shimmering with a cold light. As it was waved, it seemed to emit a dragon's roar. Mysterious runes were inscribed upon the hilt, giving it an exceedingly extraordinary appearance. In an instant, Yi Chen was captivated by it, unable to resist examining it closely. A few lines of small text caught his eye. Severing the heavens with a sword, establishing order with this blade. The sword that severed the heavens. Meiji gasped upon reading the inscription. Instantly, the expressions of Xian Ying, Xiao Tian, and Yu Qingying shifted dramatically. It was rumored that an extraordinary treasure existed in the eastern region, left behind by a true immortal. The desolation of the eastern region was attributed to a great battle between that true immortal and another demonic immortal, which had shifted mountains and rivers and dimmed the sun and moon. Since then, the dragon veins of the eastern region had been destroyed, the spiritual energy dispersed, rendering it a wasteland. It was only many years later, with the rise of the first emperor of the Great Yin dynasty, that the eastern region began to show signs of recovery. However, most considered this rumor a fabrication, though it still attracted many cultivators from beyond the eastern region to investigate. Unfortunately, after all these years, no one had been able to uncover any trace of the true immortal's treasured legacy until now. For it was said that the true immortal wielded a celestial sword known as the sword that severed the heavens. Yi Chen had no ulterior motives. Having stayed up late reading novels, he knew all too well that he had undoubtedly gained the sword's recognition. But why? The only possibility Yi Chen could conceive was that although his foundation was poor and his realm low, he possessed an inherent suitability for the path of the sword. Initially believing that the loss of the heart of the earth essence had severed his path to destiny, he now found himself in an unexpectedly favorable turn of events. I hope that what transpired today remains confidential. Yu Qingying took a deep breath, casting a stern glance at the others. Xian Ying, fully aware of the implications, nodded in agreement. After all, this was the sword that severed the heavens. If word got out, it would incite upheaval not just in the eastern region, but across the entire immortal martial continent. Just as they were about to pledge their oaths of secrecy, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Xiao Tian, now enveloped in killing intent, had sent Meiji flying several dozen feet away, a mouthful of blood spattering forth, a truly pitiful sight. Chapter 37 I will castrate you. The crowd was somewhat perplexed, but only Xiao Tian and Meiji understood the underlying implications. Under normal circumstances, if Yi Chen remained silent, Xiao Tian would naturally allow Meiji to accompany him. However, with the Sword of Heaven's Severance now in existence and Meiji being a member of the demonic clan, she had to be eliminated. Should the news of the Sword of Heaven's Severance reach the demon clan, the consequences would be dire. In Xiao Tian's mind, although Yi Chen was formidable, he had not yet reached a level where he could disregard the entire demon clan. Furthermore, it was likely that not only the demon clan but many human cultivators would be unable to resist the temptation to betray him. Meiji's complexion turned pale as she clutched her chest, gritting her teeth and watching as Xiao Tian approached ever closer. She quickly contemplated a means of escape, ultimately fixing her gaze upon Yu Qingying, exclaiming, "I know about the Prince Ning." Yu Qingying's expression shifted, frowning as she turned to Meiji and halted Xiao Tian with a raised hand, asking, "Who are you?" Seeing that Xiao Tian had ceased his advance, Meiji sighed in relief. Her gamble had paid off. She then stated, "I can divulge everything regarding Prince Ning, but you must spare my life." Yu Qingying glanced at Xiao Tian and inquired, "Is that permissible?" Xiao Tian was taken aback, then turned to glance at Yi Chen, who was still engrossed with the Sword of Heaven's Severance. After a moment of contemplation, he turned away. "Can we speak now?" Yu Qingying asked, casting a grateful look at Xiao Tian before speaking in a serious tone. She was uncertain why Xiao Tian had suddenly taken action, but a woman capable of withstanding a blow from Xiao Tian was undoubtedly extraordinary. "May I have a moment to converse privately?" Meiji requested, inhaling deeply as she steadied herself to stand. Given the stakes involving the demon clan, it was imperative to limit the number of individuals privy to this information, especially with the members of the Xian Beast sect present. "Very well." After a brief moment of contemplation, Yu Qingying nodded in agreement. Qinger wished to intervene but ultimately refrained from speaking. Matters decided by Her Majesty were not within her purview to dispute. "Now we can speak," Yu Qingying stated as they retreated to a secluded area. "For many years, we have been strategically placing personnel throughout the eastern region to gather various bloodlines and resources, and Prince Ning is but a pawn we have positioned. With our assistance, he has successfully reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm," Meiji revealed. "What organization are you affiliated with?" "That is something I cannot disclose, but trust me, knowing will not be advantageous for you." "If that is all the information you possess, it will not suffice to ensure my survival," Yu Qingying remarked, her brow furrowing as she shook her head. I understand, which is why I must share with you. Meiji's eyes suddenly sparkled, a pink light emanating and swiftly entering Yu Qingying's pupils. Xiaotian, lying on the ground, suddenly let out a cold laugh, gazing meaningfully in the direction the two women had departed, seeking death. As Yu Qingying's eyes began to glaze over, Meiji smiled with relief. The Dian Empress was still far too complacent, and Xiaotian was underestimating the situation. Did they not realize that the succubus clan excelled in beguiling the hearts of others? Upon your return, inform Xiaotian that you have guaranteed my life, Meiji instructed. Understood. Yu Qingying nodded vacantly. Furthermore, see if you can retrieve the Sword of Heaven's Severance from Yi Chen. I wish to harness its power for my return, Meiji pondered aloud, her head bowed in thought, yet unbeknownst to her, Yu Qingying's previously vacant gaze was gradually turning frigid. As silence ensued, Meiji was about to raise her head when she suddenly felt a tightening around her throat, followed by a powerful force lifting her up, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation surging through her. You dare to deceive me regarding a body I have taken interest in, mere demoness. Seeking death. Yu Qingying's voice was icy, and if Yi Chen were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that her tone mirrored that of the day the bloodline had surged. Meiji was engulfed in terror, struggling futilely as the encroaching darkness loomed before her. She was acutely aware that this was the sensation of death approaching. Yu Qingying cast a disdainful glance at her, turning away to face Yi Chen, who was toying with the Sword of Heaven's Severance, her expression complex. She then murmured, was this intentional? With Yi Chen's abilities, it was impossible for him not to discern Meiji's identity as a demoness, yet he had still intervened. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Qingying exhaled softly, casting Meiji aside with visible disgust before extending a finger, a pink light embedding itself into Meiji's forehead. In an instant, Meiji felt herself ensnared by an unseen force, a fox-like shadow appearing within her consciousness. She understood that with a mere thought, Yu Qingying could obliterate her existence at any moment. Nine-tailed celestial fox? Meiji trembled as she gazed at the fox figure within her soul. The response was a cold snort from Yu Qingying, her icy demeanor gradually softening, replaced by a gentle coolness belonging to her true self. Since the last incident with the bloodline surge, Yu Qingying had established a connection with the entity concealed within the Tianhuang bloodline, which was why she dared to confront Meiji alone. I have met my master. Meiji inhaled deeply, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she knelt before Yu Qingying. Very well, Yu Qingying said with a dismissive wave of her hand, turning to leave. The moment the nine-tailed celestial fox implanted its mark, Meiji's memories surged into Yu Qingying's mind. In an instant, the plans of the devouring demon sovereign became crystal clear to Yu Qingying, including matters concerning Prince Ning. A weight settled upon her previously serene countenance as she contemplated the imminent awakening of the devouring demon sovereign, whose sights were set upon the great Yan imperial clan that had emerged 3,000 years ago. More specifically, the great Yin imperial tomb, that is to say, Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen had sheathed the Sword of Heaven's Severance and noticed Yu Qingying gazing intently at him, prompting him to approach with a cheerful demeanor. Yet before he could reach her, Yu Qingying coldly huffed and turned away. This rascal knew of Meiji's demonic heritage yet still rescued her from the clutches of the devouring demon serpent. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. It was undoubtedly her appearance that had captivated him. All men were the same. Yi Chen, momentarily perplexed, found himself at a loss, while Qinger cast a knowing glance at the two. Yu Qingying then approached Xianing, inquiring, I have heard that there is a blood transformation pool within the Xian Beast sect. Might the Grand Elder allow me to partake in its waters? The nine-tailed celestial fox had informed Yu Qingying that she required a powerful source of blood essence to heal her injuries. The blood transformation pool within the Xian Beast sect was undoubtedly the most suitable location to gather such essence. Upon hearing her request, Xianing displayed a moment of hesitation, yet upon seeing Yi Chen, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Although the blood transformation pool was significant, it paled in comparison to the prospect of gaining favor with someone as formidable as Yi Chen. Watching the two depart hastily, Yi Chen sighed, intending to leave as well, only to be pulled aside by Qinger. Little leaf, I warn you, you must not betray Her Majesty. Otherwise, I shall castrate you. Chapter 38 To dare to defy the Prince of Ning, and you shall die. What are you saying? In an instant, Yi Chen felt a chill sweep over him, harboring no doubt about the authenticity of the madwoman Qinger's words. I must tell you, the Empress treats you exceptionally well. Perhaps you fail to perceive it, but I see it clearly. She has never shown such care for any man before. Qinger sighed, realizing that their sovereign had indeed developed feelings. So what? You are well aware of my current state, Yi Chen lamented, reflecting on how his cultivation level in the qi refining stage rendered him unworthy of the illustrious Empress. Qinger scrutinized Yi Chen from head to toe, then smiled brightly, saying, It's good that you understand it now. Go and strive for improvement. I can now command the Firelin beast to some extent. I've got your back. As long as the Empress is happy, I shall eliminate all obstacles for her. Observing Qinger's earnest expression, Yi Chen nodded, feeling a surge of confidence with the Sword of Heaven in his possession. Meanwhile, under Xianying's guidance, Yu Qingying arrived at a secluded chamber within the Xian Beast sect after Xianying produced the Grand Elder's token to activate a hidden formation. A massive blood pool, spanning over 10 zhang, materialized before them. The rich scent of blood surged forth, causing both Xianying and Yu Qingying to retreat a few steps. It seems that the recent fierce battle has infused the blood pool with a considerable amount of vitality, Xianying remarked. This blood pool was crafted over a century, utilizing the strength of 10 generations of the Xian Beast sect and the expertise of formation masters. Within 1,000 miles of the blood pool, any essence blood that appears will be automatically absorbed. Typically, this blood pool is opened once every 10 years. The last activation occurred 8 years ago, so one would expect the blood vitality to be insufficient. However, the events of yesterday have evidently replenished its power significantly. Rest assured, Grand Elder, upon my return, I shall mobilize the entire nation to assist the Xian Beast sect in its reconstruction, Yu Qingying, perceiving the Grand Elder's reluctance, promptly assured her. The Empress is jesting, please, step inside, Xianing chuckled, waving her hands in refusal, as she dared not make further demands. Yu Qingying nodded and, without hesitation, leaped into the blood pool. Instantly, the blood pool roiled violently, an overwhelming surge of blood energy erupting forth, and soon, a phoenix silhouette appeared behind Yu Qingying, greedily absorbing the power from the pool. Indeed, the bloodline of the Tianhuang is formidable, the Dian Empire is truly remarkable, Xianing mused as she beheld Yu Qingying at the center of the pool. Throughout the years, Xianing had never witnessed such a terrifying reaction from the blood pool. The state of the pool often reflects an individual's innate talent. With a flick of her token, Xianing reactivated the concealing formation. Meanwhile, Mei Ji stood quietly outside, now devoid of her freedom. Unbeknownst to her, besides the phoenix silhouette, another fox silhouette gradually emerged from the blood pool. In the grand hall of the Xian Beast sect, Bing Qian cautiously brought Ti Yi Chen, her small face lowered, afraid to meet his gaze. Observing Bing Qian's demeanor, Yi Chen felt a pang of confusion. The matter concerning the Earth Heart essence had passed, and this little girl seemed troubled over her status as a servant. Fortunately, he had no inclination towards such thoughts regarding her. For Yi Chen, the fewer people around him, the lesser the chance of exposure. Senior, the Empress has entered the blood pool and will likely take 10 days to a month to emerge. During this time, let Bing Qian take a few individuals around the vicinity of the Xian Beast sect to explore. Xianing entered, smiling at the two. There is no need for that. We should return to the Dian Empire as soon as possible. Without the Empress, the court may fall into chaos. Yi Chen waved his hand in refusal. That I shall not keep you any longer, Xianing said, leading the group out of the hall. As they passed by Bing Qian, Yi Chen lowered his voice, saying, rest assured, I have no interest in making you a servant. After Yi Chen and the others departed, Xianing approached Bing Qian and inquired, what did the gentleman just say to you? Bing Qian recounted the matter of servitude. Instantly, Xianing was incensed, pounding her chest in frustration, nearly choking on her words, as she lamented, do you realize the immense opportunity you have missed? How many desire to serve the senior, yet have no chance, and you shy away? What am I to say to you? Bing Qian, taken aback, lifted her gaze toward the direction Yi Chen and the others had left, her mind conjuring his image, as though she had lost something. After a moment, she forced a smile and replied, it's all right, grandmother, when the Empress emerges, I still wish to go to the Dian Empire. The Empress promised to resolve the matter with Shaoqing for me. That cannot be the same, alas, it is futile to force opportunities. Xianing sighed, her face etched with bitterness. Upon descending the mountain, Yi Chen intended to summon the Firelin Beast, as he had done upon his arrival, to carry them back. However, the Firelin Beast had fallen into a deep slumber and could not be awakened, no matter the effort. Given Qing'er's golden core cultivation, traversing the skies alone would likely exhaust her before reaching the Dian Empire. Reluctantly, they decided to split their journey over 3 days, while Xiao Tian leisurely followed, nonchalant. After 2 days of travel, they successfully arrived at the Dian border, with Xiao Tian discreetly releasing his aura, ensuring no foolish beasts dared to provoke them. Upon verifying their identities, Yi Chen and the others were granted passage into Tiandu City. The management of the Dian Empire truly deserves admiration, Yi Chen remarked. The strict regulations at the Dian Empire's borders are indeed rare. Even cultivators approaching are stopped by officials who inquire about their intentions and meticulously register them before allowing passage. This rigorous oversight is precisely why the common people of the Dian Empire enjoy such a prosperous life. However, with such benefits come drawbacks. For those accustomed to superiority, the Dian Empire's approach is undoubtedly a blow to their pride. This has resulted in a scarcity of powerful outsiders, or rather, the Dian royal family and other feudal lords lack such regulations, relentlessly seeking to absorb external forces without regard for the lives of commoners. Of course, you should consider who currently governs the Dian Empire. Qing'er smiled confidently, as if she were Yu Qingying herself. Yi Chen chuckled without responding, instead seeking refuge in an inn. Gazing at the so-called delicacies before him, he found no appetite. In terms of cuisine, aside from the ingredients, the entire Xianwu continent likely pales in comparison to the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Such precious ingredients wasted in vain. Meanwhile, Qing'er devoured her meal without restraint, her mouth glistening with grease. To hell with it, what is the Prince of Ning? Anyway, I tell you, this is Tiandu City, the Dian Empire, not his fiefdom. Speak cautiously. Suddenly, an angry voice erupted from the second floor, but soon after, a pained scream followed, as a figure was unceremoniously hurled down. Dare to defy the Prince of Ning, die. Chapter 39. The canine demon, Yi Chen and Qing'er both changed their expressions in unison. A wave of commotion swept through the inn as numerous individuals shouted and rushed outside. Upon recognizing the figure that had fallen, Qing'er's face turned ashen. It was none other than Sun Ran, the lord of Tiandu City, a cultivator at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. He had long been loyal to the Dian imperial family, steadfastly guarding the borders of the Dian dynasty for centuries without a single misstep. He was indeed a capable general. As a measured yet deliberate footstep echoed, the figure on the upper floor gradually came into view, a delicate-looking man, who now regarded the gasping Sun Ran with an expression of disdain, an utterly audacious individual. Furious, Qing'er made to advance, but was promptly restrained by Yi Chen, for now was not the time for recklessness. Just as she attempted to break free, she found Yi Chen's grip as unyielding as iron, leaving her astonished by his strength. Yi Chen observed the effeminate man, who slowly approached Sun Ran's lifeless body. He then placed a hand upon the latter's dantian, and a look of pleasure began to manifest on his cold countenance, a faint wisp of black energy flickering briefly. Witnessing the scene, Qing'er was momentarily stunned. She could sense the effeminate man's cultivation level surging, shifting from mid-stage to late-stage golden core. Such peculiarity surely heralds an ominous presence. Although impulsive and rash, Qing'er was not devoid of intellect. She swiftly regained her composure, fixing her gaze upon the effeminate man. Xiao Tian cast a fleeting glance, his eyes dark with malice, demonic energy. The effeminate man, having absorbed the spiritual energy from Sun Ranstantian, then turned his gaze toward Qinger, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes, though it was quickly masked by a fade of cordiality as he approached the two. You two appear unfamiliar. May I inquire as to your origins? He inquired with a smile. From the Xian Beast sect, Yi Chen replied with a grin, gesturing toward Xiao Tian and the fire Qilin beast cradled in Qinger's arms. At the mention of the Xian Beast sect, the corners of the effeminate man's eyes twitched, his demeanor softening considerably as he declared, "Ah, so you are esteemed disciples of the Xian Beast sect. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Gong Zhou." Yi Chen, he replied with a faint smile, while Qinger turned her face away, uninterested in the conversation. My apologies for startling you both earlier when I dealt with the traitor, Gong Zhou said with a laugh. Not at all. However, I couldn't help but overhear your mention of Prince Ning. Not if memory serves me correctly, isn't Prince Ning a vassal of the Dian dynasty? What business does he have with Tiandu City? Yi Chen casually inquired. The Empress of Dian has strayed from the path, becoming increasingly arrogant and tyrannical, prompting your sect to declare war. It is only natural that Prince Ning would seek to replace her, aligning himself with the sentiments of the Dian populace. Gong Zhou responded with a hearty laugh. At his words, Qinger nearly erupted in anger, but understanding that she was no match for Gong Zhou, especially with Yi Chen as a liability, she managed to suppress her fury. So, it seems you are one of us? Yi Chen jested. For the time being, that is an acceptable interpretation. Now, I must attend to other matters and shall not intrude further upon your time. Gong Zhou rose to take his leave but paused at the door, adding, should you wish to inquire further, feel free to seek me out. As they watched Gong Zhou's retreating figure, Yi Chen's expression grew increasingly somber. Turning to Qinger, he remarked, Prince Ning has made his move. What are we waiting for? We must hurry back to alert the others. The Emperor is not in the capital, and we must safeguard his interests. Qinger exclaimed, rising swiftly to depart. Leaving is not so simple. We are undoubtedly being watched. We must confirm our identities before we can leave, Yi Chen replied, gazing at the patrolling soldiers outside the inn, who, while ostensibly on patrol, cast glances toward the inn with intention. This instinctive awareness was honed during his previous life, when he would occasionally slack off at work. What should we do? Even if we cannot leave, we must relay the news somehow. Qinger urged anxiously. There is no rush regarding the message. For now, we must discern the extent of Prince Ning's infiltration. Knowing ourselves and our adversaries is the key to victory. Yi Chen gestured dismissively. He had faith in the efficiency of Yu Qingying and Yin Hongshuang. When the concept of the Jinui was proposed, the two had surely already set things in motion. The Jinui must be operating within Tiandu City, and news of Prince Ning's rebellion would soon reach Yin Hongshuang's ears. What, then, should we do now? Qinger huffed, her impatience evident. First, we must awaken the fire Qilin beast. Without Qingying here, it serves as our main force. Second, we need to find a way to infiltrate their inner circle. The declaration of war from the Xian Beast sect has yet to be rescinded, granting us the status of allies, but we must act swiftly. They may have already dispatched individuals to investigate our situation, and if the current state of the Xian Beast sect is discovered, we will find ourselves in peril. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and spoke, wishing he possessed transcendent abilities. With such power, there would be no need for such intricate maneuvers. Xiao Tian yawned, casting a perplexed look at Yi Chen. Was this man digging a pit for someone again? Why not just deal with the problem directly? Suddenly, he recalled the demonic energy surrounding Gong Zhou. Yi Chen could not have overlooked it in an instant. Xiao Tian understood this was a matter of following the trail. To act recklessly would surely alert the enemy. You make a valid point. So, what should we do? I currently have no means of awakening the fire Qilin beast, Qinger said, her brow furrowed. No worries, I have a plan. Yi Chen grinned mischievously, his gaze settling on Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's fur bristled in alarm, and he turned to flee, only to have Yi Chen seize his tail. For the prosperity of the nation, a rascally dog must comply. Only you can awaken the fire Qilin beast with maternal affection. You scoundrel! Xiao Tian exclaimed in exasperation, instinctively retorting. In that instant, Yi Chen's expression darkened, his body trembling involuntarily. This canine could speak human language. It was no mere dog, it was a canine demon. However, to Xiao Tian, Yi Chen appeared merely irate, causing him to wilt under the pressure. He snatched the fire Qilin beast from Qinger's arms and cradled it, patting its back while calling out in a manner befitting a caretaker. Finally, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. Even if this creature was a canine demon, it was still nurtured by the Empress. Recalling how Xiao Tian bounded about joyfully, he realized the dog's nature of loyalty had not faded. However, Yi Chen's expression soon turned peculiar. He had always regarded it as a mere dog, thus speaking freely. Could it be that Yu Qingying was already aware of his secret? Alright, what shall be our next step? Qinger chuckled at the sight of Xiao Tian. Our next step? To retire to bed. Yi Chen yawned, stretching languidly. We shall grant them a night to investigate our origins, but we must not afford them sufficient time to reach the Xian Beast sect. Tomorrow morning, we shall set our plans in motion. Chapter 40 of The Misfortune diverted eastward. Yi Chen was not mistaken. As soon as Gong Qiu departed from the inn, he dispatched individuals to investigate their whereabouts. That very night, Gong Qiu received intelligence from his subordinates confirming that Yi Chen and his companion had indeed come from the direction of the Xian Beast sect. After a moment of contemplation, Gong Qiu instructed them to continue their inquiries, tracing the path all the way back to the Xian Beast sect. Given the critical nature of the moment, Gong Qiu dared not let his guard down. Qinger was of little concern, being in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, she posed no threat. What truly troubled Gong Qiu was Yi Chen. He could not discern Yi Chen's cultivation level. The following day, as dawn broke, Xiao Tian gazed in surprise at Yi Chen's room, noting the absence of the usual auspicious purple aura. This absence only solidified Xiao Tian's suspicion that Yi Chen, the so-called Old Six, was certainly up to no good. Otherwise, how could such an alarming scene not manifest today? After a while, Yi Chen emerged from his room, having spent the entire night studying the Zhan Tian sword and attempting to communicate with it. According to the conventions of many tales, such divine weapons often possessed a spirit. Regrettably, after a night of effort, Yi Chen found the Zhan Tian sword utterly unresponsive. Upon opening the door, Yi Chen was met with the sight of Xiao Tian, who was staring at him with wide eyes, one paw clutching the little firelin beast in a wrap. Yi Chen offered a warm smile, intending to comfort Xiao Tian, urging him not to rush. However, Xiao Tian interjected, "Don't look at me like that. I've tried my utmost. I've sacrificed my dignity. This fellow sleeps like a dead pig. It's not my fault." Yi Chen was left speechless, pondering whether he appeared particularly fearsome. Xiao Tian's exclamation had roused Qinger, who promptly stepped outside, grumbling about the early morning commotion. Yi Chen immediately felt deflated, and Xiao Tian, begrudgingly, fell silent. "Very well, let us prepare to leave the city." Yi Chen gestured. Qinger approached, taking the firelin beast without a word, trailing behind Yi Chen as they exited. Before long, the group arrived at the city gate, and as Yi Chen had anticipated, Gong Qiu awaited them, a broad smile plastered on his face, seemingly having been there for quite some time. "Where might Mr. Yi be heading?" Gong Qiu inquired cheerfully upon seeing Yi Chen approach. "Must I report my destination to you?" Yi Chen replied with a smile, though anxiety gnawed at him. It was his first time speaking so boldly to a Golden Core cultivator, and his legs trembled slightly. Yet, Yi Chen understood the necessity of maintaining a firm stance. Any sign of weakness would relinquish control to the other party. Gong Qiu's expression darkened for a fleeting moment at Yi Chen's words, but he quickly masked it with a smile. "Mr. Yi is jesting. I merely express concern for your safety. In these tumultuous times, the Dian royal family and the Xian beast sect are at odds. I fear for your well-being." "Then what do you propose we do?" Yi Chen asked, his curiosity piqued. "Perhaps you suggest that we remain in Tiandu City for a while, until you report to the Ning Wang and have him send someone for our protection? Protection or surveillance?" Yi Chen's lips curled into a wry smile. No. You misunderstand, Mr. Yi. Perhaps you are unaware, but the head of the Xian Beast sect, Zheng Qitin, is currently with Ning Wang. We would never dream of surveilling you. The head of the Xian Beast sect and Ning Wang together. Yi Chen and Qinger exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting dramatically. This situation had escalated significantly. Both were acutely aware that Zheng Qitin, the sect leader, was a formidable figure in the late Yuan stage, accompanied by a savage beast of the same caliber. This information had been previously relayed by Bing Xian during their visit to the blood pool with Yu Qingying. After the issues in the rear mountain were resolved, Zheng Qitin had vanished, and now he was unexpectedly allied with Ning Wang. Since the sect leader has arrived, I shall not hide my intentions. My junior sister and I have come to investigate the state of the Dian city, while the sect leader is negotiating with your Ning Wang. I hope, Director Gong, that you will not jeopardize the relationship between Ning Wang and the Xian Beast sect, Yi Chen stated, a hint of a threat in his tone. Gong Qiu's eyes twitched. He understood well that compared to the Xian Beast sect, he was merely a subordinate of Ning Wang. The disparity in their standings was stark. If this matter were to jeopardize their alliance with the Xian Beast sect, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Contemplating this, Gong Qiu looked up at the two, gritting his teeth. Given that you are so aimlessly probing, it will ultimately lead to delays. Since Ning Wang has already allied with the Xian Beast sect, I shall not withhold information from you. Please follow me to the City Lord's Manor, where you may find the roster of infiltrated cities, thus sparing you the trouble of wandering about. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, fully aware that this was Gong Qiu's scheme to keep them in Tiandu City, waiting for news to confirm their identities. If their identities were legitimate, they would be exposed. If not, Gong Qiu could easily eliminate them within the city confines. Since Director Gong is so accommodating, I shall refrain from further objections. I kindly request that you lead the way, Yi Chen replied, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. A smile spread across Gong Qiu's face as he guided them toward the City Lord's Manor. Soon, they arrived at a secret chamber. After instructing his guards to secure the entrance, Gong Qiu ushered them into a partitioned area and produced a map of the Dian territory. As the map unfurled, both Yi Chen and Qinger gasped in astonishment. The locations marked on the map revealed that over half of the cities within the entire Dian dynasty had been stealthily seized by Ning Wang. To put it plainly, Ning Wang now held dominion over more than half of the Dian dynasty's territory. Coupled with the fiefdoms of the 15 lords, Ning Wang's strength, at least on the surface, posed no threat to the Dian royal family. In fact, he seemed to surpass some of them. So many. Yi Chen exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration for Ning Wang's subtle yet expansive machinations. Indeed, our Ning Wang possesses unparalleled wisdom and military prowess. A mere woman cannot hope to compare. Gong Qiu laughed heartily, then continued, I shall not intrude further. Please take your time to examine the details. I have matters to attend to. With that, Gong Qiu turned and left. Why did he just leave? Qinger was taken aback. Wait. Something's amiss. Yi Chen's expression changed as he noticed a golden light rising around them. An array of spiritual energy coalesced beneath their feet, forming a spatial diagram that ensnared them within its confines. Director Gong, what is the meaning of this? Yi Chen's voice turned icy. From outside, Gong Qiu's voice echoed, "You two have intruded upon the city lord's manor and are now ensnared by the formation. I am powerless to assist. This array was constructed by our strategist and can only be opened by those in the Yuaning stage. I shall inform the strategist and ensure your release in a few days." "Yi Chen, what do we do now?" Qinger exclaimed anxiously. Why? Yi Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. He had never anticipated that Gong Qiu would resort to such a cunning ploy to divert misfortune. Chapter 41. What audacity! There was no choice left. You must urgently devise a way to awaken the fire unicorn beast. Once it awakens, there will be a path forward, Yi Chen stated. Qinger shot a speechless glance at Yi Chen and then sat cross-legged, attempting to communicate with the fire unicorn beast. Meanwhile, Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings, finding the information contained within to be quite credible. He could hardly believe that within such a short span, Gong Qiu could orchestrate a false setting to ensnare him. However, the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. Not only were there the infiltrated city-states, but also a roster densely populated with records of the spies dispatched by Yu Qingying over the years. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 1,000 individuals. This indicated that Yu Qingying's clandestine activities had been conducted right under the nose of the Prince of Ning. Even more terrifying was the fact that this was merely intel in the possession of Gong Qiu. Although Gong Qiu was the lord of Tiandu City, he had not penetrated the innermost circle of the Prince of Ning. This meant that, in the eyes of the prince, such information was not deemed particularly significant. He had a backup plan. In Zhouyang City, within the estate of the Prince of Ning, the prince sat at the head of the table, flanked by the weary Zhao Qitian and others. When the astonishing purple light appeared, and the demonic energy vanished from the back mountain, Zhao Qitian knew something had gone awry. He hurriedly brought the two vice sect masters to seek out the Prince of Ning. Thus, the Shen Beast sect was no longer under their control, the prince observed, looking at Zhao Qitian. It is shameful to admit, but we have become like stray dogs, Zhao Qitian sighed, cautiously eyeing the prince. Initially, he had approached the prince seeking resources to rebuild their power, having previously cooperated with him against the Deyin imperial family. However, upon seeing the prince, he realized that the demonic energy within him was more formidable than that of the rest. Only those who have cultivated demonic energy understand its might. Zhao Qitian knew that despite his comparable realm to the prince, accompanied by his formidable beast companion, he would certainly not stand a chance in a real confrontation. In light of this, you may serve under me for the time being, the prince stated indifferently. He sensed the presence of demonic seeds within Zhao Qitian and his companions. Were it not for that, he would have long since eliminated them. Those willing to abandon their own foundations and cling to life in fear are of no great use. If ever faced with life and death circumstances, they would undoubtedly flee. Very well then, please give your orders, Zhao Qitian sighed, acknowledging the necessity of submission under the current circumstances. Given this, you shall remain at Tiandu City, where it is familiar to you, and report any unusual occurrences promptly, the prince commanded, waving his hand before departing. Although Zhao Qitian and the others understood that the prince was treating them as expendable, they could only nod in agreement and then took to the skies, heading straight for Tiandu City. Tiandu City is in proximity to the Shen Beast sect, and given the recent surge of demonic energy from the sect, should any of the awakened ancient beings choose to investigate, Tiandu City would undoubtedly be scrutinized. They were unafraid of ordinary individuals, but were wary of those formidable experts at the out-of-body stage. Furthermore, there was that ruthless individual who had unleashed the astonishing purple light. City Lord, is this prudent? What if they truly are members of the Shen Beast sect? An elder beside Gong Qiu inquired. They trespassed into the City Lord's estate. Is there an issue with me trapping them with a formation? Gong Qiu replied, eyeing the elder with suspicion. However, before the elder could finish his sentence, Gong Qiu seized him by the throat, and after a brief struggle, the elder ceased to breathe, his spiritual energy entirely devoured by Gong Qiu. The sensation of augmenting one's strength was exquisite. Relishing the surge of spiritual energy within him, Gong Qiu wore a satisfied expression. 2 days passed quietly within the City Lord's estate. Qinger opened her eyes, her face weary. For the past 2 days, she had been attempting to awaken the fire unicorn beast, yet to no avail. At this moment, each enclosed the last of the documents, his expression darkening. From these records, it was evident that the Prince of Ning not only sought to usurp the throne but was also collecting the blood of children under the age of 5 who possessed the potential for cultivation. This left Yi Chen perplexed. By his methods, the prince was undeniably a formidable figure, yet why would he undertake actions that undermined the foundations of the Deyin Empire? It seemed there must be deeper motives at play. Yi Chen, what do we do? It has been 2 days, and the fire unicorn beast shows no signs of awakening. Qinger inquired wearily. We can only do our utmost and leave the rest to fate, Yi Chen sighed, gesturing for Qinger to hand the fire unicorn beast over to Xiaotian for recuperation, while he procured the Zhantian sword, preparing for the worst. Gong Qiu awaited news from his spies when he suddenly sensed 3 terrifying presences descending. His expression changed dramatically as he rushed outside, only to find 3 middle-aged men hovering in midair. The terrifying spiritual energy emanating from them was not in the slightest inferior to that of the Prince of Ning. May I inquire what brings the 3 elders to Tiandu City? Gong Qiu asked. Zhao Qitian glanced at Gong Qiu, detecting the demonic energy within him, and then surveyed the bustling Tiandu City once more, allowing himself to relax slightly. Over the past 2 days, they had deliberately slowed their pace to avoid any mishaps, but now that Gong Qiu appeared unharmed and Tiandu City was safe, their worries were alleviated. I am Zhao Qitian, the sect master of the Shen Beast sect, he declared. Stepping forward, the late-stage nascent soul aura he exuded instantly burst forth, with the 2 vice sect masters following suit, unleashing their own formidable presences. A wave of oppressive force swept over a large portion of Tiandu City, causing Gong Qiu to stumble and fall to the ground, his heart racing in alarm. Had they discovered his detainment of the 2 disciples from the Shen Beast sect? Ah, you are the sect master of the Shin Beast sect. I am Gongcho, the city lord of Tiandu under the Prince of Ning's Zhao sect master. Your 2 disciples are currently guests at my estate. Allow me to escort you, Gongcho said with a forced smile. Zhao Qitian and the others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Their disciples had long been devoured by the charmed princess, leaving no trace. So, they are from the Xianing faction. A glint of malice flickered in the eyes of the 3 as they coldly commanded, lead the way. Under Gongchao's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at a courtyard enveloped in a formation within the city lord's estate. Please wait, Gongcho said, cupping his hands and retrieving a seal from his bosom. As the seal activated, a radiant light burst forth, merging with the golden glow surrounding it. Soon, the golden light began to dissipate, revealing Yi Chen and Qing'er emerging slowly from within. My apologies, esteemed ones. Gongcho hurriedly approached to apologize. However, before he could finish, a furious shout interrupted him. What audacity! How dare you impersonate members of the Xian Beast sect? Zhao Qitian bellowed. Although they were now like stray dogs, having grown up within the Xian Beast sect, they still felt a sense of belonging. The sight of Yi Chen and Qing'er masquerading as disciples ignited a fire of fury within him. Yet, almost immediately, Zhao Qitian fell silent as a large black dog emerged, comically cradling a strange beast. Xiaotian, Chapter 42. The sword madman Ji Woming. Xiaotian raised his head and cast a glance at the 3 individuals. Upon sensing the demonic energy within them, his brows furrowed momentarily, yet he did not dwell on it, for the true peril lay cradled in his arms. Earlier, within the confines of the room, Yi Chen had issued an ultimatum. If they could not awaken the Firelin beast, their fates would be sealed. However, Gongchao's expression shifted dramatically. It was indeed a deception. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered his internal spiritual energy and directed it towards Yi Chen and his companion. Observing this, Qing'er swiftly unsheathed her Qingfeng sword, preparing to confront him. Yet, in the next instant, Gongcho was sent flying by a single slap from Zhao Qitian, the force of which collapsed the courtyard wall. Gongcho lay amidst the rubble, spitting out a mouthful of blood, gazing at Zhao Qitian with a face full of confusion. Yi Chen and Qing'er were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. I admit my voice was rather loud just now, please do not take it to heart, Zhao Qitian addressed the group. Yi Chen felt Zhao Qitian's gaze upon him, not directed at himself or Qing'er, but at Xiaotian. It dawned on him that this individual had been frightened by the Firelin beast. He exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that Zhao Qitian had not discerned that the Firelin beast was currently in slumber. As Zhao Qitian's face turned pale with terror. Goodness, how did the demon king Xiaotian end up here? Xiaotian, aware that Zhao Qitian was speaking to him, chose to ignore him and instead approached Yi Chen, rubbing against him with a look of appeasement. Brother, I truly did my utmost. Brother? Zhao Qitian trembled, realizing his oversight. How had he failed to see through the cultivation level of this young man? This was disastrous. Silence, return. Yi Chen scolded, exasperated. A dog is but a dog, it cannot discern the nuances of hierarchy. If the fact that they could not awaken the Firelin beast were to be exposed, it would spell doom. Xiaotian, confused, sulkily fell silent and retreated into the house with the Firelin beast. Zhao Zongju, what is the meaning of this? Gongcho, still bewildered, looked to Zhao Qitian. Watching Xiaotian being so summarily commanded left Zhao Qitian's scalp tingling. Who exactly was this person? Despite his caution throughout the journey, he had not anticipated stumbling at the final hurdle. Then, Zhao Qitian turned his gaze towards Gongcho, his expression growing increasingly sinister. A mistake had been made, and a human sacrifice was now required. Gongcho, who had earlier intended to strike at Yi Chen, would serve as the perfect offering. Gongcho trembled under Zhao Qitian's gaze, instinctively wanting to retreat. Yet, how could a late-stage golden core cultivator hope to escape the grasp of an advanced nascent soul master? Zhao Qitian unleashed a palm strike, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, instantly locking onto Gongcho. In the next moment, Gongchao's body was ruthlessly torn apart by the overwhelming power, dissolving into a cloud of blood mist. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Yi Chen felt a chill creeping up his spine. How ruthless this old man was. Enough, if there is nothing more, we shall take our leave. Yi Chen swallowed hard, striding away, with Qing'er beckoning Xiaotian to follow closely behind. The trio of Zhao Qitian dared not impede their departure, hastily bowing in farewell. Once Yi Chen and his companions had completely vanished from sight, they trembled as they wiped the sweat from their brows. Indeed, you 3 did not genuinely intend to ally with us. The Prince of Ning spoke true. A faint voice echoed, causing Zhao Qitian to startle, turning to find a figure had appeared on the martial stage behind him. This figure, clad in tattered garments and bearing a broken sword, emitted an aura of chilling clarity, as if he were not a mere human but rather a formidable weapon incarnate. Upon seeing this individual, Zhao Qitian was rendered speechless, his heart racing with terror, causing his lips to tremble uncontrollably. The other 2 felt a tempestuous wave of dread surging within them. Ji Woming, the sword madman, a cultivator of the out-of-body stage, who once wielded a broken sword to defeat all challengers in the eastern region. Unfortunately, his last battle ended in a stalemate with the Blade Emperor, after which he vanished from the sight of all. Some claimed he was gravely wounded by the Blade Emperor and died with regrets, while others suggested he departed the eastern region to pursue arduous training elsewhere. Yet, all rumors pointed to one fact. The sword madman had left the eastern region, but now, how could he possibly appear in Tendu City? Who would have thought that the illustrious sword madman had become a subordinate of the Prince of Ning? What of your relentless pursuit of the sword path? Zhao Qitian inquired. A fleeting shadow of despondency passed through Ji Woming's eyes, quickly concealed as he raised his head and declared, you 3 have lost all value. With that, he grasped the broken sword tightly in hand. The expressions of Zhao Qitian and his companions shifted dramatically, and they hastily summoned their demonic pets, 3 fierce beasts of the nascent soul stage, who let out a collective roar, unleashing terrifying waves of power. The presence of 6 nascent soul beings, one of whom was a late-stage practitioner, was enough to incite turmoil throughout the eastern region, yet, Ji Wuming seemed unfazed, as a resonant hum emanated from the broken sword in his hand, and in the next instant, he turned to leave. Zhao Qitian and the others exchanged glances, their eyes fixed on Ji Wuming's retreating form, incredulous that he would simply walk away, but in the next moment, Zhao Qitian felt a searing pain coursing through his body, and in an instant, he was engulfed by a blade of light. The 6 nascent soul beings, unable to even emit a cry, met a tragic end on the spot. The terrifying might of the sword madman Ji Wuming was laid bare for all to witness. After taking a few steps, Ji Wuming furrowed his brows and turned to glance towards the grand hall. What powerful sword intent! How intriguing, even in their absence, traces remain. Could it be that those who departed moments ago left this behind? I must investigate. A flicker of excitement ignited in Ji Wuming's otherwise placid eyes, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure, and he hastily pursued the lingering traces of Yi Chen and his companions. Having left the city lord's mansion, Yi Chen and Qinger hurried towards the city gates. The earlier spectacle had genuinely unnerved Yi Chen. This was the world of, where strength dictated life and death, devoid of any semblance of mercy. He wished fervently for a few more pairs of legs, for if those 3 old men were to recover their wits, he could scarcely imagine how his demise would unfold. Fortunately, they had managed to distance themselves from Tiandu City without being pursued, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, Yi Chen dared not let Qinger carry him through the skies. Blending into the crowd was far safer than becoming a target in the open air. One could never be too cautious. After walking a few steps, Yi Chen suddenly halted, spotting a beggar not far ahead, shouldering a broken sword. Observing his appearance, his clear eyes, and his carefree mannerisms, he perfectly embodied the archetype of a reclusive master often depicted in television and novels. By heavens, a stroke of fortune has arrived. With this thought, Yi Chen approached without hesitation. Sir, yet, before he could finish, the beggar swung the broken sword towards him. Yi Chen was taken aback, but quickly raised his hand to gently grasp the beggar's wrist. What are you doing? Chapter 43. Is this person truly a master? Ji Wuming found himself momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the arm that had been grasped firmly. Although he had not exerted his full strength in that previous strike, it was certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary initial stage practitioner to withstand. The title of the sword cultivator as the strongest practitioner is not without merit. A powerful sword cultivator, upon reaching the later stages of cultivation, emanates an overwhelming sword aura with every movement, and Ji Wuming was precisely such a sword cultivator. To put it plainly, with a mere flick of his wrist, he could effortlessly extinguish a formidable opponent at the nascent soul stage. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the beggar before him. After a prolonged moment, he sighed and released Ji Wuming's arm. Indeed, novels can be deceptive. Sir, have you encountered some difficulties? Qinger stepped forward, regarding Ji Wuming with concern. Having grown up within the grand halls of the Deyin Imperial Palace, her discernment surpassed Yi Chen's. Upon catching sight of Ji Wuming, she immediately sensed an aura about him that was far from characteristic of a beggar. What, do you wish to assist me? Ji Wuming regarded Qinger with a hint of amusement, completely disregarding the vigilant gaze of Xiao Tian, who stood nearby. His Majesty has stated that while we cannot assist with what we have not witnessed, we will help with what we have seen, Qinger replied earnestly, nodding her head. Upon witnessing the clarity in Qinger's eyes, Ji Wuming's heart quivered, and after a long pause, he shook his head in self-deprecation. You cannot help me. Ji Wuming then turned to Yi Chen and bowed deeply, fully aware that a master's prowess is revealed in an instant. The earlier clash had made it abundantly clear to Ji Wuming that he was no match for the man before him. They were neither mortal enemies nor did Ji Wuming intend to gamble his life. Those days of single-minded devotion to cultivation were long past. Yi Chen was left utterly bewildered, uncertain of the beggar's intentions, feeling as though this individual was somewhat unhinged. He pulled Qinger along, eager to depart lest they become entangled. However, Ji Wuming made no move to leave, instead trailing leisurely behind them. Uncertain of Ji Wuming's true identity, Yi Chen and Qinger opted not to head straight to the Deyin Imperial City, instead seeking refuge in a nearby city for a brief respite. This city was outside the reach of the Ning Wang's influence, alleviating their concerns as they settled into an inn. Strangely, this Yunzhou city was devoid of bustling merchants. The inn was nearly empty, with only Yi Chen and Qinger taking up residence. As night fell, Qinger found herself restless and decided to step outside to clear her mind. Upon opening the door, she spotted Ji Wuming standing in the courtyard. Seeing her, Ji Wuming offered a faint smile and picked up a branch from the ground. I see you also wield a sword. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? Very well. Qinger replied with a grin, mimicking Ji Wuming by picking up a long stick. No, use your own sword, Ji Wuming interjected. Xiao Tian observed the scene, his previously wary demeanor gradually relaxing into a smile. It seemed this girl was fortunate indeed. Realizing Ji Wuming's intentions, Xiao Tian understood that he aimed to impart a technique or two to Qinger, which was undoubtedly a good thing. Although somewhat puzzled, Qinger complied and drew her Qingfeng sword, saying, Be careful, sir. As her words fell, Qinger lunged forward, delivering a strike toward Ji Wuming. Clang! A crisp sound of impact resonated as Ji Wuming stood firm, the branch in his hand deflecting Qinger's Qingfeng sword, sparks flying in every direction. Qinger felt her arm tingle, her grip weakened, and blood trickled from her palm. Ji Wuming merely smiled slightly, gesturing for her to come at him again. This time, Qinger held nothing back, launching a relentless barrage of attacks against Ji Wuming. Yet no matter how fiercely she struck, Ji Wuming remained unmoved. using only the branch in his hand to parry her ferocious onslaught. There are only 13 fundamental sword techniques, everything else is mere embellishment. The essence lies in drawing, lifting, striking, thrusting, and slicing, these 13 variations, all else is but dross, Ji Wuming murmured, seemingly to himself while guiding Qing'er's sword with the branch. Qing'er's expression transformed into one of astonishment. A sword cultivator seeks to embody their instrument, striving to become a sharp blade rather than relying on external forces. Do you understand? As Ji Wuming spoke the final words, a brilliant light ignited in his eyes, and with a swift motion, he brought the branch down. Instantly, a formidable aura surged forth, parting the dark clouds above to reveal a radiant full moon that illuminated the scene below. Looking at Qing'er, who sat cross-legged, Ji Wuming smiled with satisfaction. This girl possessed considerable talent. You are the sword madman, are you not? Xiao Tian interjected suddenly. Who might you be? Ji Wuming paused, turning to face Xiao Tian. I am Xiao Tian, he replied, his gaze fixed on Ji Wuming. When he had fled to the eastern region years ago, Ji Wuming had already begun to make a name for himself, leaving no opportunity for their paths to cross. So, it is the Demon King Xiao Tian, Ji Wuming said with a light smile, discarding the branch he held. As it hit the ground, it disintegrated into ash. This caused Xiao Tian's eyelids to twitch. It seemed this fellow was nearing the divine separation stage, having refined his swordsmanship to such an extraordinary level. In comparison, Xiao Tian's own initial stage cultivation now seemed somewhat trivial. It appears you have entered the path through killing, yet now you resemble a pampered pet dog, Ji Wuming remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Tian, recognizing the path he had taken as an initial stage practitioner. Mind your own business. Xiao Tian retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment. Seeing Xiao Tian's disheveled demeanor, Ji Wuming couldn't help but chuckle, then raised his gaze toward the room where Yi Chen was. Throughout their journey, Ji Wuming had been attempting to gauge Yi Chen's cultivation level, but Yi Chen seemed no different from an ordinary person, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Strangely, although spiritual energy flowed towards Yi Chen, it dissipated as if repelled, leaving Ji Wuming perplexed. If he had not been aware, who would have guessed that within that room resided a terrifying figure of unparalleled prowess? At that moment, Yi Chen emerged from the room, pausing upon noticing the gathering in the courtyard. With an exasperated tone, he questioned, "Why are you lot out here at this hour? Are you trying to frighten someone to death?" He had been preoccupied with studying the Sword of Heaven within his quarters, oblivious to the commotion outside. Ji Wuming remained silent, while Xiao Tian sulkily fell silent, retreating to a corner. Subsequently, Yi Chen, mimicking Ji Wuming, picked up a branch and began to recall the sword masters he had seen in television shows from his past life. Unbeknownst to him, his body began to move in accordance with those memories. Observing the flawed techniques being executed, Ji Wuming furrowed his brow. Of this person, could he truly be a master? Chapter 44. Is there anything more terrifying than that fellow? Ji Wuming found himself somewhat perplexed. Xiao Tian glanced at him with a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. Why Yi Chen was all too familiar with this old rascal, he was undoubtedly concocting some mischief, so he decided against offering any warnings. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Wuming took a deep breath, once again snapping a branch and advancing to engage Yi Chen. In that instant, the courtyard was filled solely with the sounds of colliding branches. Ji Wuming refrained from invoking any spiritual energy, merely frowning as he countered Yi Chen's most basic sword techniques. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was blissfully unaware, as his memories became increasingly vivid, and his movements quickened. Unbeknownst to him, a figurine materialized in his mind, continuously exchanging blows with him. Ji Wuming gradually sensed a shift. What had begun as an effortless duel now bore the weight of mounting pressure. Yi Chen's branch swung faster, and sweat began to bead on Ji Wuming's forehead. Gritting his teeth, he infused spiritual energy into the branch, yet it proved futile. The branches clashed with muffled thuds, echoing like distant thunder. Xiao Tian furrowed his brow, swiping his paw to seal off the area, eager to avoid any unwarranted attention. Before long, Ji Wuming found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, retreating repeatedly under Yi Chen's relentless assault, thoroughly suppressed. His grip on the branch faltered, blood trickling down, and in desperation, he unleashed his full power, a torrent of spiritual energy accompanied by an unparalleled sword aura hurtling towards Yi Chen. However, upon contact with Yi Chen, a surge of purple light erupted, dissipating the sword aura in an instant. Realizing he could no longer defend himself, Ji Wuming bellowed, transforming his branch into a shadow of a sword, employing the frenzied sword-style mountain splitter. In an instant, a chilling wind roared as the terrifying sword aura shattered the space Xiao Tian had sealed, erupting forth. Xiao Tian's expression changed dramatically as he rushed to shield Qing'er, while the courtyard bore the scars of Ji Wuming's unleashed sword energy, deep gashes etched into the ground. It was only due to Xiao Tian's intervention that the entire city of Yunzhou had not been reduced to ruins. Faced with such a formidable sword technique from Ji Wuming, Yi Chen's response was but a single stroke. He raised the branch high above his head and then let it descend slowly. In that moment, Ji Wuming felt as though he stood before an insurmountable mountain, the weighty presence extinguishing any thought of resistance. The next instant, the two branches collided with a resounding crash. All sound faded in that moment. The two stood still. Yi Chen's inner figurine vanished, and he slowly opened his eyes, noticing Ji Wuming standing before him. With a smirk, he discarded the branch and retreated to his chamber. Following their earlier exchange, Yi Chen found a new technique manifesting in his mind. To be precise, it was a sword manual. The name, Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique, indicated that it was undoubtedly a set of sword moves designed to complement the Heaven-Slaying Sword. Although the reason for its sudden appearance in his mind eluded him, it was undeniably a delightful surprise. How could he not delve into it? Xiao Tian observed Ji Wuming standing motionless long after Yi Chen had departed. Approaching him, he inquired, "Are you alright? Why are you standing there in a daze?" With that, he playfully nudged him with his paw. At that touch, Ji Wuming spat out a mouthful of blood, trembling as he collapsed to the ground. The branch in his hand disintegrated into ash, starkly contrasting with Yi Chen's intact branch left on the ground. Ji Wuming gazed ruefully at his mangled hand, realizing he was utterly outmatched. There are indeed higher realms beyond our own, I concede. Rising to his feet, Ji Wuming inhaled deeply, a look of dejection crossing his face as he turned to leave. What's this? Has your resolve shattered? Xiaotian remarked, observing Ji Wuming's despondent figure with a smirk. I have erred in my pursuit of the sword path, Ji Wuming lamented, casting his gaze skyward as he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Have you not yet comprehended? The master was merely guiding you, Xiaotian interjected. What do you mean? From the chaotic sword moves of the master to that final strike, what are your thoughts? Did it not seem devoid of structure? It could even be said to directly contradict your sword philosophy, Xiaotian explained. Indeed, his technique appeared riddled with flaws, yet in the end, I felt a suffocating pressure, Ji Wuming conceded. Precisely, your sword style consists of merely 13 forms. I suspect the master sensed this and thus came forth to enlighten you. The meaning behind it is clear. How could you, a self-proclaimed sword fanatic, fail to recognize it? Ji Wuming stood in stunned silence as the moves replayed in his mind, and after a moment of realization, he nodded in understanding. The formless triumphs over the formed. I have been too rigid in my approach to swordplay. He chuckled bitterly, reflecting on how he had just scolded Qinger for having too many sword techniques, only to be schooled himself by Yi Chen. Yet, while his bitter smile lingered, the dejection in Ji Wuming's eyes dissipated, rekindling the spirit of the sword fanatic within him. But he performed a respectful bow towards Yi Chen's abode before departing. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, the master has only been practicing swordplay for a few days, Xiaotian chuckled, recalling how Yi Chen had appeared to have no prior experience with the sword before acquiring the heaven-slaying sword. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuming stumbled, turning to cast a resentful glance at Xiaotian. This rascal, he is seeking revenge for my earlier jest about him being a pet dog. In response, Xiaotian burst into laughter, then returned to a corner of the courtyard to rest. For several consecutive days, Yi Chen remained sequestered within his room, while Qinger remained in a state of enlightenment, her eyes closed. However, on the following day, the Firelin beast awakened, seemingly regaining some of its memories, no longer chasing after Xiaotian. Occasionally, when it spotted Xiaotian, it would flush with embarrassment at the recollection of its previous antics, especially when it had mistaken that place for a nursing area. This left Xiaotian feeling quite insecure, unwilling to allow the Firelin beast to linger behind it. Xiaotian, this doesn't seem right. Why are there fewer and fewer people around? The Firelin beast asked, gazing at Xiaotian. Xiaotian nodded, having sensed something amiss since their arrival in Yunzhou. Even in the absence of merchants, the lack of people was alarming. Moreover, the innkeeper and the attendants had seemingly vanished. In the initial days, they had approached to demand payment, but now, for the past few days, not a single soul had been seen. I can't shake the feeling that a gathering of ominous blood energy is occurring. I can't tell if it's merely my imagination, Xiaotian mused, furrowing its brow. Being well-versed in the art of slaughter, it had little understanding of the nuances of blood energy and found it challenging to draw conclusions. Something feels off, Xiaotian. I have a strong premonition that something dreadful is about to unfold. Should we awaken the master? The Firelin beast expressed concern. Fear not, is there anything more terrifying than that fellow? Xiaotian remarked, glancing at Yi Chen's chamber. In these past few days, the fluctuations emanating from Yi Chen's room had grown increasingly alarming. The Firelin beast, with its lower realm, could not sense the disturbances, but it was acutely aware of them. Chapter 45 The Sword Spirit of Dementia. Gradually, the entire city of Yunzhou has become utterly desolate, effectively transforming into a ghost town. The Firelin beast scurries anxiously around the courtyard, desperately masking its inner turmoil. Although Xiaotian appears composed, a sense of unease gnaws at him as well. Over the past few days, he has extended his divine sense over half of Yunzhou city, and he has witnessed individuals simply walking along, only to inexplicably vanish without a trace. Even he is unable to discern the underlying mysteries. Now, within Yunzhou city, it can be said that only this courtyard still harbors any signs of life, and it is only a matter of time before they are discovered. What should he do then? Inside the room, Yi Chen is currently practicing the sky-slaying sword technique within his sea of consciousness. A surge of exhilaration courses through his entire being, rendering him oblivious to fatigue. The sky-slaying sword technique consists of 9 forms, each progressively more terrifying than the last. After several days of practice, Yi Chen has already grasped the first 3 forms: mountain opening, earth rending, and sea splitting. What delights Yi Chen the most is that the sky-slaying sword technique can be performed without relying on spiritual power. Although its might would be significantly diminished, he estimates that with the power of the sky-slaying sword, he would still possess a measure of self-defense even against cultivators at the golden core stage. At this moment, the sky-slaying sword floats serenely before Yi Chen, radiating a faint glow that resonates with the center of his brow. Before long, a figure slowly emerges from the sky-slaying sword, circling around Yi Chen a few times. Upon sensing the immense vitality within Yi Chen, it cannot help but exclaim, "What a promising talent! No wonder you have earned the recognition of the sky-slaying sword. In that case, you shall inherit my legacy." As the words fall, the figure transforms into a streak of light and enters Yi Chen's brow, swiftly arriving at his sea of consciousness. Observing Yi Chen tirelessly practicing the sky-slaying sword technique again and again, a look of contentment wells up in its eyes. However, just as it intends to step forward and offer guidance, an unforeseen change occurs. The once tranquil sea of consciousness suddenly erupts into tumultuous waves as it takes a step forward, countless strands of purple light surging forth to ensnare it. The sky-slaying immortal emperor gasps in shock, rooted to the spot, too afraid to move. He can feel the terrifying power of the purple light. He has no doubt that should he take another step, his immortal soul would be completely obliterated within this sea of consciousness, leaving no possibility for reincarnation. What kind of power is this? The sky-slaying immortal emperor surveys the surrounding purple light, a tempest of thoughts swirling within. Such a terrifying force is beyond anything he has ever encountered, and it is difficult to fathom that this mere lower realm harbors such horrific energy. Yet soon, the sky-slaying immortal emperor detects something amiss. The purple light seems to be shielding Yi Chen's soul, though it is not entirely compatible with it. In other words, Yi Chen is temporarily unable to harness the full power of the purple light and can only access a fraction of it. While practicing the sword, Yi Chen suddenly furrows his brow and lifts his gaze, only to see a figure surrounded by magnificent purple light, smiling at him. Instantly, Yi Chen is overwhelmed with joy and shouts, "You must be the spirit of the sky-slaying sword. Thank you for imparting the sky-slaying sword technique to me, my golden opportunity has arrived." The sky-slaying immortal emperor, feeling a bit awkward, glances at the surrounding purple light and does not dare to make a move. Instead, he takes a step back, retreating from Yi Chen's sea of consciousness. The moment he departs, the abundant purple light within the sea of consciousness dissipates. Having exited Yi Chen's body, the sky-slaying immortal emperor returns to the sky-slaying sword, initially believing he had found an excellent disciple to inherit his legacy. Now, it seems clear that this is no mere disciple, but rather a formidable ancestor. Fortunately, he remains unaware of how to wield that purple light, otherwise, extinguishing his own immortal soul would be a matter of mere moments. Perhaps this child might become someone who breaks free from constraints. As the sky-slaying immortal emperor retreats, Yi Chen also exits his sea of consciousness. He gazes at the sky-slaying sword, which sparkles with silvery light, and grins. "I knew you had a sword spirit. In that case, let us establish a bond." With that, Yi Chen bites his finger and lets a drop of blood fall upon the sword. Before long, the sky-slaying immortal emperor within the sword feels a series of blood-red runes encircling him. However, he scoffs at this, for the sword spirit of the sky-slaying sword was extinguished when he perished. Now, the sword merely possesses instinct. To claim a master, one would have to become a sword spirit themselves. How could the esteemed sky-slaying immortal emperor willingly become someone else's sword spirit? Immediately, he shudders, emitting an invisible wave in an attempt to repel the blood-red runes. Yet, at the moment of contact, a purple light ignites upon the runes, completely nullifying the force he had projected, and as if finding its target, it rushes straight for the sky-slaying immortal emperor. What the hell? The sky-slaying immortal emperor leaps up in alarm, turning to flee. However, he is quickly ensnared by the blood-red runes. Gazing at the flickering purple light before him, the old immortal's face twitches. Even an immortal fears death. With a resigned sigh, he releases his mental defenses, allowing the blood-red runes to envelop him, immediately feeling his immortal soul bound by a mysterious force. Had he known he would face such a fate, he would have remained hidden within the sky-slaying sword to avoid this predicament. The sky-slaying immortal emperor grimaces, wishing he could slap himself. Yi Chen senses that he has forged some connection with the sky-slaying sword, realizing that the telepathic bond described in novels feels precisely like this. "Sword spirit, come forth and reveal yourself." As these words leave his lips, the sky-slaying sword emits a resonant hum, and soon, a grim-faced old man materializes before Yi Chen. Who else could it be but the sky-slaying immortal emperor? What the hell, why is it an old man? Yi Chen exclaims in shock. Previously, within the sea of consciousness, he had not seen clearly, but now he realizes that it is indeed an elderly figure. This is not right. According to the usual tropes in novels and television, the sword spirit should be a graceful maiden. Why has it turned into an old man in my case? Hearing Yi Chen's complaints, the sky-slaying immortal emperor's face turns various shades, and he feels an intense urge to strike this insolent brat. At this moment, he even begins to suspect that this lad has intentionally lured him out of the sky-slaying sword. With that, Yi Chen jumps off the bed and circles the sky-slaying immortal emperor. "Why are you silent? Are you a mute? At your age, can you still fight? Who is your previous master? How much strength do you still possess? Can you handle someone at the out-of-body stage? Oh no, don't tell me you've developed dementia." As he speaks, Yi Chen reaches for the sky-slaying immortal emperor's beard. Back in the courtyard, while Yi Chen continues to probe the sword spirit, Xiaotian suddenly rises, and the fire-lin beast halts in its tracks, fixating intently on the outside of the inn. A cultivator at the out-of-body stage, one at the late nascent soul stage, and another at the golden core stage? You truly have brought me delightful surprises. He cackles ominously. Chapter 46, The Sect of Divine Concealment. Yin Nizhuang as a slender figure descended. A gaunt silhouette slowly entered the inn. This individual was so emaciated that he seemed little more than skin stretched over bone. However, his eyes were a striking crimson, exuding an aura of murderous intent that was no less formidable than that of Xiaotian. Even more terrifying was the palpable bloodlust emanating from him. Judging by its intensity, his physical prowess was not to be underestimated, rivaling even that of some late-stage spirit beasts. When did such a figure emerge in the eastern region? In an instant, Xiaotian exchanged glances with the fire beast, and they both charged toward the svelte man. The man offered a faint smile, making no attempt to resist as an overwhelming force struck him, sending both Xiaotian and the beast crashing out of the courtyard, leaving a trail of collapsed buildings in their wake. Yet, at that moment, there was no one left in Yunzhou City. No matter the chaos they unleashed, it was of little consequence. With a flick of his skeletal sleeve, the man sent Xiaotian and the fire beast careening away, both emitting muffled groans as they were struck. A surge of excruciating pain caused Xiaotian to grimace, the second time he had suffered a setback in terms of physical strength, the first being at the hands of Yi Chen. The fire beast fared worse, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of its mouth. In the next moment, a bizarre occurrence transpired. The blood trickling from the fire beast's mouth transformed into a plume of sanguine mist that entered the man's nostrils. Instantly, his expression shifted to one of rapturous indulgence. Indeed, the blood of a late-stage nascent soul spirit beast possesses an intoxicating flavor. The man licked his lips, casting a predatory gaze upon Xiao Tian and the fire beast, as if they were mere morsels. Are you a vile practitioner of the blood origin sect? Xiao Tian inquired, his expression grave. Oh? I didn't expect that in this remote locale, there would still be those aware of the blood origin sect, the man replied with a grin, a hint of surprise in his tone. Xiao Tian's expression darkened, while the fire beast appeared perplexed. Xiao Tian then elaborated, the blood origin sect is an evil cult from the central region, known for absorbing the blood essence of others to cultivate, thus forging an unparalleled physique. Their methods are exceedingly cruel. On one occasion, they targeted a prominent family in the central region, and by dawn, every direct and collateral descendant had been reduced to mere bones. Not a single soul survived, which prompted all factions in the central region to unite and eradicate them. Who would have thought we would encounter a remnant of them here in the eastern region? Enough of this. When confronting a follower of the blood origin sect, there is but one outcome: death or annihilation. Spare no effort. With that, Xiao Tian let out a long howl, transforming into a massive black dog, his body radiating an overwhelming bloodlust. The fire beast also expanded in size, taking on the form it had in the cave, albeit this time flames danced around its entire body. Yes, exactly like that. Only in this manner will your blood be delectable. The man cackled madly, his garments shredding to reveal a physique resembling white bone. 2 gaping holes were visible on his shoulders, yet no blood flowed, as if he were a mere corpse. Skydog swallows the moon technique, celestial fire descends. Xiao Tian and the fire beast roared in unison, a crescent moon appearing in Xiao Tian's mouth, albeit a blood-red hue, its terrifying fluctuations causing the surrounding space to fracture. The night sky gradually turned crimson, flames racing toward the man under the fire beast's influence. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the sound of violent explosions, a terrifying tempest sweeping through all of Yunzhou City. Fortunately, they were all suspended in mid-air during their confrontation, otherwise, the entire city would have been leveled to the ground. Inside the inn, Qinger and Yichen remained undisturbed within the barrier Xiao Tian had erected, unaffected by the chaos outside. As the deafening explosions subsided and the flames gradually extinguished, the man's form became discernible once more, his body marred, with not a single intact piece of flesh remaining. Success, the fire beast exclaimed joyfully, but Xiao Tian shook his head, his expression grave. The man's capabilities were sufficient to evade the onslaught, yet he had chosen to endure it. There must be a reason for this. Indeed, in the next instant, the man erupted into laughter, the 2 bloodied holes on his shoulders beginning to heal. Thank you. You have shattered my restraints. As a token of gratitude, I shall claim your vitality. Xiao Tian's expression shifted, and he was about to warn the fire beast, but the man's figure abruptly vanished. In the next moment, Xiao Tian felt a tremendous force strike his waist, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, as his massive form was forcibly driven downwards. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Xiao Tian crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, becoming a mist that was absorbed by the man. Enraged at the sight, the fire beast lunged forward, only to have the man seize its horns, tossing it onto Xiao Tian. Struck by this blow, both beasts reverted to their normal sizes. Bloodthirst technique, the man commanded coldly, forming seals with his hands. Xiao Tian attempted to rise, but his body refused to respond, helplessly witnessing the blood within him being siphoned away. The man's gaunt figure visibly swelled, color returning to his previously pallid face. Monster! So you have hidden here. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Xiao Tian looked up to see a figure in the night sky, having appeared unbeknownst to him, dressed in flowing white. She resembled a celestial being descended to earth, her beauty rivaling even that of the Empress. What is this? The Heavenly Dao Alliance has sent but a mere child to confront me? The man sneered at Yun Nizhuang. I am more than sufficient. Remember this, the one who will slay you is Yun Nizhuang of the sect of divine concealment, she declared coldly, forming seals with her hands as her spiritual energy surged, transforming into a colossal sword that surged toward the man. Evidently, she too was a swordsman, a sword cultivator who had reached the stage of spiritual separation. The man smiled lightly, making no effort to evade, and braced himself against the onslaught of the sword. The clash of the giant sword against his flesh produced a piercing hum, causing Yun Nizhuang's expression to shift dramatically. Your seal has been broken? Only realizing this now, too late, I wish to savor the taste of the holy maiden of the sect of divine concealment. The man burst into laughter, unleashing a powerful strike. Yun Nizhuang met his assault head-on, and the two engaged in fierce combat mid-air, neither gaining the upper hand. Who would have thought that the fallen sect of divine concealment could still produce a talent such as yourself? If I were to slay you today, it would surely cripple the sect. The man's eyes burned with fervor, his every move becoming more lethal. Yun Nizhuang was continuously battered, blood spilling from her lips as she struggled to defend herself. As the bloodthirst technique continually drained the vitality from Xiao Tian and the fire beast, the man's strength surged incrementally. Xiao Tian staggered, striving to rise, but ultimately collapsed, unable to maintain the inn's barrier any longer. In the next moment, the barrier surrounding the inn dissipated entirely. Inside, Yichen heard the muffled sounds from outside, while Qinger opened her eyes in that instant. The two turned their gazes toward the sky. Chapter 47. A familiar countenance. There was an inexplicable sense of recognition regarding this face, yet in the air above, two radiant arcs of light, one crimson, the other white, were continuously clashing, producing a sound akin to distant thunder. Occasionally, fierce winds would sweep through, a testament to the formidable power of the two combatants. What audacity, such powerful cultivators daring to engage in battle within the realm of the great Yan Empire. Do they truly believe there is no one to challenge them? With gritted teeth, Qing'er grasped the Qingfeng sword, ready to charge forward. However, she was restrained by Yi Chen. Remembering the whereabouts of the fire beast in Dhi.at dimension, Qing'er quickly scanned the surroundings, but the fire beast in Dehe had already vanished without a trace. This is bad, Yi Chen, they've gone missing. You have a bond with the fire beast, hurry and search for them, but remember, do not interfere in the conflict between those two, Yi Chen advised, choosing not to follow her. He understood that in the current state of affairs, accompanying Qing'er would only serve as a burden. Qing'er nodded and hurriedly set out to sense their location. These two individuals are no ordinary foes. Observing the scene above, Yi Chen's expression turned grave. The situation was clearly far more complex than mere Yuanying stage combat. Just a child's play, an ancient voice echoed as the celestial emperor of the Sword of Slaughter materialized astride his blade. You can speak? Yet you ignored me while in the room. Perhaps senility has its moments of clarity, Yi Chen mused thoughtfully. Senility, you say? I merely chose not to engage with you, retorted the celestial emperor, incensed. Though the term senility was unfamiliar, the mere sound of it suggested something derogatory. Would you have the audacity to confront those two if you were not senile? Yi Chen scoffed dismissively. Do you look down upon me, old man? The celestial emperor fumed, his face reddening with indignation. Had he not been constrained by the contract, he would have already taken his leave. Look at you, acting all high and mighty. If you're so capable, why not take action yourself? Yi Chen waved him off, a face full of derision. A mere sword spirit, boasting so grandly. Damn it, you shall pay for this, the celestial emperor seethed, soaring into the heavens atop his blade. Yi Chen stood in stunned silence, gazing at the streaks of light ascending into the sky. Is it typical for sword spirits to possess such fiery tempers? It certainly wasn't described that way in the texts. Guided by her bond with the fire beast, Qing'er swiftly located the gravely injured Xiao Tian and the fire beast amidst the ruins. Upon seeing Qing'er approach, Xiao Tian's eyes lit up with joy, and he hurriedly inquired, "Is my master safe? Has he emerged?" "He is unharmed, do not worry, come with me quickly," Qing'er replied, hoisting the fire beast and Xiao Tian, departing without a backward glance. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Tian released a sigh of relief, his eyelids drooping as he succumbed to slumber. In the skies, the wounds on Yun Nishan multiplied, while the male from the Blood Yuan sect appeared increasingly vigorous, having regained a semblance of normalcy from his previously emaciated state. The vitality of Xiao Tian and the fire beast was overwhelming, surpassing even that of human cultivators at the same realm. Celestial Green Sword Technique, Annihilation. Yun Nishan shouted, her sword bursting forth with radiant brilliance, only to be effortlessly deflected by the man, who remained impervious to her assault. To claim my head for the Dao Alliance's bounty, you are but a mere child, the man scoffed coldly, seizing Yun Nishan by the throat, his bloodthirsty technique relentless. As her complexion visibly paled, her inner spiritual energy began to dwindle alarmingly. It's over, the only thought lingering in Yun Nishan's mind was despair. Master, I have brought disgrace upon the divine hidden sect. I shall atone with my life. With that, the meager remnants of her spiritual energy surged violently, producing a ferocious wave that momentarily pushed the man back. Damn it, madwoman, you dare to self-destruct your cultivation. The man's face twisted in horror as he regarded Yun Nishan, turning to flee. Yet Yun Nishan would not grant him the chance to escape. With her last vestiges of strength, she pursued him. However, her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and as she sensed his imminent escape, a bitter smile graced her lips as she slowly closed her eyes in resignation. At that moment, a resonant hum echoed, startling Yun Nishan. She turned her head to see a sword descending from the west, a long sword, upon which stood an elderly figure. As he passed by, he frowned slightly before pointing a finger, instantly calming the chaotic spiritual energy within Yun Nishan. A scream pierced the air, revealing that the Blood Yuan sect male had been cleaved in two. Yun Nishan stood in astonishment. She fully understood the terror of this male, having faced him in combat. His physicality had been formidable enough to withstand even the most powerful of opponents, yet now he was vanquished by a single strike. Gazing at the elder, Yun Nishan opened her mouth to speak, only to realize that this figure was merely a soul entity, likely a sword spirit. If a mere sword spirit wielded such formidable might, what must its master be like? The celestial emperor of the Sword of Slaughter cast a sidelong glance at Yun Nishan and chose not to engage, retreating to the courtyard. Did you see that? Am I not impressive? Back in the courtyard, the celestial emperor regarded Yi Chen with a smug expression. You doubted me, yet I have proven you wrong. Yi Chen's expression was one of disbelief. He had never anticipated that such terrifying figures would be no match for this old man. However, as he observed the celestial emperor's increasingly ethereal form, he realized that this sword spirit must have expended some forbidden power, leading to the dissolution of its spiritual essence. A few more exertions like this, and it might vanish entirely. Yi Chen's face darkened. Did I instruct you to act? Weren't you the one who sent me? The celestial emperor retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Though residing within the Sword of Slaughter, he was not merely a sword spirit. Wielding the sword required the use of primordial energy. Had Yi Chen not dismissed him so readily, he would not have squandered this precious energy. Whatever I say goes. If I told you to eat dung, would you not comply? Damn it, you infuriate me. The celestial emperor's face flushed crimson, practically wishing to strike Yi Chen down. You are driving me to my limits. Do you not have any awareness of your own state? At this rate, how many more times can you endure? Yi Chen replied in exasperation. This had originally been a life-saving tactic, now squandered. The celestial emperor paused, his ire dissipating as he realized that this young man was genuinely concerned for his spiritual essence. Though his words were sharp, there was a good heart beneath them. Choosing to remain silent, he finally spoke, "You now share a connection with the Sword of Slaughter, which contains a spatial storage akin to a spatial ring. Use the items within as you see fit." With that, he retreated to the Sword of Slaughter to recuperate. Yi Chen, filled with a sense of melancholy, stowed away the Sword of Slaughter, awaiting Qing'er's return so they might hastily depart this treacherous place. "Greetings, esteemed elder." Just as Yi Chen intended to hide within the room, a melodious voice broke the silence. Startled, Yi Chen looked up to find a woman suspended in midair, her beauty ethereal, accentuated by the moonlight. Upon seeing Yi Chen's countenance, Yun Nishang was momentarily taken aback. There was an undeniable familiarity to this face. Chapter 48 The Heart of the Earth Fire Lotus. Yun Nishang fixated intently on the face before her, utterly convinced she had encountered it before. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Might I ask if this esteemed elder is affiliated with the Heavenly Dao Alliance?" Yi Chen was taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. "You are mistaken. I am not a member of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Once my business is concluded, you should depart swiftly." This woman was formidable, possessing even greater prowess than the Empress of Dian, so he dared not linger. Upon hearing this, Yun Nishang's expression brightened, and she hastily replied, "Since you are not from the Heavenly Dao Alliance, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join my divine sect." Before she could finish, a loud, irate voice interrupted from outside. Qing'er strode into the courtyard, glaring at Yun Nishang. "Yi Chen belongs to the Dian dynasty. Even in death, he is a ghost of the Dian dynasty. What is your intention, to poach him?" "Merely the Dian dynasty," Yun Nishang began, but was once more interrupted, this time by Yi Chen. "Enough, I have no interest in joining any sect or power. You should leave at once." He declined, for the matters of the Dian dynasty were yet unresolved, and even when settled, he would certainly seek a way to return to the hidden god sect, having no intention of joining another sect. Moreover, he was no esteemed elder, merely a lowly cultivator in the qi refinement stage. Venturing elsewhere would be tantamount to courting death. "Very well, then I shall express my gratitude to you for saving me once Nishang has concluded her business," she conceded, noticing Yi Chen's displeasure, and picking up the severed head of the Blood Yuan sect member, she departed. "Little leaf, I warn you, should you dare betray his majesty, I shall ensure you are rendered impotent." After Yun Nishang left, Qing'er shot a fierce glare at Yi Chen. "How could I? His majesty has treated me with such kindness," Yi Chen replied, sheepishly rubbing his nose, unwilling to engage further. "Just so long as you understand." Qing'er scoffed, turning her head away. Soon after, through the accounts of Xiaotian and the Firelin Beast, Yi Chen and Qing'er learned of the events transpiring within Yunzhou City. Upon concluding their tale, Qing'er's eyes reddened, nearly spilling over with tears. After all, this concerned an entire city. Even Yi Chen, who had grown accustomed to countless novels, felt his complexion drain of color. Witnessing such calamity unfold before him was a starkly different experience than merely reading about it. This was the world of immortal martial arts, where the strong reign supreme. Given this reality, it would be prudent for us to depart this place swiftly. Returning to the imperial city is of utmost importance. Yi Chen sighed. Thus, the two embarked on their journey through the night, heading directly for the Dian imperial city. Xiaotian, too, relished the sensation of being carried, finding it preferable to being held by Qing'er, despite it being somewhat uncomfortable. With their determined pace, they arrived at the outskirts of the Dian imperial city the following afternoon. At that moment, the entire city was under lockdown, and they observed numerous individuals turning away, unable to enter. Many within the city appeared trapped, as if imprisoned. Exchanging glances, Yi Chen and Qing'er sensed that the situation was dire. It was common knowledge that Yuqing prioritized the welfare of the populace and commerce. Even Yan Hongxuan would not resort to such extreme measures without a grave necessity. Without further hesitation, Qing'er revealed her identity, and after verification, they were escorted to the Dian imperial palace. Upon reaching the Yangxin Hall, they were immediately struck by a pungent scent of blood. Qing'er's expression changed dramatically as she rushed inside. What they beheld was Yan Hongxuan, her body marred by ghastly wounds, her breath faint, blood congealed. Seated behind her was a woman in a black robe, obscuring half her face, channeling spiritual energy to heal Yan Hongxuan. "Sister!" Upon seeing Yan Hongxuan in such a state, Qing'er's eyes brimmed with tears as she rushed forward. Yan Hongxuan managed to open her eyes with great effort, and upon seeing Yi Chen and Qing'er, she forced a smile, saying, "Sir, Qing'er, you have returned. Do not speak. What has transpired?" Yi Chen inquired solemnly, directing his gaze at the woman in black. On the day after His Majesty and Qing'er departed, intruders stormed the palace, injuring General Yan. Were it not for her rushing into the Firelin cave, she may have already perished. Biao articulated each word with precision. Fortunately, those assailants were unaware that the Firelin beast had departed with Yu Qingying and Qing'er. Otherwise, Yan Hongxuan would have been doomed. However, this also indicated that the assailants must have known about the Firelin beast, leading to an obvious conclusion: it could only be Prince Ning. Yet it has been over 10 days. Why are her injuries still so severe? Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Yan Hongxuan was, after all, a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul. Even against formidable opponents, if the injuries were not fatal, she should not be in such a dire condition after so long. That individual wielded peculiar spiritual energy, imbued with an extreme cold force, which can only be healed by potent fire spiritual energy or rare herbs. But now that Qing'er has returned, the power of the Firelin beast should be sufficient to dispel that frigid energy. Biao breathed a sigh of relief. In recent days, she had been using her spiritual energy to keep Yan Hongxuan alive. Otherwise, she would have likely been frozen into a statue of ice. This was premeditated. Yi Chen murmured, glancing at the ice shards clinging to Yan Hongxuan. The powerful fire energy of the Dian royal family could only stem from two sources. The power of the Firelin beast or the ancient phoenix energy within Yiqingying, regardless of which source was employed to heal Yan Hongshuang, it would inevitably result in a significant depletion of their strength. The Firelin beast was gravely injured. It was unlikely to be able to cure General Yan. Yi Chen inhaled deeply, and then he and Qing'er recounted the events of the previous night. Biao's expression darkened instantly, while Yan Hongshuang spat out a mouthful of blood, not out of anger at the Firelin beast's injury, but out of sorrow for the citizens of that city. This is dire. When will His Majesty return? Biao looked at the two. It remains unclear, but he should be back soon. They will come again tonight. What shall we do? Biao turned to Yi Chen, who had been spoken of in such glowing terms by Yu Qingying. She had come to view Yi Chen as a pillar of support. Give me a moment to think, Yi Chen replied, then focused his mind and entered the Sword of Heaven Severing. The Sword Spirit had mentioned that there were still some treasures within, which might contain fire spiritual energy. As he delved into that realm, Yi Chen was astounded. What he saw was an overwhelming array of treasures. He had no doubt that even a fraction of these items could fill 10 Yangshin halls, yet now was not the time for marveling. Yi Chen plunged into the search for treasures imbued with fire spiritual energy, and soon, in a corner, he discovered a fiery red lotus. As the lotus appeared in Yi Chen's hand, the temperature in the Yangshin hall surged, and a rich fragrance wafted through the air, even causing some of the ice shards on Yan Hongshuang to melt. My goodness! The heart of the earth fire lotus, where did you find this? Chapter 49 The Empty City Strategy Within the Palace. A fragrant aroma filled the air as Xiao Tian, disregarding his injuries, rushed over with an intense focus on the crimson lotus flower nestled in Yi Chen's palm, nearly drooling in anticipation. Is this item truly so precious? Yi Chen furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the lotus in his hand. He genuinely had no idea what it was, but sensed it contained a potent fire element spirit energy, prompting him to take it out. Have you no idea, this is a divine treasure? Do you understand what that means, a divine treasure? Xiao Tian exclaimed, nearly roaring. The earth fire takes 1,000 years to grow its stem, another 1,000 to blossom, and yet another 1,000 years for the flower to bloom. A single earth fire lotus requires 3,000 years to mature. Consuming it grants practitioners a chance at developing a mutated fire spirit root, even allowing them to harness a portion of the earth fire. Tell me, is that not precious? Oh, so this thing can heal Hongshuang's wounds? Yi Chen responded nonchalantly, though his desire for a fire spirit root was strong. His immediate priority was to tend to Yan Hongshuang's condition. Do you wish to explode her? This earth fire lotus is far beyond what a mere Yuanying stage cultivator can consume. Xiao Tian hurriedly interjected. The earth fire lotus harbors pure spirit energy, which would greatly benefit her injuries. But there's also the Firelin beast. They can absorb it together, Yi Chen remarked, casting his gaze past Xiao Tian toward the distant Firelin beast. The Firelin beast, elated, scampered over. It had longed to approach the moment the earth fire lotus appeared, but had been restrained by Xiao Tian until now. Xiao Tian's face twitched in irritation, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Yi Chen. Hadn't he been obedient enough throughout their journey? What made him inferior to the Firelin beast? It seemed he had been a mere sycophant, left with nothing in the end. Observing the Firelin beast joyfully clutching the earth fire lotus and scampering off to absorb it, Qing'er followed suit, her tail drooping as she trailed behind, looking rather dejected. Wait! I have something for you, Yi Chen called out, once again immersing his mind into the Zhan Tian treasury. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian instantly perked up. I knew my master would not treat me poorly. Being a sycophant has its rewards. Before long, Yi Chen retrieved a large bone and tossed it to Xiao Tian. You've worked hard along the way, enjoy this bone and replenish your strength. What the hell? Xiao Tian exclaimed, staring incredulously at the bone rolling before him, nearly cursing out loud. Eat slowly. If it's not enough, there's more. Yi Chen beckoned, knowing that within the Zhan Tian treasury lay a colossal skeleton of an unknown species, which he decided to offer to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's face twitched in reluctance as he picked up the bone to leave, but the moment he grasped it, he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. A dragon's roar resonated in Xiao Tian's mind, nearly leaving him dazed. Xiao Tian was momentarily stunned. There was no mistake, this was dragon bone. Even if it wasn't pure blood from a dragon, it was still closely related to the dragon lineage. Good heavens! He possesses something as valuable as dragon bone. Casting a deep glance at Yi Chen, Xiao Tian wasted no time and cheerfully trotted off to absorb it. The Zhan Tian Immortal Emperor observed the scene, his expression twitching. The Earth Dragon corpse in the Zhan Tian treasury had cost him a great deal to acquire. Although it wasn't pure-blooded, the Dragon clan had always held their lineage in high regard. Not a single fragment was willing to be shared, and should anyone dare to meddle with the Dragon bloodline, they would surely invite endless retribution from the Dragon clan. This fellow, however, was casually feeding it to a dog. At that moment, a twinge of regret washed over the Zhan Tian Immortal Emperor. Had it truly been wise to inform Yi Chen about the treasury, but then, recalling that he was merely a remnant soul, he felt a sense of relief. No matter how precious the items were, they were of no use to him now. It was better to feed them to a dog than let them go to waste. Given the circumstances, it seemed the Firelin beast would take a couple of days to fully absorb the lotus. What should be done during this time? Mr. Yi, Bai Yao inquired, gazing at Yi Chen with concern. Simple enough, come here and listen to what I have to say, Yi Chen replied after a moment's contemplation. As Bai Yao listened to Yi Chen's words, her expression shifted. Are you serious? You want to withdraw all the guards from the palace? Indeed, you should trust my judgment, Yi Chen nodded affirmatively. Bai Yao's expression fluctuated several times before she took a deep breath and ultimately nodded, dispatching the orders. Soon, night began to descend, and Yi Chen led Bai Yao to a plaza outside the Yangxin Hall, where they kindled a fire, placing a small cauldron atop it that bubbled with steam. This cauldron had also been unearthed from the Zhantian treasury, its purpose unknown, yet Yi Chen had decided to use it for cooking hot pot. He had also discovered a considerable amount of flesh within the treasury and, after confirming with the sword spirit that it was not poisoned, brought it forth to cook. Little did he notice the Zhantian immortal emperor's eyes twitching in response. In stark contrast to Yi Chen's ease, Bai Yao appeared somewhat anxious, frequently glancing around as if on high alert. Relax, there's no need to be tense. Even if the Ning Wang were to arrive, seeing us like this, they would not take action, Yi Chen reassured her, gesturing as he picked a piece of meat from the cauldron for her. The meat proved to be exceptionally delicious, tender and juicy, a prime selection for hot pot. With each bite, Yi Chen felt invigorated. Bai Yao's apprehension was not unwarranted, the empty city strategy against Ning Wang seemed rather audacious. Rest assured, while this tactic may not work against others, it will surely be effective against Ning Wang. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. From the intelligence gathered in Tiandu City, it was evident that Ning Wang's strength and influence had long surpassed that of the Dian royal family, yet, despite his might, Ning Wang had remained inactive, even sending individuals to probe their defenses. This indicated that Ning Wang was inherently cautious, unwilling to act without absolute certainty. Though the empty city strategy appeared underhanded, it was precisely what Ning Wang needed. Seeing Yi Chen's confidence, Bai Yao sighed, hoping fervently it would prove effective, before she picked up a piece of meat to eat. In an instant, Bai Yao's expression shifted. She felt an overwhelming surge of spirit energy erupt within her mouth, the pure spirit essence directly flooding into her dantian, causing her Yuanying to absorb it frantically. After just one bite, Bai Yao sensed a significant enhancement in her cultivation. What on earth is this meat? The Zhantian immortal emperor, observing this scene from within the sword, felt a profound ache in his soul. All of this had been painstakingly collected over the years, the flesh of formidable beasts, originally intended for alchemical refinement, yet, his plans for alchemy had been thwarted by his own demise, leaving the spoils to fall into the hands of Yi Chen, the sly fox. However, it certainly appeared appetizing. Bai Yao could not resist and took several more pieces, her internal spirit energy swelling further, and she could faintly sense a breakthrough approaching. She dared not consume more. Any further indulgence would surely cause her Yuanying to burst. Eat up. Yi Chen urged, his mouth smeared with juices as he continued to beckon Bai Yao. Watching the gluttonous Yi Chen, Bai Yao was left in a daze. She had barely managed a few bites before feeling overwhelmed. While this fellow devoured so much, what realm was Mr.Ye truly at? Chapter 50. Does the gentleman also comprehend the rhythms of music? Not to mention Bai Yao, even the celestial emperor of slaying heavens appeared somewhat astonished. Yi Chen's physique resembled an abyss, as the flesh and blood he consumed seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. To what level has this fellow's corporeal form ascended? Moreover, recalling the violet light he had witnessed in Yi Chen's sea of consciousness, the celestial emperor of slaying heavens couldn't help but shudder. A thought gradually emerged in his mind that this individual was not incapable of summoning that violet light, but rather, the light itself refrained from manifesting, for this realm could not endure it. Just as this notion arose, the celestial emperor shook his head with a smile. How could that be? Although the spirit realm is the lowest tier of existence, it is also the most stable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here to engage in combat. A force that could overwhelm the spirit realm simply does not exist. Yi Chen was thoroughly enjoying his meal, while Bai Yao gazed at him in a daze, observing this gluttonous display. Suddenly, several piercing gusts of wind broke the silence. Bai Yao looked up, and her expression instantly darkened, for she beheld the figure of the Prince of Ning along with several shadowy figures cloaked in black. The Prince of Ning appeared, frowning as he surveyed the surroundings, noticing the absence of a personal guard, with only two individuals below consuming food, seemingly indifferent to his presence. What could be the purpose of the prince's late-night intrusion into the palace? I have not seen my niece in many days and wish to pay a visit. I wonder if the national master might offer me guidance, the Prince of Ning inquired with a smile. There's no rush, no rush. Since you've traveled such a distance and it's quite late, come down and have something to eat. Yi Chen generously beckoned before Bai Yao could utter a word. Very well. The Prince of Ning chuckled, descending with his companions to casually take a seat before Yi Chen, yet showing no inclination to pick up his chopsticks. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the Prince of Ning was exceedingly cautious. May I ask who this gentleman is? The Prince of Ning inquired, fixing his gaze upon Yi Chen. Me? Just an unknown nobody. There is no need for the prince to concern himself with me. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, noticing the absence of any fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Yi Chen. The Prince of Ning furrowed his brow, yet did not dwell on it too much. The only possible explanations for not sensing any spiritual energy would be either a lack of it or that the individual's realm was too elevated to discern. Now that he had cultivated the celestial devouring demonic art, no spiritual energy could escape his detection, thus concluding that Yi Chen possessed none, merely an ordinary person. Attempting to play the empty city strategy with me, National Master? You truly underestimate my intellect, the Prince of Ning remarked, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Bai Yao's heart sank at this, realizing the gravity of the situation, yet she managed to force a smile, saying, I do not comprehend what the prince is implying. Such a simple ruse, do you truly believe I cannot see through it? Others say a remarkable woman adept in strategy accompanies my niece, yet, upon closer inspection, it appears to be nothing more than this. Or do you genuinely hold me in contempt? Upon finishing his words, the prince's expression darkened, a terrifying pressure cascading toward Bai Yao, causing her complexion to pale significantly. Had she not replenished her spiritual energy by consuming hot pot moments ago, she might have already collapsed to her knees. What nonsense is the prince speaking? We are not employing any empty city strategy. We merely recognize that we are no match for you, thus we have chosen to forego resistance. His Majesty is in the nurturing heart palace. You may proceed, Yichen said nonchalantly, waving his hand. Oh? Do you think I lack the courage? The Prince of Ning retorted with a cold laugh. How could the prince possibly lack courage? However, visiting my niece late at night does not necessitate bringing others along, lest outsiders think the prince is bullying someone, Yichen replied with a grin. The prince's eyes narrowed, locking onto Yichen intently, yet Yichen remained unperturbed. In terms of performance, he had played myriad roles when attempting to feign illness to take a leave from work. When it comes to acting skills, every slacker in the workforce could easily outshine any young prodigy. However, despite the theatrics, Yichen's fingers brushed against his spatial ring. Should the prince make any move, he would swiftly draw the slaying heaven sword, even if it meant summoning the old man to act once more. There is no need. Now that I am aware my niece is within the palace, I shall take my leave, the prince declared, turning on his heel without a moment's hesitation. Within mere breaths, he had vanished from sight. Is there something the prince fears? Do you know what it is? Yichen inquired once the prince had departed. I do not know. Logically speaking, given the prince's current strength, he should no longer fear the fire beast, Bai Yao replied, shaking her head. Initially, she believed the prince's reluctance to fully confront them was due to the fire beast. However, it appeared from recent events that the prince's strength had long surpassed that of the fire beast. I understand now. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yao seemed to have an epiphany. What is it? The Great Yen Imperial Tomb. Bai Yao articulated slowly, though she omitted one crucial detail. The prince's concern regarding Yichen. She was aware that Yichen had emerged from the Great Yen Imperial Tomb, yet this information had been suppressed, unbeknownst to the prince. Yichen nodded slightly, recalling that upon his emergence, something within the Great Yen Imperial Tomb had effortlessly incapacitated a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. For this origin point of the eastern region over the past 3,000 years, it was only natural for the prince to harbor apprehensions. At this juncture, with the situation having escalated, the prince would not take any unnecessary risks. Enough, the crisis has temporarily subsided. We can now enjoy a moment of respite, Yichen declared as he tossed his chopsticks aside and lay back on the ground, gazing at the luminous moon above, feeling a twinge of melancholy. In this lifetime, it seemed he would be forever barred from returning. Observing Yichen's complete lack of an imposing demeanor, Bai Yao couldn't help but smile gently. She began to understand why Yu Qingying was so fond of clinging to him. Subsequently, Bai Yao retrieved an ancient zither from her spatial ring. The night is beautiful, let me play a tune on the zither, she said. As her voice faded, a melodious sound began to resonate slowly throughout the palace. At that moment, the Prince of Ning and his companions had already departed from the palace grounds, and one of them could no longer contain himself, asking, Prince, are we just leaving like this? The information we received should be accurate. Yu Qingying likely went to the Xian Beast sect and has yet to return. What if? The Prince of Ning replied, even if she is present, a mere nascent soul practitioner poses no threat. Yu Qingying is not to be underestimated. What I fear is the Great Yen Imperial Tomb. The primary reason the Holy Lord took action against the Great Yen is precisely due to the Imperial Tomb, which undoubtedly harbors some great secret. If we act too recklessly and jeopardize the Holy Lord's plans, will you take responsibility? The prince concluded, casting a cold glare at the man, and the man shivered, daring not to speak further. Enough, Song Ying, return and ascertain whether Yu Qingying is indeed within the palace, the prince ordered. Upon receiving the command, one individual rose and swiftly vanished into the night sky, returning to the palace. Meanwhile, outside the nurturing heart palace, as the last note faded, Yichen couldn't help but applaud. Your zither playing is truly exquisite. Do you also understand the nuances of music? Bai Yao asked curiously. Somewhat. Just a moment, I recall having a musical score in here. Yichen concentrated, retrieving a zither score from the slaying heaven treasury. Bai Yao, witnessing this, was rendered speechless. Are you just going to learn on the spot? Chapter 51. The dismantling of thieves. As Yichen opened the musical score, he immersed himself in it for a while before commencing to play it. Soon, Bai Yao's expression changed. For the first time, the calm facade she always wore flickered with a hint of agitation as she gazed at Yichen, even feeling an impulse to lash out. He truly possesses some understanding. Yichen does not deceive me. However, as Yichen gradually settled into the rhythm, his eyes slowly closed, and his fingers became increasingly nimble. The initially jarring notes transformed into a melodious tune, enveloping the listeners in a refreshing breeze. Having graduated from a music academy, he had always been captivated by traditional music, yet, in the era before his transmigration, it was exceedingly difficult to make a name for oneself in the realm of music. Thus, he gradually relinquished his dreams, becoming a slave to reality. Nevertheless, the memories of his body are not so easily forgotten. As emotions ran deep, tears began to well in the corners of Yichen's eyes. Who among us has not been a dreamer in their youth? Ultimately, however, choices were stripped away, the music shifted, and Bai Yao discerned an underlying melancholy, her gaze fixed intently on Yichen. For the first time, she felt compelled to learn about this man's past. The celestial emperor of sword, within the confines of his sword, closed his eyes in enjoyment. This score was one he had seized, known as the Heavenly Transformation Score. It was the unique skill of the celestial lord of transformation, who had once annihilated a sect with this melody and had also healed many through its strains. It could be said that this music could both kill and save, contingent solely upon the emotions of the musician. A myriad of past events flashed through Yichen's mind, gradually coalescing into a singular figure. Clad in a resplendent golden phoenix robe, adorned with a radiant crown, this figure danced gracefully with a fiery red longsword in harmony with the music. In that moment, all sorrow faded away, as if only the two of them existed in the universe. A sense of lightness began to permeate the melody. At that moment, Bai Yao felt as though she had returned to a place that brought her both agony and joy, a realm akin to a celestial paradise. Unbeknownst to her, the spiritual energy within her began to flow autonomously, and her cultivation level started to rise. Even the celestial emperor of sword, deep within the confines of his sword, was astonished to discover that his celestial soul had solidified slightly. Though it was merely a trace, an almost negligible degree, it was still exceedingly remarkable. He had never heard of any method capable of reversing a celestial soul's condition. Who was this lad? Is there truly such a person in the world? Even Song Ying, who had been dispatched by the Prince of Ning, could not restrain herself and sat down to cultivate. The speed of her cultivation now rivaled that of dozens, even hundreds of times her previous pace. As the final note fell, Yi Chen gazed at the moonlit silhouette before him, momentarily entranced. Suddenly, he jolted to attention. If the Dian dynasty fell into the hands of the Prince of Ning, she would surely be heartbroken. Unbidden, images of the departing Prince of Ning and his companions surfaced in Yi Chen's mind, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within him, causing the melody to shift. Song Ying, seated in meditation, suddenly felt as though she were ensnared by an inexplicable force, her expression shifting drastically as she hastily exited her cultivation state, attempting to flee. But it was already too late. Her spirit had become entwined with the sinister melody, and soon, chaos erupted within her, her spiritual energy spiraling out of control, fissures appearing in her primordial infant. Bai Yao looked on in astonishment at Yi Chen, unable to comprehend why the melody, which had been harmonious moments ago, now brimmed with murderous intent. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, and Bai Yao turned to see an unknown figure on a nearby eave, being torn apart by the rhythm of the music. Gasping at the sight, Bai Yao was taken aback. To kill with music, such a method was unfathomable. Even during her time in that ancient land, she had never heard of anyone possessing such capabilities. As the performance concluded, Yi Chen took a deep breath, glanced at the instrument in his hands, and returned it to Bai Yao. A fine instrument. After tonight, the Prince of Ning should no longer pose a threat. We must devise a thorough plan. Bai Yao stowed the instrument away and replied earnestly, Please, instruct me, sir. First, enlighten me about the current situation, so we may strategize effectively, Yi Chen said. Bai Yao nodded and proceeded to inform Yi Chen of the circumstances surrounding the Dian dynasty. Due to the actions of the Jinhui, she had discreetly investigated matters concerning the Prince of Ning. As she spoke, her gaze towards Yi Chen grew increasingly respectful. She understood that the establishment of the Jinhui stemmed from Yi Chen's proposal, and the terrifying efficacy of the Jinhui revealed itself in this moment. No matter how cunning the Prince of Ning was, he remained oblivious to the fact that those around him were spies of the royal family. As the conversation drew to a close, Yi Chen learned of a revelation that took him by surprise. The Wang family of the Dian aristocracy had not aligned themselves with the Prince of Ning, rather, they had secretly aided the Dian royal family. Without the Wang family's assistance, the Fengyi army would likely have been trapped long ago, leaving the Dian royal family without military support. Yi Chen inhaled deeply. The intelligence he had gathered in Tiandu City had only been a fraction of the truth, and he had never anticipated that the actual situation was even more dire than he had predicted. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Bai Yao, Find a way to contact the other two lords who have not pledged allegiance to the Prince of Ning. Inform them that the Dian royal family intends to dismantle the fiefs and demand the surrender of their military authority and territories. What is the meaning of this? Bai Yao inquired, puzzled. Isn't this merely coercing the other two lords to join the Prince of Ning? Since the other two lords had managed to withstand the pressure and not side with the prince, their continued existence indicated that they possessed the strength to resist him. The act of dismantling fiefs may appear to force the other two lords into the prince's camp, but in truth, it compels them into internal conflict. Yi Chen elucidated. Bai Yao's eyes brightened. Sir, this plan carries a certain level of risk. Should they indeed engage in infighting, that would be one matter. However, if they were to reach some form of agreement to eliminate the Dian royal family first, the outcome would remain unchanged. Do not worry. That won't happen. The current situation of the Dian dynasty is known even to passers-by. It is merely a matter of time before the Prince of Ning seizes control of the Dian royal family. By announcing the dismantling of fiefs at this juncture, they will only perceive it as the prince's covert interference. Even if they were to collaborate, such an arrangement would not endure for long. We merely need to stall the prince's advances until his majesty's return, bolstered by the strength of the Xian Beast sect, and we may yet have the means to fight back. Upon hearing this, Bai Yao took a deep breath, understanding that they were left with no choice but to fight back against overwhelming odds. She then set about arranging the necessary matters, while Yi Chen stood in the square, gazing at the slowly rising sun in the distance. Before your return, I shall safeguard the Dian dynasty. Meanwhile, Yun Nishang had returned to the Shenin sect. Due to her affiliation with the Tiandao Alliance, she was able to utilize the Alliance's teleportation array on the continent, entirely bypassing the treacherous demon sea. Upon her return to the Shenin sect, Yun Nishang made her way to the residence of the sect leader. Master, Nishang has returned and has matters to report. Chapter 52. The Empress emerges. Come in. As the words fell, the door to the room opened automatically, revealing a beautiful woman stepping forth. With every gesture, she exuded an aura capable of stirring the very forces of heaven and earth, undeniably a peerless powerhouse who had reached the fusion stage. Has the task been accomplished? The woman gazed at Yun Nishang, her eyes filled with compassion. To preserve the standing of the hidden divine sect within the Heavenly Dao Alliance, she had exerted great effort for her disciple. Indeed, Master. However, I have one more matter to report to you. During my recent journey to the eastern region, I encountered an extraordinary being, solitary and unparalleled. Based on my intuition, this being may rival you, Master. Yun Nishang spoke. Guyu's eyes sparkled with interest. Are you certain this being has not joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance? I am certain. This is what the esteemed elder personally conveyed to me, the disciple replied. Very well, this individual must be drawn into our hidden divine sect. Guyu turned, her gaze fixed upon the spirit tablets within the room, her resolve evident. 3,000 years ago, following the disappearance of the Holy Sun, the hidden divine sect had incurred the wrath of the heavens, plummeting from the revered status of the foremost sect in the central region to a state of mere survival under the auspices of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Oppression from all sides persisted until a century ago, when Guyu successfully broke through to the fusion stage, allowing the sect to regain its footing. Yet, Guyu understood that relying solely on her strength would be far from sufficient. Very well. I shall proceed at once. Yun Nishang nodded, prepared to return to the eastern region. Just then, the medallion of the Heavenly Tao Alliance shimmered once more, evidently indicating a new task. First, complete the task assigned by the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Keep the matter of the extraordinary being to yourself, not even disclosing a word to the disciples within the sect. Once the task is completed, you may personally extend an invitation. You will have the authority to allocate all resources within the hidden divine sect. Do you understand? Guyu instructed, her words deliberate. I understand. Yun Nishang nodded, fully aware of the significance of the matter. As she departed, Guyu took a deep breath and retrieved a portrait. 3,000 years had passed, the Holy Sun was likely no longer among the living. Master, I can only rely on my own methods to restore the hidden divine sect. Days passed in tranquility, as the Prince of Ning made no further moves, deterred by the sudden disappearance of Song Ying. All they could do was await the arrival of the Holy Envoy. The recent announcement by the De Yin royal family regarding the reduction of feudal lords indeed prompted the other two nobles to align with the Prince of Ning. Yet, rather than elation, the prince felt a headache instead. It must be said, the strategy employed by Yu Qingying was remarkably astute. The Prince of Ning recognized her intentions, as did the other two nobles. However, unlike the prince, they were unwilling to take the risk. If it were indeed a deliberate maneuver by the Prince of Ning, their eventual absorption would merely be a matter of time. They had no interest in the De Yin dynasty, their sole aim was to avoid being devoured. Thus, even if they were to be used as pawns by Yu Qingying, it mattered little, as she had treated them with courtesy since her ascension. The situation was different for the Prince of Ning. The other 15 nobles were living examples of the consequences. Unlike the prince, the Wang family had undergone a tremendous transformation. Wang Yu was perplexed as to why Wang Teng continually provided covert assistance to the De Yin royal family. In his view, the victory of the Prince of Ning was assured. Why then would Wang Teng position himself in opposition to him? Wang Teng offered no explanation, as he was gambling. He was betting on the young man capable of subduing the Howling Sky Demon King. In the Xian Beast sect, Xianing stood gravely before the blood pool barrier. It had been nearly a month since Yu Qingying entered, and there had been no sign of her. Just yesterday, she discovered that she could no longer open this barrier. Uncertain of what transpired within the blood pool, Meiji occasionally glanced towards the barrier, sensing a terrifying force coalescing within. Once the De Yin Empress emerged, it would undoubtedly be a transformation akin to rebirth. As her thoughts settled, the entire Xian Beast sect trembled, the ground fracturing as fierce flames erupted from the blood pool barrier, accompanied by the cries of phoenixes. Xian Ying's expression changed as she waved her hand, unleashing spiritual energy to protect the entire sect. At that moment, various beasts within the sect cried out in despair, with the weaker ones collapsing, frothing at the mouth. Ice Qian hastily calmed the Qing Yuan bird, which was agitated, flapping its wings and darting about, its gaze intermittently fixated on the direction of the blood pool barrier, as if sensing something dreadfully ominous about to be unleashed. Seeing this, Meiji's beautiful eyes narrowed, and with a wave of her hand, she sealed the surrounding space. Xianing was taken aback, never expecting that this enchanting woman was a powerhouse at the out-of-body stage. It is coming, Meiji exclaimed softly. In an instant, a ferocious heatwave shattered the blood pool barrier, transforming into a colossal phoenix that soared through the air, its continuous cries echoing as the flames that followed scorched Xianing, causing her to scream in agony. The phoenix fire seared through her spiritual energy. Xian Ying's cries irritated Meiji, who then struck her out of the way and turned her attention to the immense phoenix. Having been marked by Yu Qingying, she was bound in a master-servant relationship, thus the phoenix fire posed no threat to her. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the phoenix was likely comparable to that of a genuine phoenix, if not even stronger, Meiji murmured to herself. Just then, 9 tails, as white as jade, emerged from the barrier, radiating a pressure that was not inferior to that of the phoenix, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. At that moment, the barrier shattered entirely, revealing a lithe figure seated gracefully before Meiji, with no trace of the blood pool remaining. Clearly, Yu Qingying had absorbed all the power contained within. Under Meiji's watchful gaze, Yu Qingying slowly opened her eyes, stretching languidly, her exquisite silhouette fully displayed. Before casting a glance at Meiji felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her entire being shivering with trepidation. Fortunately, Yu Qingying's gaze did not linger long on her, quickly losing its allure and returning to a cold demeanor. Seeing this, Meiji released the spatial seal, revealing Xianing. Upon seeing Yu Qingying, Xianing gasped in shock. She had reached the late stage of the nascent soul. The Empress had entered as a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, and in just a month, she had advanced to the late stage, a cultivation speed that was nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, the instincts of a cultivator warned Xianing that although she too was at the late stage of the nascent soul, she would likely not be a match for Yu Qingying. The Empress was now perilously close to the out-of-body stage. My apologies, Elder Xianing, but I fear this blood pool can no longer be utilized, Yi Qingying said, her expression filled with regret. The Empress is being too courteous. Do not concern yourself, our ancestors left behind methods to restore the blood pool, Xianing replied. That is reassuring. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out in the Dian dynasty, Yi Qingying replied with a faint smile, then turned her gaze towards the direction of the Dian dynasty. Yi Chen, I have returned. Chapter 53. The fifth holy envoy. At this moment, Yi Chen stood atop the walls of the great Yan imperial city, gazing at the distant sea of heads, inhaling deeply. 3 days prior, the king of Ning, alongside 2 other lords, had led their forces in an unstoppable advance. Moreover, the king of Ning had somehow managed to rally 6 experts at the early stage of the out-of-body realm. It remained uncertain how many more adept fighters were yet to make their presence known. Such formidable combat prowess was sufficient to upheave the entire eastern region. This only underscored the depths of the king of Ning's hidden strength. The waters of the eastern region ran deep indeed. Xiao Tian observed the several figures suspended in midair, his expression unusually grim, not for any other reason than the palpable aura of demonic energy emanating from those 6 individuals. They had evidently become lackeys of the demonic clan. Having consumed the dragon bones, he had successfully broken through to the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, yet, upon introspection, Xiao Tian understood that facing any one of them would likely lead to his demise. The clash of spiritual force and demonic energy was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Mr.Ye, the king of Ning will launch his full assault tonight, Yan Hongshuang stated gravely as she approached Yi Chen. Perhaps it was to consolidate his throne, or to fortify the foundation of the Great Yan dynasty, or for other reasons altogether. The king of Ning had granted the ordinary citizens within the Great Yan imperial city time to evacuate. Thus, they remained poised outside the city, but tonight marked the final ultimatum issued by the king of Ning. The ordinary troops pose little threat. What we truly fear is that the king of Ning may have summoned more than just 6 experts, Wang Tang interjected. Over half of the Wang family had already fled, yet Wang Tang's lineage had resolutely chosen to remain. If we can hold them off for a night, there may be hope. You all stay here, I shall take my leave for a moment. Yi Chen inhaled deeply and turned to depart. Observing Yi Chen's retreating figure, Wang Yu could not help but speak up. Father, do you think he intends to sneak away? Wang Tang's lips twitched, uncertain, as he furtively glanced at Xiao Tian. Rest assured, after tonight, you shall realize how correct your decision was. Xiao Tian yawned and waved his hand dismissively. Only he understood just how formidable Yi Chen truly was. The astounding purple light that had erupted on the back mountain of the Xian beast sect was a display rivaling that of earthly immortals. The so-called trained army before them, along with those self-proclaimed masters, were but trifles. As for Yi Chen's current departure, Xiao Tian was well aware that this old fox was likely up to something. Yan Hongshuang and Bai Yao exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before commencing their arrangements for the Fengyi army's defenses. They had unwavering faith in Yi Chen's words. Qinger wore a grave expression, sitting cross-legged to adjust her state, while the fire lizard beast gazed at Yi Chen's silhouette with growing confusion, feeling an inexplicable familiarity and a deep-seated fear rooted in its bloodline. Having left the city walls, Yi Chen made his way directly toward the Great Yan Imperial Tomb. To break the deadlock, he could only rely on the power within the tomb, a force that even the king of Ning regarded with trepidation. Although he was uncertain whether he could summon that power, it was worth a try. Before long, Yi Chen arrived at the Great Yan Imperial Tomb, inhaled deeply, and bowed, saying, the Great Yan dynasty faces peril. If there truly exists a guardian spirit of the royal family within, I beseech you to reveal yourself. Silence ensued, yet Yi Chen remained undeterred, calling out several more times, but still received no response. Finally, gritting his teeth, he stepped inside. As he ventured halfway in, Yi Chen focused his thoughts and summoned the Sword of Heaven's destruction. Upon sensing that Yi Chen's melodies could restore celestial souls, the Sword of Heaven's destruction emperor's demeanor towards Yi Chen softened considerably, appearing with a broad smile. What are you staring at, you old glass? Yi Chen recoiled a few steps, feeling goosebumps rise. The Sword of Heaven's destruction emperor's aged face twitched, suppressing his rising anger. What do you want? Help me see if there are any secrets in this place. You have lived longer than I and possess greater insight. Please lend me your assistance, Yi Chen implored. Upon hearing this, the Sword of Heaven's destruction emperor floated around the tomb, finding nothing amiss. Just as he contemplated whether he had been played by Yi Chen, his gaze sharpened, becoming increasingly grave. He inhaled deeply and declared, how could this thing possibly appear here? As night fell, torches flickered to life upon the walls of the Great Yan city. Yan Hongshuang, Bai Yao, Xiao Tian, and the fire lizard beast ascended slowly into the air, their eyes fixed intently on the 6 figures slowly approaching from afar. I'll take 3, the fire lizard beast will handle 2, and you 2 young ladies will manage 1. Remember, do not engage head-on, the master has instructed to stall and retreat. Xiao Tian stated, taking a deep breath. With the power of the earth fire lotus, the fire lizard beast had entered the out-of-body realm, following the path of flames. Relying on its formidable beastly physique, as long as the opponent refrained from employing demonic energy, holding 2 at bay was not impossible. Yan Hongshuang and Bai Yao nodded gravely in agreement. From today forth, the Great Yan shall change hands. A commanding voice rang out, as vast clouds of dust billowed in the distance, the soldiers advancing like a torrent. Qinger, observing the standoff above, felt a fleeting worry cross her face. As she turned to behold the army that had swiftly arrived at the base of the city walls, she shouted, open fire. Bang! Bang, bang, the flames flickered in the night sky as soldiers armed with firearms unleashed a barrage upon the base of the walls. In an instant, cries of anguish echoed, with casualties numbering in the hundreds. The king of Ning gazed upon this scene, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, astonished that Yuqing possessed such formidable war instruments. The weapon boasted destructive power surpassing that of crossbows. However, the king of Ning quickly smirked disdainfully. If victory depended solely on the army, it seemed unlikely they could seize the great Yin city today. Let us not forget that the army was merely one means of warfare. The true determinants of the battle lay beyond them. With the sound of gunfire reverberating, the figures suspended in the air also sprang into action. Xiao Tian expanded in size, his mid-stage out-of-body realm prowess erupting without restraint, swatting away 3 of the opponents with a single claw before charging forward. The fire lizard beast's 2 horns glimmered with flames, transforming into a massive fire circle that encompassed itself, and the other 2 out-of-body practitioners, Yin Hongshuang and Bai Yao, found their respective adversaries as well. In an instant, the skies above the great Yin city roared with spiritual energy, the terrifying might radiating forth, causing the 2 lords in the rear to flinch. The powers exhibited by both sides exceeded their expectations. Xiao Tian surged with murderous intent, relentlessly pursuing the 3 adversaries. Such opponents, bolstered by demonic arts to forcibly elevate their prowess to the out-of-body realm, would find no match against Xiao Tian as long as they refrained from using demonic energy. For a time, Xiao Tian gained the upper hand. Observing the tide of battle, the king of Ning furrowed his brow and turned to a man beside him, asking, "Lord Fifth Holy Envoy, do you believe it is time for you to take action?" Chapter 54. Those who intrude upon the royal palace without my decree shall be executed without mercy. Are you attempting to instruct me in my duties? Ba Jun cast a cold glance at Prince Ning. The prince trembled involuntarily and quickly bowed his head in apology. Remember your station, you are but a dog beneath my command. Do not dare to point fingers at your master. Should you transgress again, I shall ensure your utter annihilation, Ba Jun stated with indifference. He then turned his gaze towards the chaotic struggle between the 2 factions, a smile gracing his lips. Such a spectacle of dogs biting dogs was indeed a rare sight. In midair, the 6 individuals aligned with Prince Ning found themselves weary from the fray. Owing to their reliance on demonic energy, they had forcibly elevated themselves to the out-of-body stage. Although they had gained the power to manipulate space, they had yet to comprehend their own path. This was in stark contrast to the likes of Xiao Tian and the Fire Lin Beast, who had naturally attained the out-of-body stage through their understanding. Without the utilization of demonic energy, they would stand no chance. Even the individual engaged with Yin Hongshuang and Bai Yao began to exhibit signs of distress. He had never anticipated being ensnared by 2 mid-stage nascent soul women. Xiao Tian fought with increasing ferocity, battering the 3 opponents until they coughed up blood. It understood that before the enemy recklessly unleashed their demonic energy, every opportunity to eliminate one should be seized. The reluctance to unleash their full power likely stemmed from a fear of attracting the attention of other formidable beings. Witnessing this scene, Prince Ning felt a surge of anxiety. At that moment, the jade talisman in his hand began to glow. Have you arrived at your location? Indeed, came a detached voice from the talisman. Excellent. You must intercept any potential powerful beings approaching from that direction. There is no need for you to concern yourself with the matters of the battlefield, Prince Ning exclaimed with delight. Do not forget the promise you made to me, the voice echoed once more. After repeatedly assuring compliance, Prince Ning nodded towards the 6 individuals suspended in the air. The 6 understood one another, exchanging knowing glances, and a sinister smile emerged upon their faces. In unison, they formed hand seals. 6 thick strands of black energy surged skyward, a terrifying force that startled all present. Beneath the night sky, those 6 trails of ink-black demonic energy appeared strikingly clear under the moonlight. Be cautious. Do not come into contact with that black energy, for it will be your doom. Xiao Tian warned, his expression darkening significantly. Ha ha ha, you seem to enjoy your previous skirmish. Now it is our turn. With that proclamation, the 6 figures vanished, and in the next instant, accompanied by cries of agony, both Xiao Tian and the Fire Lin Beast were struck down, crashing to the ground. Yin Hongshuang and Bai Yao also spat blood, their faces turning ashen. Foolish mortals, embracing the baptism of demonic energy to gain greater power, what could be wrong with that? Ba Jun scoffed disdainfully. In terms of strength, Xiao Tian and the Fire Lin Beast were undeniably formidable. However, to avoid succumbing to the corruption of demonic energy, they had to remain perpetually vigilant, constantly drawing upon their spiritual power for resistance. Under conditions of sufficient spiritual power, absorbing demonic energy was feasible, which was why Xiao Tian had once dared to consume the essence of a person infused with demonic energy. Yet in the throes of battle, with the necessity of drawing upon spiritual power to guard against corruption, their combat efficacy was inevitably diminished. Are you not afraid that your reckless use of demonic energy will draw the attention of those powerful beings lurking in the shadows? Xiao Tian gritted his teeth and warned. The 6 merely scoffed. They too had to survive. As the words fell, a thunderous explosion erupted in the distance, where a terrifying sword soared skyward, seemingly cleaving the night sky in twain. Ji Wuming? Xiao Tian exclaimed in shock. You possess some discernment, the group chuckled derisively before advancing once more. Meanwhile, Ji Wuming faced the 5 out-of-body stage experts, wielding a broken sword with an expression of calm following the guidance of Yichen that fateful night. His swordsmanship had reached new heights. He felt no fear confronting 3 early-stage and 2 mid-stage out-of-body cultivators. I did not expect your swordsmanship to have improved, an elderly man, known as the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms, commented gravely, his arm already seeping blood from a prior strike. Thanks to a senior's guidance, I harbor no intention of clashing with you all. I only ask that you refrain from approaching the Great Yin Imperial City tonight, Ji Wuming said earnestly. You are aware that force is demonic energy, are you not? How dare you consort with demons, the elder of heavenly mechanisms retorted coldly. At this, a bitter smile crossed Ji Wuming's face. I am left with no choice, I implore you to show me leniency. We shall never coexist with demons, if you do not yield, do not blame us for joining forces, the elder of heavenly mechanisms sneered. In that case, let Ji Wuming witness your prowess. With that, Ji Wuming raised his broken sword and charged once more, prompting the 5 elders to unleash their attacks. The clash between them unleashed a terrifying force that rent the very fabric of space. At that moment, a group appeared in the distance, leading them was a woman of unparalleled beauty, yet she merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction before continuing her path towards the great Yen Imperial City. Ji Wuming did not obstruct her passage. Among her entourage, the highest cultivation level was merely late-stage nascent soul. His mission was to prevent any out-of-body cultivator from passing through, while late-stage nascent soul was beyond his purview. At the great Yen Imperial City, Xiao Tian and his companions were left dazed, their bodies marred by gruesome wounds, blood ceaselessly flowing, and numerous areas of their forms already corrupted by demonic energy. Bai Yao had succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the ruins, her fate uncertain. Yin Hongshuang, too, had lost the will to continue fighting, collapsing amidst the debris, struggling for breath, lacking the strength to rise again. As the 6 individuals freed their hands, the once formidable Fengyi army, which had relied on their firepower to hold off the advancing forces, began to show signs of exhaustion. Before the 6 out-of-body stage cultivators, any well-trained, well-equipped army was no match. The city gates had been breached, and swarms of soldiers surged toward the great Yen Imperial Palace. Prince Ning laughed boisterously, but suddenly, 2 beams of spiritual light ignited behind him, aimed directly at his head. Yet, without turning back, Prince Ning merely scoffed, allowing black energy to emanate forth, effortlessly deflecting the 2 beams of light. Do you truly believe I am unprepared? He scoffed, turning to face the 2 lords. Their faces were grim as they simultaneously shattered the jade talismans in their hands, a surge of mystical power enveloping them, instantly elevating their auras to the out-of-body stage. Is this your trump card? I have overestimated you. Prince Ning sneered, delivering a palm strike that sent both lords reeling, causing them to spit blood. You have concealed your strength, the martial king exclaimed, wiping the blood from his mouth in shock as he regarded Prince Ning. With a cold laugh, Prince Ning stepped forth, demonic energy howling around him. The intensity of his aura unmistakably signified his attainment of the out-of-body stage. He had already reached the brink of mid-stage out-of-body. The 2 lords exchanged a glance. With no path of retreat remaining, they charged forward, vowing to fight to the death. Meanwhile, the 6 subordinates of Prince Ning ascended above the palace, a cruel smile gracing their faces as they prepared to lay waste to the imperial residence. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, as a chilling voice resonated through the night sky. Those who intrude upon the royal palace without my decree shall be executed without mercy. Chapter 55. 1 against 6. As the words fell, an overwhelming wave of heat surged through the entirety of the great Yen Imperial City, followed by a brilliant flash of fire illuminating the horizon. It appeared as though the entire night sky was ablaze. In that fleeting moment, the great Yen Imperial City was as bright as day, accompanied by a resounding cry of a phoenix. The flames parted, and a woman clad in a resplendent golden phoenix robe gracefully emerged from within. Each step she took seemed to stir the flames around her, while the sound of the phoenix's call was utterly mesmerizing. The appearance of Yu Qingying instantly revitalized the already broken phoenix ritual army, igniting a fierce counterattack. Bolstered by firepower, they managed to repulse the soldiers surging into the Great Yen Palace like a tidal wave. Xianing stood behind Yu Qingying, her heart racing. The Empress of Great Yen was indeed formidable. But soon, 6 figures ascended into the sky, encircling Yu Qingying, their terrifying aura revealing their profound cultivation level. The expressions of Xianing and her companions shifted dramatically as they prepared to intervene, but Yu Qingying raised a hand to stop them. Let the Grand Elder assist the Phoenix Ritual Army. I alone can handle these 6. Upon hearing this, Xianing furrowed her brow slightly but said nothing further, instead signaling the members of the Xian beast sect to charge into the fray. In an instant, the roars of various demonic beasts echoed, and with the addition of the Xian beast sect members and a multitude of beasts joining the battle, the Ningwang coalition suffered countless casualties. 1 against 6, such audacity from this young girl. Today, she shall pay the price. Big brother, don't kill her, this little lady possesses an unparalleled beauty, let her be a plaything for us. Yu Qingying's enchanting eyes narrowed, and with a swift stroke of her sword, a torrent of flames transformed into a phoenix shadow, hurtling towards the brash speaker. That individual scoffed, I can withstand the fire of the out-of-body stage, what can you, a mere late-stage nascent soul, do? As the words left his lips, he advanced rather than retreating, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy coalescing into a massive net aimed directly at the phoenix shadow conjured by Yu Qingying. In the instant of collision, a terrifying shockwave erupted, and a cold smirk appeared at the corner of the man's mouth. How could an average cultivator comprehend the true potency of demonic energy? Let alone the means of a late-stage nascent soul, even the fire spirit beast that grasped the essence of fire could not withstand it. Yet, in the next moment, the smirk on his lips froze as he witnessed the phoenix shadow violently tearing apart the web of demonic energy. In an instant, the formidable out-of-body cultivator was enveloped, and with a piercing scream, he perished on the spot, leaving no trace of his body behind. This scene instilled dread in the hearts of countless onlookers. To slay an out-of-body cultivator with a single strike, the Empress of Great Yen was indeed terrifyingly powerful. From a distance, Meiji observed this spectacle, her brow slick with cold sweat. Only Yu Qingying understood that after reaching an agreement with the nine-tailed celestial fox, it ceased to disrupt her, and coupled with the power of the blood pool, the bloodline strength of the ancient celestial phoenix had been fully awakened. She was already on the verge of stepping into the out-of-body stage, it was merely that she had yet to determine her path, hence she remained in the late nascent soul stage for the time being. Though demonic energy was formidable, the celestial phoenix fire was no ordinary flame, its scorching power transcended mere spiritual energy. Upon reaching a certain height in cultivation, not only demonic energy but even celestial power could be incinerated. The remaining 5 individuals exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they withdrew their earlier contempt, with their cultivation levels being roughly equivalent. Yu Qingying's ability to kill one of them implied she could easily dispatch the rest. Thus, the 5 ceased their bravado and joined forces to attack Yu Qingying unfazed. She met their assault with her sword drawn, stripped of their demonic energy. The 5 found themselves suppressed under Yu Qingying's overwhelming prowess. Meanwhile, the battle between Ning Wang and the 2 lords had reached its climax. Even with special techniques, they struggled to withstand the surging demonic energy emanating from Ning Wang. In no time, both were spitting blood, their previously forcefully elevated auras dwindling, and they collapsed to their knees. Ha! I thought you possessed some exceptional abilities, but it seems I have been overly cautious. With your kind, I should have eliminated you long ago. Ning Wang remarked coolly, surveying the 2. You cannot kill us. Behind us stand the forces of the central domain. Do not presume that your out-of-body status is anything significant. In the eyes of the major clans in the central domain, an out-of-body cultivator is merely a doorkeeper, one of the lords retorted coldly. Very well, I shall see whether those forces behind you will seek vengeance. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ning Wang pointed, and demonic energy instantly pierced the foreheads of the 2, invading their bodies. In terms of backing, Ning Wang felt no fear. If that esteemed individual intervened, even the powerful clans of the central domain would think twice. Quite clever, aren't you? Ba Jun chuckled softly, fully aware of Ning Wang's little schemes. By utilizing demonic energy to eliminate the 2, should those from the central domain come to investigate, they would inevitably trace back to him. However, Ba Jun was unconcerned. As long as he could obtain the treasures within the Great Yen Imperial Tomb, he would not fear trouble from the entire immortal martial continent. Ning Wang chuckled dryly, taking a step forward, his figure appearing before Yu Qingying. With a wave of his massive hand, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, instantly clashing with the raging flames behind Yu Qingying. The 5, tormented by the celestial phoenix fire, were instantly rescued, kneeling before Ning Wang as they exclaimed, Your Majesty. Leave this woman to me, you go deal with the members of the Xin Beast sect, Ning Wang commanded, casting a glance at the 5 before speaking. Seeing that Ning Wang bore no grudge, the 5 exhaled in relief and promptly turned to race towards the throng of Xin Beast sect members. My dear niece, your strength truly impresses your uncle. Ning Wang regarded Yu Qingying, his expression grave. I never anticipated that the esteemed Ning Wang would willingly become a pawn of the demons. I once naively believed that your royal uncle possessed unyielding pride. Ha, do not attempt to provoke me with such words. Had it not been for your father's interference back then, the Great Yen dynasty would have long been under my control. I am merely here to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. As for demonic energy, if it is power, why concern oneself with such trivialities? Ning Wang scoffed, unleashing a palm strike. The force of spatial energy, intermingled with demonic energy, surged forth. Yu Qingying's demeanor turned serious as she swung her sword. Upon impact, she felt a sweetness in her throat, and her entire being was sent flying, her eyes wide with shock. Do you truly believe I am among that rabble? For years, have you not been attempting to track my movements? Dear niece, let me inform you, even without this demonic energy, your uncle is a genuine out-of-body cultivator, prepare to pay with your life. Ning Wang snarled, charging forward once more. Simultaneously, Yi Chen, under the guidance of the slaying heaven immortal emperor, had reached the underground of the imperial tomb, effortlessly cleaving through numerous restrictions. Had an ordinary person arrived here, they would undoubtedly have been unable to enter. Not even a terrestrial immortal could hope to reach this place. Chapter 56. The heart of the blood demon. As Yi Chen journeyed along, he contemplated asking the old man something further, but upon observing the grave expression etched upon the elder's face, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Despite his usual demeanor resembling that of a schemer, Yi Chen prided himself on knowing when to adopt a more serious approach. Soon, the duo, one man and one sword, descended into the depths of the earth, where they found themselves enveloped by an ominous black mist. The atmosphere was so thick with malevolence that even the soil around them emanated a pungent stench of blood. With a swift motion, the celestial emperor of slaughtering heaven swung his sword once more, unleashing a thunderous heartbeat that echoed in Yi Chen's ears. As he lifted his gaze, Yi Chen was taken aback by the sight before him, a colossal black heart, hundreds of feet in size, pulsating rhythmically. At the very center of this dark heart, a vague silhouette resembling an infant could be discerned. Little did he expect that a demonic embryo was being nurtured within. How long had this heart of the blood demon been manifesting in the eastern domain? The celestial emperor of slaughtering heaven murmured, recalling the time he had clashed with that demon emperor in the eastern domain. Sensing an anomaly in this region, the spiritual energy was alarmingly thin. At that time, he had attributed this phenomenon to the inability of the immortal martial continent to withstand the combined might of 2 celestial emperors. However, it now appeared evident that the scarcity of spiritual energy in the eastern domain was entirely due to the sinister influence of the heart of the blood demon. The heart of the blood demon? Yi Chen furrowed his brow, inquiring about this unfamiliar entity. The celestial emperor of slaughtering heaven slowly elucidated, within the demon realm, there exists a formidable race known as the blood demons, one of the most powerful branches among the demon kin. They possess a unique ability to utilize their own hearts to assimilate a world, gradually transforming it into a realm akin to their own. Strangely, however, it seems that this heart of the blood demon has existed for over 5 millennia, yet under normal circumstances, this minuscule eastern domain should have succumbed to its corruption long ago, becoming demonic soil 3,000 years prior. The celestial emperor of slaughtering heaven expressed his confusion. The demonic heart nurtures the demonic embryo. One can ascertain the duration of the heart's existence by observing the embryo, yet, despite the eastern domain's slight deficiency in spiritual energy, there are no signs of it becoming demonic soil. Yi Chen shrugged off the concern. Who knows? Perhaps a powerful being has sealed it away. The celestial emperor of slaughtering heaven nodded slightly, conceding that this was a plausible theory. It was entirely possible that a mighty entity had intervened 3 millennia ago, employing some means to utilize inexhaustible spiritual energy to counteract the demonic aura. Although demonic energy is indeed more potent than spiritual energy, the heart of the blood demon, being the core, emits a limited amount of demonic energy, which would struggle to assimilate the vast supply of spiritual energy in the eastern domain. So, is this what the King Ning fears? Or do they seek to obtain this entity? Yi Chen pondered aloud, stroking his chin. Regardless of their motives, the heart of the blood demon must not be allowed to remain. Should the demonic embryo successfully be born, the consequences would be dire. The celestial emperor of slaughtering heaven's expression turned grave. Then it falls upon you, old man. Yi Chen declared. I cannot. The celestial emperor of slaughtering heaven shook his head. In his prime, subduing such a demonic heart would have been child's play, but now, as merely a soul of the celestial realm, he was no match for it. What shall we do? There is no one else here, you cannot possibly expect me to. Before Yi Chen could finish, the celestial emperor of slaughtering heaven chuckled darkly, commanding the slaughtering heaven sword to lift Yi Chen and cast him into the heart. Curse you and your old age, you deceitful wretch. Yi Chen exclaimed, only to find himself already deep within the core of the demonic heart, facing the infantile demonic embryo. The surrounding black mist seemed to exhibit an uncanny fear of it, keeping its distance. Seeing this, Yi Chen's lips twitched in frustration. Not only could he not absorb spiritual energy, but even the demonic energy looked down upon him. Truly, he felt like a complete failure. Did you see the demonic embryo? Came the voice of the celestial emperor of slaughtering heaven from outside. I saw it, you old fool, just wait until I get out. I'll settle the score with you. Yi Chen retorted, irritated. At least being a failure had its advantages, otherwise, if he were to be consumed by the demonic energy, he wouldn't even know how he met his demise. For the first time, Yi Chen found solace in his own inadequacy. However, the celestial emperor of slaughtering heaven harbored no such thoughts, his expression tinged with fear. The demonic energy of the heart of the blood demon was no trifling matter. It possessed the ability to assimilate the very heavens and earth, its corrosive power far exceeding that of ordinary demonic energy. In this immortal martial continent, even a celestial emperor would find it exceedingly difficult to penetrate the heart of the blood demon so effortlessly. Yet Yi Chen had accomplished just that. This alone was enough to affirm that the purple energy within him far surpassed both celestial power and demonic energy. The absence of purple light when he was cast into the heart further indicated that it would only retaliate automatically in moments of peril. Then simply wield the slaughtering heaven sword and slay that demonic embryo, and the heart of the blood demon shall naturally disintegrate, the celestial emperor of slaughtering heaven urged once more. Yi Chen's lips twitched again. How is this any different from striking down an infant? As a promising youth of the 21st century, he held on to his principles. Nevertheless, he drew forth the slaughtering heaven sword and approached the infant. If I sever your umbilical cord, it won't count as killing you, right? Just consider yourself unfortunate. At that moment, unbeknownst to him, the Great Flame Emperor city was embroiled in fierce combat. The members of the Xian beast sect were truly formidable, utilizing their advantage of numerous demonic beasts to successfully stall 5 out-of-body practitioners. The decisive factor now lay in the clash between Yu Qingying and King Ning. Whoever emerged victorious would claim ultimate triumph. In midair, Yu Qingying and King Ning clashed once more with a resounding impact. Both were covered in wounds, yet thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities bestowed by the Phoenix bloodline, Yu Qingying gradually gained the upper hand in their confrontation. Gazing at Yu Qingying before him, King Ning wiped away the blood from his eyes. In that moment, it felt as though he were facing not Yu Qingying, but the former Great Flame Emperor himself. This throne rightfully belongs to me. King Ning bellowed, forming seals with his hands as his aura surged once more. Yu Qingying's expression shifted. She knew this was King Ning's final strike. Drawing a deep breath, she centered herself and sought to commune with the nine-tailed celestial fox within her. I shall borrow your power. In the next instant, Yu Qingying's eyes flew open, and it appeared as if 9 fox tails were swaying in the wind behind her, her gaze filled with disdain. Ocean of the Azure Tide. King Ning roared, unleashing a powerful palm strike towards Yu Qingying. A terrifying force materialized into a colossal hand, eclipsing the moonlight and bearing down upon her with overwhelming might. The surrounding space began to collapse, leaving Yu Qingying with no escape. The hearts of the onlookers sank, abandoning their battles to fix their eyes upon Yu Qingying. This strike held but 2 potential outcomes: either the Great Flame Empire would see a change in leadership, or King Ning's ambitions would be shattered. Chapter 57. The curtain falls on the Prince of Ning. A voice, ethereal yet firm, akin to a whispering breeze, echoed softly, followed by the instantaneous vanishing of the towering flames. A radiant pink light cleaved the oppressive hand that obscured the sky in twain. The Prince of Ning staggered as if struck by a formidable force, spitting forth a copious amount of blood, his body swaying precariously, ultimately collapsing to the ground. The beguiling allure in Yu Qingying's eyes faded as she gazed upon the fallen prince, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Once upon a time, this uncle had treated her with utmost kindness. However, as her father ascended the throne and he became a regional lord, their paths diverged further and further apart. The Prince of Ning struggled to rise, his gaze fixed on the suspended Yu Qingying, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It appears I am truly not destined to be an emperor, he lamented. Uncle, why go to such lengths? It is merely a throne. A throne, I merely wish to prove that I am not inferior to anyone. Yu Qingying declared. From this day forth, I strip the Prince of Ning, Yu Wuhan, of his title and imprison him within the imperial dungeon. With a heavy sigh, she flicked her sleeve. Are you not going to kill me? Yu Wuhan inquired, taken aback as he looked at Yu Qingying with confusion. She offered no response, instead turning her attention to the 5 adept followers of the Prince of Ning, who had been ensnared by members of the Xin Beast sect. With Yu Qingying's intervention, the 5 soon fell, reduced to mere ashes under the searing flames of the Tianhuang fire. The tide had turned, all soldiers under the Prince of Ning laid down their weapons. Continuing the fight was a futile endeavor. Wang Tang rushed to stand beside Xiao Tian, feeling victorious in his gamble. With this incident settled, the Wang family as standing in the Dian Empire would undoubtedly rise, surpassing even their previous zenith. Yet, Xiao Tian's expression was far from pleasant, for Yi Chen had yet to make his move. This foretold potential trouble. Indeed, scarcely had that thought settled when a disdainful chuckle echoed, and the imposing figure of Ba Jun appeared above the Dian imperial city, looking down at Yu Wuhan with derision. You are indeed a waste. Yu Qingying looked up, her expression growing grave upon recognizing the newcomer. She had once glimpsed the memories of the seductive Demoness and knew this individual well. The 5th holy envoy, Ba Jun. A being at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, merely a step away from advancing to the later stage. In contrast to the half-baked abilities of Yu Wuhan, Ba Jun was a true demon. The density of demonic energy within him and his mastery over it were entirely on a different level. With a mere glance at Yu Wuhan, Ba Jun wasted no words, pointing a finger at Yu Qingying. A surge of inky black demonic energy shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, aimed straight at her brow. Yu Qingying's expression shifted dramatically as she summoned the power of the Tianhuang once more, yet, the previously formidable illusion of the Tianhuang only managed to withstand the dark stream for a fleeting moment before emitting a wretched cry and dissipating, extinguishing the Tianhuang fire alongside it. Pale and trembling, Yu Qingying coughed up blood, her gaze fixed on Ba Jun with unwavering determination. Interesting, you can still withstand my strike, that is enough to be proud of. Ba Jun's eyes glittered with surprise, but that was all, as he pointed again, this time sealing the space surrounding Yu Qingying. At that moment, a bewitching figure appeared before her, intercepting the impending strike. It was the seductive Demoness. Why do you impede me? Ba Jun regarded her with a furrowed brow. Among the 9 holy envoys, she ranked 2nd, while he ranked 5th. In terms of sheer power, she surpassed him, and her identity as a member of the demon clan endeared her to their master. This person cannot be killed, I have spared her. Whatever you desire, you may take, the Demoness thought bitterly. She bore the mark of the 9-tailed celestial fox. Should Yu Qingying perish, her fate would be sealed as well. Moreover, should she remain idle in this critical situation, the 9-tailed celestial fox would emerge, and her demise would be inevitable. Ah, you are injured, Ba Jun remarked, narrowing his eyes at her. Previously, she had never been so compliant. Her sudden change in demeanor surely stemmed from unavoidable circumstances. Indeed, upon closer inspection, he sensed that her aura was unstable. The Demoness' countenance shifted slightly. She had been wounded by the demon flood dragon during her last encounter at the Xin Beast sect and had since remained outside the blood pool to guard Yu Qingying, leaving her no time to heal. Her strength had significantly waned, rendering her no match for Ba Jun. Seeing her silence, Ba Jun's interest piqued further. If I could devour you, I might contend for the position of the 1st holy envoy. With that, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the Demoness in an instant, striking down with a palm. The Demoness strained to muster her internal demonic energy to block the blow but was sent careening backward, blood spilling from her lips. Ba Jun, relentless, charged forward once more. Such was the nature of demons. Power reigned supreme, and mutual devouring to enhance cultivation was the norm. The current Demoness was no match for Ba Jun, and after enduring a few exchanges, she fell into his grasp. Ignoring the Demoness' alluring figure, Ba Jun initiated the swallowing heaven demon technique, voraciously drawing the demonic energy from within her. The entire Dian imperial city plunged into a profound silence, many unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Meanwhile, deep underground, Yi Chen brandished the sky-slaying sword, poised to sever the connection between the demonic embryo and the demonic heart. Suddenly, the demonic embryo stirred, its eyes slowly opening. A pair of pitch-black orbs glinted coldly at Yi Chen. As the demonic heart throbbed violently, torrents of demonic energy ruptured the seal, scattering in all directions. The sky-slaying immortal emperor's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly summoned spiritual power to contain the outpouring, but it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as it dispersed. Come on, Yi Chen, hurry up. The entire Dian imperial city trembled, with terrifying fissures radiating outward from the Dian imperial tomb. A deluge of demonic energy surged forth, momentarily blotting out the sun. Even Ba Jun trembled at this spectacle. He had never witnessed such terrifying demonic energy, not even their master possessed it, yet, this undoubtedly presented an exceptional opportunity for cultivation. Since aligning with the swallowing heaven demon lord in this region, they had not enjoyed a proper cultivation session for ages. They were pure demons and could not absorb others' spiritual energy like the Prince of Ning. Thus, the transformed demonic energy could never compare to pure demonic energy. What now emanated was undeniably genuine, unadulterated demonic energy. Ba Jun would not squander this opportunity. He cast aside the demoness and plunged into the fringes of the demonic cloud, greedily absorbing the energy. Yu Qingying observed the scene with furrowed brows, casting a concerned glance at the already weakened demoness.
What is happening? I am uncertain.
All I know is that our master instructed us not to disturb the Dian Imperial tomb and to discreetly extract the items below. The demoness replied with a shake of her head, then attempted to absorb the demonic energy to restore her strength. However, Yu Qingying intervened. Your internal demonic energy has already run dry. You should focus on cultivating spiritual power instead. Chapter 58. The Blood Demon Ancestor. The expression of Meiji subtly shifted, for she was well aware of Yu Qingying's intentions. This was an invitation for her to completely shed her identity as a demon. However, forsaking her demonic energy in favor of cultivating spiritual energy would undoubtedly result in a significant diminishment of her power, and the techniques she previously wielded through her demonic energy would no longer be accessible. While her cultivation level would remain unaffected, the drawbacks were unmistakable. Consider it carefully, Yu Qingying remarked after casting a glance at Meiji. This was not merely her own desire, but rather the will of the nine-tailed celestial fox. As a member of the succubus clan, her cultivation methods were remarkably harmonious with those of the fox clan. Perhaps the nine-tailed celestial fox sought a successor, or perhaps there were other motives at play, yet Yu Qingying chose to disregard it. Instead, she gazed mournfully at the impending ruin of the Great Yen imperial city. Was the foundation built over 3 millennia to be annihilated in an instant? Where would the citizens of Great Yen turn? I shall not permit the legacy of Great Yen to be destroyed on my watch. As her words echoed, a resplendent golden light erupted from Yu Qingying, and a golden dragon silhouette soared into the sky from the Great Yen imperial palace, encircling her. In that moment, she appeared to be draped in a dragon robe, her aura swelling dramatically until it culminated in a faint crackling sound. The barrier of the late Yuanying stage shattered quietly, marking her true entry into the out-of-body stage. What path is the Empress traversing? The fire beast murmured, gazing up at the Empress suspended in the air. The golden dragon represented the essence of imperial might. It was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Xiao Tian sighed heavily, his expression laden with concern. There are myriad paths, and all things in the world can be integrated into the Tao. For instance, my path is through slaughter, while the fire beastess is through fire. Initially, I believed that with the heavenly phoenix fire, the Empress would follow the path of fire like the fire beast. But now, she has chosen the imperial path. The imperial path is indeed one of the most unique among the myriad paths, possessing extraordinary power. However, it bears a significant flaw: there can only be one sovereign. In this realm of Xianwu, those who comprehend the imperial path are all extraordinary prodigies, yet ultimately, to ascend to greater heights, they must eliminate all others who have grasped the imperial path to become the sole ruler. Yu Wuling cast a bittersweet glance at Yu Qingying, who was enveloped in the aura of imperial might. As a great cultivator in the out-of-body stage, he could not help but recognize this imperial essence. When he took that initial step, he too had aspired to walk the imperial path, but regrettably, he was unable to summon the imperial aura and ultimately diverged onto a different road. At this moment, he truly acknowledged his niece. Yu Qingying stood proudly in mid-air, exuding unparalleled imperial majesty, momentarily halting the spread of cracks and even temporarily resisting the encroaching demonic energy. The power of the imperial aura was evident, yet, such a situation was not destined to last. In an instant, Yu Qingying was repelled, attempting to communicate with the nine-tailed celestial fox, but at that moment, the fox offered no response, seemingly wary of something. Below, Yi Chen gazed at the peculiar infant before him, his mouth twitching with a surge of unease. The infant slowly approached, scrutinizing him for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "You are the scoundrel who has tormented me for 3,000 years. I shall end you today." 5,000 years prior, he had suffered grievous wounds and fled to the Xianwu continent, hoping to be reborn. To this end, he transformed into a demonic heart and fell into slumber, sealing his demonic soul within to nurture a demonic fetus. "Hey, big brother, no, little brother, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am barely in my 20s, how could I have anything to do with 3,000 years? Yi Chen's lips twitched, wishing the other would simply state his intentions rather than concoct such elaborate excuses. "Even if you turned to ash, I would recognize you." The blood demon ancestor gritted his teeth. 3,000 years ago, he could have emerged from his slumber. However, an insufferable fool had inadvertently caused spiritual energy to flow towards him, delaying his awakening for 3 millennia. Yi Chen, act swiftly. He is at his weakest upon awakening. If he regains his strength, it will be too late. The anxious voice of the celestial emperor of slaying heaven reached him. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen paused, then glanced at the child before him, realizing the truth. There was not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from it. A radiant smile spread across his face. Seeing Yi Chen grin like a fool, the blood demon ancestor scoffed coldly. "Even if I am not fully recovered, I am not to be trifled with by a mere child." Before he could finish, Yi Chen had seized him and pinned him over his knee. Smack, a crisp sound resounded. Feeling the sting of pain, the blood demon ancestor was momentarily taken aback. Enraged, he attempted to retaliate, but the once vast power capable of obliterating the eastern domain seemed to have vanished, leaving him utterly immobilized. "What the hell is happening here?" The ancestor turned to Yi Chen, only to find a purple glimmer flashing in his eyes, a chill running down his spine. "Smack! What are you looking at? Smack! You call yourself an ancestor? Who do you think you are, child? I'll beat you to death." After an indeterminate number of strikes, the blood demon ancestor was left pleading for mercy, and only then did Yi Chen release him. The blood demon ancestor clasped his behind, seething with rage at the thought of devouring Yi Chen whole, yet every time he approached, the power within him dissipated. Observing the ancestor in such a state, Yi Chen suddenly sensed something was amiss and after a long pause, inquired, "Wait a minute, where's your little buddy? Too small to have developed yet? How dare you presume to know my gender?" The blood demon ancestor fumed, hastily covering himself, his youthful face flushed with embarrassment. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Put some clothes on." Yi Chen shot her a glare before tossing her a long robe. "Yi Chen, you can't keep this under control any longer, hurry up and contain this demonic heart. You, hurry up and contain this demonic heart." Yi Chen turned to the blood demon ancestor, chiding her. This child was birthed from the demonic heart and surely had a means of resolution. "I refuse, you bite me," the blood demon ancestor retorted angrily, turning her head away. "Old man, what do we do if she won't help?" Yi Chen lamented, unsure of how to coax her since he hadn't brought any sweets. "Isn't the slaying heaven sword at your side? Can't you sever this demonic heart?" The celestial emperor of slaying heaven was exasperated. The outside world was undoubtedly being inundated with demonic energy, yet this fool remained oblivious. "Right." Yi Chen smacked his forehead, having forgotten the slaying heaven sword. This was the perfect opportunity to test the slaying heaven sword technique. The blood demon ancestor chuckled disdainfully. "This demonic heart is the culmination of my lifetime's cultivation. While its offensive power may be relatively average, its defensive capabilities could withstand 2 celestial emperors attempting to breach it. Though Yi Chen's body is peculiar, I do not believe he possesses the ability to penetrate the demonic heart." Yi Chen slowly gripped the slaying heaven sword, his mind racing back to that day in his dreams when he learned the slaying heaven sword technique. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he softly proclaimed, "Slaying heaven sword technique, open mountain." Chapter 59. Striving forward as the words fell, Yi Chen unleashed a sword strike. The expression of the blood demon ancestor, who had been eagerly anticipating the spectacle, instantly froze as she sensed the terrifying power contained within. "What the hell?" The heavenly execution emperor, standing anxiously outside the demon heart, suddenly felt a wave of horrific energy rushing towards him, causing him to shudder and hastily evade. A nearly indistinguishable purple light shot forth from the heart of the demon. Wherever the sword's radiance passed, the demonic energy dissipated, the earth melted away, an unstoppable force. Only by reaching such a realm can one truly comprehend its terrifying essence. That sword light was imbued with the essence of the Tao, as if it were the very suppression of heaven and earth. By the heavens! The heavenly execution emperor felt his scalp tingle, coldly gazing at that fearsome sword light, unable to utter more than a mere exclamation. In the great Yen imperial city, the Ba army, having absorbed the demonic energy, had already entered the late stage of the out-of-body realm, and was even stronger than the previous demoness. Such pure demonic energy was exceedingly rare, even within the demon domain. Gazing at the sky filled with demonic energy, the Ba army smacked his lips greedily, feeling that what he had previously absorbed was but a drop in the ocean. If he could absorb all the demonic energy present, not only could he contend with the first holy envoy, but even the devourer of heaven demon lord would be no match for him. However, such thoughts were quickly suppressed. There were more pressing matters at hand. Casting a glance at the severely injured Yu Qingying and the others, the Ba army momentarily ignored them and turned towards the great Yen imperial tomb. Demonic energy could be absorbed at any time, but completing the tasks for the devourer of heaven demon lord was of utmost importance. Realizing the Ba army's intentions, Yu Qingying gritted her silver teeth, once again raising her sword and stepping forward to block his path. "Those who trespass into the imperial tomb shall die." "Ha!" The Ba army let out a cold laugh, casually striking out with a palm, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying might. A pure-blood demon who had reached the late stage of the out-of-body realm could easily obliterate even the initial stage of spirit-severing cultivators, let alone Yu Qingying. Before the palm imprint could touch her, she spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, crashing heavily before the imperial tomb, causing the massive mountain to crack under the impact. There was no turning back. Yu Qingying steeled her resolve and forcefully called upon the nine-tailed celestial fox. Instantly, her gaze began to shift, and within moments, her expression had transformed entirely, her aura surging dramatically. Yu Qingying gazed up at the heavens with a deep sigh, realizing that she had no choice but to act, even if discovered by others. If she were to perish, so too would the nine-tailed celestial fox. With that, she turned her cold gaze towards the Ba army, her eyes filled with chilling intent. For some inexplicable reason, upon feeling that gaze, the Ba army trembled as though being targeted by some horrific entity. "By using this power, I shall enter a slumber to restore my demon soul. Before my recovery, you must not perish." After saying this, Yu Qingying extended her delicate hand, a pink light beginning to manifest. At that moment, the nine-tailed celestial fox's expression changed dramatically, hastily employing its speed to evade. In the next instant, a fine purple light shot up from the ground, instantly cleaving the stunned Ba army in two, along with annihilating the terrifying demonic clouds that enveloped the entire great Yen imperial city. "Damn it! I almost harmed you, you bastard." The nine-tailed celestial fox cursed as it gazed at the minute fisher. However, its expression soon improved. Regardless of the situation, it need not take action and had no fear of being discovered by others. The spirit then receded, allowing Yu Qingying to regain control of her body. Returning to her senses, Yu Qingying looked towards the source of the sword light, taking a deep breath. She had originally thought that her recent progress would allow her to slightly catch up to Yi Chen, but to her dismay, the chasm between them remained vast. After pondering for a moment, she chose not to wait for Yi Chen and instead headed back to the Great Yen Imperial City to clean up the aftermath. Below, Yi Chen wore a cheerful expression as he observed the dissipating demon heart, who said one cannot cultivate without spiritual roots. I can also succeed through the path of the sword. With a single strike, he shattered the demon heart. Though Yi Chen did not fully comprehend the implications of this act, it at least indicated that he had acquired combat prowess, no longer resembling the waste he once was. At the very least, he was now a contender. The Heavenly Execution Emperor grimaced in pain as he gazed at the cracks appearing on the Heavenly Execution Sword, which had accompanied him for many years and held great sentimental value. The meticulous effort he had invested over nearly a millennium to gather materials for this sword now seemed to be in vain, as it had merely sustained a fraction of that purple power to show signs of damage. Seeing that neither of them was paying attention to her, the blood demon ancestor resolved to make her escape. Yi Chen was far too terrifying. No one understood the demon heart better than she did. However, just as she took a few steps away, she was caught by Yi Chen. Where do you think you're going? Well, everything seems fine here, so I thought I could take my leave. The blood demon ancestor instinctively tried to assert her authority, but upon meeting Yi Chen's gaze, she swallowed her words. You're just a child, knowing nothing. Where do you think you're going? Come with me, and when you grow up, I'll let you leave. As a fine young man of the 21st century, Yi Chen would never abandon a child in need. This doesn't seem right. The blood demon ancestor's lips twitched, her mind racing with thoughts of refusal, yet she dared not voice them too bluntly. It's all right. Even if you could walk and talk right after birth, your brain seems to be a bit underdeveloped, but I won't discriminate against you. Come with me. With that, Yi Chen disregarded the blood demon ancestor's thoughts and simply took her along. The Heavenly Execution Emperor had no objections. In this world, only Yi Chen seemed capable of firmly suppressing this demonic embryo. Furthermore, the blood demon rebirth technique was something he could study as well. Perhaps he could indeed find a way to live a second life. As they departed the Imperial tomb, the sky had brightened considerably. Looking at the Great Yen Imperial City, which resembled a wasteland, Yi Chen's heart tightened. The sight before him was nothing but ruins. Oh no, what if it hasn't held? Yi Chen's heart raced. He had already delayed too long underground, and he still had trump cards yet to be used. He fervently hoped nothing had gone awry. In the next moment, Yi Chen hurriedly dashed towards the Great Yen Imperial City. Just a few steps out, he heard a familiar voice. Master, you're back. Yi Chen paused, turning to see Xiao Tian, grinning foolishly not far away, rushing over to nuzzle against him. What are you doing here? Yi Chen's expression darkened. Seeing Yi Chen's demeanor, Xiao Tian's heart sank. He wouldn't be blaming me for not helping out, would he? Did I miscalculate my presence? Feeling a tremor run through him, Xiao Tian stammered, Isn't it because the Empress has returned? I came to welcome you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen relaxed considerably, reflecting on the terrifying array from the previous night that the Empress had managed to resolve. The gap between himself and her had only widened. It seemed he still had much to strive for. Chapter 60 of the Everlasting Profound Spirit Fruit. With the fall of the Prince of Ning, the 17 feudal lords and the entire imperial court were thoroughly purged. Now, not only have the domains of the 18 lords reverted to the imperial family, but the officials, led by the prime minister, have also been completely cleansed. The power of the Wang family has surged, with Wang Tang not only bestowed the title of King of Liang but also granted a territory. The Shen Beast sect has also relocated to Tiandu City, where they guard the borders for the Deyan imperial family. Notably, on the day following the conclusion of the Prince of Ning's affairs, Jiufeng Mountain sent a letter of submission, vowing to never invade the Deyan dynasty again. Ordinary people merely perceived the defeat of the Prince of Ning in the struggle for the throne. However, the formidable forces of Jiufeng Mountain were acutely aware that, in that battle, the Deyan imperial family had slain 7 powerful beings at the out-of-body stage. Moreover, the final, awe-inspiring sword light was exceedingly terrifying. It is said that even those at the Spirit Division stage felt inadequate upon hearing the account of that day. The Deyan Imperial Tomb had once again become one of the most mysterious places in the entire eastern region. As half a month swiftly passed, with the assistance of numerous cultivators, the reconstruction of the Deyan Imperial City was nearly complete. Gradually, the ordinary people who had left the city began to return. Setting aside other matters, under the governance of Yu Qingying, the Deyan dynasty had indeed become the most suitable place for ordinary people to reside in the entire eastern region. Throughout this half-month, Yi Chen had remained in his chambers, frolicking with Xiao Tian during the day, and at night, he was engrossed in studying the sword technique of heaven severing. The immortal emperor of severing heaven was quite generous, imparting his knowledge to Yi Chen without reservation. However, the blood demon ancestor seemed somewhat out of place, seizing any opportunity to sneak away, yet he could never escape Xiao Tian's keen sense of smell. He would always be caught and brought back by Yi Chen shortly after his escape. As dusk approached, Yi Chen retrieved the ball from Xiao Tian's mouth, stretched lazily, and then called for Xiao Bai, the name he had given to the blood demon ancestor. This name was chosen because Xiao Bai had been plump and white upon birth. Initially, Yi Chen intended to call him Little Fatty, but after strong protests from the blood demon ancestor, it was changed to Xiao Bai. What do you want? I have no intention of dealing with you. Xiao Bai glared at Yi Chen with a grudge, not because Yi Chen bullied him, but because this fellow insisted on giving him baths every day. Although this body resembled that of a 3 or 4-year-old child, the spirit within was that of an ancient stone woman who had lived for thousands of years. Old lady, who do you think you are calling old lady? Have you asked for a beating? Yi Chen shot her a glare, causing Xiao Bai to quickly cover her rear and retreat, as the painful lessons of the past half-month had ingrained a reflex in her.
GG, I didn't mean it that way.
Yi Chen only felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, a chill running down his spine. He was disgusted by her antics. Before he could finish his thought, Qinger rushed in, exclaiming, "Not good, Yi Chen. Something has happened to His Majesty. I was sent to call you."
"What happened? Hurry, lead the way."
Yi Chen's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly urged Qinger to guide him, with Xiao Bai following suit, knowing there was no escaping the situation.
"I don't know.
It was my sister who informed me and asked me to bring the Firelin beast. They are all in the Zicheng Hall now." Yi Chen's face grew even graver. This was a significant matter, as Yan Hongshuan would not have instructed Qinger to bring the Firelin beast otherwise. At this moment, inside the Zicheng Hall, Yu Qingying sat upon the throne, flanked by Bai Yao, Yan Hongshuan, and Mei Ji. However, due to her recent transition in cultivating spiritual energy, Mei Ji had yet to fully recover her strength, barely reaching the later stage of the nascent soul. The expressions of the four were grave as they turned their gazes toward the figure in the center of the hall.
"Jian Kuang, Ji Wuming, are you suggesting that I release the Prince of Ning?"
Yu Qingying regarded Ji Wuming, her voice frigid and devoid of emotion. The Prince of Ning had not been executed, rather, he was imprisoned in the imperial dungeons, with plans to deal with him after the reconstruction was completed, yet, unexpectedly, Jian Kuang had come knocking. Just moments ago, after a brief encounter, Yu Qingying and Ji Wuming had initiated a fundamental probe, and it became apparent to Yu Qingying that this individual posed a significant threat to her.
"Indeed, I implore the Empress to grant me this favor,"
Ji Wuming said with a bitter smile. On that day, he had single-handedly faced 5 powerful beings at the out-of-body stage. Although he had managed to hold them off, he had sustained severe injuries and had only just recovered after half a month before seeking out the Prince of Ning. After all, the prince had promised him something that remained unfulfilled.
"If I do not wish to grant this favor?"
Yu Qingying tapped her fingers on the dragon throne, her tone icy and devoid of any warmth. The three beside her immediately summoned their internal spiritual energy, ready to charge forward at her command, even if the opponent was Jian Kuang. "Then do not blame me for being impolite." A hint of resignation flashed across Ji Wuming's face as he summoned the half-broken sword into his hand, an overwhelming sense of disdain for the world sweeping over the four of them. Yu Qingying snorted coldly, rising from her throne with a clap, and the golden dragon, embodying the aura of imperial authority, materialized around her.
"Let us see how you intend to act impudently." At this tense moment, Qinger's voice rang out, "Master, what are you doing here?"
"Master?" Upon hearing this address, Yu Qingying froze, only to see Qinger bouncing over to Ji Wuming's side, causing the terrifying aura surrounding Ji Wuming to dissipate instantly. Though he had merely guided her for a night, Qinger had already regarded Ji Wuming as her master in her heart.
"What brings you here?" Ji Wuming asked in surprise upon seeing Qinger. "I am of the Yan family of the De Yan dynasty." "Master, did you come looking for me because you missed me?"
Qinger replied with a beaming smile. Ji Wuming sighed, glancing at Yu Qingying before sheathing the broken sword, for he had noticed Yi Chen's figure entering the hall.
"This matter cannot proceed today, Senior." Ji Wuming sighed, stepping respectfully toward Yi Chen.
Upon this utterance, Yu Qingying and the others were momentarily taken aback. Jian Kuang Ji Wuming, while possessing formidable strength that commanded respect from many, was revered by those who admired his indomitable spirit and audacious demeanor. Yet here he was, bowing to Yi Chen. Why Yi Chen was equally stunned. After a moment of careful observation, he finally recognized the old beggar, his brow furrowed slightly as he asked, "What brings you here?" Unlike previous encounters, Yi Chen now spoke with a tone of firmness, for the De Yan Empress was present. "I have come to find the Prince of Ning, as he has yet to fulfill a promise he made to me.
However, since a senior is here, let this matter rest."
Ji Wuming sighed, his face aged considerably, and he turned to leave.
"Wait, what did the Prince of Ning promise you? If possible, I can assist in fulfilling it." Yu Qingying interjected. "That would be Ji Wuming. If he could be brought under our banner, it would bring countless benefits to De Yan. The everlasting profound spirit fruit." After a moment of hesitation, Ji Wuming finally spoke. Chapter 61. The contemporary Su Xian. Upon hearing this revelation, every individual present could not help but furrow their brows, with the exception of Yi Chen, who appeared somewhat perplexed. In terms of rarity, the Shengsheng Shenyuan fruit was indeed precious, comparable even to the inner cores of beasts at the out-of-body stage. However, this item was exceedingly impractical. It bore almost no significance for cultivators. It merely extended one's lifespan by 3 years, yet this extension was relevant only to mortals. Moreover, as a cultivator's realm advanced, this duration would continually diminish, rendering it nearly ineffective post-Yuan stage. Coupled with its scarcity, those who could afford it had no need for it, while those who could not afford it were left questioning how a mortal could purchase a treasure of cultivation. "What is your intention for acquiring the Shengsheng Shenyuan fruit, if I may inquire?" Yu Qingying asked. Not only Yu Qingying, but all present, excluding Yi Chen, turned their attention towards Ji Wuming. What purpose could a peak swordsman of the out-of-body stage have for such a trinket? Ji Wuming glanced at Yu Qingying, pressed his lips together, and surveyed the others around him. "Fear not, esteemed sir, all present are trustworthy individuals. Speak freely," Yu Qingying reassured him, seemingly sensing Ji Wuming's hesitance. After a prolonged silence, Ji Wuming let out a deep sigh and spoke, "To be candid, I have a daughter who is the offspring of a union with a demon." As his words fell, it resonated like thunder in the minds of all present. Only Yi Chen looked on with admiration, exclaiming internally, the contemporary Su Xian, my brother is impressive. Yet, Yi Chen understood the implications. Unlike modern novels and television, in the realm of Xianwu, intermarriage between humans and demons was forbidden, lest one face the wrath of cosmic law. Even if a demon could take on a human form, fundamentally, demons remained demons, and humans remained humans. Despite their ability to assume human shape, their physiological structures were fundamentally different. Offspring born from such unions not only lacked the ability to cultivate but were also prone to premature death, seldom surviving beyond 5 years unless the demon had ascended to the rank of a demon immortal, capable of concealing the heavenly secrets from the very onset of gestation.
So, you wish to utilize the Shangsheng Xianyuan fruit to prolong your daughter's life? Yu Qingying ventured. Forgive my frankness. It is likely to be futile.
I am aware, yet I cannot bear to witness her demise, Ji Wuming replied, his face etched with sorrow, as if he were no longer the sword madman but a father desperately seeking to save his daughter.
Very well.
Bring your daughter to me, and I shall assist you, Yu Qingying sighed, offering her help.
Agreed. Ji Wuming nodded solemnly, though his true aim lay not with Yu Qingying's promise but with Yi Chen.
He understood the terrifying prowess Yi Chen possessed. Such a miraculous endeavor might not be beyond the realm of possibility. With that, Ji Wuming transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Congratulations, another formidable general has joined your ranks, Yi Chen remarked, looking at Yu Qingying, relieved to set aside his earlier concerns. His reverence for Yu Qingying had waned, allowing him to greet her as he would a friend, at least in the presence of their allies. Yu Qingying smiled gently, aware that Ji Wuming sought Yi Chen's assistance. She then turned her gaze towards the small white figure beside Yi Chen, remarking, it is fortuitous that she has arrived, she will have a companion in Xiao Bai. Having already shared Xiao Bai's background with Yu Qingying, Yi Chen knew she bore no objections, recognizing that all decisions he made were imbued with significance.
Who are you calling Xiao Bai? Be wary of my ancestor's wrath.
Xiao Bai glared fiercely at Yu Qingying, her diminutive form exuding a fierce demeanor that elicited laughter from the crowd. Even Yu Qingying could not help but smile, unfazed by the apparent slight.
What is so amusing?
Xiao Bai retorted, I shall strike you all. As her words echoed, the laughter only intensified, save for Meiji, who dared not join in, feeling an inexplicable pressure emanating from Xiao Bai, a tremor that resonated deep within her bloodline. After several unsuccessful warnings, Xiao Bai's expression soured, and she thought to herself that had Yi Chen not been present, these people would have met their end. She then spotted Meiji beside Yu Qingying, raised an eyebrow, and pointed, declaring, the ancestor commands her to serve me.
Yu Qingying did not oppose this, merely inquiring about Meiji's own opinion.
Since Meiji was now cultivating spiritual energy, she had intended for her to seek guidance from Yi Chen. Xiao Bai's intervention, however, alleviated any potential complications. Why Yi Chen was indifferent, the girl was quite spirited, and having someone to guide her would be beneficial. After exchanging a few more words, Yi Chen took his leave, accompanied by Dehei and Xiao Bai, as the Empress and her companions deliberated over state affairs, a matter in which he had no desire to partake. Upon returning to his quarters, Yi Chen let loose with Dehei, leaving Meiji and Xiao Bai behind.
You, a proud member of the demon clan, willingly stoop to being a lapdog for the human cultivators?
What a disgrace! Xiao Bai scoffed after Yi Chen departed, fixing her gaze on Meiji. Meiji trembled, her legs giving way as she knelt, quaking with fear. May I inquire who you are?
I am the blood demon ancestor.
Xiao Bai proclaimed, lifting her chin in pride. Upon hearing this title, Meiji's complexion turned even paler. In the demon domain, numerous clans existed, yet the most formidable were three: the blood demons, the sky demons, and the spirit demons. In terms of clan power, the swallowing demon sovereign's lineage did not even merit the shoes of the blood demon clan, let alone the charmed demon clan. Had it not been for their allure, the charmed demons would have been utterly exterminated long ago. Meiji had encountered the ancestor before. She bowed deeply to Xiao Bai, her body trembling uncontrollably.
Humph, as a member of the demon clan, you lack even the most basic sense of dignity, forsaking even your demonic aura. To allow you to linger in this world is a disgrace to the demon clan.
Xiao Bai exclaimed with indignation, her desire to retaliate tempered only by the knowledge that Yi Chen might be nearby. Meiji acknowledged her faults, lowering her head, her heart heavy with despair, lamenting that danger seemed to lurk around every corner.
I shall tell you this, as a member of the demon clan, you must possess fortitude. Even if the sky were to fall, you must stand tall. A proud demon clan member cannot be devoid of spirit. Do not dare to claim your heritage if you lack any semblance of bloodline pride. You bring shame upon us.
Xiao Bai declared with gritted teeth. Meiji nodded fervently, not daring to dissent. Having delivered her reprimand, Xiao Bai felt a wave of relief wash over her, just as Yi Chen returned with the exuberant Dehei.
Upon witnessing Meiji's chastised demeanor, Yi Chen's expression darkened. What are you two up to?
This little girl lacks understanding, so I, the ancestor, am teaching her how to conduct herself. Xiao Bai retorted nonchalantly.
Seeing Meiji's silent submission, Yi Chen seized Xiao Bai, placing her on his lap. Hey, what are you doing?
Xiao Bai squealed, struggling in vain against Yi Chen's grasped smack.
You are the ancestor, are you? Smack. And this little girl is a handful? Smack. Teaching her how to behave, are we? Brother, I was wrong. Please, don't hit me, I understand now. As this unfolded, Meiji's lips twitched in silent amusement. What happened to your supposed spirit?
Chapter 62. The Dragon Maiden. The final outcome was determined by the incessant coaxing of Xiao Bai, which rendered Yi Chen unable to continue his actions. Meiji stood to the side, her heart filled with exclamations of disbelief, unable to bear the sight. Xiaobai, clutching her backside, her cheeks flushed, gazed at Yi Chen with a look of deep resentment, as if he had committed some heinous act deserving of universal condemnation. Perhaps you should find time to begin cultivating your spiritual energy, Yi Chen suggested, looking at Xiaobai. This child, born from the depths of the demonic heart, undoubtedly possessed extraordinary talent. Her early growth would be beneficial for the Great Yan Empire. He had lingered here long enough, and given the significant events unfolding in the Great Yan Imperial City, the absence of Xiao Lingzi weighed heavily on his heart, filling him with an ominous premonition that perhaps Xiao Lingzi had met a tragic fate. Xiaobai disdainfully pouted, initially intending to scoff at the notion of spiritual energy being a lowly power. However, as if struck by a sudden realization, she glanced at Meiji, seemingly pondering something profound. Could the rumors possibly be true? A few days later, Ji Wuming arrived at the palace with a frail young girl by his side, whose appearance was similar in age to Xiaobai. She bore an exquisite beauty but followed Ji Wuming cautiously, her head peeking out curiously to survey her surroundings. This was her first time leaving the secluded valley since her birth and her first encounter with anyone other than Ji Wuming. Ji Tingting's complexion was deathly pale, her eyes vacant, and her breath faint, as if she were on the brink of death. Upon seeing Ji Tingting's state, Yu Qingying felt a pang of compassion and promptly advised Ji Wuming, "You should go directly to Yi Chen.
I hope he can find a solution."
Yu Qingying was a perceptive individual, fully aware that Ji Wuming's intentions were directed towards Yi Chen. Ji Wuming smiled awkwardly, carefully lifting Ji Tingting and making his way to Yi Chen's quarters. Inside the courtyard, Yi Chen was engaged in emotional exchanges with Xiaobai, while Xiao Tian lounged lazily nearby, basking in the sun and yawning, occasionally wagging his tail. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked past. Xiao Tian's heart jolted as he recognized Ji Wuming's arrival and relaxed his guard, regarding Ji Tingting with a peculiar expression. Upon noticing Xiaobai standing against the wall, Ji Tingting, perhaps recognizing a peer, gained some courage and timidly approached. "What are you doing here?" she inquired. Xiaobai, already in a foul mood due to her punishment, turned to respond in anger but paused upon seeing the young girl, scrutinizing her with a peculiar gaze before casting a deep look at Ji Wuming. "I'm not doing anything, just being punished by a scoundrel and standing here," Xiaobai retorted. "Scoundrel? What is that? Is it a turtle's egg?" Ji Tingting asked, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. "You're still young, let me teach you. Scoundrel is actually a compliment, you know?" Xiaobai said earnestly. "Alright, thank you, big sister. You truly are a good scoundrel." Ji Tingting laughed. Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly, while Meiji nearly burst into laughter at the exchange. "This is what they call shooting oneself in the foot." Demon King, is the elder present?" Ji Wuming asked humbly as he approached Xiao Tian. Even though Xiao Tian was not his match, Ji Wuming was cautious not to be overly presumptuous in front of him. Xiao Tian lifted his head to glance at Ji Wuming, a broad grin spreading across his face as if he were enjoying himself immensely. "Buddy, be honest with me. Did you manage to deceive the dragon maiden into your grasp? This little girl radiates dragon might." Ji Wuming's expression changed, and after a long pause, he nodded. "You truly are bold, you dare to toy with the dragon clan. You really have no fear of death." Xiao Tian praised, giving a thumbs up before adding, "The master is inside, busy with food preparations. You can take her in, but I warn you, do not involve the master in your troubles. The dragon clan places immense value on their bloodline. If Yi Chen truly possesses the means to save this little girl, the news will undoubtedly lead to relentless pursuits from the dragon clan." "Rest assured, I understand," Ji Wuming reassured, then pulled Ji Tingting, who was chattering with Xiaobai, into the inner chambers. Watching the two enter, Xiaobai smirked, remarking, "How intriguing, this little girl carries the scent of the ancestral dragon. No wonder that scoundrel wouldn't let me eat." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian, who had just been about to settle down, shivered at the mention of the ancestral dragon. Inside the room, Ji Wuming found Yi Chen indulging in a sumptuous feast, with a toppled bowl nearby. Earlier, Xiaobai's reckless eating had caused the bowl to fall, leading Yi Chen to expel her in frustration. "Ah, you really came at the scent of the food. Come, try this. Today's meat is delicious, rich yet not greasy." Yi Chen greeted warmly upon seeing Ji Wuming upholding the tradition of hospitality. He was too lazy to quibble over details. However, seeing Yi Chen's demeanor, Ji Wuming swallowed the words he had intended to speak. "What is this? Hurry up and eat before it gets cold." Unable to refuse, Ji Wuming and Ji Tingting sat down. Being a child, Ji Tingting could not resist the enticing aroma, carefully taking a piece. Ji Wuming attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Ji Tingting seemed to have flipped a switch, devouring the food with abandon, her previously pale complexion gradually regaining color. Seeing Ji Tingting in such a state left Ji Wuming momentarily stunned. Since her birth, he had never seen her look so vibrant. He then joined in, taking a piece for himself. As he bit into it, a surge of immense spiritual energy rushed towards his dantian, causing the nascent soul within to widen its eyes, greedily absorbing the energy. "What kind of meat is this?" Yi Chen observed Ji Tingting, who was completely ignoring Ji Wuming, his eye twitching at the sight of the small girl consuming so voraciously. "This is a piece of meat I unearthed from the treasure vault of the celestial slaughter. There's only this one piece. I intended to savor it, and now this little girl has devoured nearly all of it." Noticing that Yi Chen was not responding, Ji Wuming looked back into the pot. To his shock, he realized that what lay within was not mere food but a collection of rare herbs. The seemingly green vegetables were 6th-grade spiritual herbs, the spirit heart lotus. The radish-like items were 7th grade spiritual herbs, the white jade spirit stem, and those floating bamboo shoots were clearly 9-joint green bamboo. Good heavens, the contents of this pot would be enough to turn the entire eastern region upside down. Hey, you two, don't go overboard. Leave some for me. Chapter 63 The Purple Mansion of the Northern Domain. After finishing a meal, Yichen gazed in silence at the father and daughter before him, both resembling famished spirits returned from the grave. Ji Wuming was somewhat better, although he had eaten a bit more than usual. He declared midway that he could consume no more. The most outrageous was the little girl, who not only finished her soup but exhibited not the slightest sign of fullness in her petite belly. Were it not for her delicate and charming appearance, Yichen might have suspected her to be a reincarnation of a glutton, which was rather alarming. Observing the disarray on the dining table, Ji Wuming felt a twinge of embarrassment and opened his mouth to apologize, only to be hastily ushered out by Yichen, who wore a dark expression. He insisted that they refrain from returning for the time being. Although the heavenly treasure vault contained a considerable supply of meat, it could hardly withstand such a consumption rate. Ji Wuming stood outside the door, his face a mask of bitterness, casting a fierce glare at Ji Tingting, blaming her insatiable appetite. Ji Tingting lowered her head, appearing wronged and pitiful, evoking a sense of tenderness. Oh dear, why are you bullying a child? Xiao Tian approached with an irritable demeanor, casting a discontented look at Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming then recounted the earlier events to Xiao Tian. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian erupted into laughter, scrutinizing Ji Tingting from head to toe, surprised by her remarkable capacity for food. However, despite his astonishment, he remarked to Ji Wuming, "Did you not notice that Tingting's complexion has greatly improved?" Ji Wuming was taken aback, only then realizing that Ji Tingting's face had taken on a rosy hue, and her breathing had become more robust, quite unlike her previous frail appearance. "Oh you, what can I say about you? The master has already instructed you not to come for the time being. He must have resolved the issue. You can return if Tingting shows any signs of distress again. Truly, you are foolish." Xiao Tian teased. Ji Wuming's face flushed crimson as he bowed deeply towards the sleeping quarters, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Who could have anticipated that the renowned sword madman would shed tears? Seeing this, Ji Tingting hurriedly embraced Ji Wuming, repeatedly apologizing, believing she had upset her father. "Tingting knows she was wrong. Please don't be angry, father. I won't eat so much anymore. Tingting is good." "Father is not angry, but rather pleased that you can finally behave like a normal child," he replied. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Tian felt a pang of sorrow, reminiscing about his own father, who was nowhere to be found, leaving him to navigate his own hardships. "Ah, my dear friend, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. While those spiritual herbs may have temporarily sustained her, you must expedite her cultivation. Ideally, she should practice a technique akin to that of the demon clan. As for which clan, I trust you are aware," remarked Xiao Bai, observing the weeping father and daughter. Ji Wuming nodded vigorously, confident in his reputation as the sword madman. If he could not procure the cultivation methods of the ancestor dragon, surely he could acquire those of the earth dragon? Xiao Bai nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, retreating into contemplation while muttering under his breath, seemingly cursing someone. Following the upheaval in the Great Yan dynasty, the eastern domain experienced a brief period of tranquility. However, the demonic energy that had been released that day drew the attention of several other regions, particularly the northern domain. When the devouring demon lord invaded years ago, it was the northern domain that suffered the most. Not only did many top experts perish at his hands, but numerous treasures from the northern domain were also plundered by him. During the eastern domain's battle, many who sealed the demon lord paid the ultimate price with their lives, leaving the location of the seal shrouded in mystery. Over the years, many sects and families in the northern domain have sought to locate the seal of the devouring demon lord. Their motives were twofold: to seek an opportunity to slay the demon lord and to reclaim the treasures that had been taken from the northern domain. The Divine Sword sect was among these factions. In recent days, Yang Yuan had been surveying the area surrounding the Great Yan Imperial City, convinced that the overwhelming demonic energy had a source, most likely linked to the devouring demon lord. At this moment, Yang Yuan harbored deep suspicions that the seal of the devouring demon lord lay within the Great Yan Imperial City. Otherwise, the sudden rise of the Great Yan dynasty would be utterly inexplicable. Yet, suspicion alone was insufficient. As a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, he lacked the courage to infiltrate the Great Yan Imperial Palace. Just when he felt utterly helpless, a streak of light flashed across the sky. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the emblem of the Purple Mansion on the attire of the figure. Yang Yuan's gaze sharpened. The Purple Mansion was a formidable force within the northern domain, far surpassing the Divine Sword sect in strength, rumored to house peak experts in the integration stage. Xia Liang, a disciple of the third mansion of the northern domain, has arrived at the Great Yan dynasty. "Where is the Empress of the Great Yan? Come forth to greet me," Xia Liang declared haughtily, hovering over the Great Yan Imperial City, his voice imbued with spiritual energy resonating throughout the city. Many frowned slightly, but upon realizing that Xia Liang was merely a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, they scoffed. Were it not for the incident involving Prince Ning, the arrival of a late-stage nascent soul would have sparked their panic. However, now that the Empress alone could slay experts in the out-of-body stage, a mere late-stage nascent soul posed little threat. Moreover, the Great Yan Imperial City was home not only to those from the eastern domain. Aside from Yang Yuan of the Divine Sword sect, numerous forces from the northern domain were also present. Observing Xia Liang's behavior, they could not help but chuckle, thinking he was mistaken if he believed this was the northern domain. He would soon regret his arrogance. Sure enough, as these thoughts crossed their minds, a flash of light illuminated the Great Yan Imperial City, revealing Qinger, dressed in green, who had been appointed as the commander of the Imperial City Guards, responsible for maintaining security in the Great Yan Imperial City. Xia Liang's actions had naturally drawn Qinger out to confront him. In the Great Yin Imperial City, flying is prohibited for cultivators. Descend. Xinger commanded coldly, her expression unfriendly. Xia Liang's countenance shifted. As a disciple of the Purple Mansion, he was revered in the Northern Domain, and especially in this desolate Eastern Domain, where he had always commanded respect. How dare you speak to me like that? I am a member of the Purple Mansion, he retorted, his face darkening. I care not for your Purple Mansion or any other faction. Upon entering the Great Yin Dynasty, you must abide by its rules. If you do not descend, I shall personally ensure you do. Xinger replied dismissively. Ha, in this backward place, you truly think highly of yourself. Before I take action, hurry and summon your Empress to greet me. Xia Liang sneered angrily, utterly unconcerned. Below in the Imperial City, many gazes turned toward the unfolding confrontation, eager to witness how the Great Yin Dynasty would respond to this provocation should this matter be brushed aside, or if the Great Yin Dynasty showed any sign of weakness, the Northern Domain factions would undoubtedly swarm in. Yet Xinger merely scoffed, drawing her Qingfeng sword, and glared at Xia Liang, enunciating each word with precision. Get down, now. Chapter 64 The three-character classic awakens the Great Dao runes. As the words fell, Su Liang's countenance turned a shade of iron, having been dispatched by the Purple Mansion to the Eastern Domain. This was the first time he had been so harshly reprimanded. What was more, it was by a mere late-stage golden core cultivator. How could he possibly endure such humiliation? In the next moment, Su Liang unleashed his attack, striking out with a palm towards Xinger, revealing the full force of his late-stage nascent soul power. Xinger's expression shifted dramatically as she formed seals with her hands. Boundless flames converged behind her, manifesting as the form of a fire qilin beast. The fire qilin, upon its appearance, let out a cold huff and effortlessly dispersed the palm strike, then coldly fixed its gaze upon Su Liang. Su Liang instinctively drew a sharp breath, utterly astonished that this late-stage golden core cultivator possessed a pet of the out-of-body stage. His expression fluctuated wildly before he finally managed to speak. Our mansion lord is a peerless master of the integration stage. According to the laws of the Great Yin, anyone who strikes without cause within the Imperial City shall be executed without mercy. Xinger's voice was devoid of any emotional inflection. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's face paled, and he turned to flee. However, the surrounding space was instantaneously sealed by the fire qilin, and he was soon engulfed in a blaze, reduced to ashes without a trace. After completing this, Xinger cast a cold glance around the area. The various sect members from the Northern Domain, fully aware of the implications, immediately clasped their hands in apology and wiped the cold sweat from their brows. The Great Yin truly was formidable. They meant what they said. It was hard to tell whether they were bold or reckless. Consequently, all present resolved to report the incident back to their sects, urging the Purple Mansion to send someone to take the fall for this. In the heart-nourishing palace, Yu Qingying rubbed her temples. Having recently undergone a change in officials, she still needed to personally handle some matters, leaving her rather frazzled during this period. Before long, Xinger's figure appeared, and upon seeing Yu Qingying's weary demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. If you're tired, you should take a proper rest. It's alright. Once everything is back on track, it will ease up considerably. Have you finished handling the matters? Yes, there are indeed many unfamiliar faces in the Imperial City, but it should not be too tumultuous today. That's good. Hong Shuang has returned to the border, and Bai Yao has gone to recuperate. You've had a tough time these days. Yu Qingying affectionately ruffled Xinger's little head. It's not tough, it's my duty to alleviate His Majesty's burdens. However, has Sister Bai Yao really been gone for so long? Is she truly alright? Xinger asked with concern. Yu Qingying sighed, having previously told Bai Yao to allow Yi Chen to assist in healing her scars, but Bai Yao chose to evade the issue to avoid implicating them. It had been over half a month since her departure, and there had been no word. Not only Xinger, but Yu Qingying herself couldn't help but worry. In the past, given Bai Yao's mid-nascent soul cultivation, Yu Qingying would not have been concerned, but now many formidable masters had appeared in the Eastern Domain. After pondering for a while, Yu Qingying decided to leave the heart-nourishing palace and head to Yi Chen's residence. She still felt uneasy and wished to ask Yi Chen for assistance. Plus, Meiji had been with Yi Chen for quite some time, making it a good opportunity to check on her progress. Xiao Tian, where is Yi Chen? Just a few steps into Yi Chen's residence, Yu Qingying inquired of Xiao Tian, her gaze scanning the courtyard anxiously, not finding either Yi Chen or Meiji, which made her increasingly nervous. Oh, Master is inside teaching someone a lesson, Xiao Tian yawned, seemingly unconcerned. Yu Qingying felt a wave of relief wash over her and promptly pushed the door open to enter. Inside, Yi Chen was glaring furiously at the tearful Xiao Bai, fuming. I thought this little girl was a genius, but she's just a waste. After all this time, she still can't memorize the three-character classic. She's even more useless than I am. Noticing this, Yu Qingying tugged at the standing Meiji beside her and whispered, what happened? I don't know how to explain, Meiji replied helplessly. Why Yi Chen had been teaching Xiao Bai, and naturally, she was present, but the so-called three-character classic was proving to be quite a challenge. Listen well. I'll teach you again. Remember, at the beginning of man, nature is inherently good. Yi Chen's words fell with deliberate precision, and Yu Qingying's expression grew increasingly grave. And now that Yu Qingying had entered the out-of-body stage, she had also embarked on the path of royalty. Her sensitivity to the order of the heavens and earth was no longer comparable to before. As Yi Chen's voice resonated, she could distinctly sense the pressure within the room escalating. She even began to see chains of order manifesting continuously. However, for Xiao Bai, the scene was entirely different. As Yi Chen's words concluded, great Dao runes appeared around him. Did you remember? Yi Chen glared fiercely at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai managed a bitter smile. Not only did the scripture leave no imprint in her consciousness, even if she did memorize it, she wouldn't dare recite it. Yi Chen was a freak. She was not, although he was the reincarnation of the demon emperor, he still wielded great Dao runes. Yu Qingying felt a similar sensation, recalling the saying that celestial scriptures should not be transmitted beyond the ears. This meant that the scriptures of the immortals could not be heard by those outside their realm. Even if one did hear them, they could not retain them. This was because operating celestial scriptures required the use of celestial energy, which was on an entirely different plane from spiritual energy. It was only natural that one could not remember them. The disparity in power levels resulted in a dimensional strike, as evidenced by the contrast between demonic energy and spiritual energy. The eavesdropping Zhang Tianxiandi shared the same thoughts, believing that what Yi Chen spoke of was certainly beyond the realm of celestial scriptures. Looking at the dazed Xiao Bai, Yi Chen was utterly speechless. Sighing, he finally noticed Yu Qingying and immediately donned a cheerful expression. "What brings you here?" Xiao Bai shot him a scornful glance. With such a sycophantic demeanor, what made her inferior to him? Glancing at her petite form, she stomped her foot in frustration, thinking, "When I grow up, I'll captivate you." Zhang Tianxiandi shook his head repeatedly, unable to bear the sight any longer. I would like to ask you for a favor," Yu Qingying said, her cheeks flushing as she looked at Yi Chen, standing so close. "What is it?" "Bai Yao has been gone for quite some time, and I am worried something may have happened to her. Could you perhaps go and check on her?" "Is that all? Leave it to me." Yi Chen patted his chest confidently. "It's just finding someone. With Dehe's nose, there's no one we can't locate." "Then I shall entrust this to you." Yu Qingying exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted from her heart. She then departed with Meiji. Since Yi Chen intended to be away for a while, Meiji could return to lend a hand. As Yu Qingying's figure disappeared from sight, Yi Chen gradually retracted his smile, commanding, "Dehe, bring her back." Xiao Tian retorted, "What the hell? That wouldn't be good, would it? If I end up bringing her back, it'll look like you're taking credit for my efforts. That wouldn't reflect well on your image." "True, then let us go together. You lead the way." Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Behind them, Xiao Bai beamed with delight. Finally, the one who tormented her was leaving. "Why are you smiling? You're coming along too. You better carry your weight." Xiao Bai? Chapter 65. The wilderness forbidden zone in midair. Yi Chen reclined upon the skyslaying sword, soaring in a particular direction. The sword possessed a spirit of its own, requiring no guidance from Yi Chen, as the celestial emperor of skyslaying served as its driver. Xiao Tian stood between the blades, acting as the navigator. However, with each passing moment, Xiao Tian sensed an increasing unease. If they continued in this direction, they would likely reach the wilderness forbidden zone. Among the eastern territories, there existed 3 such forbidden areas, and the wilderness forbidden zone was one of them. Xiao Tian had previously attempted to enter but had felt himself locked onto by a formidable force, prompting a hasty retreat. What puzzled him now was why Bai Yao, a mere nascent soul cultivator, would venture into the wilderness forbidden zone. The celestial emperor of skyslaying gazed ahead at the increasingly familiar locale, albeit he chose not to delve deeper into the matter, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. After a while, Xiao Tian's breath caught in his throat as the sensation of being locked onto returned, and he realized they had entered the forbidden region. He then spoke, "Bai Yao's presence has vanished from this point onward." Yi Chen rose, scanning the ground below with a furrowed brow. What manner of place could this be in the eastern territories? Beneath him lay a desolate expanse, the earth cracked and broken, evoking a sense of decay. The oppressive atmosphere raised questions about the age of this forsaken land. "Hey! You up there, come down, are you seeking death?" Just as Yi Chen pondered, a sharp voice rang out from below. He turned to see several individuals standing on the ground, clad in identical attire, suggesting they hailed from the same faction. Yi Chen paused momentarily before allowing the skyslaying sword to descend, subsequently stowing it away. "Is this your first time here? You appear utterly oblivious to the rules," the leading man remarked, his brow knit in disapproval. Are there any particular customs here?" Yi Chen asked. Perplexed, the man, far from being irate, patiently began to elucidate. It turned out that an unwritten rule governed this place: the use of spiritual power was strictly forbidden. Failure to adhere would result in being targeted by terrifying entities. Upon hearing this explanation, Xiao Tian quickly retracted his outwardly radiating spiritual energy, and indeed, the feeling of being locked onto dissipated instantly. The man, known as Dong Jun, belonged to the Tianqi tribe, whose members had resided in this region for generations, never departing from the wilderness forbidden zone. Those who lived here did not cultivate spiritual energy. Instead, they followed a different path. Body refinement. For instance, Dong Jun possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds in a single arm, making him one of the foremost experts within the Tianqi tribe. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. The prohibition on spiritual energy suited him perfectly, as he possessed none to begin with, placing everyone on equal footing. In fact, those with profound cultivation might not even be his match. "By the way, brother, we are here searching for someone and are not familiar with the local customs. Would you be so kind as to guide us?" Yi Chen inquired with a grin. Dong Jun glanced at Yi Chen, noting the odd trio comprising a large man, a child, and a dog. "I'm afraid that's not possible. You know the elders have instructed caution regarding outsiders due to recent events at the Holy Mountain," another individual interjected before Dong Jun could respond. "That's alright, if they were truly those individuals, they wouldn't have taken to flying on swords, nor would they bring a child along." Dong Jun waved his hand dismissively and turned to Yi Chen. "You may follow us, but heed our instructions along the way. Yi Chen expressed his gratitude, though the other man let out a disgruntled grunt, his expression unwelcoming. However, with Dong Jun's words, he refrained from further protest. Xiaobai remained silent, scrutinizing the surroundings, occasionally frowning, evidently bewildered by the existence of such a place in the lower realms.
Brother, what is this holy mountain you speak of? Yi Chen asked during their journey. The holy mountain?
Truth be told, I'm not entirely sure myself. I've heard the elders of the tribe mention that great fortunes and grave terrors lie atop the holy mountain each year. When anomalies occur there, many outsiders attempt to ascend. Yet, none who enter ever return. Dong Jun shrugged nonchalantly. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Although he was unaware of the cultivation levels of those who ventured up the mountain, it was evident that they sought opportunities and were unlikely to be weak. Bai Yao might very well have gone to this so-called holy mountain. Excuse me, brother, where exactly is this holy mountain? The person we are searching for might be heading there, Yi Chen inquired.
Ha!
You, with your capabilities, wish to visit the holy mountain. I see you can still fly on a sword. While those who have gone to the holy mountain previously were true aerial cultivators, a scoffing voice interjected from beside Dong Jun. Dong Jun shot him a disapproving glare before clarifying, all who venture to the holy mountain first lodge in a small town. We are heading there now. The mists surrounding the holy mountain have yet to clear. If the person you seek aims for the holy mountain, they are likely still in that town.
Thank you, brother Dong.
Yi Chen exclaimed with a grin, his spirits lifted as he scooped up Xiaobai and cradled her in his arms. Xiaobai struggled momentarily but eventually settled comfortably against Yi Chen's shoulder. Days passed, and with the inability to fly, their pace slowed considerably, until they finally beheld the small town known as Buluo City. Throughout their journey, Yi Chen had conversed with Dong Jun, learning that Buluo City had not been constructed by the indigenous people but rather by outsiders, serving as a vast marketplace for trade.
Well, this is where we part ways.
We must take our leave, Dong Jun said, bowing slightly at the city gate. Yi Chen nodded appreciatively, offering his thanks without attempting to hold them back, as Dong Jun and his companions had come to Buluo City to attend to urgent matters regarding a group that had infiltrated their tribe and stolen something of great importance. Nonetheless, such matters mattered little to Yi Chen. He was solely focused on finding Bai Yao and returning to fulfill his obligations. Upon entering the city, Yi Chen observed vendors lining the streets, mostly congregated in groups, their gazes wary of those acting alone. He witnessed numerous individuals being dragged into alleys, their possessions ruthlessly plundered. Compared to the outside world, this place was evidently a lawless zone, might made right, and no matter how renowned or powerful one was outside, they were forced to abide by the rules here. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Yi Chen turned to see a man whose entire being was disintegrating in a bizarre manner, vanishing from sight within mere moments. TSK, 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 yet another who did not heed the warnings. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, and it dawned on Yi Chen that the unfortunate soul had invoked spiritual energy, thus attracting the attention of that sinister force.
Indeed, the terror was real. Dong Jun had spoken true. However, without spiritual energy himself, and accompanied by a demon dog, he could at least walk with a sense of confidence, knowing few would dare to provoke him. Chapter 66, The Breath of Resentment. It is well known that the physical form of demon beasts possesses remarkable strength. As a canine demon, the formidable Dahe is certainly far superior to an average human. The deeper one ventures, the livelier the city of Buluo becomes, with an increasing number of visible demon beasts, including the pets of cultivators and those capable of human speech. Regular visitors to Buluo are not fools. They either travel in large groups or bring along a demon pet. Before long, Yi Chen arrived at an inn, where he exchanged 10 low-grade spirit stones for a temporary stay for himself and his canine companion, as he sought traces of Bai Yao. Regarding the so-called sacred mountain, Yi Chen had no desire to venture there. Unfortunately, after 3 days of searching, he had explored every accessible location within Buluo City, yet still found no sign of Bai Yao. According to the information gathered over the past 2 days, many had already gone to the vicinity of the sacred mountain, waiting for the fog to dissipate. If Bai Yao was not in Buluo City, she was likely among those who had set out early. That night, as Yi Chen lay in bed contemplating whether to go to the sacred mountain, a sudden commotion erupted outside his window. Initially, he paid little mind to it, for such disturbances had become a common occurrence over the past few days. Tranquility was a rarity in Buluo City, with fatalities occurring daily. Bing Qian, you cannot escape. Upon hearing that familiar name, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, then hastily pushed open the window, only to behold a familiar figure before him. At that moment, Bing Qian's face was ashen, stained with blood, cradling a barely alive Cheng Wan bird, cornered by a group of attackers in an alley. How did this girl end up here? Dahe, go. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Xiao Tian. Without uttering a word, Xiao Tian leaped into action. Yan Changqing, I will eventually take your life. Bing Qian glared coldly at Yan Changqing. In the eastern region, there exist 2 sects specializing in beast taming of the Xian beast sect and the man beast sect, to which Yan Changqing belongs. The philosophical divide regarding beast taming between the two has led to ceaseless conflicts, rendering them arch enemies. The Xian beast sect advocates unity with demon pets, while the man beast sect focuses on subjugation. Take my life, you should first ensure your own survival before making such claims. My Golden Pang has long coveted your Qing Yuan bird. Yan Changqing cackled, his eyes greedily fixed on the creature in Bing Qian's arms. Such a rare demon beast, if consumed, would undoubtedly elevate his Golden Pang to the next level. You dare, when I return, I will inform my grandmother. Bing Qian retorted fiercely. Yan Changqing's gaze turned icy, then he chuckled, you're correct. Your Xian beast sect is now in league with the Dian Empire. If you manage to return, it would indeed pose a problem. Perhaps we should eliminate you altogether.
With that, Yan Changqing waved his hand, and the demon pets surrounding him lunged forward. However, before they could close the distance, a dark shadow swept past, and the next moment, all the demon pets were sent flying with a single swipe. If you wish to live, then leave. Xiao Tian cast a cold glance at the assailants, aware that engaging in slaughter might provoke an ominous energy. Xiao Tian the Demon King. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, Bing Qian exclaimed with delight, quickly scanning the surroundings as if searching for that presence. Hearing the title Demon King, Yan Changqing's expression shifted, darkening as he shot a glance at Bing Qian before turning to leave. Even without the use of spiritual power, a Demon King at the out-of-body stage possesses physical strength that far exceeds that of his companions. Before long, Xiao Tian brought Bing Qian before Yi Chen. What brings you here? Yi Chen inquired, frowning at Bing Qian. During this time, he had heard from Qing Air that Bing Qian's Qing Luan bird had resolved its issues with its origins, thanks to the assistance of the Firelin beast, and was now able to cultivate normally, spending her time in Tiandu City focused on her training. Senior, you may not be aware, but I heard that there are rare treasures erupting from the sacred mountain, and many have acquired them, Bing Qian stated. Heard? From whom? Yi Chen frowned, observing the comings and goings within Buluo City, a sense of conspiracy nagging at him. I'm not sure where the information originated, but I've heard there are numerous celestial treasures, so I came to try my luck. Bing Qian smiled as she spoke. Come with us, Yi Chen proposed after a moment of contemplation as he assessed Bing Qian. There was undoubtedly something amiss. One must wonder who would willingly share news of discovering a vast gold mine on the mountain. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to hoard such a fortune for oneself? Even if one lacked the ability to acquire it, seeking the assistance of others need not be broadcasted so widely. All right. Bing Qian nodded excitedly. Of the following day, at dawn, Yi Chen and his party set forth towards the sacred mountain. Compared to the previous day, the throngs heading to the mountain had multiplied, everyone maintaining a wary distance from one another, including Yan Changqing and his companions. Silence reigned among the crowd. Despite the numerous individuals, no one spoke, each gripping their weapons tightly, prepared to draw them at the slightest provocation. Yi Chen wished to remain uninvolved, thus quickened his pace. Soon, a towering mountain loomed before everyone, shrouded in an aura of desolation, devoid of vegetation, its lower slopes obscured by a thick green fog, rendering its true form invisible. The air was laden with a chilling essence, causing involuntary shivers. Little Bai perched on Yi Chen's shoulder, scrutinizing the sacred mountain. After a while, its expression shifted slightly. This green aura, it bears a striking resemblance to the breath of resentment. Breath of resentment? What is that? Yi Chen inquired. It is said that when a powerful being perishes, their soul may linger in other forms, and over time, the deceased body may gradually develop self-awareness. When this awareness becomes sufficiently potent, it emits the breath of resentment to prevent the soul from returning. You seem well informed. Of course, you must consider who I am. Noticing Yi Chen's frown deepening, Little Bai hastily continued, once ensnared by the breath of resentment, one becomes its slave for eternity. Only when one's cultivation surpasses it can the mark be shaken off. However, it is peculiar. The breath of resentment is not typically found congregated in a single location. Regardless, this is certainly not a good omen. We must find Bai Yao and depart swiftly. Yi Chen frowned, uncertain whether to trust Little Bai's words, but he sensed that this place was anything but peaceful. No sooner had he spoken than the ground trembled violently, and radiant lights erupted from the sacred mountain, followed by a continuous stream of treasures bursting forth from its summit. Chapter 67 The Spirit-Controlled Corpse Formation. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Bing Qian was poised to charge forward, only to be intercepted by Yi Chen, who swiftly pulled her back to a safer distance. Confusion clouded Bing Qian's gaze as she looked at Yi Chen, seemingly perplexed by his reluctance to seize the resources at hand. However, in the next moment, enlightenment dawned upon her. The area that had once appeared tranquil had transformed into a hellish battleground. Numerous exalted cultivators and formidable beasts, who had previously stood aloof, were now engaging in primal, savage combat. Blood was spilled in torrents, and anguished cries echoed throughout the air. TSK TSK TSK, and they always speak ill of the demons, Xiao Bai remarked with scorn as she observed the scene unfold. Bing Qian's face turned pale with terror. She had anticipated conflict but was wholly unprepared for the gruesome tableau before her. Wait a moment, master, these individuals seem to be under some form of control, Xiao Tian observed after a brief scrutiny. Yi Chen shook his head. Whether they were indeed controlled eluded him, yet he sensed an ominous aura permeating the surroundings. In the next instant, a resonant hum erupted, as the malevolent essence enveloping the sacred mountain appeared to come alive, descending upon the gathered crowd. The speed of its approach was alarming. Before Yi Chen and his companions could react, they found themselves ensnared within its grasp. Strangely, however, an invisible barrier seemed to ward off the malevolent essence from encroaching within several feet of Yi Chen. Xiao Bai was taken aback. According to ancient texts, such a malevolent essence was not known to shy away from anything. Yi Chen dismissed the anomaly, attributing it to the power of the eternal robe. What should we do now, master? Xiao Tian inquired, a hint of fear lacing his voice, as the ambience felt exceedingly peculiar. Let us proceed. What other choice do we have? Yi Chen replied tersely, his frustration evident at having stumbled into trouble while searching for someone. For now, they could only move forward cautiously. After wandering for a considerable time, the group found themselves disoriented, with anguished howls occasionally piercing the air. The scent of blood hung heavily, mingled with an unidentifiable chill. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed beyond the reach of the malevolent essence and stood at the foot of the towering sacred mountain. Turning back, They found their path had vanished without a trace. As Yi Chen contemplated whether to wait for the malevolent essence to dissipate, several figures emerged in the distance. The newcomers, upon noticing Yi Chen and his companions, fixated on them with steely gazes, drawing weapons from their waists. Yi Chen, however, was more intrigued by the individual at the center of the group. If memory served him correctly, this person was one of Dong Jun's subordinates, now inexplicably mingling with others. The individual also recognized Yi Chen, and a flicker of unease crossed his features as he murmured something inaudible. Suddenly, the leader of the group burst into derisive laughter, dismissing Yi Chen as merely a Foundation establishment cultivator daring to invade the Forbidden Wilds. "Ignore him, focus on the task at hand," he commanded, turning away to ascend the mountain. Before long, a throng of individuals appeared, mirroring the initial group's behavior as they cast a glance at Yi Chen and continued their ascent. Each of them bore peculiar objects, seemingly essential for traversing the malevolent essence.
Still no sign of Bai Yao? Yi Chen turned to Xiao Tian, seeking answers.
Xiao Tian shook his head regretfully. Since entering the forbidden area, there has been no trace of Bai Yao. "We shall ascend the mountain," Yi Chen concluded, taking a deep breath as he resolved to take the risk. Xiao Bai, too, was curious to uncover what lay atop the sacred mountain that could emanate such malevolent essence. The so-called sacred mountain appeared as desolate as it did from the outside. Rather than a majestic peak, it resembled a vast, chaotic heap of stones. After walking a short distance, they stumbled upon several corpses, their blood still fresh, suggesting they had succumbed to death not long ago. "Everyone, tread carefully," Yi Chen warned, his brow furrowed. Thankfully, the use of spiritual power was restricted here, otherwise, he would have retreated long ago. A peculiar mechanical sound echoed eerily, causing Yi Chen's expression to shift as he scanned the surroundings. From beneath the rubble, emaciated figures began to rise, encircling the group within moments. Xiao Tian was the first to charge, but within an instant, the once mighty Demon King was sent reeling, bloodied from the encounter. The sight of blood seemed to invigorate the withered figures, who quickened their pace towards the group. Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The scene mirrored those horrific zombie films from his past life. He kicked Xiao Tian in frustration. "Useless, let me handle this." Xiao Tian was at a loss for words. The corpses were as resilient as adamantine, and his fangs nearly shattered upon impact. Who could have anticipated such an overwhelming horde? Judging purely by physical might, these figures must have surpassed the spirit-severing stage, as only those at that level could achieve the fusion of soul and body, preparing for the tribulations of heaven. Thus, those above the spirit-severing stage were referred to as being in the fusion stage. Though this was a forbidden area, who would have imagined encountering such a multitude of withered corpses? It was uncertain if one could even gather so many fusion stage cultivators throughout the entirety of the Eastern Domain's ancient history. Yi Chen unsheathed the sword of sky-severing and charged at the horde of corpses. Despite the crack running along the blade, its might remained undiminished. In a breathtaking display, Yi Chen dispatched the seemingly invincible corpses with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. After all, the sword of sky-severing was still an artifact of celestial origin. Yet, Yi Chen remained oblivious to the true nature of these foes, attributing their downfall solely to Xiao Tian's incompetence. The sky-severing immortal emperor remained quietly nestled within the sword, his expression one of perplexity. This place felt oddly familiar, yet he could not pinpoint why. "Such a fine sword, may I wield it?" Xiao Bai exclaimed, having long coveted the blade after witnessing Yi Chen vanquish the corpses. "Get lost!" Yi Chen retorted brusquely, putting the sword away under Xiao Bai's envious gaze. "Senior, they are rising again." Bing Qian cried out in alarm, noticing that the corpses Yi Chen had felled were eerily writhing on the ground, soon regaining their feet. "These are not mere corpses. They must be puppets." Xiao Bai exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the puppet formation that utilized corpses. "But this is a formation from the demon realm, how could it manifest in this world?" "A formation? How do we break it?" Yi Chen asked, his brow furrowed in concentration. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Bai responded, "It won't be easy. From what I know, this formation is exceedingly complex. Unless we destroy the formation's core, these puppets will persist indefinitely, growing stronger each time, unless a blood sacrifice is made." Though Xiao Bai was the blood demon ancestor, she lacked expertise in formations. Yet, she understood that all demonic formations had a commonality. If enough sacrifices were made, a path to survival could be opened. "I am the least useful here, allow me to take the lead," Bing Qian declared, her resolve stealing as she bit down on her lip. Chapter 68 The compass breaks the formation. "What are you waiting for? Just find the way out," Yi Chen replied irritably. He had no intention of sacrificing others. Xiao Bai curled her lip, clearly thinking Yi Chen was boasting. The demon spirit controlling corpse formation was no trifling matter. This formation had a record of slaying half-step demon emperors. Although it was unclear why it only required the blood sacrifice of a few, this did not diminish the formation's significance. It was important to note that in the demon realm, once this formation was activated, it demanded the lives of hundreds of thousands of demon beings to be unraveled. "I advise you to obediently offer the blood sacrifice. This demon spirit controlling corpse formation is utterly unsolvable. Its exit is not located at a fixed point but rather requires one to proceed in a specific direction. However, once we enter this formation, our senses become obscured, rendering us incapable of discerning direction. If you don't believe me, take a look. Can you still find the path we took?" Xiao Bai said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen turned to look, and indeed, the surroundings had transformed into a uniform scene. There was no trace of their original path. Rather than a formation, it felt more like an illusion. Yi Chen's mouth twitched. Could it truly be unsolvable? Yet, he suddenly seemed to recall something and looked at Xiao Bai. "You said we just need to walk in one direction?"
That's right, but we entered through the dead end, so we must head in the opposite direction, Xiaobai replied.
That's manageable.
Yi Chen chuckled, brushing his hand over the storage ring, where a small disc appeared in his palm.
Big Black, if I'm not mistaken, this place is to the south of the Great Yin Dynasty, right?
Indeed, Xiao Tian replied, looking bewildered, unsure why Yi Chen had suddenly asked this. Yi Chen grinned, holding the disc aloft and then pointed decisively in a direction.
Hey, don't act recklessly, if you go the wrong way, you might really die. Xiaobai warned.
Rest assured, I won't be wrong.
Yi Chen declared, wielding the sky-slaying sword and sweeping through the area.
Although Xiaobai mentioned that these puppets would grow stronger, he felt no resistance, dispatching them one by one. Not before long, as the group prepared to take their next step, everything around them shifted, the puppets vanished, and two corpses that were not entirely lifeless lay just behind them. This indicated that they had not ventured far at all.
Wow, you actually managed to walk out.
Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment. She was aware of Yi Chen's formidable combat prowess but had never expected him to have insight into formations as well.
Impressive, isn't it?
All thanks to this. Yi Chen held up the small disc. Xiaobai, filled with excitement, rushed over and snatched the disc from Yi Chen's hand, examining it closely. It appeared quite ordinary, devoid of any spiritual energy or other powers, merely a tiny needle suspended within.
What kind of treasure is this?
This isn't a treasure. It's a compass. Yi Chen beamed. Originally, he had intended to create this for the Moonclear Shadows army, but upon reconsideration, he found it unnecessary. While ordinary soldiers sometimes needed to determine direction, those leading the troops surely had their skills. They could simply fly up and check without getting lost. Thus, he never distributed it, only to find it useful now. As for why Yi Chen possessed such a strong sense of direction, being able to discern that they entered through the northeastern dead end, it traced back to his days working in business. An illusion-based formation could obscure a cultivator's five senses, yet it was not constructed using the grand forces of heaven and earth, thus failing to alter the surrounding geography. Consequently, it could not affect the compass.
Wow! What a fantastic item, can you give it to me?
Xiaobai exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with desire. With this, most illusion formations would pose no threat.
Sure, why not? Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively.
It was merely a compass, after all. He had no qualms about making a few more. His gaze remained fixed on the two corpses. If this formation was designed to prevent ascension, why was it sufficient to sacrifice two individuals? This defied logic. However, Yi Chen did not delve further. His goal was to locate Bai Yao and depart swiftly. He was disinterested in the secrets of the Holy Mountain, feeling he lacked the ability to concern himself with them. Without further hesitation, Yi Chen and his companions left, unaware that the two corpses were gradually drying out, ultimately decaying completely throughout their journey. With the aid of the compass and Yi Chen's extraordinary sense of direction, the illusion formations posed no challenges. Moreover, the number of corpses they encountered continued to increase. Before long, they arrived at a vast platform halfway up the mountain. This platform was inscribed with numerous enigmatic runes, and all those who had ascended the mountain were now gathered here. Surrounding the platform were 14 stone pedestals, 12 of which already had individuals standing by them. Observing the patterns on the pedestals, they mirrored the peculiar items held by the people, resembling some form of key. Upon their arrival, all eyes turned toward Yi Chen and his companions. When they noticed that Yi Chen's group bore none of the special totems, disappointment washed over their faces. Just as Yi Chen and his companions were at a loss for what to do, a middle-aged man approached.
Excuse me, young brother, did you not obtain a totem?
Totem?
Yi Chen inquired, perplexed.
Precisely, this kind of totem, the man replied, shaking a uniquely shaped pendant in his hand. There are 14 tribes in the wilderness, each possessing a totem that serves as the key to unlock the secrets of the Holy Mountain.
Are you unaware of this?
Yi Chen shook his head. Reflecting on it, he realized that the item Dong Jun had mentioned is taken from the Tianqi tribe must have been this very totem. Given this, for safety's sake, young brother, you should accompany us. I am Xin Lang of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the man introduced himself with a confident smile.
We are here on a mission to investigate the wilderness.
The name Heavenly Dao Alliance resonated not only in the central region but throughout the entire immortal martial continent. Yi Chen regarded him thoughtfully. This was not the first time he had heard of this faction. Previously, the girl in Yunzhou City had also claimed to be from the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Remembering her fierce struggle against the evil cultivators, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. At the very least, from her actions, it seemed the Heavenly Dao Alliance was quite upright, and moreover, Bai Yao was not present on this platform. Seeing Yi Chen nod, a flicker of darkness crossed Xin Lang's eyes as he led the group to a stone pedestal. The others were equally enthusiastic, even Bing Qian's face turned red. Yi Chen, indifferent, soon mingled with them. Meanwhile, the onlookers exchanged knowing smirks, as if they were being regarded as cannon fodder, yet they laughed, truly oblivious.
By the way, Uncle Xin, if we don't gather all 14 totems, will we be unable to ascend the mountain?
Yi Chen asked, curious. It was strange. If the totems were essential for ascending, then where had Bai Yao gone? Chapter 69 of the Immortal Realm. Not quite. These 14 totem keys merely serve to unlock the secret realm of the sacred mountain. If one wishes to ascend, one may continue to climb. However, according to our investigations at the Heavenly Dao Alliance, it has been ascertained that without being tainted by that peculiar aura below, one cannot ascend. Only those who have been touched by that aura and yet retain their sanity may proceed. Alternatively, it is possible that only those who originally descended from the sacred mountain can make the ascent. Xin Lang, unreservedly, divulged all that he knew. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, setting aside the question of maintaining one's sanity. It is utterly unacceptable, as Xiaobai mentioned, that being tainted would result in the imposition of a mark.
As it stands, it appears that Bai Yao has either been affected by that aura or, indeed, originally descended from the sacred mountain. Comparatively, Yi Chen leans towards the latter possibility, for Bai Yao is undeniably a person of reason.
Is it possible for someone to descend from the sacred mountain? Yi Chen inquired.
Perhaps, but no one has ever witnessed it, Shenlang replied with a shrug. According to legend, those who descend from the sacred mountain are capable of wielding spiritual power in the wild forbidden zone. No one would be foolish enough to provoke them, unless they are seeking their own demise. Observing Yi Chen mingling with Shenlang's group, Xiaobai could not help but remark to Xiao Tian, "Do you think he has not noticed that these individuals harbor ulterior motives towards us?
What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Xiao Tian scoffed.
Me, afraid of this bunch of little brats? You're jesting. Xiaobai expressed her dissatisfaction. Rest assured, do not presume that the master is a virtuous being. This old six is more cunning than anyone. Xiao Tian yawned, having lost count of how many times he had been duped by Yi Chen.
Well, it seems you've been taken advantage of quite a bit.
Xiaobai chuckled. With him exploiting you so often, you must be seeking something from him.
Xiao Tian glanced at Xiaobai but remained silent.
As time passed, the other two individuals bearing totems ascended, and the 14 factions, in perfect harmony, arrived before their respective stone platforms. Placing the totems upon them, in the next moment, a radiant brilliance erupted, and 14 resplendent golden beams surged forth from the stone platforms, crafting a colossal rune in midair, resonating with the vast platform halfway up the mountain. Soon, a peculiar humming sound resonated, and the entire platform quaked violently, followed by a tearing sound as the space at its center was rent asunder, revealing a spatial passageway. This space was of a different nature than the spatial power wielded by those at the out-of-body stage. The spatial power of an out-of-body practitioner possesses the ability to shift within the same realm. For instance, they could tear through space on Blue Star to any location in the universe, yet they cannot traverse to other worlds or dimensions. The passageway before them, however, was not within the capabilities of an out-of-body cultivator. Only those at least at the land immortal realm, essentially above the fusion realm, could execute such a feat. As the passageway materialized, all present, save for Yi Chen and a few others, could not conceal their insatiable greed, yet none rushed forward at once. They were not foolish. Who knows what dangers lurk within that spatial passage? They had no intention of risking their lives unnecessarily. After a prolonged silence, someone could no longer contain their impatience and charged forward. The onlookers' expression shifted as they observed no immediate danger, prompting a rush into the passageway. Yi Chen and his companions were swept along with the tide into the spatial corridor. Instantly, Yi Chen felt a blinding light flash before him. When the brilliance faded, he found himself in an entirely different realm, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, the air rich with freshness, and the spiritual energy far more abundant than in the outside world. To describe it as a terrestrial paradise would not be an exaggeration. In this location, the spiritual energy was dense, and the audacious began to experiment with their spiritual powers. Indeed, in this place, the use of spiritual energy was unhindered. Immediately, many individuals smiled, unleashing waves of formidable auras. Among them, Shenlang's presence was the most overwhelming, reaching the mid-out-of-body stage, while the others also boasted out-of-body cultivation.
You are a mere mortal? Shenlang furrowed his brow upon noticing that Yi Chen lacked spiritual energy, clearly taken aback. He had presumed that anyone ascending the sacred mountain would at least possess a cultivation level of the nascent soul stage, yet now, two mortals had infiltrated the ranks, with only one being of the late golden core stage, the rest merely the out-of-body stage. Demon King catching his eye. Wang Gu, perhaps we should abandon them. They are but a burden, the person behind Shenlang suggested, casting an impatient gaze at Yi Chen and his companions. No need, let them remain. Who knows whether other dangers lurk within this secret realm. It would be prudent to keep them along as scouts. Shenlang chuckled. Yi Chen's expression shifted dramatically, having initially thought these individuals were benevolent, only to discover their insidious intentions. In contrast, Bing Qian and her companions remained unfazed. Given Yi Chen's capabilities, dealing with these out-of-body practitioners would be a trivial matter. They felt no sense of panic. Xiao Tian, observing Yi Chen's countenance, inwardly cursed the old six for putting on an act once more. The 14 factions soon dispersed, each setting off to explore. Shenlang watched Yi Chen and his companions, waving his hand to lift them into the air. Before long, they stumbled upon a spiritual fruit orchard. Although it was not a high-grade treasure, merely third-tier golden spiritual fruits, the sheer quantity was impressive and estimated several hundred glistening in sight. Bing Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. Having resided in the desolate eastern region, she had never encountered such a vast collection of golden spiritual fruits. Eager to pluck them, she was halted by a glare from Shenlang and his companions, leaving her standing frozen, gazing longingly at Yi Chen. Yet, she noticed that Yi Chen was not even glancing in that direction, instead scanning the surroundings. With a sigh, Bing Qian assumed that, given Yi Chen's cultivation level, he must not have deemed the golden spiritual fruits worthy of his attention. Xiao Bai, after observing the scene, smirked. These golden spiritual fruits harbored a peculiar energy, though she could not yet discern its nature. What she was certain of was that these fruits were certainly not to be trifled with. Furthermore, considering the scale of the orchard, it was evident that someone had cultivated them. These out-of-body youngsters were far too complacent, unlike Yi Chen, who had already begun to survey the area. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Chen was merely searching for an opportunity to make a hasty retreat. Shenlang silently nodded in approval of Yi Chen's group's behavior, admiring their awareness in not succumbing to greed. Shortly thereafter, the hundreds of golden spiritual fruits were gathered by Shenlang and his companions, who intended to continue their search for other resources, as the rich spiritual energy in this place suggested the potential for rare treasures to be found. Yet, before they could depart, a figure appeared before them as if conjured from thin air. Who goes there? Shen Lang's expression shifted as he regarded the elderly man before him. The elder's ability to appear silently indicated that his cultivation was certainly on par with Shen Lang's. Stealing my fruits, and yet you question my identity, the elder replied with a slight smile, nonchalantly. Chapter 70 A Soul-Devouring Spirit, What is your fruit? Shen Lang's expression was filled with suspicion. According to the ancient texts of the Heavenly Path Alliance, it had never been mentioned that anyone existed within the Sacred Mountain's secret realm. However, it mattered little, just some inconsequential golden spirit fruits. After all, it had been quite a while since he had encountered any outsiders. Gentlemen, might you indulge this old man with your presence at my humble abode? The elder smiled, his countenance radiating warmth. Exchanging glances, Shen Lang and the others reached a consensus after a brief moment, nodding in agreement. Since you have invited us, it would be rather impolite to refuse. They followed the old man as he turned and led the way. Yi Chen felt a strong aversion to the old man. The elder's smile, reminiscent of a mischievous grin, brought to mind a certain despicable boss from his past life who had tricked him into working overtime. At that time, the boss had worn a similarly smug expression, but once the work had begun, he had feigned ignorance, yet, circumstances dictated that Yi Chen could not voice his dissent now. Shen Lang and the others had already acquiesced, and he too had no choice but to comply. Before long, the group arrived at a quaint courtyard, where an array of vegetables flourished alongside a large yellow dog, imparting a sense of seclusion. Upon witnessing this scene, the tension that had gripped Shen Lang and his companions eased considerably. However, Xiao Tian became agitated. The large yellow dog was familiar to him. As a celestial hound, he recognized it as a moon-devouring dog, an ancient enemy of his kind. Yet, the moon-devouring dogs had not been seen for ages, and he never anticipated encountering one in this sacred mountain secret realm. The moon-devouring dog also recognized Xiao Tian, merely grinning without a significant reaction. Xiao Tian was promptly cautioned by Yi Chen, "Are you going to lose your composure simply because of a female dog? Stay sharp." Startled, Xiao Tian realized that Yi Chen was warning him not to speak recklessly. It seemed there was indeed something amiss here. The moon-devouring dogs were notorious among demonic beasts, typically aligning themselves with wicked cultivators. Could it be that this old man was a nefarious practitioner? Upon entering the courtyard, the elder fetched some small chairs for his guests and invited them to sit. Once assured of their safety, Shen Lang and his companions did not hold back. Soon, the elder presented an assortment of fruits, causing Shen Lang and the others to stare in awe. The fruits shimmered with golden light, adorned with flowing runes. Each one was a creation fruit. These divine fruits were immensely beneficial even to those at the out-of-body stage. Each one, if placed in the outside world, would stir great upheaval. Not only did these fruits enhance a cultivator's comprehension of the Tao, but they also fortified their nascent soul, laying a solid foundation for future ascension into the spirit-severing realm. However, sensing the peculiarity of the situation, Shen Lang and his companions, not lacking in intellect, promptly declined. "Thank you for your generosity, esteemed elder, but these creation fruits are far too precious for us to accept." "There's no need for such formalities," the elder chuckled. "I reside here in seclusion, and these fruits have become useless to me. They would only rot away. I have plenty more." He gestured towards a basket in the courtyard, which was brimming with creation fruits. "Go on, eat, it will do you good." The elder's voice possessed an almost enchanting quality. Shen Lang and the others found their gazes becoming unfocused, and soon they dropped their guard, devouring the fruits voraciously. Bing Qian and Xiao Tian could not restrain themselves and stepped forward, but Yi Chen swiftly pulled them back. "Why aren't you eating?" "They are quite delectable," the elder remarked, turning to the still hesitant Yi Chen and his companions, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he spoke again. "Enough, such insipid melodies cannot sway the resolve of my master." Xiao Bai dismissed with a wave of her hand, her expression mocking. Yi Chen took a few steps back, unaware that upon reaching the third layer of the primordial transformation sacred art, his soul had been strengthened, rendering him immune to the charms of the nine-tailed celestial fox. "Who are you?" Upon hearing the term insipid melodies, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, fixating on Xiao Bai with intensity. "You need not concern yourself with who my master is. Simply understand that my master is not someone you can provoke. Be wise and step aside quickly, my master is leaving," Xiao Bai declared, her tone fierce. "Ha ha, what a joke, if you can withstand the insipid melodies, your soul must be exceptionally delectable." The elder cackled maniacally. In the next instant, his form transformed into a monstrous creature towering over a dozen feet, his eyes glinting with greed as he gazed at Xiao Bai. "A soul-devouring spirit?" Xiao Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Chen furrowed his brow upon hearing the term. He had heard of such beings. If beyond humans, demons, and beasts, there existed a unique category of entities known as spirits. These beings were considered the sovereigns of the world before the emergence of humanity, birthed from the very essence of the cosmos, taking on myriad forms. Among them, the soul-devouring spirit was the most common, feeding on the souls of others to bolster its own power. Seeing the grotesque visage of the soul-devouring spirit, Xiao Bai waved her hand dismissively. "You look truly hideous. There is no need for my master to dirty their hands with you, Yi Chen, take care of it." "How infuriating." Yi Chen's lips twitched as he carefully observed the soul-devouring spirit before him. According to records, these entities lacked spiritual power, relying instead on their soul strength to dominate and confuse others. Having lived two lives, he presumed his soul to be robust, capable of putting up a fight. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen unsheathed the sky-slaying sword and charged forward. The soul-devouring spirit had never anticipated that this brash youth would charge in so recklessly. Caught off guard, it was struck by the sky-slaying sword, emitting a wail of agony.
Xiao Tian and Bing Qian immediately spat out blood, their eyes wide with horror. The mere cry of the spirit was enough to harm their souls. The soul-devouring spirit truly was a formidable being. Xiao Bai's expression shifted slightly. From the sound of its wail, she deduced that this soul-devouring spirit's cultivation was not inferior to that of an average spirit-severing cultivator, and its soul power exceeded that of its peers. If one disregarded spiritual power, this soul-devouring spirit could easily obliterate any mid-stage spirit-severing cultivator. This perplexed Xiao Bai. Why would such a powerful soul-devouring spirit willingly linger in a place with so few souls to consume? Unlike Xiao Bai, Yi Chen was brimming with excitement, initially fearing the creature's might. He soon realized it was not as formidable as he had imagined and chased after it with renewed vigor. Enraged, the soul-devouring spirit trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying wave of soul power. Shen Lang and the others instantly fell unconscious, while Xiao Bai furrowed her brow, stepping in front of Bing Qian and Xiao Tian to absorb the blow. The moon-devouring dog observed the scene without reaction, instead retreating from the courtyard to watch coolly from the sidelines. Confident in its strength, the soul-devouring spirit believed even a late-stage spirit-severing cultivator would meet their demise against such a powerful strike. However, the next moment, the smile on its face froze. Yi Chen, appearing unscathed, charged forward with a sword in hand. Chapter 71 of the enigmatic flowering tree of the Abyssal Spirit. The Abyssal Spirit found itself utterly bewildered, its entire essence numbed. Since the dawn of its sentience, it had never encountered such a being. As a practitioner, it was one thing to forego the use of spiritual power. However, the sheer potency of the soul force exhibited was astonishing. What manner of combat was this? It resembled a brawl with a ruffian rather than a duel of cultivation. Yet, before the Abyssal Spirit could ponder further, Yi Chen advanced, brandishing his sword with intent to strike. Without the suppression of its soul, the Abyssal Spirit's strength plummeted, rendering it no match for Yi Chen, who relentlessly pursued it, forcing it into a frantic retreat. The onlookers could hardly contain their reactions, their expressions twitching in disbelief. Even a conflict between two Foundation establishment practitioners would not descend into such a mundane affair. In no time, the Abyssal Spirit was nearly obliterated, its ethereal form on the brink of dissolution. This was not due to Yi Chen's reluctance to employ the Celestial Severance Sword Art to eradicate the Abyssal Spirit outright. Rather, he had received prior counsel from the Celestial Emperor, who had revealed that the Abyssal Spirit held significance for the restoration of his celestial soul. Thus, it could not be simply eradicated. Instead, it needed to be weakened until its essence was frail enough for Yi Chen to absorb it. Otherwise, had this creature been incapable of withstanding even the most basic strike, Yi Chen would have long since employed the Celestial Severance Sword Art to obliterate it. This experience also illuminated for Yi Chen a second talent of his. Aside from his prowess in swordsmanship, his soul force was considerably more formidable than that of the average individual. Though he was yet unaware of the potential applications of such a powerful soul force. "Master, save me!" The Abyssal Spirit, cornered and desperate, finally shrieked in agony. The previously passive moon-devouring hound transformed into a blur, lunging towards Yi Chen's back. Xiao Bai instinctively wished to shout a warning, but before she could, a violet radiance enveloped Yi Chen, sending the moon-devouring hound sprawling, blood spewing forth as it was violently repelled, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Tian could not help but smile wryly, recalling their first encounter with Yi Chen, which had unfolded in a similar manner. The sixth sibling was clearly doing this on purpose. As the moon-devouring hound was sent flying, despair washed over the Abyssal Spirit, which could only watch helplessly as Yi Chen plunged the Celestial Severance Sword into its chest. In the next moment, a terrifying force emanated from the sword, causing the Abyssal Spirit to feel its strength draining away. It then perceived an elder seated cross-legged within the sword, coldly gazing in its direction. Instantly, the Abyssal Spirit trembled, its body growing transparent. Before it could utter another word, it was completely absorbed by the Celestial Emperor. In an instant, the Celestial Emperor's soul became visibly more substantial. As the master of the Celestial Severance Sword, Yi Chen sensed this development with a smirk. This sword spirit was his trump card, and judging by the events in Yunzhao City, the elder's power was undoubtedly extraordinary. Having completed his actions, Yi Chen turned to regard the moon-devouring hound, which lay on the brink of death, his brows furrowed. "Are you even human, abusing animals? How could you bully a mere dog?" Xiao Tian felt a surge of indignation, unsure if he should vocalize his thoughts. Xiao Bai's expression twitched. She realized she was witnessing this fellow's shamelessness firsthand, as he deftly shifted blame. Bing Qian, however, was fixated on a mound of creation fruits, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. Seeing that no one was paying him heed, Yi Chen chose to remain silent, moving forward to collect the storage rings belonging to Shen Lang and the others, along with the pile of creation fruits. The Abyssal Spirit was no benign entity, and these fruits were undoubtedly tainted. They could not be permitted to pose a threat to others. Bing Qian watched this unfold, wanting to interject but ultimately refraining, following closely behind instead. As the pair departed the small courtyard, the air shimmered momentarily, and a youth emerged, glancing at the incapacitated moon-devouring hound with a furrowed brow. "Why have you summoned me?" The moon-devouring hound struggled to lift its head and replied, "Young master, a formidable presence has arrived, a truly powerful entity." "Oh, understood." The youth acknowledged, then extended a finger, and a beam of light pierced the moon-devouring hound's brow. It did not even have the chance to struggle before its life was extinguished. Interesting, to be able to incapacitate a moon-devouring hound at the out-of-body stage. Could it be that a soul division expert has come? The youth mused with a faint smile, stepping forward and vanishing into the void once more. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen and his companions, all that transpired in this vicinity was lost on them. As they exited the small courtyard, they were met with a cacophony of roars and the sounds of out-of-body practitioners clashing. It was as though the entire sacred mountain's secret realm had descended into chaos. A blood was shed, and various spirit entities appeared from the outside world, yet none of this concerned Yi Chen and his group. Under Yi Chen's leadership, they stealthily ventured deeper into the sacred mountain's secret realm, much to Xiao Bai's frustration. As a member of the demon race, she was inherently combative, yet Yi Chen was behaving like a coward, which she found utterly confounding. In her view, with such lofty cultivation, was it truly necessary to tread so cautiously? Surely, with a path of destruction, they could locate the individual they sought. Time passed, and soon the sounds of battle faded from their surroundings. The world before them transformed from a picturesque realm reminiscent of a celestial paradise to a desolate wasteland, where even the spiritual energy felt scattered and weak, resembling the exterior of the sacred mountain. Suddenly, as Yi Chen and his companions pondered this change, the sound of rushing wind broke the silence. They all looked up to see 5 or 6 women clad in white robes materializing in midair, each radiating formidable power, all at the nascent soul stage. Their figures were graceful, their features exquisite, though each concealed half of their faces. Upon seeing Yi Chen and Xiao Bai, the women's brows furrowed slightly, but their expressions grew serious upon noticing Xiao Tian. "Who are you? How dare you trespass upon the sacred mountain? Well, if I were to say I was lost, I wonder if you would believe me?" Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly, scratching his nose. In truth, he had not lied. He had indeed lost his way while searching for Bai Yao and inadvertently entered the secret realm. As for how he ended up here, he truly did not know. "Enough with the nonsense. Anyone emerging from the enigmatic flowering tree must be killed on sight," one of the women declared, drawing her sword from her waist. However, the leader of the group raised a hand to halt her, stating, if they were truly those individuals, their cultivation would not be so lacking, and they are accompanied by an out-of-body stage demon lord. It is prudent that we exercise caution. Do not forget, here we are free from the sacred lord's suppression and may utilize our spiritual powers, she added. Upon hearing this, the woman relented, her expression wary as she regarded Xiao Tian. "The sacred mountain does not welcome you. I advise you to return whence you came." We are here to find Yi Chen," she began, but was interrupted as a streak of light shot through the air, heralding another arrival. It was none other than Bai Yao. Chapter 72 Secrets of the Sacred Mountain. Upon catching sight of Yi Chen and his companions, Bai Yao's expression shifted subtly, as she imperceptibly shook her head at them. Yi Chen understood without the need for further words and chose to observe quietly. "What has transpired?" Bai Yao inquired as she addressed the group. "Sister Bai Yao, these individuals emerged from the illusory flower tree, and we were just about to send them back," the leading woman responded. It was evident that Bai Yao held a higher status than these few. "I see, recently, the spirits within the illusory flower tree have been increasingly restless since they have emerged. It is indeed opportune to bring them back for questioning," Bai Yao remarked. However, the leading woman appeared somewhat troubled. Bai Yao, with a gentle smile, reassured her, "Do not worry, everything will be fine. But Sister Bai Yao, one among them is a demon king at the out-of-body stage." "I fear, and what of the out-of-body stage? Are you not aware of the capabilities of the Holy Master? Moreover, once we enter the sacred mountain, not only the out-of-body stage but even those at the separation stage cannot wield spiritual power," Bai Yao comforted her. After a lengthy contemplation, the leading woman finally nodded in agreement. She cast a deep glance at Yi Chen and his companions before dissipating into a streak of light. Once the group departed, Bai Yao waved her hand, and a surge of spiritual energy immediately lifted Yi Chen and his companions, directing them toward the sacred mountain. When they were sure no one was around, Bai Yao finally spoke, "Elder, how did you come to be here?" "It is merely that the Emperor is concerned for your safety and has sent me to find you. Yet, judging by your demeanor, it appears you are indeed one of the sacred mountain's own?" Yi Chen furrowed his brow in inquiry. "Indeed, Elder. I am a resident of the sacred mountain. However, it is often necessary for us to venture out to gather intelligence regarding the eastern region. When I first descended, I encountered the Emperor and thus remained within the great Yin Empire. Nevertheless, I must periodically return to the sacred mountain to report, otherwise, the curse left within us by the Holy Master would erupt. Unfortunately, an unforeseen incident has arisen, preventing my immediate return. Please convey this to the Emperor." Bai Yao sighed, her tone filled with resignation. "Speaking of which, what exactly is this sacred mountain?" Xiao Tian, unable to contain his curiosity, interjected. Seeing that the others had arrived at this location, Bai Yao chose to reveal the truth, sharing all she knew about the sacred mountain. It turned out that many years ago, a cataclysmic battle erupted in the eastern region, leading to the current desolate state of the sacred mountain. Following that conflict, the seal on an ancient royal clan, the Spirit Clan, was inadvertently lifted. Upon their emergence, the Spirit Clan began to feed upon humanity, growing ever stronger. Fortunately, 2 powerful beings who had once battled left behind a contingency plan, allowing for the birth of spiritual intelligence during that era, which then stood against the ancient royal clan atop the sacred mountain. As the Spirit Clan was formidable, the Holy Master severed the spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles around the sacred mountain, resulting in this area being known as the Wild Forbidden Land over time. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the ancient royal clan, the Holy Master was unable to completely suppress them. Thus, they established a secret realm atop the sacred mountain, known as the Illusory Flower Tree. For countless years, these two factions have remained in a state of stalemate. Now it makes sense why access to the sacred mountain is restricted, and why one cannot wield spiritual power here, Xiao Tian remarked, realization dawning upon him. "However, Elder, how did you manage to enter the Illusory Flower Tree?" That place should have been sealed by the Holy Master with unparalleled might. Bai Yao expressed her confusion. Why Yi Chen then recounted the events that had transpired along their journey. The more Bai Yao listened, the graver her expression became. She recognized the green aura enveloping the foot of the mountain as the Holy Master's handiwork to deter ill-intentioned individuals from ascending. If one could maintain their true intentions, they would, like her, become part of the sacred mountain. Yet, she was completely unaware of the 14 stone platforms and totems. This matter must be reported to the Holy Master with utmost urgency. Elder, you and your companions should descend the mountain on your own. Given your strength, I believe the barriers along the descent will not hinder you. Bai Yao stated solemnly. The existence of alternative passages into the illusory flower tree was indeed alarming. Initially, Yi Chen almost laughed at the notion of being told to leave, but upon hearing Bai Yao mention the barriers, his expression fell. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen sighed and said, "We cannot simply depart. Those individuals have already discovered us. It would not bode well if you return without us. But the elder may very well provoke the Holy Master." Bai Yao felt a surge of gratitude mixed with apprehension. She understood Yi Chen's formidable strength, yet in her heart, the Holy Master loomed like an insurmountable chasm. Despite Yi Chen's prowess, she firmly believed he could not rival the Holy Master. This was also the reason she had previously refused to allow Yu Qingying to seek Yi Chen's assistance in dispelling the curse on her face within the Great Yin Palace. Defying the Holy Master's will could lead to utter destruction. "Rest assured, all will be well," Yi Chen said with a smile, though turmoil brewed within him. Rather than risking a confrontation with the barriers, accompanying Bai Yao seemed the safer option, and based on the Holy Master's ability to contend with the ancient royal clan, he deduced that she was not an unreasonable individual. "Very well then, Elder. After we pass the boundary stone ahead, we shall proceed on foot," Bai Yao announced. Yi Chen looked up and indeed spotted a massive stone in the distance, which he surmised to be the boundary stone. Beyond this point lay the sacred mountain's domain, where the use of spiritual power would be prohibited. After crossing the boundary stone, the group continued on foot. As they approached the mountain peak, they encountered an increasing number of individuals, all of whom were women. Although their faces were partially obscured, Yi Chen could discern that their beauty was remarkable. The Holy Master is likely quite the lecher. Yi Chen thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle. Before long, a grand palace came into view, its opulence rivaling the majestic palaces he had seen in epic dramas on television. It was no exaggeration to say that the Great Yin Palace seemed like a mere child in comparison. This palace was likely twice the size of the Great Yin Imperial City. After Bai Yao displayed her jade token, she led Yi Chen and his companions into the palace. Stepping inside, Yi Chen was utterly bewildered. Were it not for Bai Yao guiding the way, he might have believed he had returned to the illusory flower tree. The beauty of this place was breathtaking, and the spiritual energy was abundant. The inhabitants of the sacred mountain also required cultivation, which explained why the Holy Master did not isolate the spiritual energy within the palace. Seemingly reading Yi Chen's thoughts, Bai Yao offered an explanation. Why Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah, is that not Bai Yao? When did you return?" A teasing voice rang out. Everyone looked up to see an exquisitely beautiful woman smiling at them. Unlike the others, this woman bore no horrific scars upon her face. "Ha, do I need to consult you about my affairs? Go be your own warm bed maid." Chapter 73. The powerful Saint Lord. Upon hearing Bai Yao's words, the woman's countenance visibly darkened. Such a self-righteous individual. Sooner or later, I shall bring about your demise." With a cold snort, the woman turned and departed. "Who is she? She seems rather displeased with you," Xiao Bai remarked, cracking her knuckles inquisitively. Bai Yao offered a bitter smile and replied, "Her name is Biluan. She ascended the mountain alongside me, but alas, she has become the Saint Lord's bedmaid. By the way, when you encounter women whose faces bear no scars, know that they are all the Saint Lord's forbidden concubines. It is best not to provoke them." "Wait, so there is more than one?" Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine, almost uttering a rhetorical question about their celestial existence, but the thought of Yu Qingying inexplicably silenced him. Observing Yi Chen's reaction, Xiao Bai scoffed, "What's the big deal? In the realm of cultivation, might makes right. As long as your fists are strong enough, what does it matter if you have 3,000 concubines? Senior, do keep an eye on His Majesty. He may very well summon a few princes one day." Bai Yao teased as she glanced at Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen's mind was not in the mood for jest. He believed that the distance between himself and Yu Qingying was insurmountable. Sensing Yi Chen's seriousness, Bai Yao fell silent as well. After navigating numerous obstacles, Bai Yao finally led Yi Chen and the others to the much-rumored Saint Lord. The Saint Lord appeared relatively young, perhaps in middle age, yet the more Yi Chen looked, the more familiar the Saint Lord seemed. Not only Yi Chen, but also Xiao Bai and the others felt an inexplicable sense of recognition, as if they had encountered this Saint Lord before. "What brings you here?" The Saint Lord, seated at the head of the assembly, lifted his eyelids slightly upon seeing Bai Yao enter and inquired. Surrounding him were several beautiful maidens, attending to him with gentle massages, thankfully engaged in nothing more scandalous, or it would have been quite an uncomfortable sight. "Your Excellency, I discovered these individuals while patrolling the illusory flower trees. According to their accounts, there exists another passage within the secret realm of the flower trees." With that, Bai Yao gestured towards Yi Chen, yet, at that moment, Yi Chen lowered his head in silence. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the Saint Lord, he felt the sword within his spatial ring, the slaying heaven sword, stir restlessly, prompting him to soothe it. Could it be that this old fellow harbored a penchant for men? Yet, the Saint Lord was hardly handsome. "Oh, is that so?" The Saint Lord dismissed his attendants, rising to his feet with a piercing gaze fixed upon Yi Chen. For some reason, he sensed an unpleasant aura emanating from Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen was entirely preoccupied with calming the slaying heaven sword, oblivious to the Saint Lord's scrutiny. Biao, witnessing the scene, felt anxious but dared not speak up in the presence of the Saint Lord. Noticing Yi Chen's prolonged silence, the Saint Lord's brows furrowed. It had been many years since anyone dared to disregard him so brazenly, not even that insufferable emperor from the illusory flower trees. With a cold snort, the Saint Lord unleashed a tremendous pressure that enveloped the entire hall. Instantly, everyone within the palace felt their breath catch, as if the very air had thickened, rendering breathing a laborious task. Before long, all present collapsed to the ground, their foreheads repeatedly striking the floor, acutely aware that the Saint Lord had become infuriated. Inside the palace, Biao and the others coughed up blood, crushed beneath the oppressive force. Even the ground beneath them cracked under the strain. To put it bluntly, at that moment, if the Saint Lord so desired, he could obliterate them all with but a flicker of thought. Even Xiaobai was not exempt. Although she remained standing, her body trembled uncontrollably. Had it not been for her formidable demonic physique, she too would have succumbed to the pressure. Yet, in that moment, no one paid heed to Xiaobai's plight. All eyes were fixed upon the youthful figure in the center of the palace. He appeared utterly oblivious, still with his head bowed, engaged in some unknown task. A flicker of surprise crossed the Saint Lord's eyes. The pressure he exerted was indicative of a being in the fusion stage, yet this young man seemed utterly unaffected. He could sense that his oppressive aura dissipated the moment it approached Yi Chen. Interesting, the corners of the Saint Lord's mouth curled into a slight smile, and an even more terrifying wave of pressure surged forth, this time directed solely at Yi Chen. However, everyone else could only watch in horror as the space around Yi Chen began to warp. The sheer force of the pressure was sufficient to distort reality itself, hinting at its terrifying magnitude. One might argue that even a terrestrial immortal would pale in comparison. Waves of spatial distortion surged toward Yi Chen like relentless tides, the slender figure resembling a solitary boat adrift on the vast ocean. Yet, regardless of how fiercely the Saint Lord pressed down, or how tumultuous the tides became, Yi Chen remained steadfast, his expression unchanging, as if anchored by a divine calmness. Enough, the Saint Lord murmured to himself. Should this continue, it might attract unwanted attention. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the overwhelming pressure that had engulfed the palace vanished without a trace. Xiao Tian exhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the intensity of the encounter. No wonder he could forge such a formidable forbidden land. This Saint Lord had likely transcended the realm of terrestrial immortals. Could he possibly be a half-immortal? At that moment, Yi Chen too released a sigh of relief, finally managing to quell the slaying heaven sword's agitation. He lifted his head, only to find that those around him appeared as though they had just emerged from a bath, their bodies glistening with moisture. Moreover, each of them regarded him with the same wide-eyed astonishment one would reserve for a monster. Only Xiaobai seethed with indignation, as if deeply insulted, her fiery gaze nearly ablaze with rage. However, after a fleeting glance, Yi Chen chose to avert his gaze. Such a scene, with so many beautiful women glistening in dampness, was hardly suited for him. "Sir, the Saint Lord just inquired about you," Biao promptly reminded him, catching her breath. Yi Chen suddenly realized, no wonder they were staring at him as if he were a creature of the night. How mortifying. "Sir, do you have anything else to add? If not, allow Biao to escort you down the mountain." The Saint Lord inhaled deeply, inquiring, this time addressing him with a different level of respect. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nearly burst into laughter. At last, he could leave. However, he quickly paused, perplexed by the Saint Lord's unexpected courtesy. It dawned on him that the effect of the eternal law robe concealed his true cultivation level. It seemed the Saint Lord mistook him for a formidable being. In that moment, Yi Chen longed to exclaim, "The system is truly remarkable." But recalling that it had fled, he felt a bitter resentment welling up within him. The expressions of those around him, including Biao, shifted dramatically. The Saint Lord was inexplicably courteous. Who on earth was this young man? Was his cultivation truly that terrifying? Even the Saint Lord treated him with such deference. With that, Yi Chen relayed the information regarding the illusory flower trees in the stone platform's passage. As the Saint Lord listened, his expression darkened further. If that ancient royal clan managed to escape, it would spell disaster. He then turned to Yi Chen, a glint of sharp intelligence in his eyes. "Sir, you have delivered such significant news. I am immensely grateful. Therefore, I implore you not to refuse my hospitality for a few days," the Saint Lord said, his tone shifting to one of earnest request. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's anger surged, nearly prompting an expletive. Chapter 74. A fruitless anticipation. So it is true, only a dog's face would flip like that. Just moments ago, I was urged to descend the mountain, and now I am commanded to remain and be entertained. Do I truly need your hospitality? Yet, Yi Chen could only express such sentiments verbally. Ultimately, he nodded in acquiescence. How could he dare to refuse? After all, this is a blatant reversal of words. A sudden displeasure could very well lead to his demise. "Very well, Bai Yao, please escort the esteemed guest below and ensure he is well entertained. Any requests from him must be fulfilled," the Holy Master declared, a smile gracing his countenance. "And take him to my treasure vault, where he may select whatever he desires. If a second passage truly exists and has been opened, it is likely that those ancient royal families will soon take significant actions. A being like Yi Chen, at least a terrestrial immortal, would undoubtedly be a formidable ally." Bai Yao let out a silent sigh and nodded in agreement. She then led Yi Chen and the others away. As they exited the central palace, Bai Yao could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Predecessor, are you not aware that the Holy Master is manipulating you?" "I am aware, but what can I do?" "I cannot leave," Yi Chen lamented. "Well then, let us proceed to the Holy Master's treasure vault," Bai Yao said helplessly, leading the group to the rear courtyard. The Holy Master's treasure vault was unguarded, for with his capabilities, no one could enter without his permission. After all, the Holy Master possesses the ability to monitor the entire forbidden area for the use of spiritual energy. Attempting to infiltrate his vault undetected is akin to scaling the heavens.
Once Yi Chen and his companions departed, the smile on the Holy Master's face faded, gradually morphing into a chilling demeanor. He then commanded, "Summon my wives, I have pressing inquiries." In sealing the illusory flower tree, the Holy Master had employed 14 heavenly pillars to construct that grand formation. Logically, the seal of the 14 pillars could only be broken by an immortal emperor descending to the mortal realm, otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone to unlock it, unless someone knew the guardian beasts of each of the 14 pillars and could utilize their bloodlines to forge a talisman. The seal could only be briefly opened to access the illusory flower tree. However, this secret was recorded on a scroll within the treasure vault, leading the Holy Master to deduce that there must be a traitor among his wives, as only they had received permission to enter the vault once. Soon enough, the palace was filled with several hundred individuals, all of whom were part of the Holy Master's harem. Casting a glance over these individuals, the Holy Master slowly seated himself and spoke with a cold detachment, "Who has leaked the secret of the 14 heavenly pillars? You had best step forward, otherwise, all of you shall accompany them to the grave." As his words echoed, the entire palace was enveloped in a barrier of spiritual energy. The faces of the hundreds present shifted in unison, exchanging glances of trepidation. Meanwhile, Bai Yao brought Yi Chen and his companions to the entrance of the treasure vault and stood outside, instructing them to enter at their leisure. As a subordinate of the Holy Master, she was not permitted to enter the vault herself. Yi Chen did not press the matter further and entered the vault with Bing Qian and Xiao Bai. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sound of a dog barking, and they saw Xiao Tian running eagerly toward a skeleton. Judging by the appearance of the bones, it seemed there was also a dog before it. "I want that!" Xiao Tian exclaimed, drooling with excitement, for he could sense that the skeleton belonged to a devouring hound, at least at the divine separation stage. "Is this all you've got?" Xiao Bai remarked with disdain, her gaze sweeping over the vault until it landed on a black orb, her eyes widening in astonishment. "No way, a celestial demon orb. I can't believe there's one here. I want it. Anyone who dares to compete with me will face my wrath." Seeing Xiao Bai's fierce demeanor, Xiao Tian scoffed, "Is that all? You dare to call yourself formidable?" While Xiao Bai and Xiao Tian had found their coveted treasures, Bing Qian was growing increasingly anxious and began to wander around the vault haphazardly. However, she could hardly compare to the seasoned instincts of Xiao Bai and Xiao Tian. In truth, Bing Qian was merely at the golden core stage, her discerning eye could not be expected to be sharp enough. After searching for a while, she finally settled on a yuan-ing fruit. "Surprising that you chose the least valuable item," Xiao Bai remarked, rolling her eyes. "What, this is a yuan-ing fruit?" Bing Qian responded, bewildered. "Little girl, broaden your horizons a bit. In this vault, the yuan-ing fruit is likely the least impressive item here. Look at Yi Chen, he hasn't even made a choice yet, clearly searching for something of greater worth," Xiao Bai said, gesturing toward him. Bing Qian followed her gaze and saw Yi Chen leisurely strolling through the vault, occasionally picking up an item, shaking his head, and setting it down again. Instantly, she felt disheartened about her yuan-ing fruit, her eyes turning resentful. Why did you not remind me, knowing full well, am I truly so inconsequential in your eyes?" Yet, Bing Qian was unaware that she had misunderstood Yi Chen. The reason he kept picking things up only to put them back down was that he did not recognize any of the items. He simply did not know how to choose. After a considerable time, Yi Chen's gaze fell upon a dusty bronze plate. It appeared unremarkable, yet for some inexplicable reason, Yi Chen felt an inexplicable affinity toward it. Without hesitation, he reached out to grasp it, but to his astonishment, the bronze plate transformed into a beam of purple light that shot into his brow. At why Yi Chen was taken aback, hastily searching his body for the plate, but found no trace of it. The next moment, he sensed something within him shatter, and he felt a new purple energy begin to flow through him, signifying his ascension to the mid-stage of qi refinement. "Wow!" Yi Chen exclaimed, his face alight with joy, causing Xiao Tian and the others to rush over in curiosity. "What happened? Did you find something good? Share it with us?" Xiao Bai urged, her eyes wide with interest. Yi Chen grinned, flipping his hand to reveal a shimmering purple bronze plate. "What is this? It looks devoid of any power fluctuations." Xiao Bai scrutinized it for a long while, ultimately unable to discern anything of value. Xiao Tian was equally perplexed, only Yi Chen continued to smile, for they had no idea how significant this item was to him. It could enable him to break through a barrier. What do they know? However, the joy was short-lived, as Yi Chen soon realized that the purple energy did not last long before it faded away, leaving him once again at the initial stage of qi refinement. A fleeting joy, indeed, yet, regardless of the outcome, it proved that his body was not incapable of advancement, nearly facing greater challenges. The future still held promise. Chapter 75. Do not disturb me. Having exited the treasury, Yi Chen felt a surge of elation and was about to request Bai Yao to accompany him in seeking out the Holy Master, as he wished to inquire about the origins of the bronze tablet. However, upon stepping outside, he was met with a faint, acrid scent of blood in the air, and a glance at Bai Yao revealed that her expression was rather grim. "What has transpired?" Yi Chen asked, furrowing his brow. Bai Yao sighed heavily, recounting the recent massacre orchestrated by the Holy Master, who had already claimed the lives of no fewer than 200 individuals. A chill coursed through Yi Chen, prompting him to temporarily set aside his curiosity about the bronze tablet and follow Bai Yao to their lodgings. After ensuring the comfort of a few individuals, Bai Yao busied herself with her own affairs. Bing Qian observed Yi Chen, hesitating for a considerable time, but just as she was about to speak, Yi Chen had already stepped into the room, leaving her words unvoiced. Xiao Bai and Xiao Tian seemed utterly indifferent to her presence, their countenances darkening further. It felt as though she was being overlooked by these individuals. As night descended, the entire palace descended into chaos, yet Yi Chen had no intention of joining the tumult.
Instead, he remained within the confines of his room, shivering in trepidation. The Holy Master was in a frenzy, and he did not wish to venture out to meet his demise. Throughout the night, the stench of blood lingered ominously in the air. "Did you slay the soul-devouring spirit?" A sudden, clear voice rang out in the room at the stroke of midnight. Yi Chen was startled and turned to where the voice originated, discovering a young man who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, observing him with keen interest. Why Yi Chen's expression shifted slightly. According to Bai Yao, the Holy Master was the only male in the entire palace, thus, where had this handsome young man come from? Noticing Yi Chen's silence, the young man introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuan Song, a prince of the Yuan clan." "Ancient royal lineage?" Yi Chen instinctively inquired. "Indeed, one could say that," Yuan Song replied with a smile. "My time here is limited, and lingering too long may attract the attention of that living corpse, so I shall be succinct." "Living corpse? You mean the Holy Master?" Yi Chen frowned slightly, recalling what Xiaobai had once mentioned regarding the origins of the lingering resentment, yet, he could hardly fathom that the esteemed Holy Master was, in fact, a living corpse. "In a few days, we shall emerge. I hope you will not interfere with our dealings concerning that living corpse." Yuan Song observed Yi Chen intently. He had followed Yi Chen's aura to this place with the intention of eliminating him, but upon encountering Yi Chen, he realized he could not discern the depths of his cultivation and chose not to take any risks. "This spirit cannot be allowed to come to harm, for doing so would adversely affect my true self. While it may not threaten my foundation, I must remain in peak condition for the impending battle in a few days. As long as you do not provoke me, I will not meddle in your affairs," Yi Chen replied. He had no desire to become embroiled in the conflict between these two factions, lest he be unaware of how he might meet his end. "Very well, the Yuan clan acknowledges you as a friend. By the way, since we are friends, it would be prudent for you to dispose of the items you retrieved from the illusory realm flower tree as soon as possible." Yuan Song smiled faintly before his figure gradually faded from view. Yi Chen fell into silence. His instincts warned him against consuming those fruits, and Yuan Song's arrival only confirmed this notion. However, the specific drawbacks of those fruits remained unspoken. Not long after Yuan Song's departure, another knock echoed from outside. Yi Chen opened the door to find Bai Yao standing there. She appeared as though she wished to speak but ultimately said nothing, merely gesturing for Yi Chen to follow her into the palace. Inside the palace, a palpable aura of slaughter permeated the air, with many individuals still occupied with cleaning the bloodstains from the floor. Yi Chen had never encountered such a scene before, and his complexion paled slightly. "Did you find anything to your satisfaction?" The Holy Master's frigid visage broke into a semblance of a smile upon Yi Chen's arrival. Gazing at the Holy Master, Yi Chen found it hard to envision that this figure was indeed a living corpse, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he revealed the ancient bronze tablet once more, inquiring, "Might I ask, Holy Master, where did you acquire this item?" The Holy Master scrutinized the object closely, his brow furrowing in concentration. After a lengthy pause, he shook his head. "It has been so long that I can no longer recall its origins, but if you desire it, I shall certainly seek it out for you." As a living corpse, the Holy Master's memories were evidently fragmented. "Then I thank you, Holy Master," Yi Chen replied with a respectful gesture. "You may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with him." The Holy Master waved his hand, and soon the palace was emptied of all but himself and Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the Holy Master might strike him unexpectedly. "To be frank, I have a mole among us, and those ancient royals are likely to emerge in a few days. If you would be willing to assist me, I would gladly share with you everything within my treasury, including all that resides here," the Holy Master proclaimed generously. Yi Chen felt a surge of incredulity. How was it that yet another individual was making such demands? "Nevertheless," he replied, "did you not seal them away previously? If they emerge again, they surely cannot be your match." "To be candid, the price I paid to seal them was exorbitant. Those methods cannot be utilized a second time," the Holy Master sighed. "The 14 pillars of heaven can only be employed once, and at present, I cannot exert my full power, otherwise, that soul may come seeking me, and I would surely encounter difficulties." With no alternative, and having reached this juncture in their conversation, Yi Chen could hardly refuse, ultimately nodding his agreement. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yi Chen, feeling increasingly agitated, paced restlessly outside, while Xiao Tian and Xiaobai appeared quite jovial, having gained weight during their stay. The Holy Master had been exceedingly accommodating towards them, providing whatever cultivation resources they required. Xiao Tian was already on the cusp of the peak of the out-of-body stage, poised to break into the later stages. Yi Chen, having secluded himself for numerous years, had only just reached the early out-of-body stage, yet within mere months of following Yi Chen, Xiao Tian was nearing the late stages. Those earlier days truly felt like a dog's life. However, Bing Qian wore a worried expression. Although she had successfully consolidated her nascent soul with the aid of the nascent fruit, along with the Qing Yuan bird also entering the nascent soul stage, the thought of the myriad spiritual fruits within Yi Chen's possession left her heart in turmoil. If she could manage to secure a portion of those spiritual fruits for the Xuanzhou sect, it would not be long before the sect produced several formidable cultivators in the out-of-body stage. Moreover, having fought alongside Yi Chen through thick and thin, those treasures rightfully belonged to her as well. With this thought in mind, Bing Qian took a deep breath and approached Yi Chen with a smile, saying, "Senior, I have a request. I humbly ask that you share a portion of the spiritual fruits obtained from the illusory realm flower tree with the Xuanzhou sect. Given the current relationship between the Xuanzhou sect and the Dian Empire, a strengthened Xuanzhou sect would undoubtedly benefit the Dian Empire as well. What do you think, senior?" Yet, Yi Chen merely glanced at her before impatiently retorting, "Do not disturb me. Chapter 76, The Jade Clan. As the words fell, the smile on Bing Qian's face abruptly froze. Even Xiao Bai and Xiao Tian looked over in astonishment. It was the first time they had witnessed Yi Chen's temper flare, despite having been bullied by him on numerous occasions. They understood that his anger was not genuine, yet they paid little heed, as they were not well acquainted with Bing Qian. However, one could only blame Bing Qian for inadvertently stepping into the line of fire. Yi Chen was already irritated and had not anticipated such a confrontation. The Zhan Tian sword seemed to be in a strange state. No matter how Yi Chen summoned it, he received no response. Moreover, Yuan Song had made it abundantly clear that those items were off limits, and Yi Chen had no intention of explaining at that moment. Bing Qian's delicate face turned cold as she shot Yi Chen a resentful glance before turning to retreat into her room. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen gazed at the sky, reflecting that he should have ventured to challenge those prohibitions earlier. Suddenly, a deep rumble of thunder echoed from above, followed by the sight of 14 beams of light shooting skyward, within which appeared the silhouettes of 14 beasts roaring in defiance. Ultimately, under the bombardment of thunder that resembled a spider's web, the 14 figures were reduced to ashes instantly. The void shattered, revealing a breathtaking realm atop the holy mountain, which had previously lacked spiritual energy but was now suffused with it. Soon after, amidst the tempest of thunder, figures began to emerge, led by a man clad in golden battle armor, wielding a colossal sword. Yuan Song, who had been conversing with Yi Chen, stood behind him.
Saint Lord, come forth to meet your demise.
Yuan Hai bellowed upon his appearance, his voice imbued with supreme power, even stirring the chains of heavenly order to seal the holy mountain, revealing him to be a being of semi-immortal status. The strength of this ancient royal clan was indeed terrifying. A semi-immortal being, such prowess placed him at the pinnacle even within the central region, where formidable warriors gathered. Just one step away from transcending mortality and entering the legendary realm of true immortals, he was poised to ascend to the celestial realm. Humph. It seems that being sealed for so long has not taught you any lessons, Yuan Hai. A figure soared from the imperial palace. It was the Saint Lord himself. The two mighty figures stood in opposition, and the chains of order promptly enveloped the entire holy mountain. This was a measure taken by the heavenly order to preserve the world. Should a force capable of fracturing the continent arise, these chains would manifest simultaneously. The entire Xianwu continent was thrown into turmoil. Many reclusive powerhouses began to harbor ominous thoughts, with some from major factions casting their gazes toward the eastern region. Although they could not see the situation, those who had reached a certain level of cultivation could sense the movement of the order chains. Something monumental must be occurring in the eastern region. In midair, the Saint Lord and Yuan Hai continued their standoff. Although neither had made a move, the surrounding area reverberated with sounds of thunder, and the void was collapsing incessantly. The space was being torn apart time and again. The sheer momentum alone was sufficient to demonstrate the formidable strength of both the Saint Lord and Yuan Hai. Last time you had the support of the 14 pillars of heaven, which granted you some advantages. But now, I shall see what other means you possess. With that, Yuan Hai sliced downward, creating a pitch-black rift in the void. The Saint Lord understood the implication and coldly snorted, following suit. Neither wished to engage in battle at that location. Thus, the void battlefield became the optimal arena. The two departed from the holy mountain, causing the chains of order to vanish, while the members of the ancient royal clan turned their attention to Yuan Song. With Yuan Hai absent, all their actions were directed by Yuan Song. He glanced at Yi Chen and the others, then slightly cupped his hands and declared, "Kill them all, except for those few." His tone was devoid of emotion, as if taking lives was as trivial to him as drinking water. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yuan Song was a man of his word, otherwise, they would have been in dire straits. Instantly, the palace was engulfed in a cacophony of slaughter, and within the Saint Lord's palace, several powerful auras erupted, each at the spirit-severing stage, momentarily creating a standoff with the ancient royal clan members. Xiao Bai observed this scene and slyly produced the heavenly demon pearl, chuckling to herself, "Fight away, the more ferocious you are, the happier I become." Meanwhile, Xiao Tian and Bing Qian trembled as they huddled behind Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen remain still for an extended period, Yuan Song felt reassured and joined the fray, unleashing a palm strike that condensed the vast spiritual power, sending the spirit-severing stage experts flying, thus turning the tide of battle. "I never expected this ancient royal clan to be the Jade Clan," Xiao Bai remarked in astonishment.
The Jade Clan? Yi Chen inquired, somewhat perplexed.
It is said that the ancestors of the Jade Clan emerged from a piece of jade imbued with the essence of the cosmos, possessing immense strength, making them unparalleled even among ancient royal clans. Their control over the essence of the cosmos has allowed them to dominate other powerful factions, establishing the lineage of the Jade Clan, Xiao Bai elucidated.
The essence of the cosmos, what is that? Isn't it just spiritual energy? Yi Chen responded incredulously.
How absurd! Spiritual energy is merely the most fundamental force. Do not dare to compare it with the essence of the cosmos, whose potency eclipses even demonic and celestial energies, Xiao Bai retorted, her eyes nearly rolling back in disbelief. Spiritual energy is the mainstream for cultivation across most realms, yet as one reaches a certain level of prowess, the inadequacy of spiritual energy becomes apparent. To advance further, one must transmute spiritual energy into celestial energy or other higher forms of power. In truth, within the myriad worlds, there exists a ranking of energies. However, the Xianwu continent is far too primitive to be aware of it. The essence of the cosmos ranks among the top 20 energies in that hierarchy. Its might is, naturally, extraordinary. Yet, there is one thing that perplexes Xiao Bai. It is rumored that the Jade Clan belongs to the celestial realm, and their practice of the essence of the cosmos should not manifest in a lowly world like the Xianwu continent, lest it disrupt the order. However, this contingent of the Jade Clan not only appeared in the Xianwu continent but also practiced spiritual energy, which seemed fundamentally amiss. With Yuan Song's intervention, the Saint Lord's forces were swiftly overwhelmed, soon retreating to a corner. Yi Chen sighed, preparing to close his eyes, when suddenly he recalled Bai Yao. How could he have forgotten her? Instantly, Yi Chen felt a surge of panic, wishing to rush over to find Bai Yao, yet fearing to cause her harm. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, the Zhan Tian sword within his spatial ring suddenly emitted a resonant hum, and Yi Chen's expression brightened. The Zhan Tian sword had awakened at just the right moment. It was perfect for sending that old man to rescue Bai Yao. With this thought, Yi Chen drew forth the Zhan Tian sword, and the figure of the Zhan Tian Immortal Emperor materialized. Just as Yi Chen was about to speak, he saw the Zhan Tian Immortal Emperor commandeering the sword and charging into the throng of the Jade Clan, unleashing a surge of sword energy without uttering another word. In an instant, dozens of the Jade Clan members were reduced to ashes beneath the fierce onslaught of the sword energy. Chapter 70 The Devouring Demon Clan. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock. Yi Chen's lips twitched as he silently lamented, "Old man, I sought your aid to save someone, not to slay them. What am I to do now?" Indeed, in the very next moment, Yi Chen felt a chilling gaze upon him. It was Yuan Song. "This was not my intention. Do you believe me?" Yi Chen said, forcing himself to speak. The only response he received was a derisive laugh from Yuan Song, who, with his keen perception, could easily discern the connection between the sword that had suddenly appeared in Yi Chen. The spiritual treasure had recognized its master. Who would believe that it was not Yi Chen who had acted? "Since you choose to disregard our agreement, do not blame me for putting your skills to the test." With that, Yuan Song's figure vanished in an instant, rushing toward the Sword of Heaven's slaughter. Yuan Song was aware that he could not subdue Yi Chen in such a short time. The most prudent course of action was to temporarily tame the Sword of Heaven's slaughter. Otherwise, if Yi Chen managed to delay him, the sword would wreak havoc among his kin, leading to catastrophic losses. As Yuan Song charged forward, the expression of the Sword of Heaven's slaughter's emperor shifted drastically. Although he had consumed a soul-eating spirit, his cultivation had not recovered significantly. He was barely at the late stage of spirit division, while Yuan Song had already reached the pinnacle of that realm. In terms of cultivation level, he was slightly superior to the current Sword of Heaven's Slaughter Emperor. However, the Sword of Heaven's Slaughter Emperor wielded celestial power, which was inherently stronger than spiritual energy, resulting in a fierce stalemate between the two. After a prolonged deadlock, noticing that the forces on the side of the Holy Lord had begun to rally, Yuan Song resolved to no longer hold back. With a cold snort, his body erupted with blinding radiance, soon transforming into a form akin to jade. Witnessing this, everyone gasped in astonishment, including members of the Jade Clan. The lineage of the Spirit Clan bore some resemblance to that of the Beast Clan, possessing a physical form. However, unlike the Beast Clan, a member of the Spirit Clan could only revert to their true form if supported by sufficient cultivation and a powerful bloodline. In the Jade Clan, the ability to summon one's true form significantly increased the chances of accessing the mysterious and primordial energies in the future. The countenance of the Sword of Heaven's Slaughter Emperor darkened. He had not anticipated that Yuan Song could revert to his true form. The Spirit Clan was already favored by destiny, cherished by the heavens, and possessed a high affinity for spiritual energy. Celestial energy and spiritual energy represented the fundamental forces of two worlds and had not yet entered the rankings of breadth, allowing quantity to surpass quality. This was evident from how the heart of the blood demon had been suppressed for 3 millennia. This prince never imagined that a mere mortal from the lower realms could wield celestial power. Yet, judging by your state, you must be nearing your end. Prepare to meet your demise. Yuan Song glared at the Sword of Heaven's Slaughter Emperor, then bellowed. Joining his hands, the entire palace trembled violently, and spiritual energy surged, forming a massive seal over 100 feet in size above the palace. Immaculate Breaking Seal. As Yuan Song's voice echoed, the enormous seal plummeted toward the Sword of Heaven's Slaughter Emperor. The Sword of Heaven's Slaughter Emperor's eyes gleamed with fervor as he murmured to himself, "It has been many years since I have witnessed such a technique. Allow me to see just how formidable your breaking seal is." He drew his sword, invoking the slaughtering sword technique, "Break the Void." In the next moment, he pointed skyward, and the Sword of Heaven's Slaughter erupted with a resonant hum, cleaving downwards toward the massive seal. A brilliant sword light erupted, transforming into a colossal sword shadow that collided with the seal. The ensuing explosion was thunderous, sending shockwaves that collapsed the palace and caused the entire sacred mountain to tremble. Where the sword light met the seal, a chain of order appeared, hinting at the tremendous force behind the strike. As the terrifying spiritual light dissipated, all eyes were fixated on the two figures suspended in midair. Suddenly, a shattering sound echoed, and a fissure appeared on Yuan Song's jade-like body, followed by a spurt of fresh blood as he reverted to his flesh and blood form. The slaughtering sword technique. "You are the Sword of Heaven's Slaughter Emperor." Yuan Song glared fiercely at him. The reason their lineage appeared in the celestial martial continent was inextricably linked to the Sword of Heaven's Slaughter Emperor. Long ago, the Sword of Heaven's Slaughter Emperor had battled a forebear of the Jade Clan, leading to his demise, while that ancestor had been unable to return to the celestial realm. In his final moments, he had expended his last vestige of strength to leave behind a shard of jade. That shard was Yuan Hai. The Sword of Heaven's Slaughter Emperor remained silent. Ever since entering the illusory blossom tree, he had recalled that this so-called sacred mountain was indeed the site of his fierce battle with the Jade Clan's ancestor. The so-called Holy Lord was merely a manifestation of the intelligence birthed from his own corpse. How absurd, how ludicrous. A once mighty celestial emperor reduced to a mere remnant of a soul, and yet my Jade Clan's ancestor triumphed over you. Yuan Song laughed uproariously, his visage twisted with malice. Since both were suspended in midair, the crowd remained oblivious to their exchange, merely witnessing Yuan Song's maniacal laughter. Yi Chen and his companions were bewildered. It seemed that the spirit of the Sword of Heaven's slaughter had gained the upper hand, so why was Yuan Song laughing as if he had lost his mind? Just as this thought crossed their minds, the soul of the Sword of Heaven's Slaughter Emperor began to waver, and in the next instant, he appeared nearly translucent. The once sparkling Sword of Heaven's Slaughter lost its luster, plummeting vertically and embedding itself into a massive rock, falling silent thereafter. At that moment, everyone comprehended the truth. Yuan Song had emerged victorious. All members of the Jade Clan, heed my command, on the sacred mountain, spare none who are not of our kin. Execute them without mercy. Yuan Song swallowed the blood in his mouth and shouted. Despite having defeated the Sword of Heaven's Slaughter Emperor, his true form was gravely injured, leaving him devoid of any fighting capacity. Nevertheless, the members of the Jade Clan surged with fervor, their combat prowess ignited.
Damn it, will this never end? Yi Chen gazed at the approaching members of the Jade Clan, momentarily forgetting to flee.
In the presence of these individuals, where could a mere initial stage chi refinement practitioner escape? Perhaps feigning death would be the better option. Meanwhile, Xiaobai stood dazed, staring at the demon pearl in her hand, lost in thought.
This shouldn't be happening. How could I not have collected a single soul?
The demon pearl, crafted by the demon clan, was intended for soul collection. This meant that if anyone perished in the vicinity of the demon pearl, their soul fragments would be absorbed into it, serving as nourishment. Xiaotian and Bing Qian glanced at the advancing members of the Jade Clan, their hearts racing with panic. Instinct urged them to flee, but seeing Yi Chen standing calmly, as if unfazed, left them uncertain about what to do. As the Jade Clan members drew near, Yi Chen remained motionless, showing no inclination to strike. Xiaotian, feeling frantic, gritted his teeth and charged forward, while Bing Qian had already mounted the back of the Qinghuan bird and turned to flee. But in the next moment, an unforeseen change transpired. Dark beams of light erupted from various points of the sacred mountain, intertwining in the sky, revealing a tempestuous force manifesting above. Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly. Devouring Demon Clan, Chapter 78. The first holy envoy among the most formidable clans of the demon race, there are three paramount factions of the heavenly demon, the blood demon, and the spiritual demon. Yet, the most enigmatic of them all is the devouring demon. Even within the demon realm, sightings of the devouring demon are exceedingly rare. However, it is certain that whenever a member of the devouring demon appears, they are invariably a formidable force. This clan delights in consuming the power of others to augment their own strength. The devouring heavenly demonic art was once revered as the pinnacle of techniques throughout the demon race, but as more practitioners emerged, it became evident that this art is exclusively suitable for the devouring demon clan. Should members of other clans attempt to cultivate the devouring heavenly demonic art, they would inevitably perish, unable to withstand the strain on their bodies. An unforeseen turn of events brought a halt to all actions, as everyone turned their gaze towards the dark runes suspended in the air. Yuan Song was no exception. He felt an ominous premonition stirring within him. Xiao Tian glanced back at Yi Chen, exhaling deeply. This old trickster knew someone would act without forewarning, nearly scaring him to death. Subsequently, Xiao Tian's attention shifted to the timid Bing Qian, who had sought refuge behind Yi Chen. The eerie black light enveloped the surroundings, rendering her unable to escape. It was not that Xiao Tian was being overly dramatic. Under such circumstances, fleeing is a natural instinct. Yet, one would think to at least carry the little girl along. After all, the Qinghuan bird is not incapable of accommodating her. The dark runes pulsated, soon radiating a surge of crimson light, and a young man stepped forth, casting a glance at Yuan Song with a faint smile. Are you Yuan Song, the prince of the Jade Clan? Yuan Song's gaze sharpened. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from this individual. The sole reason that someone at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage could feel threatened was that this individual was in the fusion stage.
Allow me to introduce myself.
I am Tang Tian, the first holy envoy under the Devouring Demon Lord, he declared with a smile, his eyes betraying an insatiable greed. As a member of the Devouring Demon Clan, cultivating the devouring heavenly demonic art, Yuan Song, being at the peak of the out-of-body stage, was the most fitting prey.
Do you wish to interfere in our affairs here? Yuan Song's eyes narrowed as he spoke in a grave tone.
Oh no, I merely wish to consume all of you, Tang Tian replied lazily, his tone light and breezy, yet it sent chills down the spines of those who listened.
Just you?
Yuan Song scoffed, a bitter smile crossing his face. It was no surprise that Yuan Song felt contempt. This was the sacred mountain, their stronghold. Although Tang Tian was formidable as a fusion stage cultivator, he stood little chance against them, especially with two terrifying beings still lurking in the void. If they returned, what could a fusion stage cultivator possibly do? All these years, you have been engaged in both open and covert struggles. Did you truly believe we had made no preparations?
Yuan Song declared.
To be frank, the sacred mountain has long been ensconced in formations.
Once fully activated, can a severely wounded ancient royal and a living corpse truly defy the heavens?
Tang Tian chuckled, then shifted his gaze to the previous void fissure. His true targets had never been Yuan Song and the others, but rather the two combatants in the void. Little White suddenly realized, no wonder the formations had appeared atop the sacred mountain. It was all meticulously orchestrated by someone. As for why those formations could be activated at such a minimal cost, it was entirely to mislead others. They merely needed to gather a meager amount of power to sustain the formations. Could it be that the ancestral being, upon its revival, has become mere nourishment for the devouring demons? Upon this thought, Little White cast a furtive glance at Yi Chen, only to find him wearing a calm and collected expression. Instantly, her heart steadied. With such a formidable ally present, there was no cause for alarm.
Surely, this so-called grand formation could not surpass the resilience of her own demonic heart. Yuan Song's expression shifted, and he exchanged a glance with the strongest among the Holy Lord's retinue, both silently nodding in agreement. In an instant, they transformed into two streaks of light, hurtling towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian seemed to sense their approach. A smirk graced his lips as he waved his hand, unleashing two beams of black light that sent Yuan Song and his companion crashing to the ground. Had you both been unscathed, I might have shown some restraint. Now, observe closely. Witnessing their leader being struck, the Holy Lord and the Jade Clan found themselves temporarily allied, charging towards Tang Tian, illuminating the sky with the brilliance of their spiritual energy. Yet, at this juncture, it was already too late. Tang Tian formed hand seals, and the black runes erupted with countless beams of red light, ensnaring everyone in place. I must thank you for your assistance in crafting the sacred mountain and the illusory flower tree so successfully. Otherwise, my Grand Demon Prison Dragon formation would not have been triggered. Upon hearing the name of the Grand Demon Prison Dragon formation, Little White's expression darkened. This formation ranked among the top 10 in the demon realm, a fearsome array indeed. The terror of this formation lay in its ability to harness the momentum of heaven and earth, unbound by the constraints of celestial order. The demon realm is unlike the lower realms, where the power of celestial order is exceedingly formidable. The celestial order of the immortal martial continent exists to safeguard the world from destruction. Conversely, should the celestial order of the demon realm or the immortal realm engage, it would result in annihilation. This also explains why many battles at the level of immortal emperors do not occur in the upper realms but rather descend to the lower realms. Though the grand formation constructed using the celestial momentum of the immortal martial continent may not match the strength of those in the immortal realm, it is still formidable enough to rival that of true immortal realms. It can be said that once this grand formation is unleashed, the power it manifests will be the most potent strike that this realm can endure from its mightiest cultivators. Yuan Song and the others, ensnared and powerless, could only watch in frustration as the fissure in the void rippled ominously, praying that the conflict between the Holy Lord and Yuan Hai would not reach a catastrophic intensity. Before long, the fissure in the void trembled, and two figures emerged. At their level of cultivation, they would not engage in a reckless battle. If they pushed to their limits, neither would emerge unscathed. The examples of the celestial emperor Zhan Tian and the ancestral figure of the Jade Clan stand testament to this truth. Yet, while they did not fight to the utmost, they were nonetheless battered and bruised, their bodies marred with visible wounds and their auras dangerously unstable. Upon witnessing this scene, the countenances of all present shifted, realizing the severity of the situation. Once Yuan Hai and the Holy Lord emerged, they too sensed something amiss, but it was already too late. Two beams of crimson light appeared, locking onto the pair. Who goes there? They both shouted in unison, their voices cold and commanding. Tang Tian stepped forth with a sinister smile, his gaze greedy as he addressed them. I am Tang Tian, a servant of the Devouring Demon Lord. Members of the Devouring Demon Clan? Yuan Hai's eyes narrowed. He and the Holy Lord, one a remnant of the ancestral figure of the Jade Clan, the other the corpse of an immortal emperor, were inherently aware of the existence of the Devouring Demon Clan. Indeed, it seems your efforts have rendered you nothing more than sustenance, Tang Tian remarked politely. Ha! You, a mere fusion stage cultivator, dare to speak so arrogantly, the Holy Lord retorted with a disdainful snort. The devouring heavenly demonic art, though domineering, possesses its limitations. It cannot devour those of a higher realm. While this formation may be formidable, it is merely a temporary entrapment. As long as they sustain no harm, once their cultivation is restored, a fusion stage cultivator poses little threat. With your levels of cultivation, I would naturally be unworthy, but my master can. Chapter 79. Long time no see. As the words fell, both the Holy Lord and Yuan Hai's expressions turned exceedingly grim. Given Tang Tian's cultivation level and the formidable array before them, it was evident that the master of Tang Tian must be equally powerful, if not more so. Yuan Hai was at a loss. After being sealed for so long, was it truly fate that he would emerge only to become a pawn for another? The Holy Lord lamented his plight, having battled the Jade Clan for so long, yet in the end, he had gained nothing. With this thought, he could not help but bow his head in resignation, but in that fleeting moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure none other than Yi Chen. Instantly, a spark of hope ignited in the Holy Lord's eyes. Although Yi Chen's cultivation might not match theirs, he was at the very least at the Earth immortal realm, that placed him well above the threshold of fusion. I beseech you, sir, please lend your hand, the Holy Lord bellowed. If Yi Chen were willing to intervene, the situation could surely be turned around. His shout drew the attention of everyone present, and both Yuan Hai and Tang Tian turned their gazes toward Yi Chen. Yuan Hai frowned, while Tang Tian scoffed with disdain. This individual bore no trace of spiritual power. How could they place their hopes on him? Within the confines of the Grand Array, any cultivation surpassing the fusion stage would be automatically restrained. Yet, Yi Chen remained unbound, a testament to his prowess. In an instant, Tang Tian dismissed the Holy Lord's plea as a desperate grasp at straws, ignoring Yi Chen completely. He then formed hand seals, a black line appearing on his forehead. A demonic seed, the size of a fist, seeped forth from his brow. I humbly summon the Demon Lord. Tang Tian declared, taking a deep breath and kneeling in midair. His respectful tone seemed to carry an enchanting power, evoking a profound sense of reverence among all present. Everyone, that is, except Yi Chen and Xiaobai, being the blood demon ancestor, though currently weakened, held a seniority that even the so-called devourer demon lord could not rival. The demonic seed erupted with an intensely dark radiance, and Xiaobai understood that it was a manifestation of concentrated demonic energy. The devourer demon lord, though not as formidable as in her prime, was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with, capable of reigning supreme in the immortal martial continent.
A peculiar humming resonated through the air, and a fine crack appeared on the demonic seed. Following this, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, and a figure emerged from the sea of demons, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yi Chen frowned at this unfolding scene, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the figure, as though he had encountered him before. As the Devourer Demon Lord's form gradually materialized, it became clear that, despite being merely a demonic seed, his cultivation had reached the half-saint realm. Not all demonic seeds were created equal. The one that Xiao Tian had consumed was but a common variant, while Tang Tian, as the foremost holy envoy, bore a seed implanted by the Devourer Demon Lord himself, essentially a fragment of his demonic soul. Although it could not unleash the entirety of its original power, it possessed more than half of its might. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Devourer Demon Lord, the Holy Lord and Yuan Hai's faces drained of color. They could sense the formidable strength of this entity, not to mention their already weakened states. Even during their prime, they would find it difficult to contend with someone practicing the Devourer Demon art. Indeed, two substantial sources of nourishment. If I could absorb them, the breakthrough from this seal would be within reach. The Devourer Demon Lord regarded the Holy Lord and Yuan Hai, trapped within the great demon prison array, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he nodded repeatedly. It was worth noting that these were two half-saints. Most had already ascended to higher realms, making it exceedingly rare to encounter two in the spirit domain. Well done. Turning to Tang Tian, the Devourer Demon Lord lavished praise upon him. He then pointed, a beam of black light penetrating Tang Tian's brow. This is the complete Devourer Demon art. The nourishment below is yours. Do not hesitate. The Devourer Demon Lord waved his hand dismissively. Tang Tian was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. As the Devourer Demon Lord advanced closer, the Holy Lord gritted his teeth and roared anew, if you do not act now, it will be too late. Should you assist me in overcoming this crisis, from this day forth, the entire Holy Mountain, myself included, shall revere you as our master. Beside him, Yuan Hai clenched his fists, asserting, whoever can liberate my Jade Clan from this predicament shall earn our unwavering loyalty henceforth. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the Holy Lord recognized that Yuan Hai was no fool. Since he had uttered such words, Yi Chen must possess some hidden prowess. Oh, to elicit such devotion from you too, could it be that there is another half-saint? The Devourer Demon Lord inquired with a smile. Tang Tian, however, responded with a chuckle, my lord, you overthink it, he is merely a brash young lad, they must have lost their minds. Following Tang Tian's gaze, the Devourer Demon Lord's smile faltered upon seeing Yi Chen. Though demonic seeds varied, their memories were interconnected. The scene from the Dian Imperial Palace remained vividly etched in his mind. Humiliation, rage, and murderous intent surged within him, yet, more prominently was a profound sense of helplessness. This youth was shrouded in a great enigma, with an aura impervious to demonic energy. Noticing the Devourer Demon Lord's silence, Tang Tian sneered, since you hold him in such high regard, allow me to slay him before your eyes. As his words fell, Tang Tian's figure vanished, reappearing before Yi Chen in an instant. Yi Chen's heart sank in despair. It was all over. Tang Tian aimed a lethal hand strike at Yi Chen's neck, but just as their contact was imminent, Tang Tian felt an overwhelming force propel him away uncontrollably, blood spewing from his mouth. When he regained his bearings, he found the Devourer Demon Lord standing in his previous position. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Tang Tian questioned, bewildered. Not only he, but all present stared in astonishment at this unexpected turn of events. What was happening? Was an ally attacking an ally? The Devourer Demon Lord's expression was grave. He had glimpsed the flicker of purple light at Yi Chen's neck. Had he not intervened in time, Tang Tian would have faced far graver consequences than mere bloodshed. Faced with such a terrifying demon, Yi Chen trembled, his legs weakening, unable to move, left to stare helplessly for a moment. Yi Chen was at a loss for words. He considered commenting on the pleasant weather, but upon looking up, the sky was enveloped by the array. What weather? After a long pause, Yi Chen finally uttered, long time no see. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. It would have been better to comment on the weather. To his surprise, the Devourer Demon Lord nodded earnestly, inhaling deeply. Indeed, it has been a long time. Yi Chen was left flabbergasted, unsure how to respond. Do you wish to protect them? If so, I shall take my leave. As the last word fell, the entire Holy Mountain fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 80. This old trickster is impressive. The Holy Lord and Yuan Hai gazed in disbelief. As fellow semi-immortals, they naturally understood the pride that came with their realm. Had the Demon Lord truly yielded, how could that be? Was it possible that this young man was an authentic celestial being? Such a notion was unfathomable. Tang Tian felt as though the very fabric of reality was unraveling. Was this truly the devouring Demon Lord, the same one who had confronted the powerful entities of the immortal Martial Continent? Now, he appeared to be capitulating to a mere boy. The Demon Lord lamented internally. How could he possibly part with the nourishment provided by two semi-immortals? Yet, he was uncertain. He lacked the confidence to confront Yi Chen. The fleeting purple light that had just passed brought him an overwhelming sense of pressure, reminiscent of the helplessness he felt back at the Great Yin Imperial Palace. Yi Chen stood momentarily stunned, before mustering a strained smile and saying, that would be for the best. Fighting and killing are ultimately undesirable. Upon hearing this, the Demon Lord exhaled deeply. Clearly, this fellow had been waiting for him to make a move. Fortunately, he had managed to halt his advance in time. Otherwise, if that demonic seed were to be destroyed again, who knew how long it would take for him to have another chance to break free from his seal? You owe me a favor, the Demon Lord pondered for a moment before speaking. Agreed, Yi Chen replied, steeling himself. The demon lord then revealed a hint of a smile. While semi-immortal beings were indeed incredibly valuable, this was merely a delay in his efforts to break the seal. However, in order to navigate the immortal martial continent unimpeded, he needed to first persuade Yi Chen. In the demon lord's eyes, this single favor was far more precious than the nourishment provided by two semi-immortals. Once we depart, you may dismantle this formation. The demon lord left behind a final remark before vanishing into the ether with Tang Tian. Yi Chen then sighed in relief. His heart had nearly leapt from his chest. Fortunately, they had departed. One must admit, this eternal law robe was indeed quite effective, but what to do about this formation? Would its power diminish after their departure? Under the fervent and adoring gazes of the crowd, Yi Chen could only grit his teeth and approach the massive stone, drawing forth the sword of heaven's slaughter. Upon seeing the sword, the Holy Lord's eyes narrowed, followed by a bitter smile. He cast a deep glance at Yi Chen, realizing that this fellow had likely been targeting him from the very beginning. Truly remarkable in his pretense, Yuan Hai's eyes sparkled with a flicker of insight. Pondering his thoughts now that the demon lord had left, it was clear that the Jade clan held the advantage on the sacred mountain. If he could dismantle this formation, there might still be a glimmer of hope for him. To compel the Jade clan to submit, how could that be so simple? With the sword of heaven's slaughter in hand, Yi Chen felt there was no turning back. In the next moment, his aura shifted dramatically, a flash of purple light flickering in his eyes. Heaven's slaughter sword technique, split the sea. At this very moment, outside the sacred mountain, the demon lord walked ahead with a broad smile, while Tang Tian trailed behind with a disgruntled expression, his mind consumed with thoughts of the mountain of nourishment. If he could consume it all, perhaps he could break through to the mid-integration stage, or even the late stage. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? The demon lord, sensing something amiss, halted and turned to Tang Tian, speaking lightly. Meeting the demon lord's gaze, Tang Tian had no intention of lying. He nodded in agreement and replied, I fail to comprehend why, even if that lad has connections, you need not act so. Do you believe I left out of fear of his background? The demon lord chuckled softly. Isn't that the case? Tang Tian retorted, having no reverence for the demon lord as other holy envoys did, being of the same devouring clan. You shall soon find out. The demon lord paused, gesturing for Tang Tian to look back at the sacred mountain. In the next instant, a purple light tore through the air, and the great demon prison dragon formation was instantly reduced to ashes. Chains of order emerged, only to be obliterated by the grand runes of the purple light, vanishing into the heavens. Tang Tian stood dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Do you understand now? Even if I were to personally intervene, I could not dismantle the formation so effortlessly. The demon lord spoke with evident apprehension to Tang Tian. The great demon prison dragon formation represented the most formidable power of this realm. To dismantle it indicated that the individual possessed strength surpassing that of this realm. Tang Tian swallowed hard, his expression one of disbelief, and after a lengthy pause, he regained his composure, taking a deep breath and murmuring, such a terrifying existence still resides in the eastern region. On the sacred mountain, all present were rendered speechless. The Holy Lord and Yuan Hai were particularly struck. No one understood the power of this formation better than they. The fleeting purple light had instilled in them the sensation of impending death. They had no doubt that if that purple light had struck them, they would have been crushed to oblivion by the grand runes. After all, even the chains of order were powerless to stop it. Yuan Hai immediately abandoned any thoughts of resistance. Against such a formidable foe, annihilation would be but a matter of a mere clap. Yuan Song's face turned pale, feeling a sense of relief that he had chosen to confront the remnants of the Sword Sovereign at that moment. Had he faced Yi Chen directly, the consequences would have left him shivering with dread. Having accomplished all this, Yi Chen did not feel particularly powerful. He merely assumed that the formation had weakened after the two departed, and he was simply reaping the benefits. In his dealings with others, humility was Yi Chen's guiding principle. Otherwise, he would never know when someone might undermine him. His once arrogant disposition upon leaving the academy had led to many misfortunes. After enduring life's harsh lessons, he finally understood. Gazing at the newly formed crack on the sword of heaven's slaughter, Yi Chen felt a pang of sorrow. It was all that old man's fault for trying to play the hero. The sword was cracked, and he was on the verge of collapse. Within the sword of heaven's slaughter, the final remnant of the sword sovereign's soul flickered like a candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. Master! Just as Yi Chen was lost in his sorrow, two voices called out from behind him. Turning to look, he saw the Holy Lord and Yuan Hai, both of whom were now bowing respectfully to him. What are you two doing? Yi Chen frowned, stepping back. He dared not accept their reverence. The two exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of disappointment in the other's eyes. This master did not regard them as equals, yet, it was understandable. A powerful cultivator must always remain vigilant. There is no need for you to evade, master. I previously stated that as long as you assist me in escaping, everything on this sacred mountain will belong to you, and I shall willingly follow you, the Holy Lord earnestly declared, his gaze lingering on the sword of heaven's slaughter, feeling a pang in his heart. If the sword of heaven's slaughter was present, his consciousness would undoubtedly be obliterated. The same goes for my Jade clan, Yuan Hai quickly added. Unlike the human race, which could transcend to celestial bodies through the tribulation once they reached a certain level, the spirit clans were born of heaven and earth, never triggering tribulations. To ascend to the celestial realm, they needed to forge pathways through immense power, and Yi Chen was their final hope of returning to the celestial realm. Observing the two in their current state, Xiao Tian marveled. No wonder he had waited so long in silence before finally taking action. He had successfully subdued two great powers. This old trickster truly was impressive. Chapter 81 encountered an incident. Given the genuine emotions displayed by the two individuals, which seemed devoid of deceit, Yi Chen reluctantly acquiesced. Yuan Hai's face lit up with ecstasy as he lavished praise upon Yi Chen. Before proceeding to assess the damages, the Holy Master observed Yi Chen and, noticing his silence, clenched his teeth in determination to depart. However, just as he turned, he heard Yi Chen's voice calling out, "Wait, I have one more request." Pausing, the Holy Master let out a deep sigh upon seeing the heavenly sword in Yi Chen's grasp. "Very well, it is all destined. Come forth, esteemed sir." "What do you mean?" Yi Chen asked, a look of confusion adorning his face, as an unsettling chill crept into his heart. "Surely, you do not think I harbor any interest in you? Are you not intent on erasing my consciousness?" The Holy Master was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Why would I wish to erase your consciousness? I seek a person, Bai Yao must accompany me, and you shall also lift the curse afflicting her." Yi Chen regarded the Holy Master with skepticism, retracting the heavenly sword. "Is that all?" The Holy Master rubbed his tingling face, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. "What else could it be?" Yi Chen furrowed his brow. "Ah, there is one more matter regarding that bronze tablet. Do pay it some heed." Of course, of course." The Holy Master nodded vigorously, hastily summoning Bai Yao. After relieving her of the curse, Bai Yao's flawless visage was unveiled before all for an instant. It felt as though time itself had frozen. Such beauty was undeniably capable of wreaking havoc upon the world even within the realm of cultivation. She was a striking presence. In terms of appearance, she stood equally with Yu Qingying, albeit lacking her spirited demeanor. Conversely, Yu Qingying could not compare to Bai Yao's gentle grace. They embodied entirely different styles of beauty. Under Yi Chen's gaze, Bai Yao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly lowered her head, reminding herself that Yi Chen was the chosen man of Yu Qingying and that she must not entertain any other thoughts. "Ahem, well then, we shall take our leave. You and the Jade Clan should get along well. Should you need anything, I will have Bai Yao come to you." Yi Chen awkwardly touched his nose and spoke, eager to vacate this cursed place. "Understood, I shall obey your command, esteemed sir." The Holy Master bowed his head. Upon realizing that Yi Chen had no intention of erasing his consciousness, his feelings of awe transformed into genuine respect, truly seeing himself as Yi Chen's subordinate. "That is good." Yi Chen nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Bai Yao, who comprehended immediately. With a graceful flourish of her jade arm, she led Yi Chen and the others into the skies. They could not utilize spiritual power within the wilds of the Forbidden Land due to the Holy Master's watchful gaze. Now that the Holy Master acknowledged Yi Chen as his superior, he would naturally refrain from making any hostile moves, allowing them to fly freely. As Yi Chen's figure vanished into the horizon, the Holy Master smiled faintly at Bai Lan beside him. "I recall you ascended the mountain alongside Bai Yao. Henceforth, you shall cultivate diligently on the mountain. Should you desire anything from the treasury, merely inform me." Bai Lan, taken aback by the favor, promptly knelt in gratitude, though her eyes betrayed a simmering resentment. Observing this, the Holy Master chose not to comment further, instead discussing coexistence matters with Yuan Hai. Since Yi Chen had issued the order, they would certainly adhere to it. Upon entering the enigmatic flower tree, the Holy Master found himself momentarily dazed by the abundance of spiritual energy, affirming the Spirit Clan's status as favored by heaven and earth. "Where is Yuan Song?" Upon entering the Jade Clan stronghold, the Holy Master scanned the surroundings but failed to spot Yuan Song. "Haha, you think I wouldn't follow Bai Yao to be with the esteemed sir?" Yuan Hai smirked, a grin spreading across his face. The Holy Master paused, then burst into hearty laughter. At this moment, Yi Chen in the air wore a grim expression, for not far behind him trailed Yuan Song. Just after departing, Yuan Song had stubbornly followed along. Although a late-stage exit of the spirit realm was a formidable ally, he was undeniably more handsome than Yi Chen. Moreover, if this fellow accompanied him, what if one day he was exposed? Wouldn't the Jade Clan and the Holy Master turn the world upside down? Soon, they left the wilds of the Forbidden Land and arrived at the borders of the Great Yan Empire. Bing Xian glanced at the group, then silently turned and headed towards Tiandu City, returning to her sect. Something's off, her gaze harbors murderous intent. Yuan Song frowned, acutely aware as a member of the Spirit Clan. The human race remained oblivious, but a person's emotional and mental fluctuations could emit a unique aura. While humans could not perceive this, the Spirit Clan, as favored children of heaven and earth, were highly sensitive to such phenomena. "Should I go and eliminate her?" Yuan Song licked his lips, eager to impress Yi Chen. "Let her be." Yi Chen waved his hand. He understood why Bing Qian's demeanor had shifted so drastically. It was undoubtedly due to the spirit fruits within the ring. By the way, what was the reason those spirit fruits within the secret realm flower tree were deemed unusable? Oh, those spirit fruits are not true spirit fruits. They are merely fabricated by us through special means. While they do contain spiritual energy, it is impure, and recklessly absorbing them could lead to rapid advancement in cultivation but risks falling into madness. Yuan Song shrugged nonchalantly. The so-called Sacred Mountain Secret Realm and such items were merely tools they used to deceive cultivators into unlocking seals. If the Secret Realm flower tree truly possessed such treasures, would the Jade Clan have been suppressed for so many years? What nonsense! You truly are insidious. Yi Chen shot Yuan Song a glare, annoyance evident in his tone. Beside them, Xiao Tian scoffed, "When it comes to cunning and deceit, who could surpass you, old six?" Receiving a glare from Yi Chen, Yuan Song shivered slightly and fell silent thereafter. Days later, the group returned to the Great Yan Imperial City. It must be said that with the assistance of cultivators, infrastructure progressed remarkably. The Great Yan Imperial City now bore little resemblance to its former dilapidated state, rejuvenated and more prosperous than ever before. "All right, we shall descend." Upon entering the imperial city, Yi Chen announced, as flying was prohibited within the Great Yan imperial city. Although their group could bypass scrutiny, adhering to the rules was essential to avoid placing Yu Qingying in a difficult position. Observing Yi Chen's reluctance to disrupt the regulations, Yuan Song's curiosity about the Great Yan Empress grew ever stronger. Over these past few days, he had mingled with Xiao Tian and Xiao Bai and learned that Yi Chen was quite obedient to the Empress, which filled him with admiration. What manner of extraordinary woman could tame a formidable figure like Yi Chen? Within the imperial city, prosperity thrived, while Yuan Song darted about like a child, filled with wonder after being trapped within the enigmatic flower tree for so many years. His newfound freedom in the mundane world sparked immense curiosity. Aside from Xiao Bai and Xiao Tian's disdainful expressions, Yi Chen and Bai Yao remained unfazed, swiftly making their way to the Great Yan Imperial Palace. Something is amiss, there may have been an incident. Upon seeing the palace guards, Bai Yao's expression shifted slightly. Chapter 82 Relying on Connections. At first glance, the defenses of the Great Yan Imperial Palace appeared exceptionally formidable. In the past, the national policy of the Great Yan dynasty was crafted collaboratively between her and Yu Qingying, and the security both inside and outside the palace was orchestrated by Bai Yao. According to their assessment, the entire Great Yan Imperial City maintained a state of external vigilance coupled with internal laxity, strict at the city gates but less so at the palace itself. However, the current heavy fortifications of the Great Yan Imperial Palace seemed rather amiss, especially since the threat of the Ning Wang had been eliminated, and the entire Great Yan dynasty was now experiencing a vigorous period of ascendancy. Let us investigate. Speculation is of little use, Yi Chen suggested, indicating that it would be better to enter and ascertain the situation firsthand. Bai Yao, her expression grave, nodded in agreement. Within the Zichen Hall, Yu Qingying now sat upon the dragon throne, flanked by ministers of civil and military affairs who had already been replaced with new faces, though their prowess was only temporarily subpar. Presently, 3 individuals stood before the court, clad in matching attire, their expressions tinged with disdain. The foremost middle-aged man scrutinized Yu Qingying with an invasive gaze, as if she were a possession of his own. The sight incited a surge of fury among the many ministers, yet they were too intimidated to voice their grievances. This man hailed from the northern region's Z Mansion, possessing a terrifying level of cultivation that had reached the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, while the two behind him were both at the initial stage. Just days prior, it was this trio that had jointly inflicted severe injuries upon the renowned sword madman Ji Woming. Indeed, I have long heard of the Great Yan Empress's breathtaking beauty and unparalleled talent. You are most deserving of being my concubine. Morongu proclaimed loudly, his tone laced with an air of condescension, as though bestowing a great honor upon her. The two companions behind him nodded in agreement, fully aware of Morongu's formidable background. Despite his realm being only a minor tier above Yu Qingying's, he stood backed by the vice-sect master of Z Mansion, a formidable powerhouse at the late stage of the spirit-severing realm. Ha! Do you think I lack the courage to strike you? Yu Qingying arched an eyebrow, her voice calm yet commanding. Your audacity intrigues me further. Morongu licked his lips and continued, the strongest of your Great Yan dynasty, Ji Woming, has already been grievously injured by us, and that worthless Firelin beast is similarly incapacitated. Presently, you alone stand as the sole cultivator in the initial stage of the out-of-body realm within the entire Great Yan dynasty. Do you truly wish to challenge us? His words dripped with mockery, for the eastern region was but a trivial place that had never warranted Morongu's attention. After all, in the northern region, golden elixirs were as common as dirt, while in the eastern region, they were considered formidable forces. Feel free to test your luck. Yu Qingying's gaze turned frigid as a sudden burst of golden light erupted within the hall, the image of a golden dragon manifesting an embodiment of her imperial aura. Both of you, engage, but do not harm my woman, Morongu commanded, a smirk playing on his lips. The two men nodded in unison, moving to flank Yu Qingying and sealing off the space within the Zichen Hall to prevent her escape. Yu Qingying's expression shifted as the dragon manifestation responded instantaneously, launching an attack against the two. A dull thud resonated as both men were forcefully repelled, their faces etched with shock. Indeed, the imperial aura was undeniably overwhelming. However, even such supremacy was merely that of an initial stage out-of-body cultivator, and they were 2 against 1. After a brief hesitation, the two renewed their assault. No matter how strong Yu Qingying was, and despite the might of her imperial aura, she was ultimately raised in the eastern region, where her foundational training was simply inferior to that of the Z Mansion. Not to mention, she was outnumbered. Under their relentless onslaught, she soon displayed signs of defeat, being forced to retreat repeatedly until she coughed up blood, her aura waning. The two men withdrew their spiritual power, secretly amazed. It was indeed the advantage of teamwork that allowed them to prevail, otherwise, either of them alone would have met their doom against Yu Qingying. The expressions of the civil and military ministers darkened as they witnessed this scene. Had Yu Qingying truly lost, was the Great Yan dynasty destined for its demise? The power of the Z Mansion was indeed fearsome beyond measure. How about it, do you still wish to resist? Those of lower status must accept their place. Morongu strode forward, looking down at Yu Qingying with an air of superiority. Become my concubine, and I shall spare your life, otherwise, today shall mark the downfall of the Great Yan dynasty. Dream on. Yu Qingying bit her lip, her imperial aura coalescing once more, only to be shattered by a punch from Morongu. The spatial barriers around her lifted. She was hurled out of the Zichen Hall, blood spilling from her mouth. In that moment, Yu Qingying felt herself collide with a warm embrace, and looking up in surprise, she found Yi Chen. His expression darkened. Are you alright? He inquired, gazing down at the pale Yu Qingying as he carefully wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Yu Qingying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she struggled to rise, only to be gently restrained by Yi Chen. You are injured, do not move recklessly. For reasons unknown, the imperial aura surrounding Yu Qingying dissipated instantly, and she nodded obediently like a small girl, no longer resisting, but instead relishing the comfort of his embrace.
Who are you to touch my woman? Morongu glared at Yi Chen, his expression dark with murderous intent. Xiao Tian and Xiao Bai exchanged glances with Morongu, silently cursing his foolishness. Anyone could provoke the great Yan dynasty, even Yi Chen, but Yu Qingying was off limits. They knew full well how much Yi Chen cherished their empress. Yi Chen offered no response, nearly rising with Yu Qingying still in his arms. He turned to Yuan Song and stated, "Take care of those three, kill two and incapacitate one. Is there an issue with that?" His tone was chilling, causing Yuan Song to shudder involuntarily, nodding fervently, "No problem, no problem. Then it shall be your task." With that, Yi Chen embraced Yu Qingying and departed, heading straight for the inner palace. Morongu, incensed, had never been so disregarded before. He immediately lunged a palm toward Yi Chen's back. "Thank you for the opportunity." A sudden voice, ghostly in nature, whispered in Morongu's ear. When he turned back, he found Yuan Song had somehow appeared before him. His full-powered strike felt as if it had struck nothing but emptiness upon making contact with Yuan Song. As a prince of the Jade clan, Yuan Song, though not fully healed, was still capable of effortlessly dispatching someone at the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm. Morongu's heart raced with alarm as he hastily attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. Crack, a sound of shattering echoed as Morongu felt a sharp pain in his dantian, his nascent soul vanishing in an instant, the cultivation of the mid-stage out-of-body realm dissipating entirely. Not good. The other two, witnessing this, rushed in, but Yuan Song didn't even spare them a glance. With a wave of his hand, two beams of spiritual light shot forth, instantly reducing them to ashes. You dare to cripple me, my father is a pinnacle spirit-severing cultivator. Morongu, terrified to his core, threatened. Relying on connections? My father is a half-immortal, shall I call him forth for a contest? Yuan Song replied with a smile that held no warmth. Chapter 83 The Golden Age. Faced with Yuan Song's smile, Morongu instantly felt intimidated. However, he chose to disregard the matter concerning the semi-immortal father, pondering how a descendant of such a being could possibly appear in the Grand Yan dynasty. One thing was undeniably clear, though. This man truly had the capacity to kill him. A coward, take him away, Yuan Sang scoffed coldly, his disdain for such ineptitude evident. As a cultivator, one should forge ahead without hesitation, being frightened by a few words foretold a lack of significant achievement. The guards, startled by Yuan Song's sharp reprimand, shivered in their boots and hurriedly dragged Morongu aside. This man had effortlessly dispatched two early-stage exiters and incapacitated an intermediate stage one. He was not to be trifled with. Upon entering the palace, Yi Chen gently placed Yu Qingying on the soft couch and remarked, "I have arrived late." Yu Qingying blinked in surprise, shaking her head before responding, "It is not your fault." After that battle, not only the people of the eastern region, but others as well have fixed their gaze upon the Dayin imperial tomb. Your astonishing sword strike that day led many to believe that a treasure indeed resides within. Moreover, the nine-tailed celestial fox had fallen into slumber. Otherwise, she would not find herself in such a predicament. The two conversed for a while longer, with Yi Chen recounting the recent events to Yu Qingying. When she learned that Yuan Song was a peak separation stage cultivator, she nearly leaped off the couch in shock. A peak separation stage cultivator, not only in the eastern region but even in other territories, such a being could establish a sect. Just as they were speaking, Yuan Song's request for an audience echoed through the chamber, and without hesitation, Yi Chen bid him to enter. "Sir, the matter has been resolved. The two early-stage exiters are dead, and the intermediate stage one has been incapacitated," Yuan Song said, his expression one of eager servility. "Well done, allow me to introduce you, this is the Dayin Empress, Yu Qingying. From now on, you shall heed her command." Yi Chen gestured dismissively. Yu Qingying was taken aback, casting a profound glance at Yi Chen, her eyes brimming with tenderness. A peak separation stage cultivator could accomplish so much. Yuan Sang glanced at Yu Qingying and chuckled, "So this is the matriarch, is it?" Upon hearing this title, Yu Qingying's face flushed crimson, while Yi Chen cleared his throat awkwardly, casting a sharp glare at Yuan Song. Neither of them protested. Bai Yao stood to the side, observing this scene with a mixture of bitterness and solace, her heart a swirl of conflicting emotions. "I surmise that the matriarch cultivates the imperial essence, does she not?" Yuan Song speculated, regarding Yu Qingying with a furrowed brow. Indeed, she nodded in affirmation. However, the cultivation method seems somewhat lacking. Otherwise, with the power of the imperial essence, facing those few weaklings would not be insurmountable, for this is the matriarch's empire, Yuan Song stated indifferently. "Is this a reconciliatory remark?" Yu Qingying frowned, while Yi Chen also became intrigued. Noting that Yu Qingying truly seemed unaware, Yuan Song proceeded to elucidate. The imperial path differs fundamentally from others. The core distinction lies in the fact that other paths still focus on cultivating spiritual energy, while the imperial path requires the cultivation of imperial essence. One could say the very essence is transformed. Therefore, the cultivation method is significantly more crucial than in other paths. Spiritual energy may be mediocre, but it can at least eventually metamorphose into celestial energy. Conversely, imperial essence follows one throughout their life. Moreover, unbeknownst to others, traversing the imperial path is intricately linked to one's own power. Within the domain of one's own influence, the might of imperial essence is amplified.
Thus, theoretically, the larger one's realm of power, the better. Most critically, once one embarks on the imperial path, it signifies either a premature demise or a meteoric rise to the pinnacle, for this world can accommodate only one possessor of imperial essence. This duration is capped at a millennium. If within 1,000 years a singular emperor does not emerge, all possessors of imperial essence will be eradicated, ushering in a new millennium. After listening to Yuan Song's words, both Yi Chen and Yu Qingying fell into contemplative silence. The imperial essence could be likened to a double-edged sword, promising both immense power and endless troubles.
How much time remains in this millennium? Yi Chen inquired, furrowing his brow.
With the passage of eras, the imperial essence across various realms remains unchanged. In the case of the Xianwu continent, I estimate there are still about 100 years left before the millennium concludes, Yuan Song mused after a moment's reflection.
Does this mean that other possessors of imperial essence may have already cultivated for 900 years?
Indeed. Many who comprehend the imperial path may even suppress their realms, awaiting the onset of the next millennium. Yuan Song nodded. According to the memories of the ancestors of the Jade clan, this was indeed the case. However, the celestial realm differs from the lower realm, undergoing cycles every 10,000 years. It appears that peaceful development is out of the question. Yi Chen grinned. The battle intent on Yu Qingying's face steadily intensified. Although she often presented herself as a delicate woman before Yi Chen, in truth, she was the Empress of Dian, and her indomitable spirit would not permit her to be overshadowed by others.
Then let us commence by unifying the eastern region. Bai Yao's eyes sparkled with determination.
Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Although the eastern region was barren, it was not insignificant. If they could unify it, Yu Qingying would at least be relatively safe within its confines. Furthermore, it could serve as a foundation for gradual expansion. The conversation among the three within the palace would ultimately reshape the entire landscape of the eastern region. Simultaneously, within the northern region's purple mansion, a thunderous roar erupted. Vice Sect Master Morong Jie soared into the sky, his spiritual energy surging forth like a tidal wave.
The entire purple mansion trembled, plunging the entire northern region into disarray. What could have transpired to incite such fury in a mid-separation stage powerhouse? Vice Sect Master Morong, what has happened?
A faint voice resonated from deep within the purple mansion, instantly calming the chaotic spiritual energy that had been stirred by Morong Jie's wrath.
The integration stage.
The Sect Master. Sect Master, Guara's soul token has dimmed, and the soul tokens of the other two Exeters accompanying him have shattered. An accident has surely occurred. I implore you to allow me to venture into the northern region to search for Guar. Morong Jie gritted his teeth, his body trembling uncontrollably, clearly struggling to suppress his rising fury.
That is inadvisable.
The various sects of the northern region have explicitly stipulated that our generation must not intervene in the affairs of the eastern region. Now that the golden age of the Xianwu continent has arrived, the variables are too numerous. It is best to consider the greater picture. The sect master's voice echoed softly. In the past century, disciples with extraordinary talents had emerged in succession, with those who originally sought to reach the exit stage requiring at least a century, even with abundant resources. Yet, in this past century, prodigies from all quarters surged forth, with some even surpassing the elder generation of cultivators. All leaders of the top-tier forces unanimously believed that the golden age of the Xianwu continent had indeed arrived, and unpredictable changes were likely to unfold. Chapter 84 of the Great Dream of Heavenly Mechanisms. According to the ancient texts of the Divine Concealment sect, the last golden age occurred 3 millennia ago. During that epoch, various factions and realms endeavored to send their core disciples into the immortal martial continent for training. This influx led to a convergence of prodigies on the continent, with some achieving ascension to the celestial realm within a mere century. However, there were unforeseen complications. The talented individuals sent forth were not solely from the lower realms, as even prominent families from the celestial realm dispatched their scions to the mortal plane. Countless sects and clans were obliterated during this golden age, and even the once mighty Divine Concealment sect began to decline. Thus, the stakes are exceedingly high. If Morong Valley were merely to provoke local recluses from the eastern region, it would be manageable. With the capabilities of the Purple Mansion, they would not fear any faction in the eastern region. Yet, one must be wary that, given Morong Valley's temperament, they might inadvertently offend individuals from other realms, or even esteemed descendants sent down from the celestial realm.
Does the sect master wish for me to endure this? Morong Jie gritted his teeth and inquired.
That is not my intent. Rather, it is a matter of long-term strategy. I shall convene the various factions of the northern region to discuss this matter. The sect master of the Purple Mansion responded once more. Upon hearing this, Morong Jie found it difficult to express his frustration and could only endure it, knowing that his father, the Grand Elder of the Purple Mansion, was currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the earthly immortal realm. Should he succeed, it would herald a new era for the Purple Mansion. However, if he were to fail, their family's standing within the sect would likely diminish. Then I shall adhere to the sect master's counsel, Morong Jie replied through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, in the Great Yan dynasty, Yi Chen handed over the spatial rings belonging to Shen Lang and his companions to Yu Qingying. While their assets might be insignificant in the central region, they could certainly cultivate a force capable of sweeping through the eastern region for the Great Yan dynasty. Yuan Song had previously suggested inviting the Saint Lord and his father for assistance. After all, with 2 semi-immortal beings backing them, they could easily dominate not only the eastern region but even the Demon Sea for a brief period. However, Yu Qingying declined, asserting that while it was acceptable to utilize external forces, one must never become wholly reliant on them. The path of the emperor must be forged independently. Yi Chen concurred, relying on the Sate Lord and Yuan Hai could indeed facilitate the reclamation of the eastern region in the short term, but both were semi-immortal beings, and one could never predict when they might ascend. Should they lose the suppression of these two, chaos would likely ensue once more, possibly reigniting incidents akin to that of the Ningwang. External threats are not to be feared. Internal issues are manageable. What one truly dreads is the convergence of both external and internal strife. Now that the matter of Ningwang has settled, the Great Zhou dynasty is beginning to assert its claim. With today's events disseminating, the Nine Peaks Mountain will no longer harbor any resistance. The only remaining challenge for the Great Yan is the Tiangong sect, which might prove difficult to subdue. Within the Hall of Tranquility, Yi Chen, Yu Qingying, and Bai Yao deliberated over a map of the eastern region. Xiao Tian and Xiao Bai were nowhere to be found, having run off to frolic, while Yuan Song had been dispatched by Yi Chen to tend to Ji Wuming and the fire beast's injuries. The Tiangong sect? Yi Chen inquired, puzzled. The master of the Tiangong sect, known as the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms, is a being in the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, based solely on strength. Ji Wuming alone could handle him. However, the crux lies in the Elder's mastery of arcane mechanisms, even possessing the ability to glimpse into heavenly secrets. Many powerful individuals from the eastern region and beyond have benefited from his insights. If we were to provoke the Tiangong sect, it could set off a chain reaction, Bai Yao elucidated. Peering into heavenly secrets, a fortune-teller? Yi Chen exclaimed in astonishment, surprised that such practitioners existed in the world of immortal martial arts. Yu Qingying furrowed her brow. The late emperor had once cautioned her that, aside from the three great forbidden zones, the Tiangong sect was not to be trifled with. Not only is the elder's ability to peer into heavenly secrets unfathomable, but his profound understanding of formations alone allows the Tiangong sect to remain invulnerable. During the battle outside the Great Yin Imperial City, Ji Wuming managed to hold off the elder and several other out-of-body experts primarily because the elder was not afforded the opportunity to employ his formations. However, the territory of the Tiangong sect is entirely different. The elder has entrenched himself there for many years, rendering the sect akin to a porcupine. Anyone who dares to touch it will find themselves in dire straits. In a few days, the great dream of heavenly mechanisms will commence. Perhaps we should send some individuals to make contact with the elder and inquire if he is open to discussion. Bai Yao suggested. The great dream of heavenly mechanisms is a grand event held every decade by the Tiangong sect, during which prodigies from the eastern region and other locales converge. It is rumored that 50 years ago, a genius attained enlightenment during this event and has since established a sect in the southern region, commanding a significant territory, with whispers that he has entered the fusion realm. Indeed, not only them, but I too wish to attend. If I could achieve enlightenment during the great dream, it may elevate my spiritual route to a higher plane and facilitate a breakthrough in talent. Yu Qingying lamented. At her words, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity to defy fate. I shall go, he declared. You have only just returned, you should rest for a while, Yu Qingying countered, shaking her head. Given Yi Chen's description, the journey to the sacred mountain was anything but simple, and she did not wish for him to be worn out. It's nothing. I am not tired, Yi Chen chuckled, sensing Yu Qingying's concern. Enough of your antics. Who are you trying to impress? Just go and marry. Bai Yao interjected, her tone somewhat exasperated, though her heart ached inexplicably. Both Yi Chen and Yu Qingying were momentarily taken aback, their cheeks flushing crimson. Your Majesty, the master of the Xian Beast sect, Xianing, seeks an audience, came the voice of a servant announcing. Please, let him in, Yu Qingying replied, swiftly taking her place upon the dragon throne, resuming her demeanor as Empress. Yi Chen and Bai Yao obediently retreated to either side. Before long, Xianing entered with Bing Qian, both sporting broad smiles. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring such a bountiful trove of treasures. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen glanced at Bing Qian, surmising that she had informed Xianing of the miraculous fruits. Yu Qingying regarded Bing Qian thoughtfully. Yi Chen had spoken to her about Bing Qian's change in attitude, and she sighed inwardly, realizing that in the face of resources, any semblance of friendship could prove unreliable. However, as Xianing and Bing Qian listened, their expressions grew increasingly grim. Finally, Xianing spoke, Your Majesty, the Xian Beast sect and the Great Yan dynasty are like two peas in a pod. If you do not wish to provide assistance, there is no need to concoct such falsehoods. When you sought to utilize the blood pool, I offered my support without hesitation. Now, you merely desire some resources. Why resort to such absurd lies? Yu Qingying sighed softly and summoned Yuan Song to clarify the situation. Yet, by the time Yuan Song arrived, Xian Ying's demeanor had turned as dark as a thundercloud. Through Bing Qian, she had discerned the extent of Yuan Song's prowess, and this action was perceived as a blatant threat in her eyes. Chapter 85 of the Heavenly Mechanism Mansion. In that case, let us assume that I have said nothing at all. Farewell. Xian Ying's expression was one of displeasure, as though she had been subjected to a grave insult. Yin Song, standing nearby, sensed the shift in Xian Ying's demeanor and frowned slightly, casting an inquiring glance at Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen gently shook his head, signaling him to refrain from taking action. Elder Yi, considering that we have endured life and death together, why would you deny me even a single fruit of fortune? Am I not one of your own, Ice Qian? Ice Qian spoke through gritted teeth, her little face filled with grievance. It is not that I refuse, as Yen Song has elucidated the intricate relationships involved. Those are not fruits of fortune, Yi Chen sighed. Ah, if they are not fruits of fortune, then why did you not destroy them outright back then, but instead chose to keep them? Ice Qian challenged fiercely. Xianing remained silent, although it could be perceived as a rebuttal. She found Ice Chan's words to be entirely reasonable. Yu Qingying, having hesitated several times, finally sighed, "Since you desire them so much, Yi Chen, grant them to her." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen ceased to argue further. He waved his hand over his storage ring, and all the fruits of fortune collected from the flower trees within the illusion manifested within the grand hall. A rich aura of spiritual energy surged forth, and both Xianing and Ice Chan's expressions brightened as they hurriedly approached to inspect several of the fruits closely. For Xianing, these were the keys to her advancement into the out-of-body stage. After examining them thoroughly and confirming their authenticity, Xianing finally smiled. "Thank you, Your Majesty. You may leave now." Yu Qingying wearily gestured with her hand. Watching the two ladies joyfully collect the fruits, Yen Song's lips twitched in bemusement, unsure of what to say. Once the two had departed, and gazing at the dwindling fruits of fortune remaining, Yen Song finally spoke. "Do they not comprehend human speech? Knowing full well it is a pitfall, why do they insist on stepping into it? They would not believe it, for in their eyes, it is merely a fabricated lie to prevent them from sharing." Yi Chen replied helplessly. "I cannot fathom it." Yen Song shrugged and then remarked, "By the way, Ji Woming and the fire beast have fully recovered, and my father has sent word that it seems many individuals from other worlds have entered the Xianwu continent, prompting us to be vigilant. They are said to be seeking opportunities here, though I am not entirely clear on the specifics." Yi Chen and Yu Qingying exchanged puzzled glances when suddenly a golden light swept into the great Yen Imperial Palace. Yi Chen reached out to catch it. It was a message from the Holy Master. The message read, "The Golden Age is upon us, the suppression of the heavenly order is diminishing, and numerous worlds are stirring. Please be cautious." The Golden Age? Yi Chen mumbled, yet Yu Qingying appeared to recall something suddenly, leading Yi Chen towards the royal prison. Inside the royal prison, King Ning sat cross-legged within his cell, his eyes devoid of their former rebelliousness, now reflecting a serene calm. Upon seeing Yu Qingying, he smiled faintly. "The Empress has come. What brings you here?" "Uncle, I recall my father mentioning something about the Golden Age while he was alive. Do you have any recollection of it?" Yu Qingying inquired. King Ning raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before saying, "According to the ancient texts of the Great Yen, every 3,000 years, the suppression of the heavenly order on cultivators will lessen, and treasures will awaken, allowing many to break through to higher realms. Calculating from the establishment of the Great Yen dynasty, it has indeed been nearly 3,000 years. The records state that the Great Yen royal family once had a prodigy who successfully ascended to the immortal realm during that time." "Thank you, uncle," Yu Qingying nodded, expressing her gratitude to King Ning. "There is no need for thanks. Should the Golden Age truly arrive, you must exercise caution. They may come. After all, the treasures of the eastern region are not something even the inhabitants of the immortal realm can afford to ignore." King Ning regarded Yu Qingying deeply before falling silent. He had once followed the devouring demon lord and was naturally privy to certain matters regarding the treasures of the eastern region. Such treasures were coveted even by the devouring demon lord, and it was certain that the denizens of the immortal realm would not turn a blind eye. Yet, even now, no one knew precisely what these so-called treasures of the eastern region were. "Chaos is on the horizon. We must act swiftly. I shall head to the heavenly mechanism mansion tomorrow." Leaving the royal prison, Yi Chen spoke to Yu Qingying. "Very well, I shall accompany you," Yu Qingying replied with a grin. "You? Shouldn't you remain to oversee the Great Yen dynasty?" "Without an invitation, one cannot enter," she said, raising the golden invitation in her hand. As the Empress of the Great Yen and a talented figure of the eastern region, she naturally received an invitation. As for the affairs of the dynasty, Bai Yao and the others would suffice. "That is agreeable." Yi Chen nodded in acceptance. The following day, after Yu Qingying had arranged her affairs, the group set forth on their journey to the heavenly mechanism mansion. "I am eager to see whether this so-called grand dream mechanism truly possesses the extraordinary power of which the rumors speak," Little White exclaimed, seated atop Xiao Tian. Yi Chen looked at Little White with a sense of resignation. He had initially not intended to bring her along. However, upon considering the rumors that the grand dream mechanism had the ability to enhance one's talent, he decided to take her with him. Yen Song followed closely behind Yi Chen without haste. The four of them, accompanied by a dog, made quite an impressive procession. Heavenly Mechanism City, the headquarters of the Heavenly Mechanism Mansion, was perpetually bustling with activity. It was not only the abode of the Elder of Heavenly Mechanism, but even the four esteemed disciples under his tutelage had made remarkable achievements in the art of Qi-Men Dunjia. People, both ordinary and cultivators alike, flocked to glimpse the secrets of the heavenly mechanism and the future, as it was intrinsically linked to opportunities. Even if one could not find the Elder of Heavenly Mechanism to seek divination, receiving a prophecy from one of his disciples would still be immensely beneficial. As soon as Yu Qingying appeared, she attracted the attention of numerous cultivators, for such a breathtaking beauty was a rare sight indeed. Yu Qingying seemed unfazed, but Yi Chen felt an inexplicable discomfort and remarked to Yen Song, "These people are insufferable. Devise a way to deal with them." Casting a playful glance at Yi Chen, Yu Qingying's beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement. This fellow, could he truly be so petty as to feel jealousy over such trivial matters? Yen Sang found it amusing as well, then snorted coldly, emitting an overwhelming aura of terrifying pressure from the out-of-body stage. The surrounding crowd changed their expressions in an instant, hurriedly averting their gazes. No one dared provoke an existence of the out-of-body stage. The Heavenly Mechanism Mansion sat at the heart of Heavenly Mechanism City. In the center of the mansion stood a towering spire, said to be the residence of the Elder of Heavenly Mechanism, who observed the stars each night. After presenting their invitation, Yi Chen and his companion smoothly entered the Heavenly Mechanism Mansion. Upon stepping inside, Yi Chen glanced around and could not help but exclaim, "What a layout of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams! Hee, this young friend possesses a keen eye. As Yi Chen's words fell, a voice filled with ancient mirth echoed, followed by the appearance of a venerable elder radiating an ethereal aura. Chapter 86, a unique aura. Qingying had encountered the Elder of Heavenly Secrets. Upon the Elder's appearance, Yu Qingying respectfully bowed regardless of his realm or seniority. Both exceeded that of Yu Qingying, making this gesture entirely appropriate. Your Majesty, it has been quite some time since I last beheld you, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets replied with a bow, a smile gracing his face. Sir, have you seen me before? Yu Qingying inquired, her expression one of skepticism. When your Majesty was still in swaddling clothes, the late Emperor of the Great Yan had invited me to cast your fortune, the Elder chuckled amiably. His gaze then shifted to Yuan Song and Xiao Tian beside him, one whose depth he could not discern, and the other a formidable demon of the out-of-body stage. Ultimately, his attention settled on Yi Chen. While he could not fathom Yuan Song's cultivation, he could at least sense a fluctuation of spiritual power emanating from him. However, Yi Chen exuded none. Moreover, upon entering, he discerned that the mansion of heavenly secrets was adept in the art of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, far from that of mere mortals. Yi Chen found it peculiar that the Elder of Heavenly Secrets was looking at him. The appearance of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams was something anyone with a modicum of research in his past life would recognize at a glance. What was so strange about it? Furthermore, the Elder had inscribed the pattern upon the ground. It would indeed be odd not to perceive it. As the grand dream of heavenly secrets has yet to commence, I implore your Majesty to retire to your guest room for rest. In 2 days, once all the talented individuals have arrived, we shall unveil the Mansion of Heavenly Secrets, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets said with a warm smile. The Mansion of Heavenly Secrets is where the grand dream of heavenly secrets will unfold, featuring formations etched by the Elder himself, allowing one to enter the Tao through dreams. Time within dreams may stretch for a century, yet in reality, it may pass in mere days. However, the actual duration one can traverse in dreams depends on the individual. Very well, Yu Qingying nodded in agreement. The Elder then summoned a disciple, saying, This young man is my 4th direct disciple, named Qingfeng. He shall escort you to the guest room. Qingfeng stepped forward, bowing to Yu Qingying with a faint smile. Yet, she discerned the lecherous intent concealed in his gaze, causing her brow to furrow immediately. Yuan Sang sensed this too, his expression darkening as he prepared to act. However, in the next instant, a streak of light flashed past, and 3 individuals appeared at the entrance of the Mansion of Heavenly Secrets. These 3 bore no traces of spiritual energy, yet an inexplicable oppressive force enveloped the entire mansion. A unique aura? Yuan Song murmured. While others might not sense the presence of these 3, he could, as a member of the spirit clan, attune to both spiritual energy and other auras. Though their cultivation remained concealed, the oppressive force emanating from them was a natural suppression of spiritual energy by celestial essence. And who might you 3 be? The Elder of Heavenly Secrets approached, observing them with a keen eye, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the source of his unease. My name is Yin Guang, and these 2 are my maidservants. Having heard of the grand dream of heavenly secrets, we have come to request an opportunity, Yin Guang replied with a calm smile, while the 2 women behind him wore expressions of disdain, their contempt palpable. Impudent! The opportunity of the grand dream of heavenly secrets is not something that can be demanded at will. Before the Elder could respond, Qingfeng interjected with a harsh reprimand. Yi Chen could not help but shake his head inwardly. What a fool! Yu Qingying also glanced at Qingfeng, having encountered many foolish individuals, yet few as foolish as this one. Such brazen arrogance might be tolerated in other situations, but did he not notice how even the Elder of Heavenly Secrets treated him with utmost reverence? How dared he act in such a manner? Noticing Yu Qingying's gaze upon him, Qingfeng's pride swelled even further. As the only one of the Elder's 4 direct disciples currently outside, he had been basking in flattery under the Elder's name. Seeking death. One of the women behind Yin Guang's expression turned icy as she prepared to strike, but Yin Guang restrained her with a hand. Who is this person? Yin Guang inquired, directing his attention towards the Elder. This individual is my direct disciple, Qingfeng, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets replied. Observing Qingfeng's arrogant demeanor, Yin Guang responded with a slight smile. In that case, how about sparing this man's life in exchange for my opportunity? As his words fell, the Elder's expression stiffened slightly, and Qingfeng stood frozen in place, bewildered by the implications of such a statement. Do you not discern the hierarchy? Guards! Seize him! After a prolonged silence, Qingfeng let out a cold snort, preparing to issue a command. Stand down. When has it become your place to speak here? The Elder shot a fierce glare at Qingfeng before turning to Yin Guang with a smile. I thank you for sparing my disciple's life. I shall grant you the opportunity for the grand dream of heavenly secrets. Very well. Yin Guang nodded and then instructed his 2 maidservants, disable him. Without further ado, the 2 women swiftly advanced, and without a word, struck at Qingfeng's dantian. Put! Qingfeng immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body sent flying backward, collapsing unconscious to the ground. The sudden turn of events startled everyone present, the Elder's expression shifting between shades of anger and despair. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and ordered someone to take Qingfeng away, saying, My lord, please follow me to the guest room. Yin Guang smiled, casually walking past Yi Chen and the others, his gaze lingering on Yuan Song for just a moment before he continued on his way. What are the capabilities of those individuals? After Yin Guang and his entourage departed, Yu Qingying turned to Yuan Song with a question.
Yi Chen, however, remained entranced by the intricate patterns of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams inscribed on the ground. In his past life, he had heard that the 8 trigrams were created by Fuxi through his observations of the universe, yet he had never witnessed any substantial applications of the 8 trigrams. Now that he encountered them, he intended to closely observe their workings. Though unable to cultivate spiritual energy himself, if he could comprehend the underlying principles of the formations, it would still be a great boon. Yuan Sang pondered for a moment before replying, "Those 2 women are at the out-of-body late stage, but as for Yin Guang, I cannot ascertain his level for now. Be cautious, my lady."
I understand, Yu Qingying nodded.
To be able to disregard the Elder of Heavenly Secrets within his own mansion surely indicated they had their own backing. As Yi Chen stood atop the formation, he soon found a pattern manifesting within his gaze, and at that moment, he perceived the entire mansion of Heavenly Secrets unfolding before him, spiritual energy flowing, formations engaging, and the interconnection of the 5 elements laid bare. In the next instant, a resonant hum erupted throughout the mansion of Heavenly Secrets, as numerous patterns ascended uncontrollably from various locations, coalescing in the air into distinct spiritual seals. Just as Yin Guang was about to enter the guest room, he paused, turning to gaze at the myriad of spiritual seals filling the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. How intriguing! Meanwhile, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets turned pale, hastening toward the front courtyard, even neglecting to tear through the fabric of space, revealing the extent of his panic. He had just sensed the bond between himself and the formation growing increasingly tenuous, as if someone sought to usurp his position. Yi Chen's youthful visage flashing through his mind. It was crucial to note that this formation of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams was the culmination of his lifetime's understanding of the art of Qimen Dunjia, the most profound formation he had ever inscribed. How could it be so swiftly unraveled? Who was this youth? Chapter 87. The assistance in finding a person. Anyone familiar with the art of formations understands that, in terms of difficulty, setting up a formation is the simplest task. With the aid of formation diagrams and natural treasures, as well as some formidable formations, one can achieve remarkable results by aligning with the corresponding celestial and earthly energies. In stark contrast, breaking a formation presents a significantly greater challenge. It requires an understanding of the diagram's decay, the distribution of spiritual energy, and various critical nodes, culminating in the discovery of the method to dismantle the formation. This is a concept entirely different from merely locating the exit of the formation. The 5 elements 8 trigrams formation is not an illusion-based formation, rather, it is a powerful defensive formation, making its dismantling even more arduous. The venerable Elder Tianji once tasked his 4 disciples with the formation diagram of the 5 elements 8 trigrams and, after a year of searching, they were unable to uncover the method to break it. To become a disciple of Elder Tianji, one must possess extraordinary talent in both the art of Qimen Dunjia and formations. By the time Elder Tianji arrived, his connection to the formation had already been severed. He observed Yi Chen's body slowly ascending, hovering in midair, having astonishingly become the core of the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation. Elder Tianji couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, his heart overwhelmed with shock. The fate of Tianji Manor now rested entirely in Yi Chen's hands. Meanwhile, Yu Qingying and the others appeared unfazed, engaged in light-hearted conversation nearby. After a while, Yi Chen's body gently descended, and the array patterns inscribed on the ground began to shift slightly. Elder Tianji regained that sense of connection with the formation. However, he understood that even if he re-established the connection, for Yi Chen to activate the formation was merely a matter of thought. "My young friend, I must apologize for my previous oversight," Elder Tianji remarked, stepping forward to offer a bow upon Yi Chen's descent. His earlier politeness towards Yin Guan was merely a matter of caution, but now, he regarded Yi Chen with genuine admiration and respect, treating him as an equal. "You're too kind, old sir. I've merely made a few adjustments to your formation. I hope you won't take offense," Yi Chen replied with a bashful smile. After all, this was his domain, and he was unsure whether his alterations could be deemed impolite. In his immersion within the formation, he had noticed that several inscriptions on the trigrams were not entirely accurate, differing from the diagrams he had encountered in his past life, and he couldn't resist making a few changes. Upon hearing this, Elder Tianji's expression shifted, and he calmed himself to reflect. Soon after, his countenance was one of profound astonishment. The 5 elements 8 trigrams formation he had previously arranged could only be considered an 8th-tier formation, comparable to a deity-level expert. Yet now, the fluctuations emanating from the formation were no less than those of a fusion-stage powerhouse. In fact, should it unleash its full potential, it might even deliver a strike equivalent to that of an earthly immortal. "This young man has remarkably improved my formation in such a short span." Elder Tianji's gaze toward Yi Chen morphed from admiration to reverence. He immediately performed a deep bow, expressing his gratitude for the teachings received. In the realm of formations, the accomplished take precedence. Even though Yi Chen is young, he is deserving of this respect. Yu Qingying's eyes glimmered with awe. Yi Chen, indeed, had managed to win over Elder Tianji in such a brief encounter. This would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon for Tianji Manor in their endeavor to align with the great Yan dynasty. "May I inquire if you have the time, esteemed sir?" "I would be honored to host you for a banquet in my study," Elder Tianji said with a face full of respect. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Tianji Manor personnel shifted dramatically. The master had invited this young man to his study. While others may not understand the significance of such an invitation, the people of Tianji Manor were acutely aware that it meant Elder Tianji would be consulting an oracle for Yi Chen. It is well known that Elder Tianji possesses a formidable reputation in Qimen Dunjia, with countless powerful geniuses having sought his counsel. Among them was the renowned war king of the southern region, a super expert in the fusion stage, who had been turned away without an ounce of consideration.
Though the War King was incensed, he could do nothing against Elder Tianji, as the latter's network of connections was formidable enough to make even fusion stage experts think twice, yet now, Elder Tianji had invited an obscure Yi Chen to his study? Yi Chen was utterly bewildered. He, who knew little about formations, had merely stumbled upon the opportunity presented by the 5 elements 8 trigrams. He cast a desperate glance at Yu Qingying for help. Go ahead, we'll be waiting for you in the guest room, Yu Qingying replied with a smile, turning away without hesitation. Yuan Song naturally followed suit, determined to protect his mistress, while Xiao Tian and Xiao Bai trailed closely behind. Yi Chen sighed at the unpredictability of fate, feeling the weight of Elder Tianji's imploring gaze. With a resigned heart, he followed into the study. Elder Tianji's study, located at the heart of Tianji Manor, was a place where no one could enter without his permission, not even his 4 direct disciples. Upon entering the study, Elder Tianji brewed a cup of tea for Yi Chen, who grimaced after just one sip. The tea was simply too bitter. What Yi Chen did not realize was that this tea was no ordinary brew but rather the renowned Shangling tea from the Xianwu continent, said to enable a gold core practitioner to successfully form their nascent soul with just a single sip. It was a priceless commodity, often unattainable. Noticing Yi Chen's furrowed brow, Elder Tianji felt a twinge of displeasure but soon attributed it to Yi Chen's lack of knowledge regarding spiritual energy, allowing him to let it go. Your actions today have truly opened my eyes, esteemed sir. May I ask what brings you to Tianji Manor? Elder Tianji inquired directly. He had already discerned that Yu Qingying's group was not here solely for the sake of the grand dream of Tianji. Yi Chen was taken aback, meeting Elder Tianji's wise gaze as he replied with a wry smile, to be honest, I have accompanied the Empress to discuss the integration of Tianji Manor into the Great Yin dynasty. Oh, I see, Elder Tianji stated, stroking his beard and nodding thoughtfully. Are you not surprised? Yi Chen asked, puzzled by Elder Tianji's apparent foreknowledge of the situation. Could it be that among their ranks was a traitor from Tianji Manor? When the Empress was born, I cast her fortune and foresaw that the Great Yin dynasty would seek to reclaim Tianji Manor. Thus, I had already anticipated this development, though I did not expect it to transpire so swiftly. Elder Tianji replied with a smile. He had predicted that Yu Qingying would eventually pursue the path of sovereignty and would inevitably visit Tianji Manor. However, whether this was a fortuitous or ominous sign remained shrouded in ambiguity. His divination had only revealed events up to 5 years after her ascension, after which he found himself lost in obscurity, only able to glimpse fragments of the future, as if a certain force had obscured the threads of destiny. And what is your stance on this matter, esteemed sir? Yi Chen eagerly inquired. My stance? Let nature take its course. If you wish to reclaim Tianji Manor, it will depend on whether the opportunity presents itself. Elder Tianji chuckled softly. Yi Chen nodded. Although they had yet to succeed, it was clear that Elder Tianji did not harbor any aversion to the idea, which was more than sufficient. Very well, I shall provide you with a divination. Do you have any specific requests? Elder Tianji said, his smile fading as he assumed a serious demeanor. Yi Chen's eyes brightened, and he immediately responded, might I request you to help me find a person? Chapter 88. Has a fight broken out? Is that so, but, sir, are you certain? The old man of heavenly secrets inquired, his expression laden with skepticism. It is widely known that the old man of heavenly secrets finds it exceedingly difficult to divine fortunes. Those who seek his guidance typically inquire about opportunities or impending calamities. This marks the first instance where someone has requested his assistance in locating a person. Yi Chen nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, I need you to help me find someone. His name is Yu Ling, he was once my attendant. Merely relying on a name will not suffice, the old man of heavenly secrets remarked. Do you possess a likeness of him? Yi Chen nodded once more, promptly retrieving a brush and ink to sketch Yu Ling's visage, which he then presented to the old man. After scrutinizing the drawing for a moment, the old man began to calculate with his fingers. Yi Chen, unable to conceal his excitement, thought, at last, I have the opportunity to locate Xiaolingzi. That rascal abandoned me and vanished. Once I find him, I shall have his hide. After a brief while, the old man furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze to Yi Chen, sighing, Sir, I was unable to discern this person's whereabouts. What does that mean? Yi Chen was taken aback. Typically, when such a situation arises, it is either because the individual possesses abilities far surpassing my own, employing heavenly secrets to obscure their whereabouts. That is impossible. Yi Chen shook his head. Does Xiaolingzi not know that I understand him? How could he possibly be that powerful? Then it must be the second possibility of this individual has perished, his spirit extinguished, I am naturally unable to trace his essence. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen trembled, his complexion paling instantly. Xiaolingzi is dead? The old man of heavenly secrets regarded Yi Chen with suspicion. Ordinarily, even if a common person were to die, traces would remain for at least a century. If they were a cultivator, their essence might linger for millennia, yet, there was no sign of Yu Ling, suggesting he had likely been deceased for over a century. Why would a young man like Yi Chen inquire about this? However, seeing Yi Chen's distressed countenance, the old man refrained from voicing his questions. Alas, such is fate. Thank you, esteemed sir. Yi Chen finally emerged from his daze regarding Xiaolingzi's demise and expressed his gratitude with a sense of despondency. Upon his arrival in this realm, as a mere servant disciple of the divine hidden sect, he had no friends, others would avoid him, fearful of association, only Xiaolingzi remained steadfastly by his side, and Yi Chen felt a profound sense of gratitude. I cannot allow this to stand. I must avenge Xiaolingzi. Yi Chen implored, might I ask, esteemed sir, if you could divine who caused Xiaolingzi's demise? The old man was about to respond when his jade pendant glowed unexpectedly, causing his expression to shift.
I apologize, sir, but I have matters to attend to. Perhaps we may continue this conversation at a later time?
Seeing this, Yi Chen did not press further, nodded, and turned to leave, making his way to the guest quarters. Once Yi Chen had departed, the old man of heavenly secrets adjusted his attire and proceeded to the entrance, where he observed several streaks of light darting across the sky. As the brilliance faded, 3 youthful figures materialized. Among them, if Yi Chen were present, he would undoubtedly recognize one as the woman from Yunzhou City, Yun Nishang. Welcome, esteemed disciples of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the old man of heavenly secrets greeted. While many are aware that the House of Heavenly Secrets was founded by the old man himself, few realize that he originally hailed from the Taoist sect of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, having been expelled due to his insufficient aptitude. After much arduous study of the art of Qimen Dunjia, he eventually became the old man of heavenly secrets. This had long been a source of concern for him, as returning to the Taoist sect remained his lifelong aspiration. There is no need for such formality. We have come to the eastern region for the grand dream of heavenly secrets. May I inquire if you could facilitate our visit? The leading man, Feng Ping, said with a courteous bow.
Facilitate?
Certainly, I sense the fluctuations in your aura. Might you be a member of the Taoist sect? The old man inquired politely. Indeed, I am Feng Ping of the Taoist sect. This is my junior sister, Lin Wushuang, and this is Yun Nishang of the Divine Hidden sect, Feng Ping introduced. Upon learning that Feng Ping was from the Taoist sect, the old man became even more courteous, promptly ushering the 3 into the House of Heavenly Secrets to discuss the grand dream of heavenly secrets. However, Yun Nishang appeared distracted, for she had come to the eastern region in search of Yi Chen, not for the grand dream. Yet, given the Taoist sect's superior standing within the Heavenly Dao Alliance compared to the Divine Hidden sect, she felt compelled to abide by Feng Ping's plans. Once they had entered the study, the old man hastily prepared tea. Yun Nishang soon caught sight of a portrait on the table, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washing over her. It resembled the individual assigned to care for the Holy Son by the Divine Hidden sect, who subsequently went missing alongside him. Curiosity piqued, she leaned in to examine it, only for the old man to snatch it away.
Apologies. We had a guest earlier. Not a problem. Might I inquire when the grand dream of heavenly secrets is set to commence? Feng Ping asked. The formation requires 3 days to accumulate spiritual energy.
It shall commence thereafter, the old man replied. Very well, we shall await 3 days. What say you, junior sisters? Feng Ping inquired. Lin Wushuang nodded in agreement, and Yun Nishang, seeing her response, reluctantly concurred, silently hoping that Yi Chen would not be whisked away by others in the meantime. Upon returning to the guest quarters, Yi Chen informed Yu Qingying of the old man's openness to the idea of joining the Great Yan Empire. Yu Qingying felt a heavy weight lift from her heart, exhaling a sigh of relief. Had it not been for dire necessity, she would have truly preferred not to sever ties with the old man of heavenly secrets. Yuan Song, however, regarded a nearby guest room with a watchful gaze.
What troubles you? Yi Chen inquired, noticing Yuan Song's unusual demeanor.
Oh, it is nothing. I was merely curious about those who incapacitated Qingfeng earlier. The energy they cultivate is not spiritual. I am intrigued as to what form of energy it might be, Yuan Song replied with a chuckle. The ancestor of the Yu clan had once cultivated the mysterious yellow energy, establishing a significant presence in the celestial realm, leaving Yuan Song with a fascination for unique energies. Yi Chen shrugged, unconcerned, as he struggled even with spiritual energy, let alone anything else. However, while Yi Chen was indifferent, Yu Qingying expressed curiosity.
In your view, how does the energy they cultivate compare to my imperial Dao energy? That is difficult to ascertain.
Firstly, I have not sensed what energy they are cultivating, and secondly, the Imperial Dao energy possesses potential for evolution, making it challenging to judge. However, Your Majesty, it seems you ought to consider finding an alternative method for your technique, Yuan Song stated, somewhat helplessly. This notion left even Yi Chen feeling exasperated, as he had searched through the heavenly slaughter treasury but found no techniques pertaining to the cultivation of Imperial Dao energy. Thus, the matter was temporarily set aside, given the rarity of those who cultivate the Imperial Dao, with few techniques specifically targeting it.
Not to worry. Solutions will inevitably present themselves.
Yu Qingying smiled with a carefree demeanor. She was not anxious, believing that once the nine-tailed celestial fox awakened, her prowess would surely yield a volume of Imperial Dao cultivation techniques. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated, causing the expressions of those present to shift in unison.
What is happening outside? Has a fight broken out?
Chapter 89. That woman, I will claim her. Yi Chen and the others stepped outside, their faces etched with astonishment and suspicion. This was the Tianji mansion, a pivotal moment for the grand dream of Tianji. Regardless of the mansion's esteemed reputation, all who came here were drawn by the allure of the grand dream. Should there be any disruption that prevented its initiation, they would face a collective backlash. Who would dare to be so audacious? Upon opening the door, they beheld Ying Guang and his companions locked in a standoff with 3 oddly dressed men suspended in midair. The earlier dull thud was a result of the clash between the two factions. Hongyi, after all this time, you remain as hot-headed as ever. This is not your Fenglei sect.
Be cautious of how you might meet your demise, Ying Guang warned coolly, his tone dripping with disdain, suggesting a prior acquaintance fraught with animosity. Spare us the theatrics, Earth Emperor sect. You forcibly seized the Taqing Xianqi from my Fenglei sect. Your pretense is rather tiresome, Hongyi retorted, his expression as frigid as ice. Yuan Song, observing from below, quickly grasped the situation. Ying Guang and his companions were practitioners of the Taqing Xianqi.
Noting the silence from Yu Qingying and the others, Yuan Song clarified, the Ta Ching Xian Qi ranks 89th on the heavenly aura rankings, renowned for its ancient lineage. It possesses greater endurance compared to spiritual energy, excelling in protracted battles. It can be deemed invincible among those of the same realm. While it may not rival the celestial and demonic energies, it is certainly superior to spiritual energy. The heavenly aura rankings do not include spiritual energy, but celestial and demonic energies are ranked, with demonic energy at 73rd and celestial energy at 74th. Thus, in the lower realms, the Ta Ching Xian Qi is a formidable force indeed. As all were gathered for the grand dream of Tianji, Yuan Song interjected, might I request a modicum of consideration for Feng Ping? His voice resonated amidst the tense atmosphere, as he stood between the two factions, attempting to mediate. With that, he revealed a jade token from his waist. Yi Chen focused intently. This token bore an uncanny resemblance to the one possessed by Shen Lang and the woman he encountered in Yunzhou City. It was undoubtedly a product of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a familiar figure appeared beside Feng Ping. It was Yun Nishang. Upon spotting Yi Chen, she instinctively moved to approach him but ultimately restrained herself. Yin Guang and Hong Yi exchanged grave glances at Feng Ping's jade token and his late-stage exit from the spiritual realm, their expressions shifting as they turned to depart. Their ability to traverse this realm indicated their awareness of the power dynamics within the Xianwu continent. The Heavenly Dao Alliance was a force they could not afford to provoke. As the tension eased, Feng Ping smiled faintly before his gaze fell upon Yu Qingying. In an instant, he was captivated, swiftly moving before her. A fair maiden, may I inquire your name? I am Feng Ping of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Yu Qingying furrowed her brow, about to respond, when Yi Chen, with a stern countenance, interjected, get lost. Yi Chen's expression darkened. Was this man attempting to undermine him before his very eyes? Feng Ping was momentarily taken aback, then, noticing the absence of spiritual energy fluctuations around Yi Chen, he scoffed, is this your servant? Such a lack of decorum deserves a lesson. With that, Feng Ping raised a finger, directing it towards Yi Chen. However, before he could unleash any spiritual energy, a large hand seized his own, revealing Yuan Song's cold glare. Dare you raise a hand against my master, seeking death? A menacing aura erupted, causing Feng Ping's complexion to pale, as if he were burdened by a great weight. Were it not for his affiliation with the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Yuan Song would have obliterated him without hesitation. Release him. Yi Chen spoke slowly. He was no fool. The retreat of Yin Guang and Hong Yi upon hearing the Heavenly Dao Alliance's name indicated its formidable influence. Given that the Dayan Empire was on the rise, he wished to avoid complications for Yu Qingying. Upon hearing Yi Chen's command, Yuan Song finally relinquished his grip, while Feng Ping was drenched in cold sweat, resembling someone just pulled from water, casting wary glances at Yuan Song. Divine spirit, at the very least. He thought, recognizing the immense pressure. Let us depart, Yu Qingying said softly, not wishing to prolong the encounter. Hold on, did I permit you to leave? A commanding voice rang out, as Lin Wushuang's figure materialized, a furious glare directed at Yi Chen and his companions. Meanwhile, Yun Nishang offered Yi Chen an apologetic smile, fully aware of his terrifying prowess, yet feeling helpless against the two from the Dao sect. Moreover, demonstrating weakness would only reveal Yi Chen's identity. Currently, the Shenin sect lacked the confidence to seize the advantage against the Dao sect. What do you intend to do? Yi Chen chuckled, amused that his leniency was being met with such audacity. Setting aside the strength of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, he was in the eastern region, backed by two semi-immortal beings. Should the situation escalate, he would fight back before the leaders discovered his predicament. Chop off one of his hands, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Lin Wushuang pointed at Yuan Song, her expression I see why. Yi Chen and his companions were taken aback. Did this woman truly fail to grasp the gravity of the situation? What are you looking at? If they seek your hand, it is your responsibility to handle it. If anything goes awry, I will take the blame. Yi Chen's irritation flared. A confrontation was inevitable, and he could always assist Yuan Song in explaining the situation later. Outside of the sovereign, this is the first time I have encountered someone so arrogant. I am right here. If you wish for my hand, come and take it, Yuan Song sneered coldly. Even a clay figurine has some fire within it. While he may heed Yi Chen's words, it did not imply that the dignity of the Jade clan could be trampled upon at will. Lin Wushuang smirked, producing a Jade talisman, the Dao sect's talisman capable of summoning a powerful ally for the Dao sect. A divine spirit was hardly significant. Elders within their ranks possessed such cultivation. Slow down, everyone, let's calm our tempers. Allow me to interject. The elder of Tianji approached with a wry smile, recognizing that the situation was spiraling out of control. He had to intervene. On one hand, he owed Yi Chen a favor for strengthening the formation, and on the other, he did not wish to offend the Dao sect, yet, should a conflict arise, the consequences would be dire. If you intervene, we shall let this matter rest, Feng Ping stated. However, senior brother Lin Wushuang grew anxious. Silence, heed my words. After admonishing Lin Wushuang, Feng Ping cast a deep gaze at Yi Chen before turning to leave. He was acutely aware that even if they shattered the Jade Talisman, they would likely perish at Yuan Sang's hands long before any Dao sect reinforcements arrived. And now that the elder of Tianji had offered a way out, they were more than willing to accept. Yi Chen and his companions ceased their discourse and returned to their quarters, leaving the elder of Tianji in a state of disarray. In the wind, senior brother, are we truly letting this go? Once back at their residence, Lin Wushuang could no longer contain her words. Let it go. It's not that simple. Send word back. Summon the elders of the Dao sect. I shall make them aware of the consequences of offending the Dao sect. As for that woman, I will claim her, Feng Ping declared coldly, akin to a venomous serpent. Chapter 90. If I can break the formation, I will marry him. I advise you to refrain from reckless actions, Yun Nishang could not help but remind. On that day in Yunzhou City, Yi Chen's sword spirit was formidable to such an extent that his true self must at least be at the fusion stage. The existence of a fusion stage practitioner is, even for the Dao sect, someone to avoid provoking if possible.
Once one reaches a certain level of cultivation, the so-called protection from sects becomes nothing but a jest. There was once a major sect in the central domain that faced a similar predicament, where a disciple offended a mid-fusion stage powerhouse. Despite the sect stepping in to shield them, it too had an earthly immortal among its ranks. However, the powerful figure did not confront them directly but instead hunted down their disciples outside the sect, killing them relentlessly. Until the younger generation was entirely wiped out, and ultimately, no one dared to seek apprenticeship, resulting in the sect gradually declining due to the loss of fresh blood. What do you mean by that? If you're not going to help, at least don't add insult to injury. Lin Wuxuan glared at Yun Nishang. Her expression displeased. Fang Ping's countenance was also not particularly pleasant. Had it not been for Yun Nishang's affiliation with the Divine Hidden Sect, they would likely have acted long ago. I merely believe those individuals are not to be underestimated. Yun Nishang pursed her lips and finally spoke. Do you think our Dao sect is like your Divine Hidden Sect? We fear neither a separation stage nor even a fusion stage, Lin Wuxuan scoffed. Yun Nishang exhaled deeply, choosing not to counter further. They spoke the truth. The Dao sect and the Divine Hidden Sect were not on the same level. Currently, the Divine Hidden Sect had only the sect master of the solitary moon at the fusion stage, while the Dao sect boasted earthly immortals. Seeing this, Lin Wuxuan lost interest in further discourse, forming seals with her hands, sending out the Dao sect's unique communication mark. Since there was no intention to act in the short term, the jade talisman was unnecessary. Yun Nishang shook her head helplessly and then closed her eyes to enter a meditative state, preparing herself for the arrival of the Grand Dream's heavenly mechanism. In the ensuing days, the entire heavenly mechanism manor buzzed with activity, as many young cultivators of unknown origin flocked there. Furthermore, these individuals had not even received invitations, yet each possessed overwhelming prowess, leaving the old man of heavenly mechanism unable to refuse them, thus postponing the opening of the Grand Dream's heavenly mechanism. As the number of people within the heavenly mechanism manor increased, various conflicts became inevitable. In just a few days, numerous altercations broke out, and even powerful cultivators fell, forcing everyone to agree not to engage in combat within the manor. Fortunately, the Great Yan dynasty was currently stable, with the renowned Great Yan Empress maintaining her imperial authority, deterring anyone from causing trouble, allowing them to stay temporarily without returning to handle affairs. Amidst this rare leisure, Yu Qingying spent her days with Yi Chen, drawing exasperated glances from Yuan Song and Xiaobai. For Xiao Tian, he was indifferent, as he too was consuming dog food. Today, the two were happily wandering the heavenly mechanism manor, where no one dared to act recklessly, lest they wish for their own demise. With a gathering of young powerhouses within the heavenly mechanism manor, even the Dao sect dared not act out of line. Fang Ping could only watch with a gloomy expression. However, every time he appeared, Yuan Song would step forward with a smile. As they passed the entrance of the heavenly mechanism manor, a sudden commotion erupted, prompting Yi Chen and Yu Qingying to exchange glances and head toward the source of the noise. People are naturally drawn to spectacle, and cultivators are no exception. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Yi Chen and Yu Qingying felt a sense of helplessness. The visitors were none other than members of the Xian Beast sect, led by the familiar Ice Qian. However, since their last encounter at the Great Yan Imperial Palace, Ice Qian had advanced to the late nascent soul stage, a remarkable leap, though both were aware that it was likely due to the use of those faithful fruits. According to Yuan Song, such rapid advancement was exceedingly perilous, that seemingly gentle spiritual power would one day erupt. Nonetheless, regardless of their progress, the Xian Beast sect had no qualifications to partake in the Grand Dream's heavenly mechanism. Thus, Ice Qian and her companions were causing a ruckus at the door, much to the dismay of the onlookers. Yi Chen, pulling Yu Qingying to leave, found it too late as Ice Qian spotted them and called out, "Yi Chen, Qingying, I'm right here." Yu Qingying offered Yi Chen a resigned smile. After all, the Xian Beast sect was now considered a vassal of the Great Yan dynasty. It was inappropriate to ignore them entirely, so she turned and asked, "What brings you here?" Hearing of the Grand Dream's heavenly mechanism, a few geniuses from our sect naturally wanted to come and take a look, Ice Qian replied, her head held high, flanked by two disciples of the Xian Beast sect, both exuding an air of superiority. In just a few days, they had forged their way to the nascent soul stage, a speed unmatched by anyone. They were now quite insufferable. "You lack an invitation and cannot enter," Yu Qingying stated helplessly. "What, even we geniuses were not invited? This so-called Grand Dream's heavenly mechanism is merely for show," Ice Qian scoffed. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the disciples from the heavenly mechanism manor darkened. Had it not been for the old man of heavenly mechanism instructing them to treat Yi Chen with some courtesy, they would have long since dealt with Ice Qian and her group. Just as Yi Chen was about to suggest that Yu Qingying disregard this foolishness, a voice rang out, "Enough, let them in." Yi Chen turned to see a girl approaching, the eldest disciple of the old man of heavenly mechanism, Tian Xian. The heavenly wind had been crippled, and the matters pertaining to the Grand Dream's heavenly mechanism would be temporarily handled by Tian Xian. "Did you hear that? Let us in, a group of lowly beings with dog-like eyes." Ice Qian insulted arrogantly, strutting past Yi Chen with only a nod of acknowledgement. As the disciples of the heavenly mechanism manor were about to erupt in anger, Tian Xian calmed them down. "You must be Yi Chen, correct? May I speak with you privately?" Tian Xian approached Yi Chen, slightly bowing, her eyes filled with fervor. Yu Qingying frowned, casting a cold glance at Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt a shiver run through him and quickly replied, "Let us speak plainly, there are no outsiders here." Tian Xian glanced at Yu Qingying, her gaze revealing a hint of reluctance, quickly masked, and then said, "I heard from my master that you have deciphered the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation?" Even enhancing it somewhat, it was merely a coincidence, Yi Chen dismissed with a wave of his hand, feeling somewhat guilty. "You are being modest. I once vowed that if anyone could independently break the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation, I would marry him."
Tianxian declared, her face flushed. At once, Yichen felt a sudden pang in his heart, sensing a chill nearby, only to turn and find Yu Qingying gazing at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Well, that vow was yours and has nothing to do with me, Qingying. Let us go, Yichen said, pulling Yu Qingying away as if to escape, fearing she might utter something even more outrageous. You didn't know about this matter, did you, which prompted you to act to break the formation, once in a secluded area? Yu Qingying spoke softly. Chapter 91 of the Seven-Colored Illusionary Spirit Stone. How is this possible? Had I known of this matter, I would certainly have refrained from meddling. Yi Chen exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly attempted to explain himself. Observing Yi Chen's flustered demeanor, Yu Qingying couldn't help but let out a laugh. Yi Chen gazed at her, momentarily entranced by the sight of her exuberant laughter, his heart racing as he noticed the astonishing elasticity of her figure, even through her garments. His eyes widened in awe, resembling a foolish pig in his admiration. Feeling Yi Chen's gaze, Yu Qingying realized her lapse in composure. After shooting him an annoyed glare, she swiftly departed. The playful exchange between the two did not escape Tianxian's notice, who smirked slightly and snorted in disdain. Senior sister, you allowed such a person to participate in the grand dream of heaven's secrets, inquired a disciple from the Tianji manor, his face a mask of confusion. The such a person naturally referred to Bing Qian and her companions. The master has decreed that the golden age has arrived, and all factions are vying for a foothold. It is prudent to bolster the strength of the eastern domain, Tianxian replied. However, she left unspoken the latter part of her thoughts, that the elder Tianji had foreseen significant turmoil in this grand dream of heaven's secrets, which would likely result in numerous casualties. Thus, allowing individuals of dubious stature to participate might mitigate the losses for Tianji Manor. Days passed in the blink of an eye, and today marked the commencement of the grand dream of heaven's secrets. The square of Tianji Manor was teeming with people. Yuan Song, Xiao Tian, and Xiao Bai remained outside the square due to the overwhelming number of participants, with each faction permitted a maximum of 2 representatives. The arrival of numerous unfamiliar faces filled many with astonishment at the dawn of the Golden Age. Among them were several whose auras were imperceptible. According to Yuan Song, they were practitioners of special techniques. Soon, the figure of Elder Tianji emerged in the square. After exchanging pleasantries, he refrained from further discourse, gesturing grandly as countless spiritual seals shot skyward, accompanied by a resonant hum. A shimmering barrier suddenly appeared around the central tower of Tianji Manor, and the grand doors began to open slowly. A cascade of colorful light spilled forth. Esteemed guests, please. Elder Tianji smiled, and the crowd surged eagerly into the vibrant radiance. Yi Chen exchanged glances with his companion before stepping into the kaleidoscopic glow. Upon entering the tower, everyone experienced a fleeting disorientation as the 7-colored light swirled around them. The entire interior of the tower was an expansive space, reminiscent of an illusionary realm. Looking up, they beheld a swirling mass of vibrant hues suspended in mid-air, continuously emanating a mesmerizing spectrum of colors that seemed to possess an enchanting quality, inducing a sense of delirium. TCH, I had thought the grand dream of heaven's secrets was something extraordinary, but it turns out to be merely a 7-colored illusionary spirit stone, a voice suddenly declared. The 7-colored illusionary spirit stone was familiar to all present, regarded as a rare treasure. Legends spoke of its origin within an illusionary array. Ha, ignorant fools, Yin Guang scoffed, his gaze fixated fervently upon the floating 7-colored illusionary spirit stone, a wild fervor gleaming in his eyes. While the world knows the 7-colored illusionary spirit stone, few are aware of the 9-colored illusionary spirit stone, which is the true treasure. The 9-colored illusionary spirit stone can emit 9-colored true energy and ranks 62nd on the aura leaderboard, surpassing both celestial and demonic energies. When unleashed, it carries an inherent illusionary power, a formidable force indeed. At that moment, the 7-colored illusionary spirit stone trembled faintly, and beams of light began to descend, illuminating the ground with numerous columns of light, the central column radiating the most intense color. Undoubtedly, the 10 central beams represented the most coveted positions. Feng Ping and his companions wasted no time, proceeding directly to claim their seats, sitting cross-legged. As members of the Tian Dao Alliance, they possessed the confidence to do so, and none dared to oppose them. Yin Guang and his companions followed closely behind, while the Feng Lei Sex Hongyi also joined, although only 2 from that faction were present, one of whom had been secretly injured, and unspoken truth among them. Before long, 8 of the 10 seats were filled. A man from the Ba Huang Hall stepped forward to occupy one, leaving only a single position unclaimed. As the crowd exchanged glances, hesitating over who would dare to take the final seat, Bing Qian boldly claimed it, declaring, "This last seat belongs to my Xian Beast sect." Her proclamation was met with stunned silence. Is she out of her mind? What right does the mere Xian Beast sect have to stake such a claim? However, many disciples hailing from the eastern domain remained surprisingly silent, for they knew that the Xian Beast sect had recently experienced some fortuitous event. Their ranks had swelled with formidable warriors, and rumors circulated of a terrifying master residing within their sect, yet others were unwilling to concede easily. A figure stepped forth, sneering, "Dare a mere nascent soul stage cultivator claim this seat?" With that, they struck, unleashing their out-of-body stage prowess in a single blow that sent Bing Qian and her Qing Luan bird flying, landing in a heap at Yi Chen and his companion's feet, blood spilling from her lips. Pathetic, the assailant laughed coldly. Upon hearing this, Bing Qian's complexion shifted between hues of green and white, clearly enraged, yet she knew her own inadequacies left her with no one to blame. With one individual taking the lead, chaos erupted as everyone vied for the last seat. After a prolonged struggle, a mid-out-of-body stage cultivator from the central domain emerged victorious. "Alright, you may proceed," Yi Chen said to Yu Qingying, observing the tumultuous scene. Only then did Bing Qian realize that Yi Chen and his companion stood behind her. She quickly interjected, cease this commotion, that one is a mid-out-of-body stage cultivator, here, status means nothing. It would be wise for you, Empress, to avoid unnecessary conflict. Bing Xian, suppressing her trembling, recognized that even her grandmother would likely falter before such formidable foes, an overwhelming realization. She could only lament the desolate state of the eastern domain, which had led to such a stark disparity. However, Yu Qingying paid her no heed. She stepped forward, approaching the 10th seat, and unleashed her golden imperial aura, transforming it into a golden dragon as she engaged in battle with the mid-out-of-body stage cultivator. How can this be? Bing Qian gasped in shock. She was aware that Yu Qingying had reached the out-of-body stage, but her grandmother had only achieved the same after leveraging the power of the creation fruit. Coupled with her current late nascent soul stage, Bing Qian instinctively felt that the out-of-body stage was not beyond her reach. Yet, the reality before her was far beyond her expectations. Chapter 92, Is this fellow asleep? The aura of imperial majesty erupted, causing all present to cast their gaze in astonishment. After all, practitioners of the imperial path are a rare sight, especially one who is a female emperor. Fan Ping watched with keen interest, well aware of the formidable power of the imperial aura, having witnessed its might in the Heavenly Dao Alliance, where a practitioner of the imperial path resided. However, that individual was already a formidable avatar stage warrior, and in their domain, the full force of the imperial aura could indeed lead to cross-border confrontations. More importantly, within her imperial territory, she wielded absolute dominion and possessed abundant resources. Ying Guang, Hong Yi, and the barbaric bear from the 8th Desolation Palace could not help but glance over, their eyes brimming with combat fervor. Yet, this was not within the confines of the Great Yan dynasty, and her cultivation was still a minor tier below that individual, leaving her at a temporary disadvantage. Nevertheless, Yi Chen remained unfazed. Prior to their arrival, Yuan Song had bestowed upon Yu Qingying a jade talisman capable of unleashing half of Yuan Song's power, albeit usable only once. This was precisely why they had opted to wait until the battle concluded. After several dozen exchanges, Yu Qingying gradually found herself overwhelmed, and Bing Qian's lips curled into a slight smirk, having thought the female emperor was something extraordinary, yet here she was, faltering. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen frowned slightly, pondering how this woman had devolved into her current state. It was over. The mid-out-of-body practitioner unleashed a strike, and a torrent of spiritual energy transformed into a radiant beam, surging directly towards Yu Qingying. Yu Qingying forced a bitter smile, realizing this was her limit. With a sigh, she recognized that the issue with her cultivation method needed to be resolved swiftly. She then crushed the jade talisman, and a blinding white light instantly shattered the radiant beam, striking that individual squarely in the chest. The outcome was determined. Watching Yu Qingying land in the center of the final beam of light, Yi Chen smiled faintly before casually finding a light beam to sit cross-legged upon. The others shook their heads in lamentation. Everyone had witnessed the moment Yu Qingying shattered the jade talisman, yet none dared to speak against it, for utilizing external power was merely another facet of strength. Their current concern was how many such jade talismans Yu Qingying possessed. Bing Qian, observing Yu Qingying seated within the light beam, bit her lip and stepped forward, addressing her, Your Majesty, might I request this position be granted to me? Not only Yu Qingying, but everyone present was taken aback, incredulous at her audacity to voice such a request. Seeing Yu Qingying remain silent, Bing Qian pressed on, Look, the Shenbi sect is currently a vassal of the Great Yan dynasty, and I am now at the late stage of the nascent soul. If I could seize this opportunity to break into the out-of-body stage, it would greatly benefit the Great Yan dynasty. After all, no matter how strong you are, you remain but one person, whereas I have the Qinghuan bird at my side. What say you? Ha, even if I were to grant it to you, could you maintain it? Yu Qingying retorted, her anger beginning to surface. Bing Qian seemingly remained oblivious to the irritation in Yu Qingying's tone, glancing around to see many eyes drawn towards them. Should Yu Qingying yield her position, they would undoubtedly rush in. After a moment's contemplation, Bing Qian made a jaw-dropping statement, Then in that case, you shall protect me. Have I not been gracious enough to you? Yu Qingying was genuinely furious now. Had it not been for her reluctance to sever ties completely at this moment, she would have already struck with her sword. The others were amused by Bing Qian's shamelessness. What a peculiar mindset. You'll regret this. Bing Qian gritted her teeth, trembling, and hurriedly retreated, sensing the murderous intent in Yu Qingying's gaze. Fool, the onlookers silently cursed Bing Qian. Soon, the various light beams found their respective occupants. Bing Qian, like Yi Chen, found herself at the outermost edge. To be frank, her late-stage nascent soul prowess was hardly impressive among these individuals. Observing that Yi Chen sat in a similar position, Bing Qian felt a sense of balance restored within her. Following that woman, she couldn't even secure a decent light beam, and now she was no different from me. Yi Chen closed his eyes to meditate, paying no mind to his position, for he had thoroughly investigated prior to their arrival. This so-called Great Dream celestial mechanism required spiritual energy to alter one's innate qualities. In other words, while modifying one's aptitude was possible, it was intrinsically linked to spiritual energy. Without the ability to absorb even a modicum of spiritual energy, it would be futile. After a lengthy period of stillness, a blinding light emanated forth, causing Yu Qingying to feel a wave of disorientation. When she regained her senses, she found herself deep within an exceptionally barren locale. The surroundings were suffused with a deathly silence, the spiritual energy exceedingly sparse, almost desolate. Advancing further, she spotted a small wooden cabin, outside of which a young man was chopping wood. Upon noticing Yu Qingying's approach, he was immediately taken aback, warily inquiring, Who are you? When the young man's features became discernible, Yu Qingying could not help but gasp, Pray tell, are you Yu Ling? Yi Chen watched as the expressions of those present gradually became vacant, their colors fading, enveloped by streams of radiant light. Only he remained unaffected. Whenever the light approached him, it vanished without a trace. A wry smile crossed Yi Chen's lips as he sighed softly. Although this unfolded as he had anticipated, the reality of it was still quite disheartening. Subsequently, Yi Chen disregarded everything, lying down to sleep. Outside, the celestial mechanism elder observed the internal situation through the Xian-like mirror, nodding in approval upon witnessing the crowd succumb to slumber. Master, this time the prismatic illusion seems stronger than before, Tian Xian remarked, gazing at the images within the mirror. Indeed, this indicates that the prismatic illusion stone is gradually gaining potency, the celestial mechanism elder concurred. However, Master, why does this piece of prismatic illusion stone enable one to comprehend the Tao and even perceive the celestial mechanism? That, I too am uncertain about, the celestial mechanism elder replied with an awkward smile. When I first arrived in the eastern region, I was merely a nascent soul practitioner. During my passage through the demon sea, all others perished, leaving only me. In my despair, I inadvertently arrived here, where I obtained the art of the mysterious gate and discovered this prismatic illusion stone. I merely employed an array to seal the stone within. As for the matter of comprehending the Tao, I am not entirely clear. Tian Xian nodded, a look of confusion on her face. In truth, I do not believe this prismatic illusion stone came into existence here by chance. It feels more like something a powerful being deliberately left behind, and the surrounding heavenly forces seem to reflect considerable deliberation. In my view, this prismatic illusion stone resembles a means of guarding a gateway. There is likely something extraordinary beneath the celestial mechanism manor. The celestial mechanism elder sighed lightly. Could the rumored treasures of the eastern region lie beneath? Tian Xian ventured. I cannot say for certain, but to uncover the secrets therein, one must first pass the test of the prismatic illusion stone. Yet, as it stands, no one can withstand its enchanting allure. Chapter 93 Dragon Vein. Tian Xian followed the gaze of the old man Tian Ji, only to see an individual sprawled on the ground, with glistening liquid occasionally trickling from the corners of his mouth. The corners of Tian Ji's eyes twitched. This fellow truly exhibited an exceptional individuality. Master, shall we take a look? Tian Xian cautiously suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Tian Ji nodded, promptly activating the formation to enter. All those inside had already succumbed to the illusions conjured by the seven-colored mirage spirit stone. However, it could not be entirely classified as an illusion. The bloodlines, structures, and innate talents of each individual varied, prompting the seven-colored mirage spirit stone to tailor illusions based on their distinct circumstances. Moreover, it also reflected certain realities, which could pertain to the past or the future. Thus, it was referred to as the grand dream of celestial mechanisms. Yet, having witnessed so many instances of individuals like Yi Chen entering only to fall asleep, this was indeed the first time. Hey, wake up! Tian Xian called out as she approached Yi Chen's side. After a significant lapse, Yi Chen finally opened his bleary eyes, only to find the old man Tian Ji scrutinizing him closely, causing him to feel a tightening sensation of unease. What does this old pervert want? What do you want, you old voyeur? Yi Chen retorted, glaring at Tian Ji. What are you saying? Tian Xian shot a glare at Yi Chen. We came in to check on you because we found you lying on the ground. What if something had happened? Oh, is that so? Yi Chen sheepishly scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile. After observing Yi Chen and confirming that he was unscathed, Tian Ji inquired, did you not enter the illusion at all, or did you awaken very swiftly? Not at all, Yi Chen replied. There is a stark difference between not entering the illusion and awakening swiftly. One signifies genius, while the other denotes foolishness. Just as he spoke, a voice emerged from beside them. It was Bing Xian, who slowly opened her eyes. I didn't enter the illusion at all, Yi Chen lamented. He wished to enter, but his body lacked the spiritual energy to do so. Could it be that you truly are a genius? Tian Ji expressed a sense of helplessness. This fellow before him, despite possessing unique insights into formations, was devoid of any spiritual energy. Could he genuinely be that genius? What genius? Tian Ji's words prompted a response from Yi Chen. Since that's the case, come with me, I have something to show you. Tian Ji reflected for a moment before speaking. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen quickly rose, initially contemplating how long he would remain here. Now that an opportunity to leave had presented itself, he naturally wished to accompany him. Wait, what is it? Allow this genius to take a good look as well, Bing Xian interjected as she approached with confidence. She had overheard part of the earlier conversation where Yi Chen was referred to as a genius. Since she had awakened around the same time, she presumed she could not be far behind. At least, that was her belief. Tian Ji cast a glance at her, noting her unstable foundation, ethereal spiritual energy, and unsteady mindset. It was no wonder she had woken up so early. She was merely a pure waste. He then replied coolly, you lack the qualifications. At these words, Bing Xian's breath caught, and her expression visibly darkened as she retorted, I woke up around the same time as him. Why am I not qualified? Are you discriminating against me because of my lower realm? I assure you, once I return, the out-of-body stage is within reach, and you shall not regret it. Poof. Tian Ji scoffed, a silent derision escaping him as he turned to leave with Yi Chen and Tian Xian. You all look down on me. You shall regret it one day. Bing Xian's impotent fury erupted, startling the two disciples of the Xian beast sect behind her. Once they exited the tower, Tian Ji cast an exasperated glance at Tian Xian. Why do you allow every Tom, Dick, and Harry in? Tian Xian offered an awkward smile, initially believing Bing Xian and her companions were merely arrogant, never anticipating such foolishness.
Enough. I shall take Yi Chen to a certain location, you stay here and keep watch, call me if any issues arise. With that, Tianji tossed a large seal to Tianxian and departed with Yi Chen. Following closely, Yi Chen realized that Tianji had led him away from the Tianji manor to the summit of a high mountain. He recognized this mountain as Wanlong Mountain, which belonged to no particular faction due to its barren nature. Even in the impoverished eastern region, this mountain was deemed desolate. It was truly beyond salvation, prompting many factions to disregard it entirely. The spiritual energy atop the mountain was sparse, almost rivaling that of the sacred mountain sealed by the Holy Master. In no time, the two reached the peak, glancing back to behold what appeared to be a soaring dragon traversing the earth, with clouds swirling and spiritual energy continuously emanating, akin to a dragon spitting pearls. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Yi Chen could not help but exclaim, no wonder it is called Wanlong Mountain. Indeed, based on the cosmic trends of this realm, Wanlong Mountain should be situated at the heart of the dragon vein, and it ought not to be in such a state. Tianji sighed. Long ago, he had discovered the tome detailing the art of Qi Man Dun Jia. Here, the heavenly book meticulously chronicled various geographical formations, cosmic trends, and the art of fate calculation. According to the descriptions within the tome, Wanlong Mountain should reside at the dragon's eye of this dragon vein, the most potent source of spiritual energy. After speaking, Tianji beckoned Yi Chen along the mountain path, leading to a fissure at the summit, which seemed bottomless. He enveloped Yi Chen in spiritual energy and leaped into the chasm together. Shortly after their descent, they found themselves within a cavern. The cave was strewn with remnants of broken objects, as if a fierce battle had once transpired here.
Old man, what have you brought me here for? Yi Chen inquired.
The seven-colored mirage spirit stone was obtained from this very place. Tianji indicated towards a crack in the mountain wall, where signs of something having once existed were evident.
And then?
Tianji remained silent, instead striding towards the center. Suddenly, the previously dark cavern erupted with nine-colored spiritual light that engulfed the surroundings. In Yi Chen's view, he saw Tianji navigating within, only to return moments later as the spiritual light within the cavern swiftly dissipated.
Tianji appeared to have aged considerably.
Did you see that? I cannot escape this formation. I have tried many times. You might be able to break it, as you are immune to the seven-colored mirage spirit stone. Tianji inhaled deeply and spoke.
Well, it's not as if I can't give it a try. Yi Chen licked his lips.
This kind of illusionary formation posed no significant challenge. With the compass in hand, he wouldn't lose his way. Perhaps there were other opportunities awaiting him within. Resolute in his decision, Yi Chen retrieved the compass, confirmed the direction, and, under Tianji's intense gaze, strode forward with determination. Chapter 94. The odd remains unchanged amidst the strange transformation. In the next instant, a kaleidoscope of radiant colors swirled around, reminiscent of the previous occurrence. However, unlike the elder of celestial mechanisms, these luminous beams were extinguished the moment they approached Yi Chen. Being at the center of this brilliance, Yi Chen remained oblivious, while the elder of celestial mechanisms observed with keen clarity. The faint purple light emanating from Yi Chen appeared capable of obliterating all in its vicinity. A silent exclamation of disbelief surged within the elder's mind. This fellow was undoubtedly feigning simplicity to ensnare the unwary. Contemplating this, a sense of unease gripped the elder. Could it be that Yi Chen was merely pretending to be this way to deceive him into bringing him here? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yi Chen's figure inexplicably vanished, plunging the cave back into darkness. Indeed, there was a spatial formation hidden within. The elder's hand trembled as he murmured to himself. Yi Chen felt as if he had traversed through an unseen barrier, but could not precisely identify it. Before him stood not the rocky wall, but rather an ancient bronze door, exuding a profound and archaic aura, as if it had been there since time immemorial. As Yi Chen approached for a closer inspection, he noticed a prominent inscription carved into one side of the door, leaving him utterly astonished, not because he couldn't comprehend it, but rather because he understood it perfectly. Moreover, it seemed that he alone in this world could decipher it, for it was inscribed in Chinese. The inscription read, "The odd remains unchanged amidst the strange transformation." What in the world? Yi Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly, then turned his gaze to the blank side where a brush lay at the bottom. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and, disregarding everything else, picked up the brush to inscribe the corresponding couplet. The symbols appeared as if they had a life of their own. As his final stroke fell, the bronze door erupted in a dazzling blaze of light. With a series of clicks, mechanisms activated, and the door began to open slowly. Yi Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his racing heart, and leaned in to peer inside. To his astonishment, the interior was devoid of any substantial substance, save for numerous stone sculptures. Upon closer examination, he realized there were not merely dozens, but well over 100 of these statues, each with eyes tightly shut, seated in meditation, appearing as lifelike as any human. Yi Chen swallowed hard and cautiously stepped inside. With each footfall, the once dim chamber was illuminated. As he surveyed his surroundings, Yi Chen discovered that the bronze door concealed a grand palace, with a stone chair at its center. To his bewilderment, the stone sculptures seemed to have stirred, each turning its head towards him. Despite their closed eyes, an unsettling sensation washed over Yi Chen, as though they were all fixated upon him. Meanwhile, in the realm of dreams, many had begun to awaken, some jubilant, others despondent. Numerous individuals had successfully broken through their limitations, yet many more had made no progress whatsoever. Soon, apart from the 10 pillars of light at the center, everyone gradually regained consciousness. Yu Qingying's brow furrowed deeply. Within the illusion, she had followed Yu Ling to the depths of a cave where a stone platform lay, upon which a familiar figure reclined, Yi Chen. The moment she beheld him, the scene shifted incessantly, revealing the death of Yu Ling. The first son of Yu Ling ascended to inherit the great Yin dynasty, while the second son transcended to the celestial realm.
Images flashed before Yu Qingying, her initial encounter with Yi Chen at the Great Yin Imperial Tomb, their journey to the Xian Beast sect, the treachery of Prince Ning, the Holy Mountain, everything unfolded in a frenetic dance of memories. Until finally, she witnessed Yi Chen entering a bronze door, and the vision abruptly ceased. In the next moment, Yu Qingying felt an inexplicable summons beckoning her towards the north, to the extreme northern reaches of the eastern domain, where something awaited her. Simultaneously, a resonant rumble echoed across the sky, causing all in Tianji City to look up, only to find ominous clouds gathering, streaks of lightning darting through them. Soon, the storm clouds dispersed, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. What appeared was not the anticipated azure sky, but rather an expanse of tempestuous lightning, a veritable sea of thunder. A cataclysmic force brewed within. Divine retribution. Had someone unraveled the secrets of the heavens? But who could it be? Tianshan turned to glance at those still enveloped in the 10 beams of light and promptly shattered the jade talisman in her grasp. The manifestation of divine retribution was beyond her control. Yet, the Elder of Celestial Mechanisms was equally immobilized. Mere moments after Yi Chen's disappearance, the environment had transformed dramatically. The Elder felt himself ensnared by an inexplicable power, utterly unable to move. As he sensed the eerie circumstances surrounding him, Yi Chen drew forth the Sword of Heaven's Destruction to bolster his courage. Just as an unexpected disturbance arose, the entire bronze hall trembled violently, and a rust-riddled bronze plate slowly ascended from its pedestal, ultimately floating before Yi Chen. Stunned, Yi Chen reached out to grasp it, and like on the holy mountain, the bronze plate instantly merged with his being. The sensation of spiritual energy coursing through him returned, though this time it was fleeting, dissipating within mere breaths. In the next instant, the stone sculptures abruptly rose, advancing toward Yi Chen. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the statues collectively knelt before him. Yi Chen felt an uncanny connection establishing itself between him and these stone figures, as though he could exert control over them. Yet before he could experiment with this newfound influence, the space around him rippled, and 2 bronze plates levitated from within him, conjuring a vision before his eyes. In this vision stood a man wielding a bronze cauldron, surrounded by a sea of corpses and blood, embodying the very essence of a war god, unyielding in his stance. Despite the relentless onslaught of adversaries, they were reduced to ashes by the swing of the bronze cauldron, though it too began to fragment, pieces breaking away. Yi Chen felt an uncanny resonance. The bronze plate he held appeared to have broken off from that very cauldron. Just as he attempted to discern the man's features, the vision abruptly ceased. As the world around him faded, Yi Chen beheld the Elder of Celestial Mechanisms suspended in midair, bound in a peculiar manner, wailing in distress. "What the hell, old man? What game are you playing? I had no idea you had such preferences. Stop messing around, help me, get me down." The Elder, now oblivious to when Yi Chen had appeared, hastily implored. This sensation was utterly terrifying. Yi Chen unsheathed the Sword of Heaven's Destruction, preparing to act, but suddenly recalled something, swiftly forming a strange seal with his hands. Immediately, the surrounding space rippled, and a stone sculpture emerged from the depths. Incredibly, it truly was possible. Chapter 95 of the Great Wall, the stone statue emerged, kneeling before Yi Chen as if awaiting commands. Yi Chen pointed at the old man of heavenly mechanisms and said, "Release it." The moment his words fell, the stone statue moved, raising its hand, and multiple bindings manifested around the old man of heavenly mechanisms, flickering briefly before vanishing. The old man felt a sudden sense of relief, casting a wary glance at the stone statue, fearing that Yi Chen might unexpectedly order it to strike him. Yi Chen indeed had such intentions, contemplating using the old man to test the limits of the stone statue's capabilities. Unfortunately, after making contact with the old man's bindings, the stone statue vanished into the void, remaining unresponsive to Yi Chen's calls. It appeared that summoning had a built-in cooldown period. Yi Chen muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" "Ha? Nothing. Did you see anything when you entered the formation just now?" The old man of heavenly mechanisms gazed intently at Yi Chen, eager to uncover what lay beyond the formation. Yi Chen shot a disgruntled look at the old man, replying, "How would I know?" He himself was utterly perplexed. The bronze door seemed ancient, yet why did the phrase "the odd changes, the even remains" resonate within him? Could it be that someone from long ago had also traversed to this place, leaving behind those 100-odd stone statues for future travelers? Was that even possible? Moreover, who were the mysterious figure holding the bronze cauldron and the strange bronze shard? The old man of heavenly mechanisms flushed with embarrassment from Yi Chen's retort and, after a few deep breaths, declared, "Since there's nothing more to discuss, we should return swiftly." A grave situation has unfolded at the heavenly mechanism manor. Yi Chen was taken aback and inquired, "What has happened?" "Someone has glimpsed the heavenly mechanism, and now the heavenly punishment is upon us. If we do not hurry back to maintain the formation, the entire heavenly mechanism city will be in peril," the old man stated with gravity. "Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? Let us move." After saying this, Yi Chen noticed that the old man remained rooted in place. "What are you waiting for? Move." The path we took has vanished," the old man replied with an awkward smile. Only then did Yi Chen realize that the rift through which they had descended had completely disappeared, leaving them in a stone cave illuminated solely by the faint glow reflecting off the walls. At that moment, within Heavenly Mechanism City, among the 10 beams of light, 8 individuals had already awakened. The heavenly punishment had yet to descend, indicating that the one who had peered into the heavenly mechanism was among the remaining 2. Tianxian's expression was complicated as she glanced over, spotting Yu Qingying and Yun Nishan. One of these individuals had trespassed into the heavenly mechanism, and once that person awoke, the heavenly punishment would surely follow. The expressions of those around them were grim. The heavenly punishment had locked onto the heavenly mechanism manor, and they were trapped, left to await its conclusion. Much like cultivators facing a heavenly tribulation, upon sensing the impending thunderstorm, they would seek a secluded place to wait for its arrival to avoid collateral damage. The fundamental difference between the heavenly punishment and heavenly tribulation was that the former targeted an entire area, while the latter focused on individuals, embodying a better safe than sorry mentality. However, the heavenly punishment was slightly easier to navigate. If one could alter the natural order before it fully formed, escape was still possible. Yet now, with no news from the old man of heavenly mechanisms, even Tianxian found it impossible to make a move. Above them, the terrifying sea of thunder continued to gather. The more secrets were revealed, the more violent the heavenly punishment would become. Every participant in the dream of heavenly mechanisms bore a troubled expression. If this continued, none would survive the dreadful storm. What should we do? This dream of heavenly mechanisms was orchestrated by your heavenly mechanism manor. If something goes awry, you are responsible for resolving it. I refuse to be buried alongside those two. Bing Qian shrieked in desperation. From others, she had learned of the cause of the heavenly punishment and its unfathomable consequences. I am destined to lead the Qian beast sect in the future. I cannot perish in vain. Be quiet. Before Bing Qian could continue her tirade, a voice barked sharply. Immediately, all eyes turned to her with disapproval. Was this person out of her mind? Such a ruckus could inadvertently awaken the one who had trespassed into the heavenly mechanism, sealing their fate. Yet everyone understood that they were merely stalling for time. If there were a real solution, Tianxian would have acted long ago. Within the cave, Yichen shot an irritable glance at the old man of heavenly mechanisms. You old fool, how can you deceive me like a scoundrel, swindling money, affection, and trust? First, you lured me here, and now there's nothing of value, and the way back has vanished. The old man ignored Yichen's curses, his own anxiety surpassing that of Yichen. His consciousness was linked to the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation, and he was acutely aware of the perilous situation at the heavenly mechanism manor. Time was of the essence. If they did not leave soon, there would still be a chance. He approached the stone wall, running his hand over it. The surface felt no different from an ordinary mountain. After a moment's contemplation, the old man gritted his teeth. No matter where this is or what consequences may arise, it must be destroyed. With that, the old man began to gather spiritual energy within him. Meanwhile, after venting his frustrations, Yichen noticed the old man's indifference and lost interest in further cursing. Instead, surveying the cave, the dim glow illuminated the walls, and upon closer inspection, he discerned that they were etched with peculiar designs. After a moment of contemplation, Yichen retrieved a radiant crystal from the sword of severing heaven. Although he was uncertain of its nature, its brightness sufficed for visibility. As he illuminated the stone wall, a series of frescoes came into view. The frescoes depicted a great war, with a man in a dragon robe leading an unending army. Before them stood not an enemy force, but rather a horde of humanoid monsters. Yichen felt an inexplicable familiarity with the weapons wielded by those soldiers, as if he had seen them before. However, he did not dwell on it and shifted his gaze to the second fresco. In this depiction, the humanoid monsters were repelled, yet the army suffered heavy losses. To prevent future invasions, they appeared to be constructing a formidable structure. The third fresco revealed an unbroken wall stretching before Yichen, causing him to gasp in astonishment. What in the world? This looks remarkably like the Great Wall. Suppressing his rising excitement, Yichen moved to the fourth fresco, but before he could examine it closely, the old man of heavenly mechanism suddenly groaned and struck the stone wall with a punch. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, causing the entire wall to tremble, and the frescoes began to peel away. Old man, I swear I'll get you for this. Chapter 96, I know you are anxious, but please do not rush. Before Yichen could make his move, he witnessed the elder of heavenly mechanisms let out a muffled groan, his entire being sent flying backwards as he coughed up blood. The once sturdy stone wall began to peel away, revealing a surface as resilient as tempered steel. Yichen's expression shifted dramatically. He was both furious at the elder for defacing the mural and deeply moved by the old man's pitiful state. The virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young resurfaced within him. With a sigh, he stepped forward to assist the elder, remarking, "You claim to be a formidable warrior, yet you cannot even break through a mere wall. How embarrassing." The elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shot a glare at Yichen, retorting, "What do you know? The wall is peculiar, it can absorb spiritual energy." When he had struck the wall with his fist, he felt as though the energy he released vanished into an abyss, only to be met with a powerful surge of energy rebounding back at him several times stronger. Absorb spiritual energy? Yichen mused, stroking his chin. That's manageable. I possess no spiritual energy. He then flashed a grin at the elder and declared, "Watch me." Just you? The elder let out a scoff, about to utter more, when Yichen produced a long sword in his hand. The menacing chill emanating from it rendered him speechless. He was not an ordinary man, he could discern the extraordinary nature of the sword of slaying heaven, recognizing it as a remarkable spiritual treasure. Such an artifact would be impossible to find in the eastern region, and even in the central region, it was a rare gem. Gazing at the sword of slaying heaven, which bore numerous cracks, Yichen sighed inwardly, pondering how much longer it could endure. It was time to consider ways to restore the sword spirit. Ever since the battle at the sacred mountain, the sword spirit had been as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. He resolved to inquire with Yuan Song and the others about the existence of any soul-devouring spirits. With that thought, Yichen approached the stone wall, inhaled deeply, and his gaze sharpened. Sword drawing technique of slaying heaven. Open mountain. As Yi Chen executed his move, the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms attempted to intervene, realizing that since the wall could absorb spiritual energy, it could also absorb other forms of power. Relying solely on the strength of a spiritual treasure might not suffice to breach the wall and could very well shatter the treasure with the rebounded force. However, in the next moment, the Elder beheld a flash of purple light erupting forth, and the stone wall was cleaved apart as if by divine intervention, the surface smooth as jade. Yet, the more pressing concern was that the purple light, merely viewed, made the Elder feel as though his entire being was on the verge of being torn apart. If struck directly, he could hardly imagine the consequences. In an instant, the Elder comprehended the situation, the earth-shattering sword strike that had erupted in the back mountain of the Mystic Beast sect and the purple light from the battle at the Great Flame Emperor City had both originated from Yi Chen's hand. This rascal is playing the fool. The Elder's face turned ashen with rage, yet the memory of that purple light sent shivers through him. Should Yi Chen wish to eliminate him, it would be as effortless as blowing away dust. Yi Chen, however, harbored no such thoughts. He stared in awe at the fleeting purple light, his heart swelling with joy. Could this be the legendary sword energy? If he had cultivated sword energy, he had indeed reached a new realm. He had finally touched the threshold of the sword path. He was uncertain of what level of practitioner he represented now, and upon returning, he would need to consult someone. Old man, let us move. Glancing at the narrow passage he had just carved, Yi Chen held his head high and strode forth. Observing this, the Elder hurriedly followed, regardless of his irritation, resolving the heavenly punishment was of utmost priority. Shortly after they stepped out, a radiant glow appeared ahead in the passage. Just as they exited, the path Yi Chen had hewn behind them restored itself to its original state, vanishing without a trace. The two found themselves at the foot of Wanlong Mountain. What greeted their eyes was an expansive sea of thunder, the terrifying might of which made the Elder's heart race. What on earth is that? Yi Chen exclaimed, but the Elder, too weary to explain, soared into the air directly towards the heavenly mechanism manor. Yi Chen's expression darkened. This old man was certainly not to be trusted, abandoning him in this moment, yet, despite his grumbling, he dashed after him. Yu Qingying was still at the heavenly mechanism manor, and he could not afford any misfortune. Inside the heavenly mechanism manor, anxiety permeated the air. Yuan Sung paced back and forth, fretful. In his prime, he would have been confident in confronting this heavenly punishment, but in his current state, he might very well vanish into nothingness under its weight. I ask you both, are you not the least bit afraid? This is heavenly punishment we are talking about. I have never even witnessed it. Yuan Sung questioned, glaring at the leisurely Xiao Tian and Xiao Bai. I know you are anxious, but please do not rush. It is not a significant issue, Xiao Tian replied with a grin. Not a significant issue. I see the heavenly punishment is about to descend. What are you afraid of? If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to support it. If it were anywhere else, I would surely be anxious, but within the heavenly mechanism manor, there is no need for alarm. It's not a significant issue, Xiao Bai reassured him. You hold this crumbling array in too high regard. It cannot stop heavenly punishment, Yuan Sung observed, glancing at the ground. While the array was formidable, capable of unleashing power equivalent to the fusion stage with full force, against heavenly punishment, even those at the fusion stage would likely suffer severe repercussions. Relying on an array? Impossible. Xiao Tian yawned. Then what do you propose we rely on? Don't rush, do not rush, the Empress is still here. The Empress? Though the words were harsh, his meaning was clear. My point is, the Empress is still here. Do you think that Yi Chen, that cunning fellow, would stand idly by? Xiao Tian waved his hand. Yuan Sung suddenly understood. Right, Yi Chen is here. What is there to fear? He is a man who has even bested semi-immortals. With his heart steadied, he picked up a chair, exclaiming, let us go outside and watch the spectacle. Seeing Yuan Sung's change of expression, Xiao Tian and Xiao Bai exchanged glances and simultaneously offered him a disdainful gesture. The distance between Wanlong Mountain and the heavenly mechanism manor was not vast, and with the Elder of Heavenly Mechanism's prowess, they swiftly arrived. Tian Xian, do not panic, I will activate the teleportation array now. Inform everyone to remain still. If spatial turbulence occurs, the teleportation array will fail, and it will be too late. The Elder's voice resonated in Tian Xian's ears, instantly calming her demeanor as she relayed the message. Upon hearing this, everyone sat cross-legged, daring not to move. Meanwhile, Yuan Sung and his companions lounged in their chairs, appearing utterly unconcerned. As spiritual seals rose, the entire heavenly mechanism manor erupted in a radiant glow, the surrounding space began to warp, and before the heavenly punishment descended, there was still hope. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Bing Qian, observing the scene, bit her lip and approached Yu Qingying. She sensed that Yu Qingying harbored murderous intent towards her. Given such a vast opportunity, her cultivation would undoubtedly advance, putting the Mystic Beast sect in jeopardy. Both she and Yun Nishan were engrossed in their insights. It was not certain that Yu Qingying was coveting the heavenly mechanism. Rather than face future troubles, it would be wiser to act decisively now. With that thought, Bing Qian forcefully shoved Yu Qingying's shoulder. In the next instant, Yu Qingying's eyes flickered, slowly opening. Chapter 97 of the Descent of Divine Punishment. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sound of thunder erupted, and the once calm sea of lightning began to churn violently, as if the heavens and earth were roaring in fury. The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms, who was manipulating the teleportation array, spat out blood, his gaze fixed upon the heavenly mechanism manor that had been irrevocably ensnared by divine punishment, a look of despair etched upon his face. The onlookers, witnessing the descending chains of order, turned pale and collectively glanced back. There stood Bing Qian, one hand resting on Yu Qingying's shoulder, still in the act of pushing her forward. At this moment, their understanding of the situation became painfully clear. She had forcefully awakened Yu Qingying, interfered by external forces. Yu Qingying coughed up blood, her cold gaze turning towards Bing Qian. A chill ran down Bing Qian's spine as she felt the murderous glare surrounding her, her complexion turning ashen as she shouted in anger, "It's all your fault, it's your fault for wanting to pry into those wretched secrets. Now, so many of us must pay the price with our lives." As her shameless words fell, she believed they might alleviate the hostility directed at her. However, those who could participate in the grand dream of heavenly mechanisms were all prodigies. They had come here precisely to unravel the mysteries of destiny. How could Bing Qian's words alter their perspectives? If seeking the secrets of the heavens were a crime, then who among them had not come for that very purpose? Moreover, there had been no danger. They merely needed to wait for the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms to complete the teleportation array and all would be well. Who could have foreseen that this foolish woman would resort to such despicable antics? You seek death. Feng Lei of the Thunder Sect was the first to explode in rage, transforming into a streak of lightning that flashed before Bing Qian, delivering a merciless punch to her chest. Thunder crackled as Bing Qian was sent flying, blood spewing from her mouth as she collapsed to the ground. Agonizing pain coursed through her, and she felt as if her very organs had been shattered. As she lay on the ground, Feng Lei, intent on delivering another blow, realized it was too late. The sea of lightning cascaded down like a waterfall, accompanied by deep rumblings. Bolts of heavenly lightning fell, enveloping the entire heavenly mechanism manor like a spider's web. Seeing this, the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms clasped his hands together, activating the 5 elements. 8 trigrams array. Wisps of mist began to rise, transforming into torrents of spiritual energy that temporarily halted the downpour of lightning. Yet, the expressions of everyone present were grim, for they all understood that this could only provide a momentary reprieve, and now that divine punishment had descended, escape was no longer possible. This region had been locked down by the order of heaven and earth. Yuan Song leaned back in his chair, casually snacking on seeds, his demeanor calm as he remarked, "No need to panic, it's not a dire situation." "Easy for you to say. Hurry up and think of a solution." Xiaobai suddenly leaped up and struck Yuan Song on the forehead. "What are you doing? Didn't you say not to panic?" Yuan Song grumbled, cradling his forehead. "Still not panicking? Have you seen Yi Chen? That guy is gone." Xiaobai exclaimed, a note of urgency in her voice. Yuan Song and Xiao Tian exchanged looks of shock, quickly searching around. Xiao Tian sniffed the air, his canine face dropping in dismay. "Oh no. I can't sense that old fellow's presence anymore. Is this really happening? If divine punishment falls, I'm dead for sure." Yuan Song's earlier nonchalance vanished, replaced by panic. In midair, the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms struggled to maintain his composure, his hands trembling and blood occasionally seeping from his lips. He was clearly at his limit. "Quick, take Yu Qingying, we must reach the edge of divine punishment, there may still be a chance." Xiaobai decisively commanded Yuan Song to carry Yu Qingying, while she leaped onto Xiao Tian's back, racing towards the city gate. Others, realizing Xiaobai's intentions, acted swiftly, scattering in search of a glimmer of hope. The locking of divine punishment was executed through chains of order. According to the standards of the immortal martial continent, at least an earthly immortal would be required to create an opening. However, attempting something was better than waiting idly for death. Feng Ping observed the fleeing crowd, snorting in disdain. As a beloved disciple of the Dao sect, he had been granted a talisman from an earthly immortal before departing. Though it could not completely shield him from divine punishment, it could tear a hole in the chains of order. And now, he pondered whether to bring Yin Nishang along. The earlier chaos had startled Yin Nishang, and now the three stood together. "Senior brother, what should we do?" Lin Wushuang asked anxiously. Feng Ping contemplated for a moment before responding, "Follow me." With that, he dashed towards the direction where Yu Qingying and the others had departed, with Lin Wushuang and Yin Nishang closely behind. Xiaobai and her companions reached the city gate, and with Yuan Song's speed, they quickly caught up. Upon arrival, Yuan Song did not hold back, channeling all his strength into striking the chains of order. However, his formidable blow, comparable to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, was swallowed without a trace by the chains. Seeing this, Yu Qingying and Xiao Tian unleashed their strongest attacks, but to no avail. There's no need for futile struggles. Only an earthly immortal can break the chains of order." A light laugh echoed as Feng Ping and his companions appeared behind them, wearing amused expressions. "How dare you seek death?" Yuan Song shouted angrily, and with that, he struck out. Feng Ping swiftly retrieved the talisman from his spatial ring. Yuan Song's attack dissipated the moment it neared him. Such fluctuations could only be the handiwork of an earthly immortal, there was no mistaking it. Yuan Song's gaze sharpened as he looked at Feng Ping. "It's just a mere talisman, I refuse to believe it can withstand my blows. I'm not here to fight you, Dian Empress, do you wish to leave with me?" Feng Ping's gaze fell upon Yu Qingying, his greed unmistakable. Not only was Yu Qingying's beauty unparalleled, surpassing any female cultivator he had ever encountered, but he also coveted the imperial aura she possessed. Setting aside the future resources of the Dian Empire, simply presenting her to the Heavenly Dao Alliance's emperor, who also cultivated the imperial aura, would yield immense rewards. After all, imperial auras consume each other, leaving only one to reign supreme. Conflict was inevitable, but the most perilous situation arose when those who cultivated the imperial aura realized their chances of becoming an emperor were slim and chose to hide. When the time came, all would be annihilated. "Apologies, but I have no interest," Yu Qingying replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at Feng Ping as pink light began to gather within her. The nine-tailed celestial fox awakened, its power significantly enhanced. While she had peered into the secrets of heaven, the fox had glimpsed a fragment of the future, resulting in her greater strength. Very well, then you may await your demise here. Fong Ping waved his hand dismissively, activating the talisman to forcibly tear open a rift, slipping through. Yun Nishang, conflicted, glanced at Yu Qingying and her group before sighing in resignation and following Fong Ping. As the three departed, Yu Qingying took a deep breath, signaling Yuan Song to cooperate with her. Her eyes shimmered as she began to channel her power, Ping's spiritual energy surging forth. Come out, why are you just standing there? Suddenly, Yi Chen's voice rang out. Chapter 98. A step forward. Everyone was taken aback. Following their gaze, they beheld Yi Chen standing outside the city gate, his expression one of perplexity as he regarded the crowd above. The sky roared with thunder, causing Yi Chen to feel a pang of anxiety, for his inability to fly had delayed his arrival at Tianji City. It must be said, that old rascal truly was malicious. Leaving him behind. Upon seeing Yi Chen, the group felt a wave of reassurance wash over them, and the pink radiance enveloping Yu Qingying dissipated. With Yi Chen's arrival, there was no need to summon the power of the nine-tailed celestial fox. The last time she had done so, she had fallen into a prolonged slumber. Who knew how long it would take to recover if she were to do so again? We cannot escape, you must think of a solution quickly, Bai Xiao urged. The heavenly punishment had its peculiar nature. Those outside its domain could not perceive the dense web of order chains, only feeling the obstruction that kept them at bay. Yi Chen stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the empty city gate with a questioning look, wondering if something had gone awry. However strange it may be, he did not hesitate and stepped forward without reservation. This scene did not escape the notice of Fong Ping, who observed from outside the city gate. With a mocking smile, he remarked, Tsk, such deep affection, is he seeking to enter for a tragic end? Alas, the heavenly punishment has already begun, and outsiders cannot enter. Lin Wushuang sneered repeatedly. Only Yun Nishang appeared discontent, lamenting the missed opportunity to deepen her relationship with Yi Chen. Yet, could the elder truly resolve this heavenly punishment? In Yun Nishang's eyes, Yi Chen seemed to be at the integration stage. By her assessment, he lacked the strength to overcome the heavenly punishment. Within the Tianji residence, despair had taken hold of all present. The old man of Tianji coughed up a mouthful of old blood, his hands unable to support him any longer. A faint sound of shattering echoed as the mist coalesced by the 5 elements. 8 trigrams array visibly cracked. Then, the heavenly punishment descended, and thunder began to wreak havoc, prompting several out-of-body stage cultivators to hastily seal the space. Yet the divine thunder of the heavenly punishment disregarded the feeble spatial strength of the out-of-body stage, striking them directly. In mere moments, several out-of-body stage cultivators were obliterated before they could even utter a cry, their nascent souls unable to escape. The divine thunder of the heavenly punishment was truly terrifying. My disciple, I am deeply sorry. The old man of Tianji gazed at Tianxian, tears streaming down his face. It is all right, master. To die alongside you was not in vain for Tianxian. It is just unfortunate that I could not compete with Yi Chen in the formation. Tianxian sighed. She feared not death, only regretted her missed opportunity. At the mention of Yi Chen, a glimmer of hope sparked in the old man's eyes. Of course, how could I forget that old rascal? He quickly formed seals anew, searching for Yi Chen's presence both inside and outside the Tianji residence, believing that the enigmatic purple light surrounding Yi Chen might resolve the heavenly punishment. Before long, the old man located Yi Chen, who was just about to step into Tianji City. The old man's expression changed dramatically, and he prepared to send a warning, but in the next moment, Yi Chen had already reached the threshold, stepping into the realm of the heavenly punishment. What transpired was extraordinary. The once rampant thunder suddenly froze in place, and in the blink of an eye, it retreated back into the sea of thunder. The densely woven order chains also vanished without a trace. The thunderous ocean, filled with an aura of destruction, scattered in all directions as if fleeing from some unspeakable terror. In an instant, the entirety of Tianji City was bathed in sunlight, as if nothing had ever occurred. The old man of Tianji was left bewildered. Yu Qingying and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Yuan Song and Bai Xiao were even more astounded. Their understanding of the heavenly punishment far exceeded that of others. Yet, this terrifying punishment seemed to cower in the presence of Yi Chen. While others were unaware, they knew full well that the moment Yi Chen stepped in, the suffocating feeling of being targeted by the heavenly punishment vanished instantaneously. Who exactly was this person? What kind of existence was he, to repel the heavenly punishment? Forget about semi-immortals, even true immortals would be powerless. Could it be that Yi Chen's realm surpassed that of true immortals? They speculated wildly in their minds, while Yi Chen remained oblivious, observing the fleeing thunder with no comprehension of what had transpired. In fact, after stepping in, he retreated a couple of steps, confirming that he was completely unaffected, then cast a curious glance at Yu Qingying and the others. Instantly, a cheer erupted throughout Tianji City, a feeling of survival after calamity that even cultivators could not maintain a calm demeanor amidst. The crowd surged towards the Tianji residence, perceiving that it was the old man of Tianji who had single-handedly averted the heavenly punishment. Fong Ping couldn't help but twitch his lips. These individuals were indeed fortunate. Moreover, the old man's mastery of formations was undeniably worthy of the Dao sect's attention. The elder is approaching. We should propose to the elder that Tianji return to the Dao sect. Lin Wushuang nodded in agreement, recognizing that having thwarted the heavenly punishment, the old man of Tianji certainly qualified for a seat among the Dao sect elders, despite his somewhat lacking cultivation. Nevertheless, expertise in formations could elevate one to a formidable status. Yu Qingying heaved a sigh of relief and spoke, the grand dream of Tianji has concluded. It is time for us to depart. Having glimpsed the fragment of Tianji, Yu Qingying was determined to hurry towards it, lest delays lead to unforeseen changes. Very well, it matters not. Yi Chen thought to voice his desire to confront that old rascal, but he would not reject Yu Qingying's words. At this moment, Yuan Song fixed his gaze on Yi Chen, his eyes sparkling with admiration. With such a master, how could one worry about returning to the celestial realm? Boom, just as the group prepared to leave, an explosive sound erupted within Tianji City, causing them to turn in unison. They beheld figures appearing above the Tianji residence, their auras suggesting at least they were of the spirit division stage, their soul power radiating outward. The old man of Tianji's expression turned grim.
What does this mean? No other intention.
I merely wish to take away the 7-colored illusory spirit stone. I trust you will not refuse. Ying Guan floated upwards, regarding the old man of Tianji with a faint smile.
You dare to attempt to seize the treasured possession of my Tianji residence? 3 spirit division cultivators may not suffice.
The old man of Tianji huffed coldly, preparing to strike again, the 5 elements 8 trigrams array gathering once more. However, after the earlier onslaught of the heavenly punishment, the array had already sustained damage, unable to hold back the 3 spirit division cultivators.
In an instant, it was shattered.
Heh, your Earth Sovereign sect truly lacks shame. Hand over the 7-colored illusory spirit stone to my Wind Thunder sect, and I shall assist you in dealing with them.
What do you say?
Hami laughed, 3 figures of the spirit division stage appearing behind him. Ying Guang's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he glared at Han Yi.
Are you truly intent on opposing me?
What? Are you willing to give up the Tai Ching Xuanqi? The 7-colored illusory spirit stone, which has the potential to condense 9-colored true qi, cannot be relinquished to you. Han Yi sneered. Not only did Ying Guang possess such foresight, but Han Yi was no fool either. Thus, news had already spread, drawing strong figures from their sects to compete for the stone. A fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 99's Provocation. The forces of the Wind Thunder sect and the Earth Emperor sect stood in opposition, the atmosphere thick with tension. Lin Wuxuan gazed at Fang Ping before finally speaking. Brother, should we not lend our assistance? We cannot allow them to abscond with the 7-colored illusionary spirit stone. After pondering for a moment, Fang Ping shook his head and replied, the heavenly mechanism has informed me that the essence of the great dream's heavenly mechanism lies not within the 7-colored illusionary spirit stone.
While it is indeed precious, it does not warrant a fierce confrontation.
No sooner had he spoken than a resonating hum erupted, and a dazzling light burst forth from within the tower, radiant hues of 7 colors swirling before a streak of black intermingled among them. 8 colors.
The 8-colored illusionary spirit stone.
The eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment. While the 7-colored stone was not worth a fight, the 8-colored one was a different matter altogether. The transformation from 8 colors to 9 was merely a matter of time.
Brother, this is astonishing.
Lin Wuxuan exclaimed, momentarily stunned.
The heavenly mechanism is one of our Dao sect's people.
Thus, the 8-colored illusionary spirit stone rightfully belongs to us. Fang Ping chuckled lightly and transformed into a streak of light, rushing back toward the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Jin Shichang cast a glance at the gathering crowd but did not follow. Instead, she gracefully descended before Yi Chen, clasping her hands and stating, Senior, we meet again. Yi Chen, his expression inscrutable, nodded in acknowledgement. The woman was formidable indeed. Are you allied with them? He inquired. Yes, we are all members of the Celestial Alliance, but they belong to the Dao sect while I am of the Divine Cloud. Yin Shichang, she hastily clarified, only to be interrupted by Yi Chen's dismissive wave.
As long as I understand that you are in league with them, that suffices.
There is nothing further. We shall take our leave. Where is Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai went to watch the excitement, Xiao Tian sheepishly admitted. Why? Yi Chen's face darkened, and he glared at Xiao Tian. Why did you not stop her? That little brat truly invites trouble. You all go ahead. Yuan Song, accompany me to retrieve her. With that, Yi Chen and Yuan Song departed, while Yu Qingying led Xiao Tian away. Yun Shichang observed Yi Chen before hurriedly following Yu Qingying. During her stay at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, she had discerned that Yi Chen heeded Yu Qingying's words. If she could win over Yu Qingying, then Yi Chen would surely follow suit.
Your Majesty, wait.
Yun Shichang called out, catching up with Yu Qingying.
Regarding your matter, Yi Chen has spoken to Qinger about it.
Do not harbor any illusions. I shall not persuade Yi Chen on your behalf, Yu Qingying remarked, regarding Yun Shichang with indifference. I understand that the Dao sect has offended you, but I am not one of them, nor will I beseech seniors to join the Celestial Alliance. I merely wish to extend an invitation for you to hold an honorary position in my divine hidden sect, Yun Shichang explained earnestly. Yu Qingying paused, turning in surprise to face Yun Shichang.
You are of the divine hidden sect? Does your Majesty know of the divine hidden sect? Yu Qingying remained silent, her mind racing back to the vision scene within the Great Dream's heavenly mechanism.
In that illusion, Moonling had mentioned that both he and Yi Chen hailed from the divine hidden sect. That cannot be. If all that transpired in the illusion is true, then both Yi Chen and Moonling must have originated from the divine hidden sect 3,000 years ago.
How could I not know of the illustrious divine hidden sect?
Yu Qingying said, her gaze fixed on Yun Shichang.
Alas, the divine hidden sect has fallen into decline.
Otherwise, it would not be seeking aid from others.
Yun Shichang's expression dimmed, and she sighed. Follow me for now, but let it be clear that if he is unwilling, you cannot impose, Yu Qingying declared.
Yun Shichang's spirits lifted, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. With Yu Qingying's willingness to speak, it seemed that securing Yi Chen's joining the divine hidden sect was already half achieved. The standoff above the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion persisted for quite some time. The elder of the Heavenly Mechanism, wearing a troubled expression, devoid of the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation, he found himself unable to intervene. Moreover, it was not just the Wind Thunder sect and the Earth Emperor sect, even the Dao sect had joined the fray, suggesting that a conflict could erupt at any moment.
As the 8-colored illusionary spirit stone made its appearance, those below began to stir restlessly, those acquainted with the 9-colored true chi hurriedly shattering jade talismans to summon powerful figures from their sections. It would not be long before chaos erupted within the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Initially, it was thought that the turmoil of the Great Dream's heavenly mechanism would stem from the descent of heavenly punishment, but it seemed that the chaos was only just beginning. The elder of the heavenly mechanism sighed, not out of concern for the 8-colored illusionary spirit stone being seized, but for the natural order of this place, which would surely be shattered should a battle ensue. If that were to happen, the Great Dream's heavenly mechanism would be consigned to history. Meanwhile, Xiaobai had returned to the heavenly mechanism pavilion, her face alight with excitement as she produced the heavenly demon pearl, recalling the battle on the sacred mountain where, due to the presence of the demon clan, the pearl had failed to absorb many souls. Now, with the demon clan absent, if a fight broke out, the souls would all be hers. Such a grand opportunity could not be missed, yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Yi Chen stood ominously behind her, his expression dark. Observing her demeanor, he gripped the collar of her garment and lifted her effortlessly. How audacious, which blind fool dares to lay hands on the ancestor? Xiaobai, feeling herself lifted, immediately bristled, but upon turning to see Yi Chen's grim visage, she wilted. Yuan Song trailed behind, relishing the spectacle. Gigi, what brings you here, Gigi? It seems Xiaobai has lost her way, she said, casting Yi Chen an innocently adorable gaze. We'll talk about your mischief later. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, turning to leave. Xiaobai, terrified and weeping, was not only afraid but also humiliated, knowing well the nature of the reprimand Yi Chen referred to the esteemed blood demon ancestor being spanked by someone else. How would she ever show her face again? Yuan Song, however, voiced his concerns. Enough of this, the situation is quite chaotic. I can sense many powerful entities in the fusion stage concealing themselves in the void. This place will soon descend into turmoil. We must leave quickly. The presence of several divine beings was of little concern to him, but the arrival of those in the fusion stage was a different matter altogether. Moreover, given his unique status, those above the fusion stage could easily discern his identity as a member of the Jade Clan. Human cultivators harbored no favorable impressions of these ancient royal families. While he felt secure with Yi Chen's protection, he worried about the revelation of the Jade Clan's existence. Should their enemies arise, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing of the fusion stage powers, Yi Chen's heart raced with trepidation, and he hastened his pace, swiftly making his way outside the city. Make your move already. If you do not act soon, other sect masters will arrive, and it will be too late. And what of that Hongyi? Why are you so useless? What are you afraid of? Get on with it. The Taiji Xuanqi has already been snatched away, and you show no sign of resistance. Do you intend to gift away the 9-colored true chi as well? Xiaobai suddenly adopted a mocking tone. Yi Chen, realizing the implications, attempted to silence her, but it was too late. Stung by her words, Hongyi truly took action, and the 3 divine beings behind him surged forward, while the Earth Emperor's sect responded in kind, unleashing their signature techniques. In an instant, the entire Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion descended into chaos. Chapter 100. Dalian observing the scene before him, a smug smile crept onto the face of the pale young man. In no time, the first soul entity was absorbed into the Heavenly Demon Pearl. Watching the radiant glow, the young man could not help but chuckle. While Yi Chen was at a loss for words, he exchanged a knowing glance with Yuan Song, silently urging him to leave. Yuan Song understood the unspoken message, forming hand seals to tear through space for a hasty exit, only for the rift to inexplicably mend itself in the next instant. Alarmed, Yuan Song instinctively glanced aside, where he saw a middle-aged man nodding at several individuals while holding a wine jug. A being in the integration phase, Yi Chen also recognized this man. Although his spiritual prowess was lacking, he possessed a fundamental level of discernment. Noticing the man's nonchalant demeanor and Yuan Song's grim expression, it was evident that something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen approached the man and took a seat, with Yuan Song and the pale young man trailing behind. Might I ask why you are obstructing me, sir? The middle-aged man, Dao Yan, scrutinized Yi Chen closely. Even at such proximity, he failed to sense Yi Chen's cultivation, leaving him astonished. He then spoke. I am Dao Yan, an elder of the Dao sect's inner circle. May I inquire your name, sir? Yi Chen. Why Yi Chen refrained from disclosing his affiliation with the Great Yan dynasty, fearing it might draw unwanted trouble for Yu Qingying. Upon hearing this, Dao Yan nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the identity of the formidable figure known as Yi Chen. After pondering for quite some time without arriving at an answer, he chose to abandon the thought. Given the vastness of the immortal martial continent, it was not unusual for there to be powerful individuals unknown to him. He continued, from my observations, you do not seem to belong to the human race, but rather the ancient royal lineage. Yi Chen recognized the futility of concealing the truth and merely nodded in response. As far as I know, the ancient clans have not emerged in the immortal martial continent for quite some time. I wonder to which clan you belong. Wu Daoyan's gaze shifted to Yuan Song, a fleeting sharpness glimmering in his eyes. During the ancient era, the human race was far from its current strength, often subjugated by others, even reduced to mere food. The Jade Clan, Yuan Song replied leisurely, his grip tightening on a jade talisman. Upon hearing the name of the Jade Clan, Dao Yan's expression brightened considerably. The sudden rise of the Jade Clan occurred in the late ancient period, a time when the human race was gradually gaining strength, and there were no blood feuds between them. I wish to invite this young man from the Jade Clan to the Dao sect for a visit, to gather some information regarding the ancient royal lineage. I can assure his safety. What do you think, sir? Dao Yan directed his gaze toward Yi Chen. With the dawn of the Golden Age, not only would individuals from other worlds arrive at the immortal martial continent, but the ancient royal clans would also gradually awaken. To know oneself and one's adversaries is the key to victory. If the Dao sect wishes to seize the initiative in this Golden Age, understanding the ancient royal lineage is imperative. I am afraid I must decline, Yi Chen replied, striving to maintain a facade of composure. What kind of joke is this? Yuan Song's father is a half-immortal. Would you have him taken away so easily? If his father were to come looking for trouble, wouldn't he that spell disaster for me? Yet, Yuan Song felt a swell of gratitude at Yi Chen's words, realizing that Yi Chen considered him as one of his own. His grip on the jade talisman relaxed somewhat, for with Yi Chen's capabilities, no one in the immortal martial continent could abduct him, provided Yi Chen held him in regard as a comrade. Are you attempting to make things difficult for me, sir? Dao Yan lightly tapped the table, his tone calmed. It is you who was making things difficult for me, Yi Chen retorted defiantly, though his heart raced in his chest. A glint of cold light flashed in Dao Yan's eyes as his finger emitted a wave of energy, instantly locking onto Yi Chen. Yuan Song was taken aback, realizing that Dao Yan was a being at the integration phase who had mastered the path of space. With myriad paths to the Dao, all things can manifest as a Dao. One cannot step into the transcendence phase without comprehending one's own path. However, within the Dao, there exists a hierarchy of strength. After reaching the integration phase, the potency of one's Dao becomes apparent. For instance, the path of slaughter, as exemplified by Xiaotian, and the path of flames, as embodied by the Fire Lin beast, are the most common forms of entry into the Dao. The path of space, however, is distinct, its overwhelming power praised even by Yuan Hai. Yuan Song recalled Yuan Hai's remark, if a member of the Jade clan were to comprehend the path of space, what use would the 14 pillars of the Holy Lord serve? Yet, Yi Chen appeared utterly unfazed, sipping his tea as if ensconced in his own world, not even glancing at Dao Yan. He feared that should he be threatened again, he might involuntarily betray Yuan Song. Noticing this, Dao Yan furrowed his brow. He sensed that the power he unleashed was vanquished the moment it approached Yi Chen, a most peculiar phenomenon. Moreover, what was truly alarming was that Yi Chen had yet to reveal any intention of retaliating, leaving Dao Yan bewildered as to Yi Chen's true depth of power. Yuan Song, momentarily stunned, pulled the pale young man away from the two, realizing that a battle of magic was imminent and it was prudent to keep a safe distance to avoid collateral damage. Dao Yan furrowed his brow slightly, his spiritual power intensifying further. It was then that Yuan Song fully sensed Dao Yan's cultivation level, late integration, a being who had comprehended the path of space at the late integration phase. Even against a typical terrestrial immortal, he possessed the strength to contend. Boom, 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 the sound of muffled explosions echoed, with spatial ruptures erupting intermittently around Yi Chen. He clearly heard the sounds yet chose not to turn around, attributing them to the scuffles among the inhabitants of Tianji City. The closer the sounds drew, the more disconcerted he felt. This was not a place to linger. Within Tianji City, chaos reigned, cries, clashes of magic, wails, and laughter echoed continuously, yet only the tea stall where Yi Chen and Dao Yan sat remained eerily silent. After a considerable time, Dao Yan's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He exerted his utmost effort, yet Yi Chen remained utterly unresponsive. A terrestrial immortal. Dao Yan trembled, inhaling deeply before retracting the spiritual energy encircling Yi Chen. A bitter smile etched across his face. The young man before him was a terrestrial immortal. He had only felt this profound sense of helplessness in the presence of the grand elders of the Elder Hall. I apologize for my abruptness. You may leave now. Dao Yan sighed deeply, a wave of defeat washing over him. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, raising his head to see Dao Yan's pallid face. Were individuals from the Dao sect truly this accommodating? Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a furious shout resounded from above. The old wretch from the Earth Emperor's sect is truly shameless. Do they think my Wind Thunder sect is without defenders? From the shattered space above, an elder emerged from Hong Yi's side, his expression dark as he regarded the gravely injured Hong Yi. It appeared that the old wretch from the Earth Emperor's sect had launched a surprise attack. In the world of victors and vanquished, the means of achieving victory mattered little. Behind Yin Guang, another elder appeared, a smile gracing his face as he looked at the former. As sworn enemies came face to face, tensions flared, and without further ado, they launched into battle. The clash of two beings at the integration phase instantly transformed the sky and earth, a spectacle not witnessed across the entire immortal martial continent in ages. Yi Chen understood the situation. No wonder he was suddenly allowed to leave. It was because the beings at the integration phase were about to engage. In comparison to these two formidable entities from another world, Yuan Song appeared utterly trivial. Let us hope they do not strike at Wanlong Mountain, Yi Chen muttered, turning to leave with Yuan Song in tow. Dao Yan sighed softly, his figure vanishing from the spot. Chapter 101. Of the storm subsides, the winds and thunder clashed, and the heavens and earth transformed. A powerful figure from the Wind Thunder sect bellowed furiously, forming seals with his hands, causing the sky and land to change colors instantly. Lightning surged forth, converging in the heavens. Although its might paled in comparison to the earlier divine retribution, it was still exceedingly terrifying. The resplendent thunder struck fear into the hearts of all. Observing the tumultuous storm of lightning, the powerful figure from the Earth Emperor's sect's expression shifted subtly. This was the signature technique of the Wind Thunder sect, a pinnacle earth-level technique. Coupled with the infusion of spirit power during the fusion phase, the aura of destruction emanating from it was truly daunting, signifying that full strength was being exerted. You wish to fight to the death? I shall oblige. The Earth Emperor's sect's elder declared. The Earth Emperor's cannon overturned mountains and fill seas. The pure chi of Taching erupted, manifesting as a towering mountain 1,000 feet high in mid-air, exuding an ancient and solid aura as if it could suppress all in the world. In the next moment, the mountain formed of thunder and spirit power collided violently, a horrifying explosion echoed, the void shattered, and the overwhelming residual force of spirit power surged forth, annihilating several out-of-body stage cultivators on the spot. Countless others below the out-of-body stage met a similar fate. Souls poured into the heavenly demon pearl held by Xiaobai, and as its luster intensified, the smile on Xiaobai's face grew ever more radiant.
Both sides bore grim expressions, spitting out blood. However, it was clear that the elder from the Earth Emperor sect possessed a far more profound aura. Conversely, the Wind Thunder sect's elder was panting heavily, his spirit power nearly exhausted.
Heh, our realms may be similar, but how can you contend with me, who wields the touching chi? You shall perish here today. The Earth Emperor sect's elder growled coldly and surged forth once more, the touching chi once again sweeping out. The Wind Thunder sect's elder's countenance changed dramatically as he seized the gravely injured Hani, preparing to retreat. This was the immortal martial continent, and even if he were to die here, his sect would have difficulty explaining it. Yet, the Earth Emperor sect's elder had no intention of granting them the opportunity. Instead, he spat out a mouthful of essence blood, firmly locking onto their auras. Just as they were about to be encircled by the touching chi, the Wind Thunder sect's elder let out an unwilling roar. At that moment, a faint sigh echoed, and a rift appeared in space, followed by a colossal hand formed of spirit power that enveloped the two, withdrawing them into safety. Who are you? The Earth Emperor sect's elder glared intently at Dao Yan, who stood nearby with the two members of the Wind Thunder sect. They could not die, at least not here. Dao Yan spoke coolly. He understood the significance of the 8-colored illusory spirit stone better than anyone. If it were merely a common conflict, he could choose to ignore it, but this was different. Although they were not in the same world, if the two from the Wind Thunder sect were to die here, it would provide them with an excuse to invade the immortal martial continent, and at that time, the Dao sect would undoubtedly be implicated. Currently, the Heavenly Dao Alliance was not a solid front, and the Dao sect itself was in turmoil. Chaos could not be permitted. Oh, then today, I shall see if you can indeed save them. The Earth Emperor sect's elder, also at the fusion late stage and possessing touching chi, showed no fear of Dao Yan. The next moment, he hesitated no longer and gathered the touching chi once more. In an instant, his aura had significantly replenished. Dao Yan watched with shining eyes. The touching chi was indeed extraordinary. As the power coalesced, it transformed into a mountain aimed at Dao Yan, its might not in the least diminished from the previous attack, yet Dao Yan merely glanced lightly, pointing a finger and uttering void strangulation. Surrounding the mountain, chaotic spatial currents emerged, akin to vortices that shredded the mountain and completely engulfed it in the void, not even causing a ripple. Witnessing this spectacle, all present gasped in astonishment. They had seen the ferocity of this technique before, yet before Dao Yan, it could not even stir a wave. Just how powerful had Dao Yan become? Congratulations, Elder Dao Yan, on your advancement. At this rate, the title of Land God awaits you. With Elder Dao Yan here, who can contend with my Dao sect for the 8-colored illusory spirit stone? Feng Ping declared, his eyes gleaming with pride. He had not expected that the Dao sect would send Dao Yan, a legendary figure within the sect. In just 300 years, Dao Yan had reached the fusion stage and comprehended the path of space. Even the sect's supreme elder had remarked that Dao Yan's ascension to the immortal realm was merely a matter of time. Hearing Feng Ping's praise, Dao Yan turned his gaze toward the direction where Yi Chen had departed. Who can contend? This is merely Yi Chen's unwillingness. The path of space. The Earth Emperor sect's elder's expression shifted slightly as he fixed his gaze on Dao Yan. Being at the same fusion late stage, he naturally understood that the path of space was far superior to his own Earth path. Even with the touching chi, he likely would not be a match for this person. The heavenly mechanism is a member of my Dao sect, and thus the 8-colored illusory spirit stone rightfully belongs to us. Do any of you dissent? Dao Yan's voice rang out coolly. Aside from the elderly heavenly mechanism, whose face was filled with delight, the others looked rather displeased. Yet with Dao Yan, who had comprehended the path of space, standing there, who would dare to oppose? Unless a land god personally arrived. Humph, one day, my Earth Emperor sect will seek an explanation. The Earth Emperor sect's elder spat a harsh retort before turning to leave. The Wind Thunder sect's elder, after expressing gratitude, took the seriously injured Hani and vanished into the spatial rift. Having reached this point, remaining any longer would yield no new developments. Witnessing this scene, Feng Ping's expression brimmed with smug satisfaction. Standing beside Dao Yan, he felt invincible. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, he addressed Dao Yan. Elder Dao Yan, during our visit to the Eastern Domain, we discovered an Empress with the aura of Imperial Dao. Do you think we should take her back and present her to the Spear Sovereign? Dao Yan raised an eyebrow. The Spear Sovereign, Fantian, was a member of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, a mid-fusion stage powerhouse, capable of contending even with land gods within his domain. More importantly, Fantian was a staunch ally of the Dao sect and also his close friend. Wushuang, stay here to handle matters. Feng Ping, take me to find that Empress who cultivates the Imperial Dao. Dao Yan commanded. Lin Wushuang accepted the order, while Feng Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement, a cold smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Yu Qingying and her companions had already distanced themselves from Tianji City, preparing to return to the Great Yan Dynasty. However, at that moment, ripples surged in the void, and Dao Yan's figure emerged, a fawning Feng Ping standing behind him. Elder Dao Yan, this is the one. Feng Ping pointed at Yu Qingying, his eyes filled with mockery. Dao Yan scrutinized Yu Qingying from head to toe, a hint of admiration slipping into his gaze as he praised, her talents are unparalleled. Given time, she could become a formidable ruler. However, since you have cultivated the Imperial Dao, you must come with me. You say go and go, who do you think you are? Xiao Tian retorted coldly, but the next moment, he was struck by a tremendous force and slammed heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Yu Qingying's expression turned icy. What do you mean by that? Chapter 102 of the Empress's disappearance. Dao Yan offered no response, merely extending his palm to grasp the air. The power of space converged instantaneously, ensnaring Yu Qingying, rendering her immobile.
Observing this, Yun Nishang hurriedly approached and implored, Senior Dao Yan, I am a disciple of the God-hidden sect under the moonlight seat. I beseech you to spare my friend. If I have unwittingly offended you in any way, I humbly apologize. As a fellow member of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Yun Nishan was acutely aware of Dao Yan's formidable prowess. Even her own master would not stand a chance against him. It is of no concern to you, Dao Yan remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Yun Nishan, his tone devoid of warmth. With but a glance, he sealed her in place. Had it not been for their shared affiliation with the Heavenly Dao Alliance, her fate would likely have been no better than that of Xiao Tian. Yu Qingying's complexion turned pale, yet she was unyielding, her eyes glimmering with a pink HUE dye. In the next moment, she astonishingly broke free from Dao Yan's restraints. Dao Yan, taken aback, regarded Yu Qingying with disbelief. Although he had not exerted his full strength, it was hardly something an out-of-body stage cultivator could escape from. Child, how did you provoke such a being? Dao Yan wondered, astonishment giving way to determination as he prepared to strike again. Yu Qingying's expression shifted. She swiftly unleashed a sword strike, shattering an attack that even a spirit division stage cultivator could not easily block. She took advantage of the residual spiritual energy to retreat frantically. Dao Yan's eyes glinted with derision as he reached out, tearing through the void. In an instant, he appeared directly behind Yu Qingying, grasping towards her. In response, she inhaled deeply, summoning 9 massive tails that enveloped her, shielding her body. Yet, at the moment of contact, the 9-tailed illusion was obliterated. Cultivators at the fusion stage, having merged their bodies with the power of the soul, possessed formidable physical strength. Even a casual strike was utterly unassailable. Blood spewed from Yu Qingying's mouth as she frantically scanned her surroundings, searching for that bastard. After 2 failed attempts, Dao Yan's expression darkened. No longer holding back, he caused the void to collapse, ensnaring Yu Qingying in an unyielding grip. As she felt the overwhelming pressure surrounding her, Yu Qingying gritted her teeth in desperation, declaring, I have no choice but to teleport you away. As for our destination, I cannot say. With that, she expelled a mouthful of essence blood, encircled by a radiant pink light, and in the next instant, she broke through Dao Yan's spatial confinement, vanishing without a trace. Dao Yan's countenance soured, growing increasingly pallid. This marked his second defeat. Losing to Yi Chen was one thing, but allowing an out-of-body stage cultivator to escape his grasp was intolerable. If word of this got out, where would he find the face to show? Fang Ping observed the scene in astonishment, wisely choosing silence. I will hunt you down eventually. Dao Yan scoffed, casting a cold glare at Yun Nishang and Xiao Tian before vanishing into the void with Fang Ping. Meanwhile, Yi Chen carried the sobbing Xiao Bai, who was clutching her behind, her youthful face awash with indignation and tears as she glared fiercely at him. Yuan Song nearly burst into laughter following behind Yi Chen, when suddenly, his expression shifted as he gazed skyward, witnessing a pink light piercing the heavens. This is bad, something has happened. Yuan Song shouted, startling Yi Chen, who felt a jolt of alarm. That light emanated from the direction of the Great Yin Dynasty. His expression grimaced as he exerted himself, transforming into a fleeting shadow racing towards the source. Yuan Song, observing the cracked earth, had no time for astonishment as he seized Xiao Bai and hurried to follow. Upon arrival, Yi Chen's expression darkened as he beheld Xiao Tian collapsed on the ground and Yun Nishang, who wore a distressed countenance, while Yu Qingying was conspicuously absent. An ominous premonition surged within him. Where is Qingying? Yi Chen's voice was low and ominous, causing Yun Nishang to shudder. Xiao Tian, filled with shame, lifted his head and stammered, I'm sorry, master, but she has gone missing. Without delay, Yun Nishang recounted the events that had transpired. As she concluded, she noticed Yi Chen's visage twisting into a menacing snarl and quickly fell silent. Instantly, the air around Yun Nishang thickened, making it difficult to breathe, as if the very fabric of reality trembled. Thousands of miles away, the Holy Lord and Yuan Hai simultaneously turned their gazes toward this direction, witnessing countless chains of order frantically converging towards a singular point, only to be extinguished midway. They exchanged astonished glances, their hearts growing heavy. Only one person could create such an uproar. Yi Chen, in another chamber of the underground palace, the Devourer Demon Lord abruptly lifted his head, startling Teng Tian beside him. Has something occurred? Who would dare provoke this calamity? The Devourer murmured gravely, fully aware of the terror that the current situation entailed, a realization only cultivators of their caliber could comprehend. Yet soon, a smile crept onto the Devourer's face. Fortunately, he had secured a favor from the other party. Yun Nishang, she cried out in agony, feeling as though her body might shatter, fissures appearing within her nascent soul. Hearing her desperate call, Yi Chen regained his focus, inhaling deeply to quell the raging fury within him. He turned to the now diminished Yuan Song and instructed, inform the Holy Lord and your father, I must pay a visit to the Dao sect. His tone was calm, yet an unmistakable aura of menace permeated the air. Understood. Yuan Song nodded fervently before transforming into a streak of light, racing toward the wildlands. Xiao Bai, Yu and Xiao Tian returned to the Great Yin Dynasty. Have Bai Yao summon Yen Hongshuang to stabilize the dynasty in the absence of the Empress. Xiao Bai, no longer mischievous, nodded, her eyes ablaze with fury. Though she had spent little time with Yu Qingying, her impression was overwhelmingly positive. As for Xiao Tian, his loyalty to Yi Chen's commands was unwavering. And you, Yi Chen turned, addressing Yun Nishang, do you know where the Dao sect is located? Yun Nishang swallowed hard and replied, I'm not entirely certain. The Dao sect resides within a hidden realm, inaccessible to outsiders. However, perhaps Elder Tianji might know, and the Dao sect members may have returned to Tianji Pavilion. Good, let us proceed. Yi Chen affirmed, turning toward Tianji Pavilion. At this moment, within Tianji Pavilion, Tian Xian was diligently managing the aftermath of the earlier chaos. Dao Yan had just returned, his expression far from pleasant, having taken the 8-colored illusionary spirit stone and Elder Tianji back to the central region, claiming to return to his ancestral roots. Surveying the desolate state of Tianji Pavilion and the empty tower, Tian Xian could not help but sigh, realizing that the grand dream of Tianji was likely coming to an end. She then glanced at the dilapidated 5 elements 8 trigrams array, uncertain of where to begin the repairs. If only Yi Chen were here, Tian Xian muttered with a frown. Chapter 103 A Journey to the Dao Sect. As soon as the words fell, a figure appeared before Tian Xian, and it was Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen held the heavily slaying sword, his expression icy and stern, yet Tian Xian seemed oblivious to the tension, her face lighting up with excitement as she approached, saying, Quick, could you help me see how to repair this 5 elements 8 trigrams formation? Yi Chen cast a casual glance at Tian Xian and inquired, Where is the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms? His tone bore an unmistakable chill, causing Tian Xian to pause in surprise. Based on her observations, she had deemed Yi Chen a fool, but now she sensed an undercurrent of lethal intent. My master has gone to the Dao Sect. Is there something you wish to discuss with him? She replied, her brows knitted in concern. The Dao Sect, do you know its location? Take me there, Yi Chen stated, his hand clenched tightly as he spoke. After a moment of hesitation, Tian Xian recalled the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms had mentioned before his departure that Yi Chen might arrive shortly after his leave, and she should try to accommodate his every request until his return. I do know, but before she could finish, Yi Chen interrupted with a wave of his hand, then take me there. Beside them, Yun Nishan couldn't help but interject, Senior, the Dao Sect is filled with powerful experts. Shouldn't we deliberate on this matter? Yun Nishan was extremely anxious. As a member of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, she had a far greater understanding of the Dao Sect than Yi Chen. Currently, the strength of the Dao Sect was formidable enough to rank among the top 3 in the Heavenly Dao Alliance, one of the super sects of the central region. It could be said that even the peak of the Hidden God Sect would pale in comparison. Based on her own conjecture, there were likely multiple Earth Immortals within the Dao Sect, and possibly even entities beyond that level. Though Yi Chen was strong, he was by no means a match for the Dao Sect. Experts, do you think I lack them? Yi Chen shot a glance at Yun Nishan, and in the next moment, ripples appeared in the air, followed by the emergence of 3 figures. They were none other than the Holy Master, Yuan Hai, and Yuan Song, who had come to deliver news. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yun Nishan was taken aback. The 2 men exuded an aura of ethereality, making it impossible to sense their presence. Unlike the overwhelming pressure emanating from Dao Yan, they seemed to blend seamlessly into the environment. Had she not seen them, she would never have guessed there were 2 individuals standing there. She could even perceive the existence of order chains surrounding them, evidence of their binding by the laws of heaven and earth. 2 Earth Immortals, only when Earth Immortals manifest do they become bound by the order of the universe. Yun Nishan gasped in disbelief. It was rare to encounter Earth Immortals, who often remain elusive. Yi Chen possessed such formidable strength. As the Holy Master and Yuan Hai arrived, they quickly donned smiles upon seeing Yi Chen, greeting him, Sir, how may we assist you? The sight of these subservient Earth Immortals left Yun Nishan astounded. She pinched herself discreetly, the sharp pain confirming that this was no dream. The exalted Earth Immortals were behaving so humbly. What is Yi Chen's true identity or strength? I wish to visit the Dao Sect. I would appreciate your assistance, Yi Chen said courteously. With 2 semi-immortals at his side, he felt confident that even if he couldn't overpower the Dao Sect, he would be formidable enough to challenge it. It is our honor to serve you, sir, the Holy Master grinned, though his gaze frequently lingered on the heavenly slaying sword. Tian Xian sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Despite her hesitation, she recalled the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms' words before his departure and ultimately agreed to lead them. However, as she was unaware of the precise location of the Dao Sect, they could not simply tear through space and must instead traverse the Demon Sea to reach the central region. Yun Nishan cautiously approached the Holy Master, asking, May I inquire, are you at the realm of Earth Immortals? The Holy Master paused, glancing at Yi Chen. Noticing that Yi Chen was not paying attention, he took a moment before responding with a smile. If you say so, then it must be true. And may I ask how many tribulations you have endured? Yun Nishan pressed further. Earth Immortals are often referred to as those in the tribulation phase, a crucial period for cultivators transitioning from mortals to immortals. Each tribulation they withstand enhances their prowess and combat capabilities. The next stage, known as the Ascension phase, is referred to as the semi-immortal realm, at which point one qualifies for ascension to the immortal realm, awaiting the opening of the celestial gates. The sect master of the Dao Sect, Li Shandao, is an Earth Immortal who has endured 3 tribulations and is publicly recognized as the strongest within the Dao Sect. Yun Nishan contemplated the battle capabilities of both sides. According to records from the Hidden God Sect, the differences among Earth Immortals are vast. In response, the Holy Master merely smiled slightly and did not answer. Seeing this, Yun Nishan refrained from further inquiry, pondering whether to relay this information back to her sect for her master to decide. The Holy Master and Yuan Hai naturally noticed Yun Nishan signaling, but neither said anything. With Yi Chen remaining silent, they felt no need to comment. Moreover, they were unconcerned, embodying absolute confidence in their strength. At the Hidden God Sect, upon receiving Yun Nishan's message, Guyu's expression was one of turmoil. 3 Earth Immortals were making an imposing journey to the Dao Sect. This was a pivotal moment for aligning allegiances. It could herald the resurgence of the Hidden God Sect. Immediately, Guyu summoned all the senior members of the Hidden God Sect to discuss the matter, weighing the potential for either triumph or obscurity in the passage of time. When Guyu informed the elders of the situation, the assembly quickly split into two factions. One side viewed this as an excellent opportunity for the resurgence of the Hidden God sect, while the other cautioned against provoking the Dao sect, deeming it unwise to continue and suggesting that Yun Nishang be recalled. As the two sides remained at an impasse, a cold snort echoed in the room. Everyone turned to see the Grand Elder. Go Hong, speak up, a sect master. I advise recalling Yun Nishang. We cannot afford to offend the Dao sect even with the presence of 3 Earth Immortals. We would only need defeat. Go Hong was at the pinnacle of the divine separation stage, the strongest figure in the Hidden God sect aside from Guyu. His words carried weight, but what did he know? Guyu furrowed his brow. This is indeed a tremendous opportunity. I have a good rapport with an elder from the Dao sect, and I have learned that there exists a powerful figure within the Dao sect whom we must not provoke. If necessary, I even recommend that we place the Hidden God sect under the Dao sect's banner, Go Hong said, narrowing his eyes. Upon hearing this, Guyu's expression darkened as he pondered, seemingly struck by a sudden realization. He looked up at Go Hong, trembling. Could it be? Without answering, Go Hong merely nodded slightly at Guyu, letting out a breath. Guyu commanded, send word to have Nishang return to the sect at once. We must not get entangled in this matter. The other elders, seemingly grasping the implications, bowed their heads in silence. They were not fools and could easily deduce the underlying meanings. After all, this was a golden age. Meanwhile, under Tianquan's guidance, the group had arrived at the outskirts of the Dao sect's secret realm. Chapter 104 are murdered beneath their feet. Clouds and mist swirled. Without guidance, who could have imagined that the top 3 Dao sects in the central region would be hidden within these mountains? Yi Chen, this is as far as I can take you. As for how to enter, I am at a loss. Tian Xian spoke. Yi Chen nodded slightly and turned to the Holy Master, inquiring, is there a way to gain entry? A mere trifle, the Holy Master chuckled. Although it was through the 14 pillars of heaven that the Jade clan was sealed, we must not forget that he himself is a being of semi-immortal status. While dealing with the dangers of the Yuan Sea may be a challenge, finding a secret realm is hardly difficult. Seeing this, Yun Nishang's expression shifted, and she was about to dissuade him when news from Guyue came through, urging her to return to the sect and not to get involved. Observing the changing expressions of Yun Nishang, Yi Chen quickly deduced the situation and said, you should take Tian Xian and leave. After you depart, we shall breach the secret realm. Yun Nishang nodded resignedly. This was an order from the sect, one she could not defy, yet, she still suggested, I advise that we discuss matters thoroughly. Directly breaching the secret realm may not be prudent. It is akin to declaring war. Yi Chen did not respond. He was but a waste, hoping for a peaceful resolution whenever possible. However, should one provoke him, he would not stand idly by. Now that the Dao sect had set its sights on Yuqingying, this matter could not simply be brushed aside. If they did not establish their reputation, those who practiced the royal Dao would undoubtedly target Yuqingying, leading to endless troubles. Seeing Yi Chen's silence, Yun Nishang sighed and turned to lead Tian Xian towards the God-hidden sect. Once they had departed, Yi Chen nodded at the Holy Master, who understood the signal and began searching for the nearby secret realm. At this moment, within the Dao sect, the members were unaware of the brewing storm. Instead, they decorated the place festively, as if welcoming someone. Elder Tianji watched this scene in astonishment. Having once been part of the Dao sect, he knew well the significance of such a display. Gazing at the Dao sect's main hall, nearly all the elders were present, with a young man seated at the head, an elderly figure standing behind him. Despite his youth, this young man commanded the utmost respect from the Dao sect, ranked among the top 3 in the central region. Young Master Gongsun, the Dao sect has been remiss in its hospitality. Please do not take offense. Dao sect Master Li Shandao spoke respectfully, yet none present were surprised, for this man bore the surname Gongsun, the second son of the Gongsun family from the celestial realm. Though the extent of the Gongsun family's influence in the celestial realm was unknown, even the weakest of celestial powers was not something the Dao sect could afford to provoke. After all, establishing a force in the celestial realm required at least a true immortal presence. Furthermore, there was a cautionary tale. It was rumored that the once preeminent God-hidden sect had fallen from grace due to neglecting a young saint from the lower realms. Not to worry, my father has sent me to the lower realm for training. Master Li need not go to great lengths, Gongsun Jing said, his gaze wandering over several Dao sect female disciples. To have the young master's attention is a great honor for our Dao sect. Please, if you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them, Li Shandao replied. These scions of celestial powers, while claiming to descend for training, were all too aware of their ulterior motives. Although the dawning of the Golden Age had made it considerably easier to break through realms on the immortal martial continent than in the celestial realm, the absence of celestial energy meant they would not be sent down merely for the sake of advancement. I have come seeking the legacy of the slaying heaven immortal emperor. It is said that he perished in this world. Do you possess any knowledge of this? Gongsun Jing inquired. This was information that the Gongsun family had procured at great cost. It was rumored that the slaying heaven immortal emperor had once waged a great battle here alongside an elder from the Jade clan, resulting in their mutual demise. The legacy of an immortal emperor was naturally coveted by countless individuals. Moreover, the slaying heaven sword, renowned throughout the celestial realm, was ranked 19th among weapons, an unparalleled celestial artifact, indestructible. I am not aware of such matters. If it exists, it may indeed be in the eastern region, Li Shandao replied with a frown. Only the eastern region had tales of great battles, including the legendary confrontation with the devouring heaven demon sovereign. The eastern region sounds promising. Take me there tomorrow. For today, I shall rest well within your Dao sect, Gongsun Jing said, his gaze settling on several beautiful female disciples. Li Shandao understood the unspoken message and quickly arranged for those disciples to be presented before him, obsequiously stating, there is no need for the young master to go to such lengths.
Our Dao sect, being a top power in the immortal martial continent, will promptly send disciples and elders to investigate. You may await the news. As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Sun Jing nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to offer a few words of praise, the entire secret realm of the Dao sect trembled violently, and a massive gash appeared in the sky above the realm. A voice echoed from within, "Dao sect vermin, come forth and meet your demise." The voice carried with it boundless spiritual power, sweeping across the entire secret realm, causing many disciples of low cultivation to vomit blood. Li Xuandao's expression darkened instantly. Gong Sun Jing, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "Master Li, it seems your Dao sect is not as formidable as you claimed. Do not jest, young master, I shall resolve this matter immediately." "Please, grant me a moment," Li Xiandao replied with a slight smile, turning away with a suddenly cold demeanor, casually signaling 3 elders in the fusion stage to step out and assess the situation. He did not overestimate their strength. Anyone capable of breaking into the Dao sect's secret realm would at least be a fusion stage cultivation Dai in the outside world. A fusion stage cultivator might dominate, yet within the Dao sect, they could only serve as elders, a testament to the sect's profound foundation. At that moment, Yi Chen and his companions stood before the colossal gash, waiting for the Dao sect members to emerge. The furious roar had come from the Holy Master. Initially, both the Holy Master and Yuan Hai had planned to charge in directly, but Yi Chen had dissuaded them. With both Yuan Hai and the Holy Master present, one could not rule out the possibility of other powerful beings lurking within. The devouring heaven demon sovereign was a prime example. Inside was the heart of the Dao sect, and they could not act recklessly. Soon enough, 3 figures emerged from the rift, each exuding an aura of celestial grace, unmistakably formidable. 3 mid-fusion stage powerhouses. The Dao sect certainly did not skimp on its resources, Yuan Song noted with surprise. Though the Jade clan had a half-immortal in Yuan Hai sealed atop the holy mountain for many years, their lineage was severely weakened. Apart from Yuan Hai, the strongest among them was Yuan Song in the spirit division, with not a single fusion stage cultivator remaining. "Who are you, daring to trespass into my Dao sect? Do you seek death?" one elder bellowed, casting a suspicious glance at Yi Chen and his companions. Apart from Yuan Song, they could not discern the cultivation levels of the other 3, and thus refrained from rash actions. The Holy Master glanced at Yi Chen, who surveyed the 3, failing to spot Dao Yan. He then turned and spoke indifferently, "Kill them." Chapter 105 of the Hidden Cards of the Dao Sect. The expressions of the 3 members of the Dao Sect shifted dramatically, only to witness a faint smile emerge on the face of the Saint Lord as he cast a languid glance at them. A sense of foreboding gripped their hearts, and in the next moment, they turned to flee. Alas, before a semi-immortal, the 3 at the integration stage were no more than infants. The Saint Lord slowly raised his right hand, causing the figures of the 3 to freeze in place, their eyes filled with despair as they gazed at the nearby fissure of the secret realm. Earthly immortal. The 4 characters surged within their hearts, and in the next instant, they were engulfed in endless darkness. With a mere flick of his hand, the Saint Lord cast their lifeless bodies into the rift of the secret realm. Yuan Hai observed the Saint Lord's ostentation with quiet displeasure, vowing that next time, he must act personally to establish his presence before the Master. As a premier sect of the central domain, the Dao sect was under constant scrutiny from other sections. Witnessing this scene, they were all struck with shock, hastily relaying the news back to their respective sections. Soon, a piece of information swept through the central domain. The Dao sect had seemingly provoked an earthly immortal and was ambushed at their doorstep, resulting in the loss of 3 powerful integration stage experts. Simultaneously, nearly all the powerful figures and sects in the central domain turned their gazes toward the Dao sect, with many rushing to the scene, while others covertly peered through the mystic light mirror. These actions could not escape the notice of the Saint Lord and Yuan Hai, yet at Yi Chen's behest, they refrained from obstructing these intrusions. Meanwhile, the divine hidden sect also caught wind of this news. At that moment, the entire sect was enveloped in a profound silence, not out of regret, but of panic. "Nick Hang, you did not reveal yourself before the Dao sect, did you? This matter has escalated beyond resolution. We cannot afford to incur the wrath of the Dao sect." Elder Gu Hong said urgently as he looked at Yun Nikhang. Yun Nikhang was somewhat perplexed. Shouldn't they be concerned about the safety of the Dao sect? Why was Elder Gu worried about the Dao sect turning their ire toward her? Nevertheless, despite her confusion, she nodded slightly. Seeing her assent, Gohan let out a sigh of relief, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. "Sect Master, we must not get entangled in this matter. We should not even send anyone." Guyu nodded slightly, understanding the stakes involved and wisely choosing not to wade into these troubled waters. Within the Dao sect, gazing at the corpses of the 3 elders, the expressions of all present were grim, and Li Xiandao's face was so dark it seemed as if water could drip from it. For many years, no one had dared to act so audaciously before the Dao sect. Gong Sun Jing, however, looked on with keen interest at the unfolding scene. He cared little for the Dao sect's situation, finding the current circumstances quite amusing. "Sect Master, judging by this situation, I fear the individual outside may very well be an earthly immortal," one elder of the Dao sect voiced with concern. "Being targeted by an earthly immortal would undoubtedly unsettle anyone." "Indeed, Sect Master, offending an earthly immortal is ill-advised. Perhaps we should approach the matter with diplomacy," another elder suggested. Li Xuandao's icy gaze swept over the 2, silencing them with palpable intimidation.
Once they ceased speaking, he cast a furtive glance at Gongsun Jing, having made a decision in his heart. To align with the Gongsun family in the celestial realm, he must ensure they grasped the strength of the Dao sect, at the very least making it clear that in this immortal martial continent, the Dao sect possessed ample qualifications to be their representative. With a firm resolve, Li Xiandao bit down hard, retrieving a jade talisman and crushing it. Instantly, a resonant hum echoed throughout the Dao sect, as the golden bell atop the main hall rang out with a thunderous sound. The higher-ups of the Dao sect were visibly shaken. This was a signal used in moments of life and death, and its ringing meant that all those in seclusion were required to appear, including the ancient beings behind the Dao sect. Before long, two figures appeared quietly before Li Xiandao, their faces displaying displeasure. "What business do you have that disturbs our seclusion?" Upon their appearance, Gongsun Jing and the elder behind him exchanged glances, intrigued. It appeared that within the Dao sect, there were indeed two cultivators at the earthly immortal level, and judging by their aura, they had likely weathered at least 5 tribulations. In the lower realm, such cultivators could walk with impunity. The Dao sect's foundation was formidable. Seeing the two elders, a smile broke across Li Xiandao's face as he stepped forward. "I am Li Xiandao, the 28th generation master of the Dao sect. I greet the two esteemed elders of life and death." The two elders glanced at him, and the elder of life spoke. "Speak quickly, we are listening to the Grand Elder's teachings." "Esteemed elders, we are at a critical juncture for the Dao sect. Someone has slain our elders," Li Xiandao declared, stepping aside to reveal the corpses of the 3 elders behind him. Upon seeing the 3 bodies, the expressions of the 2 elders changed drastically. Having lived to their current status, they valued their reputation above all else. Witnessing such a scene was intolerable. They immediately snorted coldly, and their figures vanished from sight. Consequently, Li Xiandao respectfully addressed Gongsun Jing. "Young master, these 2 are among the 3 great elders of our Dao sect, both having weathered 5 tribulations. Upon reaching the tribulation stage, cultivation is no longer merely categorized as early, middle, or late stages. It is divided into 9 tribulations. Although Li Xiandao has faced 3 tribulations, against an earthly immortal who has faced 5, he would likely fall within 10 strikes. Each tribulation represents a qualitative enhancement." "Quite intriguing," Gongsun Jing replied with a faint smile. Outside the Dao sect, the Saint Lord and Yuan Hai were locked in a fierce argument, each vying for the next opportunity to take action, their faces flushed with exertion. Yi Chen and Yuan Song could only shake their heads in exasperation, wishing to distance themselves from the quarrel. Just as their argument reached a fever pitch, ripples appeared in the void, and the 2 elders of life and death emerged with ashen faces. The sight of these 2 sent a chill down the spines of those who had been secretly observing. They were still alive. The 2 elders, who had come into being as brothers, possessed extraordinary talents. One had comprehended the path of life, while the other had mastered the path of death. Though they seemed to be opposites, their seamless cooperation had forged a powerful reputation throughout the central domain. However, they had not shown themselves for nearly a millennium, leading many to speculate that they had perished. To everyone's astonishment, they were still alive. Yuan Hai and the Saint Lord exchanged glances, a smile creeping onto their faces. "Finally, we have 2 individuals who are at least marginally acceptable. Saint Lord, these 2 are mine." "You're dreaming, these 2 belong to me, step aside." "Damn it, I've tolerated you long enough. If you're not convinced, let us settle this with a duel. The winner takes all." As the 2 continued to bicker, the expressions of the 2 elders darkened further. Were they being disregarded? The elder of death snorted coldly and unleashed a palm strike, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power laced with a dense aura of death, causing the surrounding forest to wither instantly. The path of death was truly terrifying. Chapter 106. The fall. As the once vibrant mountains and forests swiftly transformed into desolation, the land's immortals lurking in the shadows wore expressions of grave concern. This was the fearsome nature of the path of death. Wherever its malevolent aura passed, not a blade of grass could survive. Even those who had entered the realm of terrestrial immortals were not exempt from demise. More terrifying still was the fact that the deathly energy could siphon the life essence from living beings for its own use. It could be asserted that the horror of this deathly aura lay in its ability to turn one's very life force against oneself. Gazing upon the overwhelming miasma of death, both Yuan Hai and the Holy Master frowned in unison. Yuan Hai then waved his hand gently, and in an instant, the terrifying deathly energy dissipated. The elder of death was left stunned, and Yuan Hai, with a displeased expression, remarked, "Are you not aware that interrupting others while they speak is exceedingly impolite?" Not only the elders of life and death, but also those who had been secretly observing, gasped in astonishment. The effortless manner in which these 2 had neutralized the deathly assault raised questions about their true power. When had such formidable individuals emerged in the central domain? Investigate, conduct a thorough inquiry. It was imperative to uncover the identities of these 2 and the forces they hailed from, or at the very least, to ascertain their origins. The elder of life stepped forward, his face ashen, and summoned a torrent of life energy, which immediately revitalized the once withered mountains and forests. This was the terrifying synergy of the 2. The deathly aura drained life essence for its own gain, while the path of life could swiftly replenish it in an endless cycle, continuously renewing. To put it bluntly, these 2 could even exhaust a terrestrial immortal who had survived at least 7 tribulations. "Hey, did you even consider my opinion before making your move?" the Holy Master said reluctantly. "What the hell? You were the one who acted slowly, and now you blame me?" Yuan Hai retorted, his temper flaring. Previously, he had held the Holy Master in high regard, but now he found him somewhat shameless. "If you continue to speak in such a filthy manner, I shall strike you." "Come, I fear you not." Watching the 2 quarrel once more, Yi Chen furrowed his brow and interjected, "Enough of this bickering. Let us attend to the matter at hand." Upon hearing his words, the two instantly fell silent. Observing this scene, the elders of life and death, along with the powerful beings who had been watching, all turned their gaze toward Yi Chen. It appeared that among these four, this youth held the highest authority. Who on earth was he? Could he be descended from the celestial realm? The elder of life, having entertained this speculation, exchanged cautious glances with his counterpart and inquired, "Might I ask who you are and from which power you hail?" "The Eastern Domain, the Great Yan Dynasty," Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, seizing the opportunity to promote the name of the Great Yan Dynasty. Upon hearing this name, various factions in the Central Domain sprang into action, commencing investigations into the Great Yan Dynasty. It was hard to fathom that such a remarkable existence could arise from the barren Eastern Domain. Yet, the expressions of the elders of life and death visibly relaxed. As long as they were not from the celestial realm, matters could be managed. The two then took action once more, unleashing the energies of life and death, causing the very heavens to tremble. The chains of order manifested, immediately sealing the area. Those observing through the mystic light mirrors were abruptly interrupted. Their expressions grave. The invocation of the chains of order signified that the elders of life and death were employing their full might. At that moment, everyone seemed to be refreshing their screens incessantly, eager to discern who would emerge victorious from this battle. The Holy Master cast a disdainful glance before addressing Yuan Hai. "You may proceed." Yuan Hai grinned, casting the Holy Master an appreciative smile, then adopting a serious demeanor. 2-5 Tribulation terrestrial immortals could certainly provide an exhilarating challenge to I. In the next instant, Yuan Hai formed seals with his hands, causing the surrounding chains of order to shatter, only to coalesce anew. The expressions of the elders of life and death shifted subtly. The chains of order could be seen as a benchmark of a person's strength. The order of the heavens deemed that Yuan Hai could surpass the chains meant to restrain the two of them, resulting in the formation of new chains. With a resonant hum, an imprint coalesced before Yuan Hai, measuring only several dozen feet across, yet emanating a palpable destructive force. The two elders exchanged glances, recognizing the seriousness in each other's eyes. They no longer held back and unleashed their most formidable powers. The path of life, all beings return to their source. The path of death, the heavens and earth share the same lifespan. With their thunderous declarations, colossal apparitions emerged behind them, resembling towering mountains, and in the next moment, they simultaneously reached out to strike at Yuan Hai. Yuan Hai regarded them with contempt, flicking his fingers, and the spiritual platform surged toward the two enormous hands. In an instant, the mountain-like silhouettes shattered, and the elders of life and death spewed forth blood, hurtling backward, their faces ashen, their bodies marred by cracks. Fear, terror, and dread flickered in their eyes as they gazed upon Yuan Hai, their expressions now awash with reverence. "A half-immortal," they stammered. "Damn it, how could Li Xiandao have provoked a half-immortal?" "Somewhat knowledgeable, but not extensively so," Yuan Hai replied with a faint smile, leisurely approaching the two. As Yuan Hai drew nearer, the elders of life and death gritted their teeth, their eyes resolute. They understood that against a half-immortal, their chances of resistance were non-existent. With this in mind, they resolved to capture the leader first. In the next moment, they expelled a mouthful of essence blood, transforming it into two beams of light that hurtled toward Yi Chen. Observing this, Yuan Hai made no attempt to intervene. Instead, he wore an expression of bemusement. These two truly were courting death. Even Yuan Song appeared unfazed. Only Yi Chen, caught off guard, heard two anguished cries beside him. Instinctively turning his head, he found the elders of life and death inexplicably appearing behind him, their bodies beginning to disintegrate. You, the elder of life's eyes widened in horror as he stared fixedly at Yi Chen, his heart consumed by terror. That fleeting flash of violet light. Damn it, what formidable foes has Li Xiandao attracted to the Dao sect? The foundations of the Dao sect might very well be obliterated today, yet, he could see no further. Even as the energies of life continuously restored his body, they could not keep pace with the rate of disintegration, and the elder of death had already been reduced to mere ashes. Yi Chen stood frozen in place, then turned to face the Holy Master in Yuan Hai, a knowing smile of gratitude gracing his lips. The Holy Master in Yuan Hai felt a chill run down their spines. Particularly Yuan Hai, who realized that these two had slipped from his grasp. Now, Yi Chen smiled at him, as if he were angered. This was a dire situation. In that moment, both men gained a deeper understanding of Yi Chen's terrifying prowess, for they had not even perceived when he had made his move. As the two fell, Yuan Hai withdrew his power, and the chains of order receded. Those observing through the mystic light mirrors witnessed the scene unfold, yet all were left rubbing their stunned faces, struggling to comprehend the unbelievable sight before them. The elders of life and death had perished.